You have clearly awakened the weakest door ability in history. But when faced with everyone's ridicule, you surprisingly feel happy instead of angry. It's just that your door ability is not an ordinary one, but rather a conceptual door. As long as you think of it as a door, then it is a door. Your buddy's goddess locked her social media account. You simply opened it back up, so your buddy can hold his phone without looking foolish. And while being ridiculed for not even being worthy of playing support, you just smiled slightly and said, "Have you ever heard of the doors in the human body?" At that moment, in a dark alley, you leaned against the wall, enduring a sharp pain in your brain, and after digesting the memories in your mind, you looked at the delivery uniform you were wearing, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. With a space level F ability, it's no wonder the original owner didn't prepare for the martial arts exam at night and instead came to deliver packages. In this world, aside from the so-called abilities, there is almost no difference compared to ordinary people. It's simply impossible to enter Hunter University for study. You looked at the faint blue door-shaped outline in your left palm, and we couldn't understand why a space ability would be classified as SG. But at that moment, the door in your hand suddenly became twisted and insubstantial, as if something indescribable had been added to the original door. According to the original owner's memories, a person can only awaken one ability, as abilities are like seeds planted in the soul. Could it be that because I am a traveler, I have awakened an ability upon arriving in this world? It seems that the current situation is a fusion of two talents into a new one, creating and controlling doors. You tried to raise your hand, and suddenly a blue light flashed. An ethereal portal opened. You pushed open the door and looked at the scene before you, your pupils slightly constricting. The scene inside the door was still a narrow alley, but the location point had moved to over 10 meters away, increasing the distance by more than 5 times compared to the original owner. But after a moment of surprise, you fell into deep thought. Can a door really only be a visible one? The definition of a door, in essence, is a switch that controls certain things. If one could open doors on the human body, it would allow for abilities similar to the 8 gates. The effects might vary in this world, but the idea is undoubtedly correct. Creativity determines productivity. Is it possible that in the future, I could also open the door of the mind that perceives all things? A door to control natural elements for my own use. Just as you were excitedly thinking about this, a sharp pain pierced through your brain as if your nerves were affected by your emotions. You instinctively reached back to touch your head and felt your palm come into contact with some sticky liquid. Under the dim moonlight, you saw the blood on your hand, and your pupils suddenly contracted. The last memory of the original owner surged to the forefront of your mind. The shadow that was leading him suddenly turned around and smashed a pipe into his head, taking away the last package for delivery. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps erupted, and the delivery person was quickly carried away. Your face changed instantly. The footsteps of those searching for you were already very close, probably just around the corner. You had no time to think carefully. You pressed your palm against the air, and a faint blue glow swirled, creating a space portal. You stepped inside, and your body instantly vanished from the spot. The next moment, 5 people emerged from the corner, including a tall, thin man in a tank top, who sternly asked his companions, "Impossible. That strike just now made my hand ache. That kid must be down for the count." The tall, thin man suddenly exhaled the smoke from his mouth and angrily cursed, "You useless fool. Hurry up and search. If the ghost seed incident is exposed, not only will the night seekers come after us, but even the boss will want us dead." The others quickly complied. "Wait," the tall man suddenly raised a hand, a blue antenna sprouting from his ear. His eyes darted to the wall on his right. "The little bug led you here, he's behind the wall." Hearing this, your face changed drastically as you held your breath behind the wall. You immediately burst out like an arrow, having clearly heard the words ghost tomb. That thing can turn people into ghost beasts, which is strictly forbidden in the building. Knowing this, these people would definitely not let you live. But this alley is labyrinthine, and you have no memory of the routes in this area. Perhaps the original owner was here for the first time as well. After making a sharp turn, your throat tightened, and you abruptly stopped. You saw the tall man gripping a broken pipe, blocking the end of the alley, advancing towards you step by step. Seeing this, you quickly turned around and retraced your steps, but the people behind had already caught up, trapping you in the narrow alley. "The little bug can run pretty well. Keep running if you can," the tall man said in a hoarse voice, striking the wall with the pipe, creating a sharp metallic sound. Each strike felt like it was hitting your heart, causing your heartbeat to rise rapidly. Seeing this, you could only grit your teeth and say, "I didn't see anything tonight, I didn't hear anything. How about letting me go? I just crossed over, and honestly, the ghost tomb business has nothing to do with me. My life is the most important." But the tall man completely ignored you, waving his hand to give orders, his tone dismissive, as if he were just going to squash a bug. The remaining 4 immediately rushed forward, swinging their broken pipes at your head. Do you really think I can't escape? Your palm pressed against the air, and a massive portal enveloped you, making you vanish from your spot as the falling pipe swung down into empty air. What happened? This person vanished into thin air. The few who nearly hit each other exchanged puzzled glances. Spatial ability? The leading tall man furrowed his sparse brows, his eyes filled with astonishment. In his understanding, such instantaneous spatial crossing could only be done by high-level hunters above rank 6, while he himself was just a quasi-rank 2 hunter. Facing that would mean death, how could he not panic? He seemed to suddenly remember something, a glimmer of realization appearing in his eyes. Wait, there was something off about the energy fluctuations just now. This person likely isn't even a quasi-hunter. They probably forced their ability to disappear, they can't have gone far. Find them. The others responded in unison and scattered. Not long after they left, a shadow slowly opened its eyes above the spot where the group had just stood. You had chosen to teleport to the rooftop. The direct distance of the teleportation was 10 meters, but that was under the condition of not crossing obstacles. Once there were obstacles, the teleportation distance would shrink infinitely. That last teleport nearly drained your already limited spiritual energy, making it impossible to set up another teleport across obstacles. You had no choice but to take risks. As they say, the darkest place is right under the lamp, and you deliberately chose the opposite path. As expected, those people scattered and searched everywhere, completely ignoring this spot. Finally, you could take a break, trying your best to slow your breathing rate and intensity. If I'm not mistaken, that beastly man should be an awakened hunter, specifically one with beast transformation abilities. Beast transformation powers grant a person some abilities of beast-like creatures, with heightened senses such as acute hearing and vision being the most common. Now, all you can do is pray that the deceptive beast transformation target has a weaker sense of smell, otherwise, it could still track me down by scent. You murmur to yourself but have no intention of sitting idly by. After adjusting your breathing, you begin to attempt to slowly construct the human gate using your mental energy as a foundation. You raise your finger, touching your forehead, and use your mental energy to draw the power of the gate. As you try to open the first human gate, it appears like a glowing portal, with light dots appearing in your left brain. You can't help but feel ecstatic. This means the human gate is entirely feasible, confirming that your previous assumptions were correct. However, now is not the time to celebrate. Suppressing all sorts of thoughts, following the faint guidance, you begin to try to outline the gate with your mental energy. After about 7 or 8 minutes, you open bloodshot eyes, trying to control your breathing while wiping the sweat from your forehead. The framework is already set, but since it's your first time constructing it and due to your lack of familiarity, combined with the intense concentration, your already limited mental energy is nearly exhausted. At this moment, if you rashly open the gate and lose control, your brain could suffer severe damage. Swallowing hard to moisten your dry throat, you look up to find that the surroundings have fallen into complete silence. In this silence, your brows furrow even tighter. You can't wait any longer. These people dare to bring ghostly creatures into the city. They are definitely desperate criminals. Waiting here without information is useless. Every moment spent increases the risk. You immediately descend from the rooftop and quickly head in the direction you previously targeted. About 3 minutes later, you finally catch sight of lights in the distance and allow yourself a sigh of relief. But before you can fully relax, a voice suddenly resonates in your ear. You finally arrived. As the voice fades, you see a tall, thin man step out of the shadows. He slowly exhales a puff of smoke, and as he carelessly tosses away the cigarette butt, it arcs down, landing on the wet ground, extinguishing the flicker of hope you just ignited. So that's how it is. You stare at the newcomer and suddenly understand many things. No wonder no one was searching for you. They hadn't retreated, they were waiting here. The fact that this person could accurately track you down indicates that he is an awakened beast transformation lizard, with highly developed olfactory senses. Having pieced this together, you take a deep breath, forcing yourself to remain calm enough to ask about your beast transformation ability. Naturally, this is to buy time and seek a variable. The tall beastly man furrows his brow at your words, regarding you with renewed interest. You're quite clever to respond so quickly. As for your question about the beast transformation bloodline, the giant wolf man replies, his tone filled with pride. The bloodline of the giant wolf, a first-level beast transformation ability, is not weak among the tens of thousands of beast-like creatures. It allows him to possess the strength of a quasi-second level, making him not at all inferior even against second-level opponents. Beast transformation of the wolf type? No wonder you suddenly realize, your position has likely been exposed long ago. Why didn't you take action back in that area? You continue to question. With your life on the line, why ask so many questions? The tall beastly man doesn't want to waste any more time. Seeing the man about to strike, you forcefully pull the conversation back. Let me guess, after realizing I'm an ability user, you didn't rush to kill me but deliberately lured me here. You suspect I'm a night seeker and are using this method to test me. If I attempted to escape, it would prove I'm alone. Your thoughts become increasingly clear, and it feels like golden light is flickering in your eyes. The person dealing with you regarding the ghostly burial hasn't left this area yet. Until you determine whether you've been targeted by the night seekers, you dare not act recklessly. So, you're setting a trap to test me. This isn't just your idea, it's that person's or your boss's intention, am I right? Upon hearing your words, the tall beastly man's mouth slightly twitches in surprise, and he can't help but clap his hands. Impressive, truly impressive. Just from what you've observed, your deductions are almost entirely correct. You've got some skills, which makes it even less likely that I'll let you go. Kill him, the man orders, his tone heavy with meaning, as if he were the judge announcing your death sentence. As soon as the words are spoken, shadows close in on you from all sides, and you watch as they approach ever closer. Your pupils constrict, and you instinctively clench your fists. In this situation, you have no choice but to fight with everything you have. You silently shout in your mind, and just as you've regained some mental energy, it is instantly drained. The conceptual human gate you've constructed in your mind is forcefully pushed open. In an instant, you feel as if something has pierced through your mind. At this moment, the clarity is overwhelming, as if boundless power is surging from your very core. In the blink of an eye, the newcomer is already swinging his weapon toward you. Your fist, propelled by a gust of wind, strikes one of them squarely in the face, sending 2 bloodied teeth flying. The man's face contorts as he weakly collapses. This scene completely stuns the other attackers, who are rushing in. What just happened? Wasn't he said to be weaker than a first-level fighter? What's going on with his combat power? But you give them no time to react. Your fists rain down on them like a wind-slicing swordsman, the sounds of air ripping apart echoing as if you could hear the bones cracking. When the last person is slammed against the wall and slides down, the entire alley falls into silence. Sweat beads on your forehead as you glance around, observing the sprawled figures on the ground. Breathing heavily, you too are filled with shock at having only opened the first gate in your mind. And yet, this has boosted your combat power to such a level. In that moment, you keenly sense a disturbance in the air and feel a powerful gust rushing toward you. Instinctively, you react just in time to evade a deadly punch. Interesting, come again, the tall beastly man growls, his movements as swift as lightning. He delivers a fierce side kick aimed directly at your ribs. You slightly shift your body to deftly dodge the deadly kick, and in a flash, you deliver an accurate uppercut to the tall, thin man's jaw, the impact producing a dull thud. The tall, thin man arcs through the air before crashing hard to the ground, dust flying up around him. The atmosphere is thick with tension, and you do not pursue, you simply stand still in place. The tall beastly man rises from the ground, sizing you up with an uncertain expression. The previous teleportation was undoubtedly an extraordinary ability, but what's going on with your astonishing close combat skills? His expression grows serious, and he begins to treat you with caution. With a roar, a giant wolf's silhouette emerges behind him, its body enveloped in a layer of dark red light. Its skin gradually becomes covered in thick fur, its facial features change, fangs protrude, and its eyes gleam with a wild light. Its fingers twist and transform, eventually growing sharp claws, making him look terrifying. The tall, thin man smugly strokes his claws. Then, he bursts forth, charging at you like a bloodthirsty crimson streak. Faced with the attack, your gaze sharpens, and you dare not be careless. You evade the sharp wolf claws and collide shoulders with the tall, thin man. The immense force of the impact makes you grunt, as your chest feels painfully compressed, and your breathing becomes labored. The power of beast transformation is indeed terrifying. If this continues, you might not survive today, so you need to wait for an opportunity, one that can deliver a decisive blow. The tall beastly man suddenly grips your shoulder, his wolf claws sinking into your flesh, creating 2 bloody holes. Surrender and hand over the secret to your enhanced body. I can make your death less painful, he says, his raspy voice filled with arrogance. To him, you must hold some kind of secret technique. Once he obtains it, fighting above his level will no longer be an issue. But the moment his words fall, he suddenly sees you smile. An ominous premonition rises within him. You curl your lips into a slight smile and softly say, "You've already seen my abilities in action, but have you seen what I can really do? You could have dodged that last attack. The reason you didn't is that you were waiting for this moment. Aside from the teleportation gate and the human gate, is there truly no other simple, substantial door?" This statement strikes the tall beastly man like a bolt from the blue, instilling a deep, primal fear that makes his heart race, and he turns to flee. But having calculated everything, how could you give him a chance? You reach out your palm and grip the air fiercely, shouting, "Rashomon, come crashing down." The solidified skill that appears upon completing skill fusion Rashomon activates instantly without requiring mental energy to construct. It only consumes spiritual energy. In an instant, a stone door nearly 2 meters tall, 3 meters wide, and over a meter thick, resembling a demon, descends from the air and crashes down with a thud, the sound of heavy objects colliding with flesh and bone echoing ominously. The impact embeds the tall, thin man straight into the ground, sending snowflakes flying. This strike is merciless and without hesitation. As the door vanishes, you see the tall, thin man's eyes bulging, blood flowing from his ears and nostrils like snakes shedding skin. His body has likely suffered numerous broken bones, yet even in this state, he still clings to life, trembling as he raises his hand, seemingly unwilling to accept defeat. Seeing this situation, you pick up an iron rod from the ground and swing it around before bringing it down on him with brutal force, blood gushing forth immediately. At this moment, you cannot afford any hesitation or mercy. A group of lunatics who dare to trade in forbidden items like ghostly burial grounds could retaliate in unknown ways. If you show any weakness, the consequences could be unimaginable. You swing the iron rod repeatedly until both red and white fluids pour out. Only after throwing the rod aside do you lean against the wall, gasping heavily, feeling the blood rushing wildly within you and that overwhelming sense of exhilaration. You desperately swallow to moisten your parched throat, looking at your hands, and murmuring with a trembling voice, "Is this what it feels like to kill?" In this life and the last, this was Su Feng's first time killing someone. Reflecting on the events since his arrival in this world, the shadow of death had loomed over him, and he dared not relax for a moment. Now, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. Fortunately, the one targeting him was not a high-level hunter, otherwise, he would have been done for. Through this incident, Su Feng understood a truth: this world is dangerous, not just because of the strange beasts. Strengthening his abilities was urgent. After a moment's pause, he pressed his cracked lips together. Slowly standing upright, he examined the tall, thin man on the ground. Since the other party was an ability user, he must have something valuable on him. He began to search the body. 2,000 in cash, 2 green spirit crystals, and a white jade bottle. Looking at the exquisite bottle, Su Feng opened the cap and sniffed it. Instantly, a cool sensation washed over his brain, and the fatigue from the excessive consumption of mental energy lessened somewhat. Could this be spirit concentration liquid? Although he had never seen it, the original owner's memories contained information about its functions and price. Abilities could be seen as seeds taking root in the soul. To continue breaking through, soul power was the first threshold. This spirit concentration liquid was a good item for restoring and enhancing soul power. A bottle of spirit concentration liquid could sell for over 200,000 in the black market, equivalent to his 2 years' salary as a courier, without eating or drinking. Along with the 2 spirit crystals that could enhance spiritual energy reserves, he effectively held 300,000 in his hands. He searched the others as well, finding some cash, totaling over 10,000. He took everything, erased any traces he had left in the area. After confirming that all these people were dead, he carefully left the scene. Under the night sky, the city's neon lights shone brilliantly. On the path by the riverbank, Su Feng gazed at the calm river surface. Reflecting on the near-death experience he had just faced, he felt a sense of mockery in his heart. The city was always under the threat of strange beasts, but human greed and desire were sometimes far more deadly. Greedy humanity drove people to extend their claws toward their own kind. Like wolves in the wilderness, they tore at each other to compete for limited resources. Perhaps what he would face in the future was not just the man eating strange beasts. There were also those who sought to gain benefits from him. Today's experience reinforced a truth in his mind: only strength is the eternal truth. He needed to enhance his strength quickly so he could live according to his own desires. Looking at the door pattern in the palm of his left hand, he slowly clenched his fist. Let me use this so-called F-level talent to show this world a thing or two. With that, he tore off the bloodstained orange courier uniform marked with Daily Express and wrapped a few stones in it, tossing them into the river. Watching the splashes dissipate, he turned and headed home. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit street, the smell of blood lingered. A figure cloaked in black appeared like a ghost. After briefly checking the situation of a few people, a strange smile appeared on their face. The next moment, they vanished into the night like the wind. A few minutes later, the night patrol mailbox in Jiangnan City received an anonymous email. The night patrol team urgently assembled and rushed to the location mentioned in the anonymous email. It was the dark alley Su Feng had just left. Captain, 5 people are dead. One of them has been identified. His name is Zhou Bao, a sea-level beast transformation type quasi-second tier hunter. He has at least 10 lives on his hands and has been wanted by us. After injuring 3 people some time ago, he vanished. I didn't expect he would die here. Captain Limu nodded upon hearing this and said, "Take everything back and hand it over to the bureau. Let's see if we can find the person responsible through soul scanning." Yes. The night patrolman began to clear the scene. Limu turned around, squinting slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Zhou Bao's corpse. Aside from the injury on his head, the rest of the wounds on his body were all caused by a single attack. Was Zhou Bao taken out in an instant? Who exactly was the attacker? His thoughts were in a whirl, and he couldn't draw any definite conclusions. But one thing was almost certain: the one who killed Zhou Bao was definitely a powerful being of at least second rank or above. This was beyond doubt. Taking advantage of the night, Su Feng wandered around for a while before deciding it was time to go home. The place he currently lived in was a rented apartment in an old residential complex, surrounded by tall buildings. Just past 10 o'clock, the lights in the complex had already gone out. He had gotten used to walking these night roads after working late every day. TSK, this place is quite comparable to where I lived in my previous life. Looking at the crowded street filled with parked cars and the various advertisements stuck to the utility poles, he sighed as he made his way to the entrance of the building. Standing in front of the pitch-black stairway, he instinctively reached for his pants pocket. It was only then that he remembered his phone was already missing. With no source of light, he could only feel his way up to the 5th floor. Using the flickering neon lights from the opposite building, he confirmed that the door plate read 507. However, after searching his pockets, he found no keys, causing Su Feng to twitch his mouth in frustration. Damn it, not only did I lose my phone, but I also lost my keys. Looking at the iron gate outside and the security door inside, he realized that forcing the lock was probably impossible. Was he really going to have to sleep in a hotel tonight? As he pondered this in distress, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and the gloom on his face vanished. He raised his left hand and pressed it against the security door. The most basic application of the door ability, opening a door on any solid object. As a faint blue glow swirled, a void door opened, and Su Feng stepped through. I have to say, this ability is quite practical for daily life. If I weren't delivering packages, I could probably make a decent living as a locksmith. Joking to himself, he had already passed through the door and entered the living room. Unconsciously, he looked up, wanting to see what his living space really looked like. However, just as his gaze focused, his pupils dilated suddenly. His body froze as if he had been electrocuted. There stood a woman in the living room. She seemed to have just taken a shower, wrapped only in a soft white bath towel. Her skin, slightly pink from the hot water, glistened. Her wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few droplets sliding down the ends. The towel clung tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her elegant curves. A pair of long, well-proportioned legs revealed health and vitality. The woman seemed unaware of Su Feng, focused on organizing the magazines on the table, her movements light and orderly. Su Feng's gaze lingered on her long legs for a moment before he quickly averted his eyes. The first thought that crossed his mind was, had he entered the wrong room? If that were the case, using his abilities to illegally intrude would be a serious offense. But wait, the door is 507. I checked twice to confirm it before coming in. Could it be that my roommate Chen Duo has returned? No, that doesn't make sense. Chen Duo has shoulder-length hair, while this person's hair is almost to her waist. Even if I hadn't seen her for a while, her hair couldn't have grown that fast. Su Feng's mind raced, but he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. He could only hope to quietly use his ability to open the door again and slip out before the woman noticed him. He carefully adjusted his posture, moving slowly and cautiously. He pressed his palm firmly against the sturdy security door. Just at that moment, a sudden, urgent knocking came from outside. It made him shiver involuntarily, and he thought to himself that it was bad news. "They're here." The woman's voice was crisp. With this response, she naturally and smoothly turned around, her gaze intertwining with Su Feng's at that moment. There was no panic or fear as he had expected. Instead, there was an extremely calm scrutiny. The gentle light in her eyes froze into frost in an instant, revealing an unapproachable chill. "This is bad." The corners of Su Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. He forced out an awkward yet polite smile, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Miss, do you believe me if I say I took a wrong turn?" The woman's response was as cold as ice, each word sharp as the most piercing icicle in winter, cutting and fierce. "Wrong turn? Do you think I'm stupid?" As her words fell, an undeniable aura of authority radiated from her, making the surrounding air seem to solidify. A layer of glossy white jade-like sheen formed on her skin, her ears gradually elongated into a pair of pointed fox ears. Her fingers became slender and powerful, with sharp claws like snow blades sprouting from her fingertips, and a fluffy tail grew from her back, light and ethereal like snowflakes in winter. Her already stunning face gained a touch of charm and allure. Another beast transformation? Su Feng was startled at this scene. He quickly waved his hands, urgently shouting, "Wait, let me explain, it's not what you think." However, the woman's fury had already reached its peak, and she shouted sharply, "Perverted rogue, what is there to explain?" Before her words fell, she transformed into a lightning-like figure, swiftly closing in on Su Feng. Bang! Under the impact of immense force, Su Feng's back slammed heavily against the hard security door, producing a dull and loud echo. Pain surged through his entire body like a tide. "Jiang, what's wrong? What happened?" A woman's anxious voice came from outside the door, clearly startled by the commotion inside. "Another one?" Su Feng thought to himself, dazed, and then saw 5 sharp bone claws rapidly enlarging in front of him. "Damn! Even if I stumbled in by mistake, is it necessary to react this strongly? You brought this on yourself, don't blame me." Clang, the door ability activated, forcefully pushing open the first human door in his left brain. A torrent of power surged forth like a flood, filling every inch of his skin and bones. With this boost of power, Su Feng reacted quickly. One hand reached out, tightly grasping the woman's wrist, which had transformed due to her anger. Skillfully employing grappling techniques, he twisted and pushed, successfully pinning the woman to the ground, rendering her unable to move. "Perverted rogue, get off me!" The woman refused to give up. Her long, powerful legs twisted like live snakes, delivering a knee strike to Su Feng. Fortunately, it didn't hit his lower back, otherwise, he would have been down for the count. With no other choice, Su Feng had to take further measures. He decisively sat down on the woman's thigh, using his weight to pin her down. This way, he could completely control her without causing any substantial harm. At that moment, a series of rustling sounds of unlocking came from outside the door. Creak, the door opened, and a woman with a ponytail rushed in. She was met with an unbelievable sight. Her best friend, with her long legs exposed, was being pinned down by a man, their bodies pressed closely together. The situation was somewhat ambiguous, causing her face to flush. Hearing the noise, Su Feng turned to look, his pupils constricting. Wasn't this his roommate, Chen Duo? So, this is my place. But what's going on with the person in front of me? Duo, hurry up and catch this scoundrel. The figure beneath tried to get up, but Su Feng pressed down hard again. "Su Feng, stop it. She's my best friend." Chen Duo quickly stepped forward to separate the two. Best friend? Su Feng was taken aback, feeling as if his head was about to explode. A few minutes later, the three of them sat on the sofa in the living room. Su Feng awkwardly looked at the woman across from him, who had changed into a clean t-shirt. Long hair, an oval face, and a pair of beautiful eyes that were particularly captivating. Her looks were comparable to those stars he had seen on television in his past life. Especially her aura, which seemed to transcend her physical beauty, exuding an indescribable charm and confidence. "Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding." Chen Duo took a pear from the fruit plate and handed it to Jiang Zishu. "I was so busy cleaning the room for you that I forgot to mention I have a roommate." Jiang Zishu was her best friend, a student at Qinglong University, who had come to Jiangnan City for an internship as a night patroller during the break. She had just arrived by high-speed train and was temporarily staying here. But Jiang Zishu seemed to have not heard, her beautiful eyes scanning Su Feng up and down. "Ahem, I'll head back to my room first." Su Feng felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. He thought to himself that he was only somewhat handsome. This woman shouldn't be staring at him like that, right? "Jiang, are you listening?" Chen Duo waved her hand in front of her. Only then did Jiang Zishu come back to her senses, her tone softening as she apologized. "I was reckless just now, I'm sorry." "No need to apologize, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to my room." Su Feng didn't linger, pushing the door to enter his room. Jiang Zishu watched as Su Feng closed the door, then put down the pear in her hand and pulled Chen Duo to the balcony. Duo, why didn't you tell me you have such an amazing roommate? Which university is he from?" Chen Duo, hearing this, opened her mouth in surprise, looking at Jiang Zishu with a black line on her forehead. "What are you talking about? I don't understand you at all." He just took the college entrance exam this year, and because his ability level isn't high, he gave up on the martial arts exam early. Now he's delivering packages, he just wasn't wearing the delivery uniform today. "What?" Jiang Zishu's mouth dropped wide open, as if she had heard something incredible. Then, as if realizing something, she thought Chen Duo was joking. She quickly hugged Chen Duo's arm. Duo, stop messing around, I'm serious here." Chen Duo shrank her neck back in surprise. I'm serious too. He really has F-level talent and is delivering packages. He hasn't even paid me rent for this month. F-level? Jiang Zishu felt dizzy. Here she was, a prospective second-tier hunter. An A+ level cold extreme spirit fox, a top-tier ability of the half-beast, half-element type. One of the top 10 on Qinglong University's genius list. After transforming, she hadn't even been able to defeat someone who hadn't even entered the first tier. This is not scientific. Su Feng had no idea what Jiang Zishu was thinking. Right now, he had locked the door and was sitting at his computer desk, tearing open a bag of chips and eating like crazy. Whether it was because of opening the human gate or something else, he was extremely hungry. After wolfing down snacks for a while, he finally cleared out his stock. The symptoms of dizziness similar to low blood sugar eased a bit. Then, he poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down. Accompanied by a satisfying and long belch, he finally felt like he was alive again. Eagerly, he pulled the curtains shut and took out the spiritual crystal and the concentration liquid stored in a white jade bottle. The previous dim light hadn't allowed him to take a good look. Now that he finally had the time, he was ready to examine his spoils carefully. Carefully placing the spiritual crystal in the palm of his hand, under the soft light, it truly sparkled like a green crystal. However, the knowledge he inherited from the original owner was limited to its ability to enhance spiritual energy. As for more detailed characteristics and uses, it was a blank slate. To establish himself in this brand new world, Su Feng knew he had to master the knowledge of these key resources. Thus, he opened the laptop he had bought from a second-hand market. He began searching online for information about spiritual crystals. After about 2 minutes of focused searching, a glimmer of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. Looking at the 2 spiritual crystals placed on the table, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. His luck seemed quite good. Spiritual crystals, these crystals produced from the void fissures that accompany strange beasts, contain rich spiritual energy. They are divided into 4 qualities: white, green, purple, and gold. The 50,000 mentioned earlier was the price for a white spiritual crystal. The internal spiritual energy of a green quality spiritual crystal is several times that of a white one of the same size. It is also purer, with a human conversion rate about 10% higher than that of white crystals. The market price starts at 300,000. It is not cheaper than that bottle of concentration liquid. According to what was said, placing the spiritual crystal in the palm marked with a supernatural totem would allow absorption. Su Feng couldn't wait to try it, placing it in his palm. Sure enough, he felt a pure energy flowing into his body, coursing throughout. The special energy within him, which is spiritual energy, seemed to have increased slightly. So amazing! Su Feng marveled inwardly. Yet he couldn't help but wonder, if spiritual crystals could be absorbed infinitely, wouldn't it be as simple as drinking water to enhance oneself? If he could think of it, others surely could too. But in the original owner's memories, he had never seen anyone become strong solely through this method. This indicated that there must be something preventing such an approach. As the text on the screen scrolled, the questions troubling him were gradually resolved. It turned out that the miraculous effects of spiritual crystals were not limitless. They could provide a significant boost only during initial use. As the number of uses increased, the body's absorption rate would gradually decline. After reaching a certain critical point, one might not even absorb 1% of the spiritual crystal. Eventually, absorption would become impossible. It made sense. If this method could lead to infinite enhancement, the World Federation would have long concentrated resources on a few individuals, allowing them to break through to the highest levels and eliminate the void fissures. Why would people around the world need to be on constant guard against fissures that could appear at any moment? Understanding the situation with spiritual crystals, he prepared to look up the introduction to concentration liquid. Just as his hand rested on the keyboard to type a few words, he heard a knock at the door. Who is it? Su Feng quickly put the spiritual crystals and concentration liquid into the drawer. Su Feng, it's me. I have something to discuss with you, can I come in? A voice from outside the door belonged to Chen Duo. Su Feng quickly tidied up the leftover food and opened the door, gesturing for Chen Duo to sit down. Chen Duo glanced around his room. To be honest, it was her first time inside, and it was cleaner than she had expected for a boy's room. Is there something you need? Su Feng looked at Chen Duo. Honestly, Chen Duo was quite beautiful, but she still paled in comparison to Jiang Zishu. Well, it's nothing much, just wanted to discuss something with you. At this point, Chen Duo felt a bit guilty, flipping her hair before continuing. Jiang Zhong's summer task has been assigned to our Jiangnan city as a trainee night watcher for 3 months. I was thinking of staying here during this time, so I came to ask for your opinion. Su Feng pondered for a moment and said, I have no objections, but The rent and utilities need to be split. Hiss. You brat, living with two beautiful women, and the first thing you think about is splitting the bills? Chen Duo was somewhat speechless at Su Feng's reaction. Even beautiful women have to pay, right? Besides, I'm a blossoming young man living with you, you're not losing out either. You, a blossoming young man? Chen Duo was a bit speechless. Of course. I still have a few days until I turn 18, so I'm definitely a blossoming young man. Hearing this, Chen Duo furrowed her brows and grabbed Su Feng's ear. What do you mean by that? Are you saying we're old? No, of course not. Su Feng was embarrassed and quickly backed down. Only then did Chen Duo release her grip, satisfied. Su Feng symbolically rubbed his ear. Although Chen Duo looked like she was using a lot of force, it didn't hurt at all. By the way, which university is your best friend from? Su Feng asked. He had mentioned before that he needed to find a complete martial arts system to learn. He had been lucky to survive this time. What if he encountered other dangers next time? Half-baked techniques were ultimately not a solution. You mean Jiang Jiang? She's from Qinglong University. By the way, why are you asking this? Chen Duo asked, puzzled. Nothing, just curious, Su Feng replied casually. But inside, he was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Jiang Zishu to be a student at Qinglong University. Although there were many ability universities in Daxia, the 4 universities named after the 4 divine beasts were recognized as the best. Qinglong University was one of them. The difficulty of getting in was comparable to the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities in his previous life, and the people inside were naturally the cream of the crop among their peers. If he could persuade Jiang Zishu to teach him martial arts, that would be perfect. You brat, something's off. Chen Duo frowned, seemingly realizing something as she scrutinized Su Feng. You're not thinking of changing your mind again, are you? Su Feng, listen to your sister's advice, you can't force this kind of thing. Although there are many hunter academies in Daxia, the entry requirements are quite strict, at least D-level abilities. With our level of talent, it's not bad to settle down and pursue a regular career. Look at me, E-level superpower, beast whisperer, able to communicate with animals. Now I run a detective agency, helping people find lost cats and dogs. I won't starve. Su Feng looked at Chen Duo and could clearly sense the loneliness in her eyes. It was evident that she also wanted to become an outstanding hunter. Unfortunately, the level of abilities determined the ceiling. I understand, Sister Chen Duo, I'm aware of my status as an F-level. Chen Duo's words were very reasonable, but he was no longer the same person he used to be. With the conceptual level gate ability in hand, if he didn't try to carve out a path for himself, it would truly be a disservice to his second chance at life. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Chen Duo pushed the door and walked out. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he picked up a washed pear and started nibbling on it, feeling increasingly uneasy. These two have both asked about each other. Could it be that they've taken a liking to each other? Thinking of this, Chen Duo revealed a meaningful anti-smile. Jiang Jiang, no wonder so many people at school pursue you and you don't agree. Turns out, you like someone younger than yourself. Still pretending to be reserved, I wonder how long you can hold out. Inside the room, Su Feng was unaware of Chen Duo's thoughts, otherwise, he would have definitely spat out a mouthful of blood. He simply wanted to learn some powerful martial arts. After all, the teachings at Qinglong University, one of the 4 major hunter universities, were bound to be complete and orthodox. If he could learn from them, his combat power would surely increase significantly. Locking the door, he returned to his seat. He took out the spiritual crystal and played with it in his hand. He continued typing in the text box he had half finished earlier, searching for information about concentration liquid. Soon, he reached a conclusion. The function of this thing is quite similar to what the original owner remembered. However, to achieve better results, it needs to be combined with a higher-level meditation method. The meditation methods were indeed taught in high school, but the level is too low, and the efficiency is too poor. If used with concentration liquid, it probably wouldn't absorb even 1/5, which is too wasteful. It seems I need to find a suitable meditation method, but these things are impossible to find online. Hey, I really don't know anyone who has access to this stuff. He stroked his chin, furrowing his brow, momentarily at a loss. But as his eyes shifted, he seemed to think of something and turned to look towards the door. His frown instantly disappeared. Now, there is someone right beside him. Jiang Zishu, who had stayed at Qinglong University, must have higher-level meditation methods. Talking to her might just work. Without hesitation, he got dressed, slipped on his slippers, and knocked on Jiang Zishu's door. The door opened, and Jiang Zishu, wearing pajamas, peeked out, her body exuding a refreshing fragrance like orchids. Su Feng couldn't help but take a couple of sniffs and said, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Jiang Zishu looked surprised, her pupils visibly contracting. She instinctively nodded. Oh, okay, wait for me a moment. She closed the door, and he could hear the sound of her changing clothes inside. After a while, Jiang Zishu emerged wearing a clean little bear t-shirt. It featured a very fierce-looking bear. The two sat down on the sofa. Su Feng quickly offered her a clean piece of fruit. When asking someone for a favor, one must appear to be in need. Sister Shu, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. Su Feng quickly tried to get closer. In his previous life, he had already spent some years navigating the world after university, so he was quite adept at social niceties. No problem, just tell me what you need. Jiang Zishu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled gently. It's like this. Su Feng briefly explained his thoughts. You want to learn martial arts from me? Jiang Zishu was indeed a bit surprised. Don't worry, I won't take up your work time, just 1 hour a day. I'll pay you double the market rate, 800 per hour, how about that? Su Feng had already checked online. There were hunters who specifically taught these things. 400 per hour, but the teaching quality was uncertain. Rather than that, it was better to pay double and have Jiang Zishu teach him. It was equivalent to indirectly receiving training from Qinglong University. If he had any questions, he could ask at any time. This opportunity, being so close at hand, would be hard to come by again, so he had to seize it. Alright, I agree. Hearing Jiang Zishu's agreement, Su Feng felt a surge of joy. Although 800 per hour was a bit expensive, there were only about 10 days left until the martial arts exam. A crash course would probably cost less than 10,000, just enough to spend that money, which was almost like picking it up off the ground. But Jiang Zishu's tone shifted. The meditation methods you mentioned are prohibited from being shared outside the school. No problem, your agreement to teach me martial arts is enough. Su Feng smiled. While waiting for Jiang Zishu to change, he checked his phone again. He found that high-level meditation methods were indeed very rare. They almost never circulated outside. So he didn't hold out much hope. The reason he mentioned this idea was merely to lay the groundwork for Jiang Zishu agreeing to teach him martial arts. If she refused to teach the meditation methods, she couldn't possibly refuse to teach martial arts, right? Just a little psychological maneuvering. It was something he had learned during his years of navigating society. So, shall we start tomorrow night? Su Feng tentatively suggested. Jiang Zishu blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly calculating the time. Tomorrow at 9, I'll be waiting for you at the Xuanwu Group training ground. Okay, it's a deal. After speaking, Su Feng glanced meaningfully at Chen Duo's door, a bitter smile forming in his heart. After the human door was opened, his perception had noticeably improved. Although he still couldn't sense a person through the door, the slight flicker of light and shadow just now had not escaped his notice. Indeed, the original owner's assessment of this person was not wrong. They are quite gossipy, he thought to himself. After saying good night to Jiang Zishu, he returned to his own room. He planned to fully restore his mental energy first, then attempt to further develop the door ability. Resolute in his decision, he wasted no time. He immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, focused his mind, and cast aside distractions. Opening the jade bottle, he took a deep breath, the unique fragrance of the concentration liquid filling his nostrils. Feeling the coolness in his brain, he closed his eyes and began to meditate according to the method taught at school. The mental energy consumed in constructing the human door and spatial teleportation gradually recovered with each breath. Time quickly passed to 11 p.m. After nearly an hour of closed eyes, Su Feng finally opened them. In that moment, his eyes seemed to shimmer with a jade-like luster. No wonder it's worth over 200,000. The concentration liquid is truly remarkable. Su Feng silently marveled. In such a short time, it not only completely restored his depleted mental energy but also stabilized the previously somewhat unstable human door. It also confirmed Su Feng's hypothesis that the construction of the door was fundamentally based on mental energy. While the feeling is still there, let's give the second human door a try. With that, he gathered his energy and closed his eyes again. However, as time passed, his brows furrowed tighter, as if bound by invisible ropes. About 10 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were already filled with fine blood vessels, resembling a red spider web. Ha! Su Feng let out a long breath, pressing his fingers against his temples and rubbing his head. Indeed, it was still too forced. He had only vaguely constructed a prototype of a door, and his head was already throbbing with a sharp pain. His subconscious warned him that if he continued, he might very well collapse under the weight of the door due to insufficient mental energy and become an idiot. Although he hadn't succeeded, it couldn't be said that he had gained nothing. At the very least, he had a more vivid understanding of the elusive mental energy. According to the reasoning he had come to understand, constructing a door was akin to building a house, with mental energy serving as the pillars and beams. Only when the mental energy was strong enough to support the door could it function. The higher the conceptual level of the object, the more substantial the mental energy required to support it. He was still far from achieving this second door, but he was sharp-minded and would never walk a single path to the end. Since this route was unfeasible, why not try another? If he couldn't create something new, he could further explore his existing abilities. The air door and the teleportation door, in essence, were both about constructing a temporary portal to communicate between two spatial points, falling under the category of spatial doors. Since it was possible to do such things through this spatial door, what if he opened his mind? Could he create a permanent spatial door, thus forming a pseudo-spatial storage ability? Relying on a certain object, he could create a function similar to a storage ring. Choosing a starting and ending point in space, then, no matter how far apart they were, any object placed at the starting point would appear at the end point. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. He had no better object at hand to construct a pseudo-spatial storage item, so he chose a string of $9.09 Bodhi prayer beads he had bought online. After a slight adjustment, he raised his left hand to release the door ability. A pale blue halo swirled, constructing a stable spatial portal in the air. Then, using his mental power, he carefully separated two identical doors. The two doors belonged to either side of the same spatial gate. Using his ability as a node, he connected the two sides of space. It was somewhat like a spatial wormhole. When one spatial door closed, the other disappeared. Phew, the next moment is the most critical, he thought to himself, feeling increasingly nervous. He channeled all his mental power, continuously shrinking one of the doors until it was only the size of a jujube pit. Taking a deep breath, he carefully adjusted his heartbeat. His hand tightly gripped the mysterious portal, trying to merge it into the largest Bodhi seed on his bracelet. However, at that crucial moment, an unexpected change occurred. The door suddenly distorted without warning. Immediately after, the large Bodhi seed seemed to be struck by an irresistible force. It exploded in an instant. Fragments flew everywhere, slicing across Su Feng's cheek and grazing the corner of his eye. Some pieces even embedded themselves into the screen of his second-hand laptop in front of him, leaving a shocking array of cracks. What's going on? Su Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. Wiping the slight trickle of blood from the corner of his eye, he broke into a cold sweat. I expected it wouldn't be easy to fix the spatial door to an object, but why did it explode? He murmured softly, recalling that moment. It seemed the door had deformed due to instability. Space appeared to have folded at that instant. Su Feng furrowed his brow, letting out a soft hiss of confusion. Could it be that folding space generates energy similar to an explosion? If that's the case, with this thought, the gloom of failure was instantly swept away. Like discovering a new continent, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Eagerly, he constructed another portal and deliberately folded it with his mental power. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the air seemed to ripple with intense energy. The papers that had been calmly resting on the table were instantly blown away. The softly hanging curtains were also lifted high by this invisible force. Indeed, folding the spatial door really does generate explosive energy. Su Feng's hands trembled with excitement, his whole body vibrating as if electrified. A brand new idea gradually took shape in his mind. If this path proved viable, he would master a powerful means of attack. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a new route. Bang bang bang! At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. He heard Chen Duo's voice. Su Feng, what are you doing? Are you setting off firecrackers in there? Su Feng's mouth twitched. Who sets off firecrackers in their house? But to conceal what had just happened, he could only go along with it, saying, Sister Duer, I won't do it again next time, you should go to sleep. You better not, or just wait for it. Chen Duo left with a joking threat. However, the surging passion within Su Feng was like a flood breaking through a dam, hard to contain. After a moment of contemplation, he could no longer suppress his eagerness. He quietly opened the door, stealthily made his way downstairs, and sought out an open area. There, a long dead, oddly shaped crooked neck tree stood alone, which he decided to use as his experimental subject. Controlling his mental power, he folded the spatial door twice and affixed it to the tree trunk. Bang! A sound like a cannon blast erupted. The turbulent air pushed Su Feng back a step involuntarily. Looking closely, he saw that the crooked neck tree's trunk had been blasted open, creating a gap the size of a bull. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Su Feng couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fortunately, I didn't continue the experiment inside the house, otherwise, I might have lost my life. This power is almost on par with explosives. The potency has increased by more than double compared to the previous single fold. Analyzing the power, Su Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. By sheer coincidence, he had stumbled upon a new method of use, and it had such terrifying destructive power. Now, he had one more killing move. Which little brat is setting off firecrackers downstairs at this hour? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a roar came from above. If you have the guts, don't run away, I'm coming down right now. Don't let me catch you, or I'll pull your hair out. The lights turned on, and the windows of several nearby buildings opened one after another, accompanied by a chorus of chatter. Oh no! Realizing the situation was not good, Sufong quickly muttered an apology in his heart and dashed upstairs. These old folks were truly not to be trifled with. Back in his room, looking at the broken pieces of the Bodhi beads stuck in the second-hand computer monitor, Sufong felt that he had been a bit reckless this time. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. With his current mental strength, merging the gate of space with objects was still too much of a stretch. This matter seems to be something that can't be rushed. I probably have to wait until I advance to the first tier before trying again. The idea of constructing a pseudo-space storage was temporarily shelved. Noticing it was getting late, he took a shower and went to bed. He still had to deliver packages tomorrow. With 3 days left until payday, he needed to get this month's wages before quitting. The next morning, Sufong picked up the packages scheduled for his area and started delivering them on his electric tricycle. Approaching noon, he arrived at the building where the night patrol was located. At the entrance, Sufong slowly braked the tricycle. Looking at the building with sharp lines, resembling a sword piercing the sky, his gaze instinctively tilted upward. An indescribable pressure suddenly grew in his heart. It was not a physical oppression from the outside world but an intuitive warning from deep within his soul. In a daze, he seemed to feel an invisible, enormous hand gently pressing on his shoulder with an undeniable authority. It was a silent majesty and intimidation. The night patrol of the Great Xia was founded 100 years ago by 3 lock-level powerhouses. The so-called lock level is a realm above the 9th tier. Among all the surviving powerhouses in the Great Xia, those who can reach this level number no more than a handful. As for the higher levels, Sufong was not clear. It is said that the buildings of the night patrol in various regions are infused with the bones of high-tier strange beasts, which is why there is this subtle pressure. Whether this rumor is true or not, Sufong did not know. However, he was quite familiar with the Night Watchers. Clad in golden-patterned dark robes, they are responsible for supervising supernatural beings, hunting strange beasts, maintaining order in the Great Xia, and protecting the realm. Many people take pride in becoming a Night Watcher. However, that was not his ambition. It felt a bit distant from him. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze away from the building. He stepped forward, pushing the cart filled with packages through the entrance. Since joining Daily Express, this area had always been Su Feng's delivery zone. Naturally, he was well acquainted with the various regions. At the gate, he passed through facial and iris recognition for package security checks and entered the building. The building had strict checks for personnel and items. It was said that it wasn't always like this. A complicated inspection process was implemented after an incident a few years ago, but Sufong did not delve into the details. Skillfully pressing the button for his target floor, the elevator doors slowly closed, preparing to take him to his destination. Just as the 2 metal doors were about to seal completely, an arm suddenly slipped in, preventing the doors from locking. As the elevator doors opened again, Sufong looked up. What caught the eye was a man in a perfectly tailored suit, holding several pages of documents, stepping confidently into the elevator. Following closely behind was a slightly weathered man with a few gray hairs at his temples and a bit of a paunch. As soon as the two entered the elevator, the suited man eagerly began to slap the papers in his hand, producing a crisp and forceful sound. "Zhada, I don't care, this person must come to our team. A plus-level talent, Cold Frost Spirit Fox, half-beast half-elemental. In the combat department of Qinglong University, ranked in the top 10 among students of the same year. This is definitely a good seedling. It would be a pity to let Chowda have her." The plump middle-aged man smiled amiably. "Alright, since you're treating me to buns, I'll give her to you. But, she's just a little girl, you'd better keep your hands to yourself." "Got it," the suited man replied and resumed looking through the documents. The elevator fell into a brief silence, but the expression on Su Feng's face under his duckbill cap became more animated. From the snippets of conversation, he could almost be certain that this person was Jiang Zishu. A plus-level talent? Ranked in the top 10 among students at Qinglong University? To get someone like this for just $800 an hour is simply a steal. He secretly rejoiced, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. Ding, the elevator doors opened. "Shada, I'll get back to work now." The suited man waved his hand and stepped out of the elevator. Sufong glanced at the floor and followed closely behind. As he brushed past the man, he headed towards Area B. Limu caught a glimpse of Sufong out of the corner of his eye. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but after walking a short distance, he suddenly halted, his brow furrowing tightly. He quickly pulled out his phone and retrieved the image of the sole fragment of Zhoubao that had just been sent that morning. After enlarging it, his pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed in shock, "Why does the general outline of this portrait look so familiar? Could it be him?" Limu turned to glance at Su Feng and immediately issued an order through his phone. "Zhang Yuan, pull up the information on the person who delivered our package, the more detailed, the better." A few minutes later, in Limu's office, a young man with short hair and a decent appearance knocked and walked in. "Boss, here's the information you asked me to check." The young man handed a stack of documents to Limu. After receiving it, Limu quickly scanned the text. Su Feng, parents died 10 years ago in the mysterious beast tide in Jiangnan City, adopted by the Blue Sky Orphanage. Currently studying at Qingmong High School, F-level ability? Upon seeing this, Limu brought the documents closer to his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. The person beside him quickly said, "Boss, you haven't seen it before, it really is F-level. I always thought this level was something the Blue Star Alliance made up to spare those who awakened E-level abilities from feeling too sad. I never expected it to actually exist." Limu shook the document in his hand, making a rustling sound. "Don't say it's you. I've lived over 30 years and this is the first time I've seen F-level. Door ability user? What kind of ability is that, making it more convenient to open and close doors? The powers of the super ability system are truly bizarre." Limu muttered to himself, shaking his head as he continued to read. 3 months ago, he took a leave of absence from school to take the martial arts exam and join Tian Express as a delivery person? This kid is a bit interesting. Knowing that once he graduates as an ability user, that path is essentially at an end, he entered society early. Although he's delivering packages, he can still make a living with his own hands. Zhang Yuan, hearing this, became even more puzzled. "Boss, what exactly do you want this kid's information for?" Limu didn't respond, tossing the printed image over. Zhang Yuan reached out to catch it, his eyes widening in shock as he took a quick glance. "Boss, this can't be possible. He only has an F-level ability. You know, E-level abilities almost have no offensive power. Even if the ability is decent, it can at most serve as support. Besides, he himself has given up on the martial arts exam. How could he possibly kill the quasi-second-tier Zhou Bao? No, this must just be someone who looks similar." Zhang Yuan looked at the portrait, shaking his head like a rattle. Limu leaned on the table, fingers interlocked, and said, "I'm just suspicious. Just in case, you go take him for a re-evaluation of his ability level." "Re-evaluation?" "Hiss. Boss, are you suspecting he might have a second awakening of his ability? That can't be possible. Second awakenings mostly occur in abilities of B+ level or above. He's just an F level." Before he could finish, Limu interrupted him. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. And bring that new girl who came today along, let her get familiar with our place." "You should have said so earlier, I'm on it." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan perked up. He slapped the paper on the table and dashed out. "Little brat, look at you so happy to see a pretty girl." Limu shook his head helplessly. His gaze returned to Su Feng's file, fingers lightly tapping the table as he squinted. Suspicion aside, what could a high school student who hasn't even left school do, even if his ability really had a second awakening? Could he really kill the quasi-second-tier beast transformation Zhou Bao? Thinking back on his earlier thoughts, Limu found them somewhat laughable. After finishing his delivery, Su Feng was about to leave when he was stopped by two figures. Looking up, he collided directly with Jiang Zishu's gaze. "Su Feng?" Jiang Zishu's red lips parted slightly, looking at Su Feng in surprise. Su Feng greeted her, "Sister Zishu, how's it going? Was the reporting smooth?" Jiang Zishu nodded. "The paperwork is all done. I'm now getting familiar with the building's layout with my senior brother." Their greeting left Zhang Yuan beside them feeling a bit at a loss, thinking, this person actually knows Jiang Zishu? From the sound of it, he even knows about her reporting. They must be very good friends. Fortunately, I didn't come on too strong earlier, otherwise, Jiang Zishu's impression of me would definitely drop. "Brother Zhang, what does the captain want us to stop Su Feng for?" Faced with Jiang Zishu's question, Zhang Yuan cleared his throat, his mind racing. "Ahem, it's nothing. Just that the building's security system is being upgraded. The captain sent me to test the ability level input system for those with permission to open the gates." At Zhang Yuan's words, Su Feng's eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly, like a keen cheetah, capturing the subtle movements of its prey. Although Zhang Yuan's words seemed logically sound on the surface, Su Feng, with his sharp insight and rich life experience, still caught the fleeting hesitation and pause in the other's tone. Could it be that last night's incident has led to suspicion about me? He thought to himself. After all, an ability test for a nameless nobody like him wouldn't warrant a formal night watchman to conduct it. Though he didn't know where he had slipped up, if he refused at this moment, it would instead raise suspicions of trying to hide something. Just right, he also wanted to know what level his newly merged ability was. If the test results were unfavorable, he would have a response ready. I will definitely cooperate. Where do we test? Zheng Yuan quickly opened the elevator. It's just upstairs, I'll lead the way. Okay. Su Feng nodded. Soon, the three arrived at the 16th floor of the building, which was a confidential area of the Night Watch division. It was Su Feng's first time here. As he surveyed the space separated by frosted glass, he followed Zheng Yuan forward. This is it, Zheng Yuan said, swiping his ID card. When the door opened, Su Feng stepped inside. It was a completely enclosed space, with a device resembling an MRI scanner positioned in the center of the room. Looking at this massive machine, Su Feng's eyes lit up. This was the most accurate detection device to date, unlike the handheld instruments used at school. Any method of concealing ability levels would be exposed before this behemoth. I didn't expect my specifications to be so high, he joked to himself as he stepped onto the platform. The scale beside him instantly lit up. Every 5 small increments represented a level, ranging from F at the bottom to the highest S at the top. Wait a moment, the results will be out soon. Zheng Yuan began operating the control panel. Before long, Su Feng felt an invisible current swirling around him. The scale value began to rise incrementally. Sure enough, it's F level. I told you the boss was overthinking it. Zheng Yuan shook his head inwardly as he looked at the illuminated F level. But the next second, his eyes widened in shock. The light column representing ability strength paused briefly at F level. It was as if Mentos had been added to cola, shooting up at an incredible speed. E level, D level, C level, B level, and then a level. In an instant, the light column had surged to a level. Zheng Yuan stared in disbelief, his eyes bulging. He glanced at the scale, then at the calm-faced Su Feng. Su Feng, you. Jiang Zishu, astonished, bit her red lips hard, her mouth opening to speak. But the next scene made her swallow her words. The light column seemed to gather strength at a level, leaping to S level in an instant like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Heavens, S level? Zheng Yuan felt his throat tighten, his voice becoming hoarse. S level, there might not even be one in the entire Great Xia in a year. As long as there were no premature deaths and the correct channels were followed, they would surely reach the 8th tier in the future. But then he thought of something, a layer of coldness creeping over his face. S-level abilities could not be measured by common sense. If it really was S-level, Zhou Bao's death was likely connected to Su Feng. The light column showed no signs of stopping. After pausing for 3 or 4 seconds, it shot up to the highest value on the scale. A height never before reached. Heavens! I'm not dreaming, am I? Full S level. Jiang Zishu covered her mouth with her hands. Her beautiful eyes widened like a goldfish, looking at Su Feng in disbelief. What's wrong? Su Feng couldn't see the scale from his position, but he could guess what was happening from their expressions. S level, you are S level. Jiang Zishu's voice was filled with excitement. S level? Su Feng was slightly taken aback by this, but his emotions didn't fluctuate much. He had anticipated this. If a conceptual ability couldn't even reach S level, what ability could? However, this also meant that what happened last night had a strong possibility of being related to him. He instinctively glanced at Zheng Yuan, who had already furrowed his brows into a shape. Zheng Yuan also caught Su Feng's gaze, forcing himself to relax his tightly knitted brows, and said, "You stay here, don't move. I'll go call someone." After saying that, he turned to go call for help. The situation had exceeded his expectations, and he needed to control Su Feng first. As for the rest, that would be left to the captain to decide. But before he could take a step, the light column, like a fleeting flower, rapidly fell. It dropped from the highest point to the lowest. If it were a droplet of water, it might have splashed a ripple, but it made not a single wave, sinking like a stone in the ocean, slumped dejectedly at the very bottom of the F-grade scale. If the scale ranges from 1 to 100 from bottom to top, his current position was probably even less than 1. What's going on? Zheng Yuan felt a bit dazed. F-grade. Super ability system. Gate. F-grade? Zheng Yuan looked at the results displayed on the instrument, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What the hell? F-grade? Was he just seeing things earlier? Or was this instrument malfunctioning? Zheng Yuan felt a bit disoriented. Had he really overthought things just now, making himself look foolish? Brother Zhang, is this instrument broken? Jiang Zishu also felt it was surreal. It was unheard of for the detection beam to drop from the highest to the lowest. It was simply unbelievable. It can't be broken, it's just that F grade is a bit special, Zhang Yuan said, glancing at Su Feng. In all the years of the Great Xia, there had never been an F grade. It was likely that the instrument just hadn't registered it properly. But this result also relieved him. With this alone, he could completely rule out any suspicion on Su Feng. Su Feng, are you okay? Jiang Zishu looked at Su Feng's serious expression, thinking he was affected. Su Feng shook his head. I'm fine, after all, I was F grade from the start, so there's nothing to be disappointed about. With a smile, the tension in his mood gradually eased. Now, last night's incident could hardly be suspected to fall on him. Stepping down from the platform, he approached the monitor. Looking at the results on the screen, Su Feng couldn't help but ponder. My ability is undoubtedly conceptual level, but the detection result is still F grade? This indicates my ability should be beyond S grade. The instrument couldn't identify it, so it ultimately gave such a result. But this is also good. If it were truly S grade, who knows how many people would be alarmed. After all, it was just a title. F grade and S grade made no difference to him. Moreover, he had a bold idea. Could it be that one day in the future, because of himself, F grade would become a level that surpasses S grade? Thinking of this, Su Feng slightly curled his lips. If that day really comes, he would be quite looking forward to it. Jiang Zishu didn't know his inner thoughts and, seeing that his expression didn't seem fake, nodded. It's good that you can think that way. Don't forget the time and place tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Then we'll go home together. What the hell? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan looked at Su Feng and Jiang Zishu in shock. He doubted whether he had heard it wrong. Going home together? Damn, what am I, a clown? Alright, I'll head out first. Su Feng didn't notice Zhang Yuan's expression, waved goodbye to Jiang Zishu, and pushed the door open to leave. Zhang Yuan watched the two wave at each other, his mouth twitching, feeling as if his heart was about to break. He was still struggling with how to ask Jiang Zishu out for a meal. And yet, this guy had already succeeded? Oh come on, going home together at night, showing off your affection in front of me, right? Am I still a lifelong solo? What are you flaunting to me for? He felt indignant, but then saw Su Feng return. By the way, brother Zhang, I'll leave the system entry to you. I'm off, sister Shu. He remembered halfway that he forgot to thank Zhang Yuan. Thinking he shouldn't lose his manners, he returned. Take it slow on the way. Jiang Zishu waved him off. But Zhang Yuan clearly thought too much. Sister Shu? Oh come on, did you come back just to provoke me about my age? Grinding his teeth, he felt like he was about to explode with anger. Su Feng had no idea that Jiang Zishu's words had caused such a huge misunderstanding for Zhang Yuan. At this moment, he was already on the descending elevator. Looking at the night watchman wanted list scrolling on the screen, Su Feng couldn't help but comment, wow, they really know how to play. In his previous life, he only saw advertisements in elevators, and this was the first time he had seen a wanted notice. It was probably meant to leave a deeper impression on the night watchman during their commutes. He casually glanced at it. Compared to the list in the original owner's memory, there were 3 new faces added today. The appearances of the 3 were so unfortunate that even the terms ugly and misshapen seemed too kind. One person had half of their face sunken in, was overweight, and had a distinct feature, nicknamed Beast Face. According to the introduction, all 3 were at the first level. The victims at their hands were all young and beautiful women, and their methods were brutal. Seeing this, Su Feng shook his head in lament. The darkness of human nature can sometimes be more terrifying than monsters. Especially when hunters stray from the path, the threat they pose can be tenfold or 100-fold greater than that of ordinary people. This is why the position of night watchman is even more important. Su Feng memorized the appearances of the 3, and as the elevator descended to the first floor, he pushed his cart out. There were still many packages to deliver, and he didn't want to delay any longer. He hopped on his electric tricycle, left the Night Watch Bureau building, and continued his delivery routine. A day passed quickly, and soon night fell. Su Feng took off his everyday express uniform and changed into his own clothes. He bought a hand-grabbed pancake by the roadside to solve his dinner. Taking the subway, he rode for 7 stops and arrived at the eastern part of Jiangnan City, in a village within the city. It was said that there was a shop here where he could buy the meditation technique he needed. The door ability mainly relied on mental strength. Therefore, learning a high-level meditation technique would greatly benefit Su Feng. As for the source of this information, he had bought it for 200 yuan from someone with the nickname Six-Eared Monkey on the original owner's WeChat list today. This person was in the original owner's WeChat contacts, though he didn't know how they got added. Suddenly, a chat box popped up today, recommending services. They claimed to be by Xiao Sheng, knowing everything about Jiangnan City. Su Feng chatted with a tentative mindset and unexpectedly managed to make a purchase. He just didn't know if this address was real, so he specifically came to verify it. Entering the village, the sky had completely darkened. Su Feng looked up, and what met his eyes were the intricate and narrow alleys. On both sides were dense, low houses, their walls mottled, some even exposing red bricks. Wires and cables crisscrossed the sky like a spider's web. Occasionally, he could see a few confiscated clothes swaying in the wind. Fortunately, there's no wind tonight, otherwise, people walking at night would be scared half to death, Su Feng thought to himself as he searched for the address. He expected it to take some time, but the shop's visibility exceeded his expectations. From a distance, he saw a sign that stood out in the darkness. As he walked closer, he nearly choked on his own spit. The sign read, "Our store has just received new times dolls, sizes available. Six-eared monkey, damn you." Even with Su Feng's gentle nature, he couldn't help but curse at that moment. Damn it! He had suspected this shop was not serious, but he didn't expect it to be this ridiculous. He was a model youth. How could he come to such a place? Just as he decided to turn and leave, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of an unusual figure out of the corner of his eye. A pair of long, straight legs was particularly eye-catching. What is she doing here? Su Feng wondered suspiciously. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he frowned. This person was too familiar. Mu Xinting, the class monitor of his high school's martial arts class. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, she had a perfect figure. Her features were deep and three-dimensional, with long, straight legs, making her look like she had walked out of a comic book. In school, Mu Xinting was like a beautiful landscape. Every time she appeared, she could easily attract everyone's attention. More than half of the boys in the class had a crush on her, and the original owner of this body was one of them. Since she took leave, he hadn't seen her again, so he didn't expect to run into her here. It looks like she's waiting for someone, but wait, why is she coming this way? Su Feng's expression changed. He wasn't afraid of being seen, he didn't even feel embarrassed delivering packages. But now it was different. Where was he supposed to go? If he was spotted, it would be like smearing mud on his pants. If it wasn't shit, it would still be shit, right? He quickly turned around. Seeing Mu Xinting walking steadily, and with no place to hide around, he could only push the door and enter the shop. He still had to go back to school to sign the martial arts exam intention form in a while. It was just a matter of a day or two. If he got discovered, the news would spread, and it would truly be social death. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't bear it. As Mu Xinting merely passed by, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. His gaze unconsciously lifted, casually scanning the interior of the shop. However, in that fleeting glance, he saw some indescribable things. Even he, who loved studying, felt a sense of enlightenment upon seeing these. There was a song that went something like this: mountains upon mountains, peaks and valleys, lush green hills, and secluded springs. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. Learning lasts a lifetime. Now this is an eye-opener, Su Feng thought to himself. A middle-aged balding man was lying on a recliner, half asleep, listening to the radio. When he heard the doorbell ring, he knew business had come. He quickly got up, squinting his small eyes, smiling as he sized up Su Feng. "Little brother, what do you want? Everything here is top quality, feel free to pick and choose." Upon hearing this, Su Feng's mouth twitched. Top quality? This stuff had such a description. "I'm not buying this, I was tricked into coming here." Seeing that Mu Xinting was no longer outside, Su Feng wanted to take the opportunity to leave quickly. "Then you haven't come to the wrong place. Tell me, who referred you?" Hearing this, Su Feng's brows furrowed. Tentatively, he mentioned the name Six-Eared Monkey. "So it's that dead monkey. Alright, the thing you want is in the back, follow me." After the man finished speaking, he pulled aside the curtain at the back and gave Su Feng a look, signaling him to follow. Su Feng raised an eyebrow, finally realizing. As the saying goes, deep mountains hide tigers and leopards, fields bury unicorns. It seemed this shop was not as simple as it appeared, but he didn't dare let his guard down. Using the motion of tying his shoelaces, he lightly tapped the ground with his left hand, leaving a spatial portal. If he encountered danger later, he could teleport back at any time. Better safe than sorry. After doing all this, he followed. Passing through a somewhat vintage curtain, Su Feng entered a dimly lit room. As soon as he stepped in, a strange yet not too unpleasant smell hit him. Su Feng looked up and surveyed the surroundings. The incandescent light above had turned black from the smoke, and some old-fashioned counters were placed nearby. It seemed this shop had been around for a while. The balding man casually picked up a sculpture, blew off the dust on it, and said, "Want to buy something or sell something?" Su Feng glanced at the man indifferently and replied in a deep voice, "Buying something. Do you have any advanced meditation techniques?" "Yes, wait a moment." The man simply replied and walked into the back curtain. Shortly after, he came out with a few booklets and placed them on the counter. There are 3 in total. This one is 1, 2 times, and these 2 are 1, 4 times. The so-called multiples are a measurement based on the basic meditation method that everyone can learn. In the same amount of time, if basic meditation improves by 10, and your method improves by 14, that's 1, 4 times. Simple and clear. Previously, the official had also set some standards like bronze level, silver level. Later, people got used to calling it that way, and it gradually became obsolete. Su Feng nodded to indicate he understood, watching as the man pointed to the last book but remained silent. Boss, what about this last one? It's useless to mention it. I don't even know which fool came up with this. I spent a lot of money to acquire it back then. Logically, I shouldn't have any trouble selling it at 1.8 times the price, but it has an absurdly high requirement for brain threshold. You say this brain threshold is set the moment one is born. It is what it is, and there's no way to improve it. Everyone who bought it wants to return it. This manuscript is still a draft and hasn't sold until now. The man's tone was somewhat exasperated. Su Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So, this person in front of him was a second-hand dealer selling manuscripts from the original. The man pulled out one of the books, slowly unfolding the creased corner as he spoke. I've shown you the goods. Which one do you want? Su Feng glanced at the man and smiled. My budget is limited. You should tell me the price first. All right. The man didn't waste words and directly stated the price. 200,000 for 1, 2 times, 500,000 for 1, 4 times. Hearing this quote, Su Feng couldn't help but gasp. This price was audacious. Selling a manuscript at this price was simply a lucrative business. Can you lower the price a bit? I'm genuinely interested in buying, Su Feng countered. The man shook his head. I can't lower it. If I give you a discount, others will come asking for the same, and I'd be losing money. Ha! A lucrative business, and he could lose money? If Su Feng didn't understand the situation, he might have believed it. What if I take both of these? Su Feng pointed to the 1, 2 times and 1.8 times books. The man was taken aback, looking at Su Feng in surprise, and after a moment of thought, said, if you take both, it'll be 400,000. Su Feng smiled. Can't you make it cheaper? No, I can't. Then I understand. This means the 1.8 times 1 is worth 200,000. I'll take it. As he spoke, Su Feng took out the spiritual crystal from his pocket, holding it in his hand and casually said, since you say you won't give discounts to anyone, I shouldn't be taking advantage of you. Boss, wouldn't you agree? As soon as these words were spoken, the man's expression shifted from sunny to cloudy, revealing obvious dissatisfaction. He crossed his arms over his chest. You brat, are you trying to trick me? The man's tone was filled with doubt and warning, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Su Feng smiled lightly. Anyway, it's just gathering dust. Selling it to me is a guaranteed profit. The man seemed to think of something, raising an eyebrow. I just said, this thing has an extremely high requirement for brain threshold. There are millions who can practice, but how can you be sure you can? Or do you have a way to improve your brain threshold? The bald man said this, his gaze fixed intently on Su Feng, as if trying to see through him. Su Feng didn't shy away from his gaze and slowly replied, Boss, do you ask everyone the same question when they come to buy things? Upon hearing this, the man's pupils noticeably contracted for a moment, then he waved his hand. I'm just curious. Those in this line of work only care about profit. As for where the goods come from, he didn't care. What customers did with their purchases was also none of his business. Breaking the rules was like inviting trouble, a major taboo. Alright, you can take the goods, I just don't know how you'll pay. Su Feng didn't hesitate, spreading his palm to reveal the green spiritual crystal. This item was very popular among hunters, especially with the college entrance exams approaching. Some wealthy families would buy this for their children, hoping it could enhance their spiritual energy a bit more, giving them a chance to get into one of the 4 great beast universities. Although the military department hasn't completely controlled this resource, the spiritual crystals flowing into the civilian market are still extremely rare. Most of them are primarily white in quality. This green spiritual crystal of mine is definitely a rarity. Sure enough, when the man saw this spiritual crystal, he looked at Su Feng in surprise. Then he carefully took it and examined it closely. Boss, name your price. Su Feng didn't want to waste time. It was already past 8 in the evening, and the time he had agreed upon with Jiang Zishu was 9 o'clock, which was approaching fast. If he delayed any longer, he would likely be late. 250,000. The man offered a price. Su Feng sneered inwardly, too lazy to engage in further conversation, took the spiritual crystal back, and turned to leave. The man was immediately stunned. Such decisiveness? It seemed he was knowledgeable. He quickly stepped out from behind the counter, smiling broadly as he guided Su Feng back to his seat. Let's talk it over. Don't be in such a hurry, young man. Su Feng placed the spiritual crystal on the table, lightly tapping the surface with his fingers. To be honest, this is my budget. If your offer lacks sincerity this time, then we can only say we are not fated to do business. The man's expression turned somewhat ugly. Seeing Su Feng's confident demeanor, he hesitated for a moment and extended 3 fingers. 300,000, that's the most I can offer. Hearing this price, Su Feng felt a surge of joy inside. However, his face remained as calm as a still pond, showing no emotion. At this moment, whoever spoke first would lose. Seeing Su Feng remain silent, the man's brows furrowed into a shape. Taking a deep breath, he was the first to relent. 350,000, that's the highest price I can give. Deal. Su Feng decided to take the offer. He had the upper hand on this price. If he were dissatisfied, the man would not only fail to earn the money for the spiritual crystal but also miss out on the 200,000 for the meditation method. So the man had no choice. Even if he made less on the spiritual crystal, he would do his best to keep Su Feng. Alright, wait here, I'll get the money for you right away. The man hurried behind the curtain to fetch the money, as if afraid Su Feng would change his mind. Before long, 150,000 in cash was piled up on the counter. The two exchanged money for goods. Su Feng happily stuffed the cash into the backpack he had prepared earlier. Also inside was the handwritten meditation method. Having achieved his purpose for coming here, he had no reason to stay any longer and turned to leave. Hey, young man, wait. The man suddenly called out to him, bending down to pick up a box from behind the counter and handing it to Su Feng. This is a gift, take it, and remember to come back next time. A gift? Su Feng reached out to take it, weighing it in his hands. It wasn't light. What could it be? Su Feng suspiciously peered through the gap in the box to look inside. After seeing clearly, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It looked like it was life-sized. What the hell? Su Feng's face darkened immediately. Don't worry, it's definitely a quality product. Everyone says it's good. The man continued to add. What the hell do you mean by everyone says it's good? What do you take me for? Su Feng was about to grind his teeth in frustration. But since one shouldn't strike a smiling face, he could only gently and politely refuse. Thank you, but I don't need it. Maybe next time. Then I'll keep it for you. Next time you can take 2 home at once. The bald man said with a grin. Hearing this, Su Feng felt a wave of black lines on his forehead. Not wanting to say much more, he pushed the door and walked out. Once outside, he took a deep breath and looked back in silence. This boss is truly a talent. Fortunately, I achieved my goal. He patted the bulging backpack on his back, filled with cash. The evening breeze brushed against Su Feng's cheek, and before he knew it, even his steps had become lighter. The feeling of being rich is really nice. With this money, I don't have to worry about my expenses for the next year. No wonder those high-level hunters are so wealthy. A single spirit crystal can sell for this price. Just one harvest in the rift could last a lifetime. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to level up to the 3rd tier and go into the rift to get some spirit crystals. Hey, Mu Xinting? Why is she still here? Su Feng, lost in his future plans, spotted Mu Xinting standing under a dim streetlight in the distance. A man walked out of an alley, and Mu Xinting naturally linked her arm with his. Boyfriend? Su Feng was taken aback, then thought of something and felt a pang of sympathy. Poor original owner of this body, who has been secretly in love with Mu Xinting, not even knowing she has a boyfriend. He shook his head and slowly followed behind. The shantytown was chaotic, and there was no navigation route on his phone for this area. To avoid getting lost, he had to retrace his steps. Inevitably, he found himself on the same path as Mu Xinting. But just a few steps in, he saw 3 dark figures sneak out from somewhere, stealthily following Mu Xinting and the man. Seeing this scene, Su Feng's heart filled with alertness. Perhaps it was because one of them was particularly stout. He immediately thought of one of the 3 wanted posters he had seen in the elevator of the night patrol building. At that time, he had joked that this person, round and plump, was too easy to recognize. If he encountered him, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. The other 2, though less distinctive, were a tall and a short, thin pair, matching the descriptions on the wanted posters perfectly. Could it be that I really ran into them? Su Feng's heart raced, muscles tensing. It seems they are after Mu Xinting. His throat tightened. He couldn't help but think of the heinous crimes listed on the wanted posters. All 3 were first-tier hunters, and even if Mu Xinting was a B+ level talent, she wouldn't stand a chance. If Mu Xinting really fell into their hands, the outcome would likely be tragic. Although he had no connection with Mu Xinting, He couldn't just stand by and watch her be dragged into the abyss. Su Feng couldn't do that. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. If worse comes to worst, he still had the portal as a means of escape. It would be enough to ensure his safety. Seeing that he had already distanced himself from the three, Su Feng hurried to catch up. "Boss, why are those two heading towards that abandoned building? Did they notice us?" "Idiot, if they noticed us, they would run to the main road. How could they go to that abandoned building? In my opinion, those two are looking for excitement. He. This place is completely deserted, and there are no cameras. We can have some fun. Did you see that woman? She's really stunning. We have to enjoy her later." As he said this, another person rubbed his hands together, already impatient. The stout man with a sunken left cheek heard their words. He coldly glanced at the two with his exposed eyes and let out a cold snort. The two quickly shrank their necks. Of course, the boss goes first. The stout man ignored them, staring at the entrance of the abandoned building. "With these two, even if we have 10 people, the task given to us will be considered complete. Send a message. The things we were promised should be arriving. I'll send it right now." The third man quickly took out his phone, typed a few words, sent the message, and immediately deleted it. "Boss, we're almost at the location. Are we ready to act?" the thin second man asked. But the stout man shook his head, his face full of vigilance. "Second, take a look at what those two are doing. I have a bad feeling." "Bad feeling? That can't be, right? We've run from the south of the city to the east, and we haven't been out these past few days. Do you think the night patrol can grow a dog's nose? Stop the nonsense, just look when I tell you to," the burly leader snapped. The one called the second quickly nodded. A dark gray aura began to emerge around him, his limbs started to shorten and bend, and sharp little claws sprouted from his fingertips. His human pupils transformed into small, bright black beads, glinting with a cunning light. Beast transformation type, gray rat, with excellent night vision. TSK, it really is like dry kindling in fierce fire, even the clothes are thrown off. "Boss, no problem." The second licked his tongue, revealing a lewd expression. The stout man nodded. "Then let's get to it, kill the men, leave the women." After saying this, the three of them headed towards the unfinished building from different directions. "Are they about to make a move?" Su Feng, who had been following them, slowly stepped out from behind a pile of broken bricks and rubble over 2 meters high. He squinted at the inside of the unfinished building. Something was off. In the original owner's memory, although he hadn't interacted much with Mu Xinting, it was clear that she had a strict upbringing and a strong moral compass. The likelihood of her coming to an unfinished building to do such a thing at night was almost zero. This made him doubt the true purpose of Mu Xinting's visit. Just as Su Feng was puzzled, a commotion broke out inside the abandoned building, shattering the night's tranquility. Then, a dazzling firework shot up into the sky, bursting with a thunderous roar. It painted a unique and powerful pattern, a sharply swung curved blade. The momentum was overwhelming, as if it were going to slice through the darkness and sever all obstacles. Witnessing this scene, Su Feng suddenly understood. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, sketching a smile of keen insight. Sure enough, Mu Xinting was putting on an act. This pattern, if not known by everyone in Jiangnan City, was certainly well known enough. It was the emblem of the top 5th guild in the Great Xia Zhan Lulan. If that were the case, Mu Xinting should be executing a bounty task for the Zhan Lulan guild now. Since it's a pre-arranged setup, there shouldn't be any danger. I was just worrying for nothing. Su Feng turned to leave. Suddenly, a figure burst through the wall of the unfinished building like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the gravel-strewn ground. It slid several meters before finally coming to a stop. His gaze quickly focused, and when he saw the figure sprawled on the ground in a sorry state, his pupils suddenly constricted. Mu Xinting? He saw Mu Xinting struggling to prop herself up with her hands, trying to sit up. She coughed up 2 mouthfuls of bright red blood, each breath seeming to carry endless pain. Her back was a bloody mess. Her once smooth spine was now embedded with sharp stones, a shocking sight. Just then, a figure leaped down from the 3rd floor of the unfinished building like a raging beast. It landed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust gradually settled, Su Feng's gaze sharpened. He finally saw the blurry figure clearly. Standing an astonishing 3 meters tall, the massive body appeared exceptionally bloated. The facial features evoked thoughts of a wild boar. Its mouth jutted forward, with a short and thick nose, giving an overall primitive and fierce impression. Even more unsettling was its one sunken cheek. This bizarre combination with the pig-like head undoubtedly added a layer of nauseating horror. It was the leader among the three, nicknamed Beast Face. Beast transformation type, Wild Boar. At this moment, it tightly gripped another person's body, as if treating a rag doll, and violently slammed it to the ground. Each impact was accompanied by chilling sounds of bones breaking. Until that person was bloodied and on the verge of death, it let out a triumphant, eerie laugh. Like discarding trash, it tossed the broken body in front of Mu Xinting. Watching this scene, Mu Xinting's eyes were nearly bursting with anger and sorrow. Her nails dug deep into her palm, blood dripping through her fingers onto the ground. TSK, this so-called quasi-second level hunter is nothing special, the boss beast face scoffed, his tone filled with disdain and contempt. He casually brushed off the dust from his clothes, as if everything that had just happened was merely a light game. You should die. Mu Xinting screamed in anguish. With a sudden grasp, a sharp water spear formed in the air. With a fierce swing, the water spear shot towards the figure like an arrow released from a bow. However, the opponent merely waved his arm dismissively, shattering the fierce water spear into a splash of wet droplets on the ground. Now that's some power. I like it. Make sure to keep it up. That's what makes it interesting. Boss Beastface laughed loudly, his laughter filled with cruelty and mockery. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out with his massive hand. He seized Mu Xinting's slender neck, lifting her off the ground. Her face quickly turned red, her breathing became rapid and difficult, and the pain on her face intensified. Yet, in Boss Beastface's eyes, there flickered a morbid excitement and madness. It seemed that the despair and suffering of others were the most stimulating entertainment for him. Just as Mu Xinting was about to suffocate, he tossed her aside like a rag doll, leaving her curled up on the ground, gasping and struggling. That rapid breathing is truly wonderful. He was like a greedy beast, his cackling laughter revealing uncontrollable malice. His crimson tongue licked his lips, as if savoring the taste of what was to come. He reached out his strong hand, mercilessly grabbing at Mu Xinting's clothing, intending to tear apart her fragile defenses. Scum! This kind of scum deserves to die 1,000 times. Seeing this scene, Su Feng was filled with rage. He picked up a heavy brick, gathering his strength, and swung his arm to smash it down. Bang! The brick traced a perfect parabolic arc in the air, accurately striking the opponent's head. The hand that was about to violate Mu Xinting froze in midair, momentarily forgetting its movement. Who the hell dares to ambush me? The massive figure searched angrily for the attacker. It was your grandpa who smashed you. Su Feng calmly stepped out from the shadows, casually playing with another brick, flipping it skillfully between his fingers. Boss Beastface looked at Su Feng, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, another guy who isn't afraid of death has come. Do all of you from the Slaughter Lulan Guild enjoy coming here to seek punishment? Slaughter Lulan Guild? Sorry, I'm not one of them, I just simply find you unpleasant. Saying this, Su Feng swung his arm again, accurately smashing the brick onto Boss Beastface's head. Oops, sorry, I accidentally slipped my hand just now. Bastard, you're looking for death. Boss Beastface roared. Are you talking about me? Su Feng said, lightly clapping his hands to brush off the dust from the fallen brick, shaking his finger back and forth. You don't even deserve it. His tone was extremely arrogant, doing everything to provoke the man's anger. Now that Mu Xinting was at his feet, to save her, he could only use himself as bait to draw the man away for a while. Damn it, I'm going to twist your head off. The man was completely enraged. He roared and charged at Su Feng like an out-of-control locomotive, determined to crush him into the ground. Facing this overwhelming force, Su Feng remained calm. Instead, a mysterious smile crept onto his lips. The opportunity has come. He spread his palm lightly, a faint blue halo appearing in his palm as a spatial portal opened. In the next moment, his figure appeared 10 meters away. The playful expression on his face vanished instantly as he hurried forward to support Mu Xinting. Class monitor, are you okay? Mu Xinting had just regained her breath, her bloodshot eyes still struggling to focus. Hearing the voice at that moment, she looked through the hair that obscured her vision and widened her eyes at the approaching Su Feng. Su Feng? What are you doing here? She never expected that the one coming to save her was not the promised teammate, but a classmate she hadn't seen for nearly 3 months. Me? I was just passing by while delivering a package, Su Feng casually replied, his fingers tracing a line in the air as he began to construct a teleportation portal with his mental energy. Although he didn't know what had gone wrong with Mu Xinting's plan, staying here could be more painful than death for her. Delivering a package? Mu Xinting thought she must have misheard. Yes, delivering a package. I'm taking you away. Stop joking. You can't defeat this person, you need to leave. Mu Xinting anxiously clutched Su Feng's shirt, urging him to hurry. Su Feng smiled slightly. I never said I was going to fight him. Mu Xinting was puzzled. What do you mean? There's no time for explanations, you all go first. After saying that, a light blue doorframe appeared. With a wave of his hand, he pulled Mu Xinting and the bloodied person whose breath was nearly gone into it. The portal closed, and their figures vanished in an instant. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a concrete brick, accompanied by a whistling sound, came crashing toward his head. Watching the enlarged brick before him, Sufong tilted his body. Like a fish swimming in water, he evaded with minimal movement. He created distance in the process. The human portal that had been fully stabilized allowed his reactions and movements to improve significantly compared to yesterday. Dealing with this kind of attack was not difficult. Space-type ability? A hint of fear flickered in the eyes of the stout man. Good that you know. Sufong patted his sleeve, appearing calm and collected like a master. But inside, he was in a panic. He hadn't expected that the teleportation just now had nearly drained his internal spiritual energy. Teleporting two people at once was indeed too much of a burden for him at this stage. The original plan was likely unfeasible now. The best course of action was to pretend to be a master, making this person wary and unwilling to act, otherwise things would become very tricky. I won't hold today's incident against you, just hurry and disappear from my sight. Sufong tried hard to maintain his composure, putting on a facade of a skilled fighter. Kid, still pretending? At that moment, the last person, who had not shown any abilities until now, the third among the three, laughed mockingly. This person had sprouted two antennae on his head at some point, and his eyes had turned dark and eerie. My beast transformation ability is a mosquito, particularly sensitive to body temperature. Your current body temperature is significantly higher than it was earlier in my eyes. Are you suddenly realizing you can't teleport away and getting nervous? Hearing this, Sufong shot a speechless glance at the person. A beast transformation ability of a mosquito was something he truly hadn't expected. These three were indeed more bizarre than the last. A rat, a wild boar, and now a mosquito. Such beast transformations could actually reach the first tier? How strange. Kid, why don't you continue teleporting? The leader, Beast Face, had a fierce expression, the flesh on his face quivering slightly with his movements. Moving his thick neck, the joints of his fingers made a series of chilling cracking sounds. The other two thin figures stood at 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock positions, blocking any possible escape routes for Sufong. Seeing this scene, Sufong furrowed his brows. It seemed an intense battle was unavoidable. Isn't it about saving people? Then ask yourself if you can save yourself. I want to personally twist your head off. With a low, rumbling roar, the leader Beastface yanked up a utility pole over 4 meters long. Like wielding a spear, he swung it violently towards Sufong. What terrifying power! Faced with such brute force, Sufong naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to confront it head-on. He deftly slid his feet, his body nimbly dodging to the side. With a loud bang, the utility pole crashed heavily to the ground. The powerful impact caused the cement pole to crack inch by inch, exposing its internal steel structure. After failing to land a hit, the leader Beastface did not pause. His massive body charged at Sufong like an out-of-control tank. He leaped high, hands clasped together, and came crashing down like Mount Tai. Sufeng's feet shifted, and once again, he successfully evaded with his agile movements. Kid, are you just going to hide like a bug? After 2 consecutive attacks that failed to touch even the corner of Sufeng's clothing, the leader Beastface was clearly getting frustrated. Let's see you touch me first, Sufong continued to taunt, already pinpointing his escape route in his mind. Heh, kid, are you trying to buy time for reinforcements? The leader Beastface revealed his cunning side. Being able to lead 3 people, he was certainly no fool. He immediately shouted, second, third, come at him together, quick and decisive. Got it. The 2 responded and entered their beast transformation state. They formed a tight encirclement, attempting to trap Sufong within. Things were getting troublesome. Sufong felt the pressure increase sharply. For a moment, he couldn't think of a better plan. He could only rely on his agility, like flying a kite, to keep the 3 at bay. Any slight misstep in rhythm would lead him to fall into their combined heavy strikes. 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Time seemed to slow down in this scene. As time dragged on, facing the 3's assault, Sufong felt increasingly powerless. No, I can't keep being so passive. I don't know when the signal flare rescue will arrive. I can't leave my life in someone else's hands. As he pondered, a bold plan quickly took shape in his mind. Got it. Let's do it. Without time to fill in the details, he suddenly shifted his form. Z-shaped dodge. He evaded the 3rd's razor-sharp arm and quickly created distance. Out of the corner of his eye, he keenly noticed the 2nd quietly moving to his left. Meanwhile, the leader Beastface was left far behind. Just as he had imagined, the 3 formed an irregular triangular formation. The opportunity has come. Sufeng's eyes sparkled. Opportunities are fleeting. Without any hesitation, he deliberately stumbled slightly, exposing what seemed to be a fatal flaw. The 2nd, in his rat beast form, had been waiting to catch his opening. Now the chance was right in front of him. He couldn't believe this person would let it slip. Sure enough, just as he had predicted. Kid, die. The second rushed in, his slender claws gleaming coldly as they aimed for Su Feng's throat. Here it comes. A barely noticeable smile crept onto Su Feng's lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Just as the sharp claws were about to pierce his skin, he cleverly turned. The dagger-like claws grazed past his shoulder. Watching the nearly certain attack miss, the second's mind went blank. What just happened? I'm a swift beast transformation type, and I even took the metamorphosis potion. How could I still miss him? Little did he know. Su Feng, having opened the human gate, not only enhanced his physical abilities but also far surpassed ordinary people in his sixth sense. The earlier dodge was entirely based on his subconscious instincts. However, this confusion would forever remain unanswered for him. Rashomon, smash for me! Su Feng shouted fiercely. A massive stone door, carved with the grotesque faces of evil spirits, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It crashed down with a thunderous sound. At that moment, the second brother, exhausted from his sprint, was utterly unable to escape. He was firmly pinned beneath this incredibly heavy stone door. A series of intense bone-cracking sounds echoed. To make matters worse, a broken rib mercilessly pierced through his heart. He died on the spot, unable to be more dead. Su Feng coldly observed the second brother's tragic fate, showing no trace of pity. From the moment he thought he had revealed a flaw, this man's death was sealed. Second brother. The tall and thin third brother shouted angrily. Their relationship was very close, and seeing the second brother dead instantly sent him into a rage. He erupted with astonishing speed, charging towards Su Feng. At the same time, the first brother, Beast Face, whose fist contained destructive power, was also rapidly closing in on Su Feng's back. The positioning is just right, everything is as I expected. Su Feng calmly waved his arm. A faint blue spatial door instantly opened, ruthlessly swallowing the third brother inside. In the next second, the third brother's pupils constricted as he found himself bizarrely appearing just a step away from Su Feng's back. Before he could react, a massive fist was already in front of him. A deafening crack sounded. The first brother's hammer-like fist struck the third brother's face squarely. The opposing forces, combined with the first brother's mountain-like muscular strength, made the third brother's facial bones as fragile as a brittle cookie, collapsing in an instant. After swaying a few times, he helplessly fell to the ground, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Even if he didn't die now, he probably wouldn't survive. Third brother. The first brother, Beast Face, looked at his blood-soaked fist. His ugly face twisted in extreme anger. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, locked onto Su Feng as if he wanted to devour him alive. Kid, I'm going to rip your spine out and crush it to feed the dogs. As the words fell, endless brutality was revealed in the man's pupils. His wide nostrils flared, exhaling hot air. A layer of dark red flickered across his massive body, as if shrouded in a mist of blood. This is the blood-burning secret technique of beast transformation abilities? Su Feng's heart jolted, sensing the gravity of the situation. The unique ability of the beast transformation system, blood burning. It could elevate strength and speed to a terrifying level in a short time, but the cost was equally heavy. At best, it would lead to a lifetime of stagnation in power. At worst, it would burn the blood completely, leading to death from blood depletion. Clearly, this person before him had been blinded by rage, willing to go to any lengths to kill him. Su Feng's eyes narrowed, his brain racing. In this life and death moment, any strategy had lost its meaning. Only a desperate fight could offer a chance of survival. Die for me! The first brother, Beast Face, charged again. The ground trembled slightly under his footsteps, a testament to his terrifying power. Just then, Su Feng moved. His body shot forward like an arrow, meeting the first brother's charge head-on. This action momentarily stunned the overconfident first brother. But then he recalled the immense power he possessed, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. Die! His arm, as thick as an elephant's trunk, swung out violently, already imagining the pain on Su Feng's face when his throat was snapped. The distance between them closed rapidly. 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. When there was less than 2 meters left, Su Feng spread his palm, a faint blue light blossoming from his hand. Go! His voice was not loud, but it was filled with power. The faint blue light leaped into the air like a sprite under the night sky. It streaked through the air, leaving a dazzling trail, as if a meteor had fallen, leaving behind a brilliant tail. What the hell is this thing? When he saw that shade of deep blue, the leader, Beastface, felt as if his heart skipped a beat. A wave of heart-pounding sensation surged to the top of his head. Instinctively retracting his attack, he tried to dodge. But Su Feng had already calculated the distance. There was no way to escape. Buzz! The deep blue struck true. Strange ripples spread through the air, as if some terrifying power was gathering strength. It's over. In the next moment, Sufong, passing by sideways, snapped his fingers lightly. This slight action triggered the fuse of destruction. A piercing roar suddenly erupted. Then came a heart-wrenching scream. The man's ribcage was as fragile as paper in the face of this power. It was torn apart, his heart ground to pieces. The massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. No, this is impossible, you. The man struggled to turn his head towards Sufong. His fingers trembled as he pointed, his eyes filled with confusion and unwillingness. He couldn't understand. How could a young man not yet 20 possess such terrifying power? Huff, huff. Looking at the man whose head hung limply, completely devoid of life, Sufong gasped for breath. It seems I underestimated the power of this move. Even the backup plan I had prepared in advance didn't come into play. He looked at his palm, waved his hand, and the light blue spatial portal in his palm vanished without a trace. That deep blue arc of light just now was the skill he had accidentally stumbled upon last night. When thrown, it was like a phoenix's feather drifting by. So he named it Phoenix Feather. The experiment on the crooked neck tree last night was, after all, the first time. The construction and control were still rough, but after a day of reflection and attempts, this skill had taken shape. That strike just now was the power of 3 spatial folds stacked together. He hadn't expected it to be so powerful. It made sense, even the hard wooden fibers of trees could be blown open, and the human body, no matter how strong, was ultimately just flesh and blood. Good, the Jean Lulan Guild hasn't arrived yet. Now's the time, hurry and run. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain later. Try to keep your strength from being exposed as much as possible. Sufong quickly searched the bodies, stuffing all the valuable items from the 3 men into his backpack. He left the scene at the fastest speed. Less than half a minute after he left, 4 figures hurriedly arrived, looking at the bodies lying on the ground, exchanging glances. Wasn't it said that the mission failed? Then who killed this? Don't worry about that for now, Mushinting said. Shinjiawei is on the brink of death, we need to hurry over. Their small team of 8 had come here to ambush based on an anonymous tip. Due to the vast area of this urban village, they had specifically arranged for 4 teammates to pretend to be couples as bait on the east and west sides. To avoid alarming the enemy, the remaining members stayed in the center, ready to act. The moment the signal flare shot up, they immediately set off towards this location. However, they underestimated the confusing maze of roads within the scattered shantytown. They took a wrong turn and wasted nearly 2 minutes. Chen Jiawei on the brink of death? Are you joking? He's a quasi-level 2 beast transformation. I don't know. Mushinting stopped responding after she said that, and from the sound of it, he was seriously injured. What are we waiting for? Let's go check it out. At this moment, Sufong had already taken advantage of the night to leave the urban village and arrived by a moat. Confirming that no one was around, he used his phone to shine a light and dumped out everything he had taken from the bodies. Why do I feel like I'm getting more skilled at fencing off stolen goods? He muttered, then looked at the items he had just acquired. 5 white spiritual crystals, several thousand in cash. But what caught his attention the most was a black bead placed in a small box. This was what he had found on that old boss beast face. It was the size of a longan seed, emitting a strange odor. He couldn't tell what it was and needed to investigate it further when he got back. The rest consisted of a cigarette case, a lighter, and an old mobile phone. The old phone had no password, so he easily accessed its contents. The entire communication list on the phone was empty, with only one unread text message in the inbox. It contained an address and what seemed to be a cabinet number 3B018. Sufong recalled seeing the screen light up while tracking the 3 people earlier. The person he contacted at that time must have been unusual. He noted down the address, turned off the phone, and tossed it along with the other items into the moat. Splash! After a not-so-large splash, the surface of the river quickly returned to calm. Time to go! He stuffed the remaining items into his backpack and left quickly. He found a nearby bathhouse to wash off any possible traces of blood. After spending some money to buy a new set of clothes, he hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed straight to the Xuanwu Group building. He arrived just in time. When he reached the base of the building where the Xuanwu Group was located, there were still a little over 4 minutes until the agreed time of 9 o'clock. Bang! Sufong stepped onto the ground and casually closed the taxi door. Looking up at the high-tech steel building in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. No wonder it's the largest biotechnology group in Dacia. Just the construction of this building must have cost a fortune. As the largest biotechnology group in Dacia, Xuanwu Group was well known. The concentration liquid was their creation. They also developed many potions that enhanced combat power and healed injuries. It was truly a behemoth. Not only in terms of financial power, but their combat strength was also not inferior to other guilds. All students admitted to the 4 major hunter academies received a membership card from Xuanwu Group for free. They were given a non-repayable credit limit that could be used to exchange for various resources, including the concentration liquid. It was a form of potential investment, encouraging students to join Xuanwu Group after graduation. From what he understood, every Xuanwu Group building was equipped with a professional training facility, complete with various exercise equipment. There was even a combat area paved with gold sandstone, which was as valuable as gold. Superpowered individuals could unleash their full strength there without worrying about damaging the venue. Hey, I'm still delivering the last few packages. Just as Su Feng was looking up and examining the building, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw an electric tricycle with Tian Tian Express written on it parked by the roadside. The one responsible for this area should be old Zhao, Su Feng thought, picturing the honest and sincere face of the man. When he first started delivering packages, he had received considerable help from old Zhao. It had been a while since they last met. Since they had run into each other, it was only natural to say hello. He walked over and saw old Zhao holding his phone between his neck, scanning barcodes while anxiously talking on the phone. You take the child to the hospital first, I'll finish these and be there as soon as I can. After hanging up, old Zhao finally noticed Su Feng standing nearby and exclaimed, Su Feng, what are you doing here? Brother Zhao, I'm here for something. I heard on the phone that the child isn't feeling well. You should hurry back and see what's going on, just leave the rest to me, Su Feng said. After all, he owed old Zhao a favor, so it was only right to help with this small task. Hearing this, old Zhao was taken aback. Once he came to his senses, he grabbed Su Feng's hand and thanked him profusely before hurriedly riding off on his tricycle. Ah, the heart of a parent is truly pitiful, Su Feng couldn't help but sigh as he watched old Zhao leave in a hurry. Unfortunately, whether in this life or the last, I am an orphan, as if the overlap of fate has bound me. Shaking my head to cast aside distracting thoughts, I looked at the addresses on a few packages. What a coincidence! The addresses were all for the training center, which was conveniently on my way. I arranged the packages in order from largest to smallest and headed towards the training center. At the entrance, people were coming and going, and I, Su Feng, was focused on sending a message to Jiang Zishu. Sister Shu, where are you? I haven't seen you. However, before I could hit send, a sudden force collided with me, causing me to stumble and the packages I was holding to scatter across the ground. Frowning, I looked up at the person who had bumped into me, only to find them staring at me with a look of disgust. Before I could say anything, they spoke first. What are you doing at the front entrance, delivery boy? Aren't you supposed to use the side entrance? Their tone was filled with disdain and arrogance. Initially, I didn't feel much emotional fluctuation. These packages weren't fragile items or precision electronics, so dropping them wouldn't matter. However, the other person's attitude genuinely annoyed me, and I coldly scrutinized the man before me. With his brown curly hair, he looked like a pampered young master. Noticing the surrounding people looking over, the man continued to order me around. What are you staring at? Hurry up and pick those up and get out of here. Hearing this, I found it even more ridiculous. I couldn't be bothered to argue over such trivial matters, but since he insisted on picking a fight, I wouldn't let him off easily. If your eyes aren't working, you might as well donate them. You bumped into me, so why should I pick them up? This seemed to infuriate him, and he immediately raised his voice. Are you trying to reason with me? Then let's have a good discussion. Do you know where this is? This is the front entrance. It's for members like us. Do you have a membership card to just stand here? I don't need a membership card, someone will bring me in, I replied calmly. The man snorted coldly, shrugging dismissively. It's barely dark, and you're already dreaming? Do you know that only those with a golden Xuanwu card can bring people in? I don't even have one, so how could you possibly know someone like that? Golden Xuanwu card? I murmured softly, realizing this was the first time I had heard such a term. You don't even know this? It's a membership card issued by the Xuanwu Group. Those who hold it are either high-ranking officials or esteemed guests of the Xuanwu Group, or potential geniuses they are nurturing. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smirk slightly. From Jiang Zishu's tone, she should have such a level of card. Just then, Jiang Zishu replied to my message on WeChat, saying she would arrive soon. Then you'll be disappointed. I happen to know someone like that, I said, shaking my phone. TCH. This action only made me seem even more ridiculous in the man's eyes. If you really knew someone like that, would you still be delivering packages? Stop deceiving yourself and get out of the way. Believe it or not, I didn't want to say another word to him. You. The man felt ignored by me and became furious. If you have the guts, don't leave. With that, he rushed into the training center and called over the staff responsible for order. Tell me, Isn't it wrong for a delivery guy to loiter here? Think carefully before you speak. The middle-aged man in professional attire looked somewhat troubled, likely weighing his options. In the end, he turned to me and said, "Sir, the employee entrance is at the side door. Your presence here is indeed inappropriate." Hearing him call me sir, I returned a smile. We are all just workers trying to make a living. Why make things difficult? Did you hear that, kid? Still arguing with me? Do you think you're worthy? Get out of the way quickly. The man seemed to have won some victory, flicking his clothes with a smug expression. Su Feng was truly speechless. This person was even finding a sense of superiority from him. It's quite lively here, Su Feng, what's going on? At that moment, Jiang Zishu, dressed in sportswear, walked over. Her long hair, originally down to her waist, was tied up with a hair tie, and her high ponytail stood tall like everyone else's. Before Su Feng could speak, the man he was arguing with suddenly broke into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Zhang Jiang, you came to Jiangnan City? Xin Yi? Jiang Zishu looked at the figure beside her, her brows slightly furrowed. The man's name was Qin Yi, her classmate at Qinglong University, who had been pestering her. But she truly found people like Qin Yi, who liked to flaunt their superiority, deeply annoying. Zhang Jiang, you didn't even tell me you were coming to Jiangnan City. I could have treated you to a meal. I've told you countless times, don't call me that, we're not close. Jiang Zishu replied coldly. Come on, look, it's fate that we can meet here. Sister Shu, is this your friend? Su Feng interjected, helping Jiang Zishu out of the situation. Jiang Zishu looked at Su Feng with gratitude and said, just an acquaintance. Oh, I thought so. With your character, Sister Shu, how could you have a friend who finds superiority from a delivery guy? As he spoke, a sly smile appeared on Su Feng's lips. Although his words said nothing, they seemed to say everything. Hearing Su Feng's address and that mysterious smile, Xin Ye's heart sank. Oh no! The friend he mentioned earlier couldn't possibly be Jiang Zishu, right? No, he had to make amends quickly. Oh, bro, so the person you were talking about is Zhang Jiang. You should have said so earlier, this is all a misunderstanding. Xin Yi quickly changed his tone, his previous arrogant demeanor completely gone. As long as it's a misunderstanding, can I go in now? Su Feng didn't want to waste time with him. Accepting an apology from someone like him would only make him seem small-minded. Seeing that Su Feng wasn't pursuing the matter, Xin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly gestured, sure, you two go ahead. Let's go, Sister Shu, we can go in now. Jiang Zishu nodded, and the two walked in side by side. Once inside the training hall, Jiang Zishu voiced her doubts. Su Feng, he just said that to you, and you're just letting it go? Su Feng waved his hand. If a dog bites you on the street, would you go bite it back? Jiang Zishu smiled gently, that does make sense. Sister Shu, wait for me a moment, I need to finish delivering these things, and then we can start. Okay. Jiang Zishu nodded. 10 minutes later, after Su Feng finished his deliveries, he began to learn combat techniques from Jiang Zishu. A beauty like Jiang Zishu appearing in the training hall was like a scenic view. Many people occasionally turned their heads to look this way. The gazes directed at Su Feng were filled with intense envy and jealousy. Sister Shu, if looks could kill, I would have been torn apart by now. Su Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, sitting in the rest area, twisting the cap off a bottle and gulping down water. With the human body gate opened, his brain threshold had increased. His comprehension and learning ability were far beyond that of ordinary people. In just half an hour, he had memorized all the movements, and the rest was just about mastering them. You kid, if they knew you memorized all the movements perfectly in less than half an hour, they would be even more jealous. By the way, why don't you take me as your master? I won't even charge you tuition. Jiang Zishu looked at Su Feng, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Memorizing a complete set of combat techniques in less than half an hour and even being able to raise profound questions made her increasingly curious about Su Feng. Clearly an F grade, yet even in close combat, he had temporarily suppressed her after her beast transformation. Now, even the speed of learning can be described as extraordinary. Sister Shu, why do I feel like you're taking advantage of me? You're only a day older than me. If you were to be my master, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? The two were now somewhat familiar with each other, so their conversation could be more relaxed. A master is one who excels, besides, a day older is still older. Jiang Zishu revealed a proud smile, then suddenly seemed to think of something, staring intently at Su Feng. Who told you I'm just a day older than you? Su Feng was taken aback and quickly waved his hand, saying, no one. Really? Jiang Zishu was not so easily fooled. With her brows slightly furrowed, she playfully scolded, tell me, was it Duo who said that? I guessed. Su Feng explained in a fluster. He couldn't exactly say that Chen Duo had messaged him that morning. And what she said. The man has feelings, the woman has intentions, the good water doesn't flow to outsiders. If he said that, how could Jiang Zishu still teach him? I don't believe you, hurry up and tell me. Jiang Zishu narrowed her eyes, symbolically clenching her delicate fist in a threatening manner. Su Feng immediately felt a headache. He wanted to slap himself. How could he have let that slip out without thinking? Just then, Xin Yi, wearing a blue sports headband, walked over. Zhang Jiang, there's a bounty competition later. Do you want to participate? Not interested, Jiang Zishu directly refused. Come on, Zhang Jiang. This bounty competition is hosted by me, and the participants are all from our cohort, all from the 4 major universities. Each person puts in 1 white spirit crystal, and the last person standing takes everything. Moreover, I will sponsor a drop of golden tree essence liquid. As he spoke, a hint of pride appeared on his face. Seeing this, Su Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. Speaking of which, this guy really loves to show off. He just flaunted his superiority in front of me, and now he's coming to boast in front of Jiang Zishu. No wonder Sister Shu doesn't have a good expression towards him. However, the golden tree essence liquid. That's a valuable item that's hard to come by. Knowledge about it flashed in his mind. The raw material for golden tree essence liquid comes from the golden fruit that grows on the golden tree found in the void rift. It has the effect of enhancing the physical body. The Xuanwu group studied it for 20 years to find the best refining ratio, and the essence was produced through special processing methods. It can be said to be the quintessence of the golden fruit, possessing the original effects while being harmless to the human body. It is something every beast transformation ability user dreams of. A single drop costs over 500,000. Most of it is bought out by the military and the top 10 guilds, and it rarely flows into the market. Once the first door of the human body is opened, it can give me the strength to reach the limits of the human body. But my body's limit is just that high. If I could use the golden tree essence liquid to enhance my body, my physical limit would surely rise. My strength would also increase accordingly. As Su Feng thought of this, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. He had just gotten to know Jiang Zishu. Asking someone else to help him get this item would be somewhat offensive. If only I could participate in this bounty competition. Xin Yi still had a persistent look. Don't rush, wait until everyone arrives, and then you can decide. I guarantee you'll be interested. After saying that, Xin Yi subconsciously adjusted his hairstyle, which he had just fixed, leaving with a pose he thought was cool. Let's hurry up. Jiang Zishu rubbed her forehead, looking genuinely annoyed with Xin Yi. Seeing her distressed expression, Su Feng mischievously said, Sister Shu, do you need my help? What do you mean? To make sure he won't bother you again, a one-time solution. Jiang Zishu was taken aback by his words, intrigued, how can you help me? It's simple, you just do this. Will that work? A look of doubt appeared on Jiang Zishu's jade-white face. Of course. Su Feng patted his chest and assured her, trust me, come on, let's get started. Well, okay then. Jiang Zishu's cheeks flushed slightly as she began to continue teaching Su Feng. This time, however, their bodies were almost pressed together, and Su Feng occasionally teased her on purpose, causing Jiang Zishu to laugh non-stop. In the distance, Xin Yi watched their intimate actions, the veins on his forehead faintly visible. His back teeth even made a painful grinding sound from the excessive force. But since many people had already arrived at the scene, as the host of this bounty competition, he could only seethe in silence. Soon, seeing that most people had arrived, Xin Yi slapped the armrest of his chair and led his group toward Jiang Zishu. Sister Shu, she's coming over. I'm going to prepare some props. Su Feng, watching Xin Yi get up, deliberately leaned closer to Jiang Zishu. Okay. Jiang Zishu's ears turned red. The warm breeze by her ear was an experience she had never had before. As Su Feng left, Xin Yi revealed a playful smile. Zhang Jiang, have you thought it over? I heard you came, and they all want to see how formidable you are, being in the top 10 of the freshman strong list at Qinglong University. Jiang Zishu shot Xin Yi a glance. Not interested, you all can play. But Xin Yi had no intention of letting her off that easily. If you're not interested, you could let your boyfriend give it a try. To win your heart, he must be quite capable, right? Where is he? He won't run away just because he sees me, will he? If that's the case, he doesn't deserve you. My matters are none of your business. Jiang Zishu's voice grew colder. Hearing this, Xin Yi became even more certain that Su Feng had left, and he smirked. You say you're a prodigy from Qinglong University, yet you like someone who delivers packages. Isn't that embarrassing for our university? You. Jiang Zishu's face turned frosty. She hated being threatened the most. Who's looking for me? At that moment, Su Feng approached with a cup of milk tea in hand. Ignoring Xin Yi, he walked right up to Jiang Zishu. Sister Shu, I brought back the milk tea you wanted. You can't have it cold today, so I specifically got it hot. Saying this, he inserted a straw and handed it to Jiang Zishu. What are you doing? Jiang Zishu's cheeks flushed slightly. You asked me to help you, and there's no better way to do it. Drink up, don't let it go to waste. This scene made it look like they were a young couple in the throes of love. Xinye's eyes were fixed on the two. Every move Su Feng made felt like a mockery to him, and his breathing became rapid and heavy. The anger in his heart drove him to take a step forward. Do you dare to fight me, like a man? He had pursued Jiang Zishu for so long, yet she chose a delivery guy. It was a complete insult to him. He wanted to prove to Jiang Zishu that only he was worthy of her. Fight? Su Feng was skeptical. Xinyi stepped forward forcefully. A bounty competition, do you dare to come? A bounty competition? Such a good opportunity? Su Feng thought to himself, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had just been wondering if there was a way to participate in this bounty competition. Unexpectedly, Xinyi now presented this opportunity right in front of him. Truly, when one is tired, someone brings a pillow. If I can get my hands on the golden tree essence, then tonight's trip will be worth it. However, two practical issues also presented themselves. First, the spiritual energy and mental strength he had lost in previous battles had not even recovered half. The golden tree essence could only be obtained by winning. Even if he could easily defeat Xinyi now, what about the others? Just the exhaustion from a war of attrition would be unbearable for him. Second, with Jiang Zishu present, if he revealed his strength, it would be hard not to make her suspect that he was related to the deaths of those 5 in the alley. Even if it could be explained clearly, it would likely attract even more attention. At that point, there would be no hope of a discreet development. Who knows what other troubles might come knocking because of this? Those people dared to sell strange species in Jiangnan City. How could they not have some power backing them? Being targeted by these people again would be a loss that outweighs the gain. Then agreeing or not agreeing makes no difference. I won't gain anything. Unless I can get Xinyi, the organizer, to change the rules himself. No supernatural abilities, hand-to-hand combat. In that case, I can avoid all risks and naturally secure the golden tree essence. Su Feng thought, a barely noticeable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a goal in mind, the rest would be simple. All he needed to do was hold his ground and, at the right moment, add a little fuel to the fire to make it burn brighter. In his judgment, Xinyi would definitely change the rules for the sake of his pride. TSK, since you provoked me first, don't blame me for being rude. Su Feng chuckled to himself. Digging a pit. Preparing to trap someone. Seeing Su Feng hesitate to speak, Xinyi once again goaded him. If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman, fight me. If you're afraid, then just leave her alone. Upon hearing this, Su Feng knew the moment had come. He straightened his back and wrapped his arms around Jiang Zishu's slender waist. Acting shamelessly, he said, why should I agree to you? Feelings aren't like business interests, they can't be gambled with. Besides, I'm still in high school, and you're here forcing me to fight you. If other university students knew, they'd think Qinglong University only taught you this? I don't know what you think, but I find it embarrassing. What nonsense are you talking? Xinyi was so angry that his hands trembled, but he couldn't muster a single retort. Scanning Su Feng and Jiang Zishu, he furrowed his brows and after a moment, gritted his teeth and said, fine, then let's change the rules. I won't use my supernatural abilities to avoid you saying I'm bullying you. Hand-to-hand combat. A true man's duel. Are you brave enough? Hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. If you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have needed to waste my breath. I was just waiting for you to say this. No supernatural abilities? Then what do I have to be afraid of? Su Feng feigned a posture of readiness. Su Feng, don't be impulsive. Jiang Zishu urged, forgetting about Su Feng's earlier inappropriate behavior. Xinya's beast transformation ability enhances physical functions. He consistently ranks in the top 30 at Qinglong University. You're not his match. Hey, Sister Shu, didn't you just teach me some combat skills? I'm not afraid, so why should you be? Su Feng reassured her, giving her a reassuring look. Jiang Zishu looked at him, her heart filled with doubt. A woman's sixth sense told her that Su Feng was playing a bigger game. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out how Su Feng would win against Xinyi. Earlier in the living room, she had been pinned down by Su Feng because she was wearing a bathrobe and couldn't move too much. Plus, the space was small, which led to her being suppressed in a short time. But on the competition stage later, Su Feng would be facing Xinyi, who would show no mercy. She really couldn't think of how he could win. A bet needs a stake, otherwise, I won't waste my time with you, Su Feng smiled. Xinyi asked, what do you want to use as a stake? I have a spirit crystal here, you just need to bring something of equal value. Saying this, he took out the green spirit crystal from his pocket. Green spirit crystal? Xinyi clearly didn't expect Su Feng to have such a thing into place so big, but he couldn't wait to see Su Feng get knocked down by him, so he waved his hand. He took out a drop of golden tree essence from his pocket. Sealed in a glass vial, it looked as beautiful and dazzling as liquid gold. This should be enough, right? Su Feng smiled slightly. This thing of yours is too expensive. I have nothing to make up the difference. You don't need to make up for it. Anyway, you can't take it away. Just consider it a chance for you to see. Xinyi was very confident in himself. In a place like Qinglong University, where geniuses gathered, he could secure a spot in the top 30 of the strong rankings. How could he possibly lose to someone who hadn't even participated in the martial arts exam? He completely believed he wouldn't lose and couldn't fathom why he would. You said it yourself, no need for me to make up. Don't come crying later that the stakes weren't equal if you lose. Su Feng deliberately raised his voice. It wasn't just for Qinyi, it was also for the onlookers around. Less talk, come up with me. Qinyi smirked arrogantly and walked to the competition area. Just wait. If I don't beat you so badly that your mother wouldn't recognize you, then I won't call myself Qinyi. Sister Shu, drink the milk tea while it's hot. If you don't like the pearls, that's fine, they're high in calories. Su Feng didn't forget to remind Jiang Zishu as he was about to go on stage. This made Jiang Zishu's brows furrow in annoyance. What time is it? There's still time to worry about this? Aren't you even a little nervous? Can you be a bit more reliable? She shook her head, already imagining how Su Feng would come off the stage with a swollen face, looking disheveled. If I had known, I shouldn't have brought him here. And you still said to drink it while it's hot. What mood do I have to drink this now? Su Feng had no idea what Jiang Zishu was thinking. He was feeling quite pleased with himself. That was golden tree essence. Something worth over 500,000 with no market price, soon to be in his hands. Who wouldn't be excited? However, he still had to put on a show. He slightly reined in his emotions, controlling his facial muscles to display an unprecedented serious expression. Xinyi was very satisfied with Su Feng's expression and beckoned him with a finger. Your expression should be serious, and soon it will turn to fear. Ah, still so pretentious. Su Feng was speechless and too lazy to respond. He stepped onto the stage, walking on the ground made of golden sand. The feeling under his feet was somewhat similar to a basketball court. The surface seemed to have a non-slip coating, providing excellent grip. As he stood firm, the ground around him began to descend, forming a massive circular platform with a radius of about 10 meters. As expected of the Xuanwu group, which focuses on technology and a sense of the future, even the battle arena is so unique. Su Feng sighed as he looked at this scene, gathering his thoughts. Meanwhile, the impatient Qinyi had already charged at Su Feng like a robust gray bear. Wait! Su Feng raised a hand to urgently call a halt, forcing Qinyi to stop. What? Are you having second thoughts? Qinyi was somewhat annoyed, the momentum he had built up dissipating in that moment. Why are you in such a hurry? This is my first time here, I don't even know the rules. What if I accidentally touch the rules later, and you use that against me to deny it? Hearing Su Feng say this, although Qinyi was furious, he had no reason to refute it and signaled for someone to throw the rulebook to Su Feng. Su Feng received it. He slowly flipped through the pages, then read it again from the beginning after finishing. Watching Su Feng's leisurely demeanor, Qinyi's anger became increasingly hard to contain, showing signs of an impending volcanic eruption. Su Feng, what exactly are you up to? Jiang Zishu murmured softly, growing more curious about Su Feng. She felt that Su Feng wasn't taking this duel seriously at all. Instead, he seemed to be in a playful mood. But she couldn't understand where his confidence came from. As expected of a professional, these rules are detailed. Finally finished reading. Su Feng closed the booklet, feigning a sense of enlightenment. Now we can fight, right? Xinyi gritted his teeth, already eager to teach Su Feng a good lesson. No rush, I just finished reading, I still need to digest it. You. Good, I'll give you time to digest. So you won't find an excuse when you lose later. Xinyi's veins bulged on his arm, but to avoid giving others something to talk about, he could only wait on the side. Su Feng watched the scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. Almost there. The momentum had nearly dissipated. What remained was the hostility that wished to trample him underfoot. As the saying goes, a single burst of energy can wane with repetition. With Su Feng's provocation, Xinyi's spirit had already scattered. His mind was in disarray, and naturally, he was led by the nose in the upcoming duel. Come on! Su Feng casually beckoned with his hand, standing there without a hint of urgency. This made Qinyi feel somewhat underestimated. With a roar, he shot forward like a cannonball, his fist slicing through the air towards Su Feng. Seeing this, Jiang Zishu unconsciously tightened her grip on her milk teacup, feeling anxious for Su Feng. Su Feng quickly dodged. His movements were not agile, even clumsy, yet he always managed to evade the attack at the last moment. Lucky, but let's see how long you can keep dodging. Qingyi scoffed disdainfully, his fists raining down like raindrops, forcing Su Feng to retreat continuously. Hey, there's no suspense at all. This guy doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Isn't that expected? Qingyi is at least in the top 30 of the same cohort at Qinglong University. Even without abilities, his strength is not to be underestimated. Exactly. Does this kid really think he can compete with Qingyi without using abilities? The onlookers shook their heads, some already pulling out their phones to reply to messages. This match, devoid of suspense from the start, had its outcome predetermined, lacking any entertainment value. Jiang Zishu gripped her milk tea tightly, growing anxious. Why is he only dodging and not attacking? Qingyi has already shown his momentum. Su Feng, what are you doing? Listening to the discussions around him, Su Feng on stage showed no signs of panic, only an inscrutable calm. He had his own plans. Although he looked down on Qingyi's style, being consistently in the top 30 among the students of Qinglong University was enough to prove his strength. If he clashed head-on, he wouldn't come out unscathed, and winning might even expose his abilities. Clearly, that was a poor strategy. His plan was to use the rules. This was a duel arena. Besides knocking the opponent down to determine victory, there was another way. Whoosh! The wind from a punch whistled past, barely missing Su Feng's hair. If this is all you can do, then just wait to be beaten. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Qingyi became even more smug. His fists became faster and more ferocious, intending to finish off Su Feng within a minute. However, facing Su Feng's fish-like agility, he grew increasingly frustrated, an unnamed irritation rising from the depths of his heart. Qingyi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish so we can continue the bounty match. Yeah, did you gather us here just to see you bully a kid? Some were already impatiently urging him on. In this situation, Qingyi was even more eager to end the fight, his gaze locked solely on Su Feng, crazily pursuing him like a cat chasing a mouse. Whoosh! A sharp sound of wind broke through as Qingyi anticipated Su Feng's next move. I've seen through your movements, now that I've pushed you to the edge, let's see how you dodge. Qingyi displayed a triumphant expression. His fist shot out like a cannonball, the air rippling as it rushed towards Su Feng. TSK. Fish, you've finally taken the bait. Su Feng's lips curled slightly. After all this build-up, wasn't he just waiting for this moment? Watching the fist grow larger before him, this time he did not dodge. Instead, he faced Qingyi's strength, cleverly using the opponent's momentum to spin away. The arm coiled around Li Bao's arm like a snake, then suddenly pulled and pushed. Qingyi was caught off guard, losing his balance as he was lifted by Su Feng's strength, crashing heavily off the dueling platform. His body traced an arc in the air before landing below the platform with a dull thud. In contrast, the onlookers fell silent, each one staring in shock at the scene before them. Someone dropped their phone on the ground, completely oblivious. Jiang Zishu's beautiful eyes widened uncontrollably. Is it over? How did he do that? Wait, could it be that Su Feng never intended to fight Qingyi at all, but just wanted to knock him out? At that moment, she finally understood. Sister Shu, how was that last move? Was it standard? Su Feng shouted at Jiang Zishu. She looked at his playful gesture and couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. But then, as if realizing something, she put away her smile and looked at Su Feng meaningfully. So, in such a short time, Su Feng not only memorized the moves but also developed his own thoughts? He applied them in actual combat, achieving nearly perfect results. She didn't know how to describe her astonishment. Throughout her life, she had always been the other people's child in her relatives' eyes, able to grasp things in just a few days. But today, witnessing Su Feng's learning ability and insight, she finally understood that her so-called talent was nothing in front of Su Feng. For the first time, she had such a profound experience of feeling inadequate. She had a premonition that as long as Su Feng had a C-level talent, his future achievements would be limitless. It's just a pity. He was only an F-level talent. Perhaps this is what they call talent being envied by heaven, she thought, letting out a gentle sigh. Su Feng stood on the dueling platform, steadied his breath, and then squatted down at the edge of the platform. Watching this scene, everyone was curious about what Su Feng was going to do. The next moment, he looked apologetically at Qingyi and said, "Sorry, I just learned from Sister Shu for less than an hour, so I'm not very skilled. I was a bit too rough. Please don't mind." Hearing this, a few onlookers couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This was simply a heart-wrenching remark. Upon hearing this, Qingyi, who had just stood up in a daze, felt a surge of anger. Everything went black in front of him, and he stumbled, falling down again with a thud. Others were startled and rushed to help him up. After being assisted, Shinya's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it, filled with unwillingness but even more disbelief. He actually lost? To someone who hadn't even participated in the martial arts exam? He had previously boasted about beating Su Feng, but the result? He was the clown. Hey, I say this guy is just taking shortcuts. If it were a direct fight, he definitely wouldn't be Shinya's opponent. Yeah, I think so too. The onlookers clearly did not accept this outcome, and just then, an untimely voice rang out. It was a young man who had been frowning since earlier. What if this person never intended to fight Shinyi from the beginning? What do you mean? The people around him gathered closer upon hearing this. The young man frowned and hesitated. I feel like this person has been misleading Shinyi all along. Whether it was interrupting Shinya's attack at the start or slowly observing the dueling platform rules, or later, just dodging without attacking, I suspect it was all planned out by him. Constantly giving hints, making Shinyi think he was weak, igniting Shinya's desire to quickly end the fight, making Shinyi forget to think and fall into a rhythm of continuous attacks. With a focus in his vision, there also came blind spots. All it takes is a little finesse to easily knock Shinyi out of the game. Hiss. Is that for real? If that's the case, it sounds terrifying. As everyone pondered, a jolt of fear swept through them, sending chills down their spines. From the very beginning, he controlled the entire rhythm and misled Shinyi. Is this person really just a high school student? If that's true, this person is truly frightening. Unconsciously, the way a few of them looked at Su Feng had changed. Sister Shu, how was it? Did I embarrass you? Su Feng, with a carefree heart, stepped down from the dual platform and cheerfully approached Jiang Zishu. Not bad, you played such a big game that even I was fooled. Jiang Zishu stepped forward and handed him some water. After taking it, Su Feng smiled and said, Sister Shu personally handed me water. I'm truly flattered. I have to drink every last drop. With that, he tilted his head back and took a couple of gulps, joking, Sister Shu, I feel like this water has become much sweeter just because you gave it to me. You're such a tease. Jiang Zishu shot him a mock glare. Su Feng grinned, feeling that the distance between them had closed a bit more because of this incident. Capping the bottle, Su Feng stepped forward to retrieve his green spirit crystal from the table, then called out to the silent, dark-faced Shinyi, I'll take this. Thanks for the hospitality. Next time there's such a good thing, remember to call me too. Saying this, he clenched the golden tree essence in his palm and tucked it into his pocket in front of everyone. Hearing this, Shinyi struggled to catch his breath, coughing violently, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Something worth over 500,000 was just handed over like that. No one would feel good about it. But when the bet was made, so many people were watching, he couldn't back out now. He could only swallow his bitterness. Let's go, Sister Shu, we're heading home. Su Feng deliberately emphasized the words heading home, then pulled Jiang Zishu's wrist as they walked out. Heading home? Hearing those words, Shinyi couldn't help but cough violently again. Watching the two of them walk away, at that moment, he felt like a complete clown. Outside the training ground, a warm breeze blew, mixed with the scent of grass and trees, making Su Feng take a few deep breaths. How long are you planning to hold on to me? Jiang Zishu raised an eyebrow. Su Feng was taken aback and quickly let go. Embarrassed, he spread his palms and pointed at the golden tree essence, asking, Sister Shu, do you want this? To his surprise, Jiang Zishu didn't answer at all but suddenly asked, was it comfortable holding my waist just now? Hearing this, Su Feng broke into a cold sweat. Is this how you're going to settle the score? He cursed inwardly but quickly explained, I was just playing along. How does it feel? The texture is nice. Su Feng had just uttered those 4 words when he froze, wishing he could slap himself. Why did his mouth move so quickly? I meant, the fabric is nice. Where did you buy it? He hurriedly corrected himself. Jiang Zishu smiled slightly, smooth talker. I won't hold it against you this time. But if there's a next time, I'll smear honey on your hands and throw you into a wasp's nest. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with coldness. Throwing me into a wasp's nest? Su Feng's mouth twitched. How could someone with a temperature of 37 degrees say something so chilling? But he didn't dare to ask further and shifted the topic back to the golden tree essence. Sister Shu, do you want it? Jiang Zishu was speechless. Alright, no need to be polite with me. You've been eyeing it since just now. If I say I want it, can you still give it to me? Su Feng rubbed his head and gave an awkward smile. I was just thinking about being polite. Besides, from what I know about you, Sister Shu, you definitely wouldn't want to ask me for it. Don't flatter me. This thing is yours because you earned it, so just take it with peace of mind. Although this thing works best for beast transformation type hunters, even ordinary people can enhance their physical strength by taking it, just not as much as those with beast transformation abilities. It's an essence of plants, gentle in power, so you can use it with confidence. After finishing, Jiang Zishu slightly organized her words and shook the milk tea in her hand. I have to say, this stuff is quite tasty. Where did you buy it? Su Feng was taken aback by this and laughed. Sister Shu, you haven't had it before, have you? What? Do you have a problem with that? Jiang Zishu pouted in mock anger. Su Feng quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare. Just wait here, I'll go buy you another cup. With that, he dashed off to the nearest milk tea shop. Jiang Zishu watched his retreating figure, then looked at the milk teacup in her hand, revealing a smile that was hard to describe. By the time the two returned to their place, it was nearly 11 p.m. On the sofa, Shen Duo in her pajamas looked at the two of them holding their cups of milk tea and gave Su Feng an anti-smile. Su Feng felt a chill run down his back and said goodnight before heading back to his room. He placed the liquid gold-like golden tree essence on the table and opened a second-hand laptop to start searching for related information online. After a while, he frowned slightly. For non-beast transformation abilities, the absorption rate of golden tree essence was actually less than 40%. Doesn't that mean a lot would be wasted? He murmured softly, checking the explanation provided by the Xuanwu group. It stated that after research, the cell activity of the human body was limited, and a 40% absorption rate was the maximum. It was like watering plants, roots could only absorb so much water in a given time, and the rest would be lost. Beast transformation abilities would enhance human cells, increasing the absorption rate to between 60 and 70%. Enhancing human cells? Su Feng's brow tightened as he thought of the human door he had opened. The essence of enhancing human functions was, after all, enhancing cell activity. If he could exert strength close to the human limit, did that mean that cell activity could also approach the limit infinitely when the human door was opened, achieving nearly 100% absorption rate? This thought excited him instantly. If that were the case, 1 drop of golden tree essence would be equivalent to 3 drops for an ordinary person. Unknowingly, he would have gained over 1 million. With an excited heart, he slowly pulled out the sealed glass stopper, looked at the golden liquid, tilted his head back, and swallowed it in one gulp. A taste similar to a cooling mat spread through his mouth, reminding him of a drink he had in his past life, a certain mountain whiteflower snake grass water. The taste was quite similar. As this coolness traveled down his esophagus into his stomach, a warm current began to flow through his limbs. It pushed open the first human door located in his left brain. He felt as if his body had turned into a funnel, crazily absorbing the golden tree essence. Countless tiny blood vessels in his limbs and torso burst under the onslaught of this energy. Then, nourished, they repaired themselves as before, and they became even more resilient than before. It actually worked. An unprecedented feeling of comfort spread throughout his body, making him exclaim in surprise. Looking at the door pattern on his left hand, he couldn't help but marvel at the power of conceptual abilities. This feeling of being washed over gradually weakened over a long while, until it finally disappeared completely. For an ordinary person, it would take 2 or 3 days to absorb this energy from golden tree essence. He had absorbed it completely in just half an hour. The energy conversion rate exceeded 90%. He raised his arm, exerting a slight force, and a sense of abundant power appeared in his palm. To verify his strength, Su Feng took a grip strengthener and adjusted the resistance to 60 kilograms. With a casual squeeze, the grip strengthener immediately reached its limit, and he only felt a slight pressure. How much has my strength really increased? Su Feng's mouth fell open in surprise. For his previous self, 60 kilograms was an incredibly difficult challenge. But now, it felt so effortless? I wonder just how strong I am now. Tomorrow, I'll return to school to sign the martial arts examination intention form. I remember there are strength testing devices in the training room. I can go there to test it then. I estimate it will be a huge number. Su Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he also couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The essence of the golden tree, like all potions, had a similar effect. The first use was the most effective, and subsequent uses would see diminishing returns. This boost in strength was unlikely to be replicated in the future. Oh well, I never intended to rely on this thing forever. The potential of the human body is limitless, and the key to unlocking that potential is firmly in my hands. Once my mental strength is sufficient, I'll construct the second door of the human body. I'm sure the enhancement will be significant. Lost in thought, he casually picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 11:30 at night. He still remembered the address from the emails he received from the Beast Face Trio, as well as the cabinet number. His intuition told him there must be something good there, and he certainly couldn't let it slip by. After all, it was a trophy. I'll go retrieve it later. Better to act quickly and avoid any complications. Resolute, Su Feng went to the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower and quickly dried his hair. The drowsiness vanished, and he emerged from the bathroom, feeling invigorated and bare-chested. But the next moment, he froze, staring at the two people in the living room who were enjoying a late-night snack, both looking at him in surprise. Su Feng, your physique is amazing. You could be a male model. Chen Duo put down the small lobster she was holding and stood up to scrutinize Su Feng's upper body, her eyes sparkling. Su Feng's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly retreated to his room. Hey, why are you running away? You're not losing anything. Come back out so I can take a look. Hearing Chen Duo's voice from outside, Su Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. This Chen Duo was truly a social butterfly. However, if she hadn't mentioned it, he might not have noticed. The muscle definition on his body was indeed more pronounced, making him appear taller and more upright overall. It seems to be the effect of the golden tree essence. After all, my abs weren't as defined as they are now when I was at the bathhouse. Speaking of the bathhouse, his 150,000 cash and meditation methods were still stored there, so he could conveniently pick them up on the way. You guys enjoy your meal, I have something to take care of, Su Feng said to the two before stepping out. With a snap, the door closed, and Chen Duo could no longer contain her curiosity, her gossiping heart igniting. Jiang Jiang, you've struck gold. You look slim in clothes and fit out of them, you're practically a walking clothes rack. Jiang Zishu's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully scolded, Duo, what are you talking about? Oh, so you're keeping it under wraps for now, huh? I get it. Chen Duo immediately broke into a knowing smile. Hurry up and eat. Jiang Zishu stuffed a piece of shrimp meat into Chen Duo's mouth. She felt helpless against her friend's gossiping nature, but watching Su Feng leave, she couldn't shake a strange sense of loss in her heart. 20 minutes later, Su Feng got out of the taxi, looking at the street ahead where neon lights flickered, allowing only pedestrians to pass. Even close to midnight, there were still quite a few people around. The aroma of grilled skewers filled the air, a unique scent of summer. That night, he didn't eat much, and after a whole evening of activity, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. With a mindset of making the best of the situation, he ordered 30 skewers and started to eat by the roadside. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he ventured deeper into the neon-lit street, arriving at the entrance of a place called the Whale Fall Leisure Club. This was the location mentioned in the text message. After passing through security, he paid 100 yuan for a badge and entered. The lights were blinding, and the air was thick with a strong scent of perfume. Men and women in the dance floor were dancing wildly, releasing pent-up hormones without restraint. Everyone has the right to choose their own way of life, and Su Feng refrained from passing judgment. He didn't linger on the first floor but headed straight to the third floor. Sorry, sir, the third floor is the massage and relaxation area. You need to pay extra to enter, a security guard in a white uniform stopped Su Feng. This place has quite a few tricks up its sleeve, Su Feng thought to himself. However, the locker number mentioned in the text did indeed start with a 3, indicating it was on the third floor. Moreover, he had never understood what the separately noted 18 meant. It wasn't until he saw the tablet handed to him by the security that he had a rough guess. Before long, a beautiful red-haired woman approached and handed Su Feng a service card. Hello, sir, I'm your number 18. I will be serving you for the next 2 hours. This way, please. The woman's gaze lingered on Su Feng, her eyes noticeably widening. So handsome. And with that muscle and physique, he was practically a walking clothes rack. Usually, it's just balding, overweight, greasy men. It had been a long time since she encountered a young, fit guy like this. If only she could get a date later. Su Feng glanced at the woman and waved his hand, saying, no need. I want to ask you, has anyone given you a key to a locker? He had checked the lockers on the first and second floors, which required a key to open. But the number was in letters, proving that 18 did not refer to a locker number. If this person didn't know where the key was, it meant he had made a mistake. Upon hearing this, the woman looked Su Feng up and down and nodded. Indeed, someone gave me a key and told me to wait for you to inquire. And that person also said you would be willing to spend an extra 2 hours with me, is that right? What? Su Feng's mouth twitched at this. Damn it, the person who sent the message must be a shareholder here, right? If I had 2 more hours, the money spent would be nearly 1,000. He complained inwardly but agreed to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing Su Feng's agreement, the woman felt a surge of joy. The person who gave her the key had never mentioned this, and it was certainly part of her plan all along. Let's go, I'll show you the way. Su Feng nodded and followed the woman to the locker area. Please wait a moment. The woman took out the key, aimed it at the lock, and turned it to open it. The moment the door opened, Su Feng caught a whiff of an indescribable odor, somewhat reminiscent of moldy fungi. But it dissipated almost instantly, making him doubt whether he had smelled it wrong. Sir, please, the woman tactfully avoided looking inside. I'll wait for you in the room." As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Su Feng's face again, winking with a hint of meaning. Seeing this, Su Feng's mouth twitched. This woman, could she have other thoughts about him? "No need, I'll be leaving soon, you can arrange your time during this period." Upon hearing this, the woman looked at him in surprise, confirming he wasn't joking, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her face. But thinking about being able to leave work, she also felt happy as she departed. "Sir, I hope you have a great time. If you need anything, I'm just a call away," the woman said, playfully tossing her hair, throwing Su Feng a flirtatious glance before turning to leave. "What is this all about?" Su Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was nearby, he opened the cabinet. Once he saw what was inside, he was instantly dumbfounded. Inside was only a piece of paper, scribbled with a location, and old electrical box not far from the back door of this place. Su Feng flipped the paper back and forth, confirming there were no other words, and furrowed his brow. Something's not right. The person who sent the message could have directly told him the location but added this extra step, making him come here to retrieve it. Dealing with 3 notorious wanted criminals, this person was likely not someone who could be seen in the light. There was no reason to set up this extra step. There must be some necessary reason, but he didn't yet know what it was. The unknown is always the most terrifying. After confirming there was nothing else in the cabinet, he left without hesitation, quickly making his way out. Arriving at the bustling third-floor lobby, he sat on a sofa, contemplating what to do next. A few minutes later, he made up his mind and stood up. "Let's do it. Fortune favors the bold." If it really was a trap, he still had a portal to escape as quickly as possible. "Hey, Brother Yi, that person is Su Feng. Why is he here?" Not far away, 3 people eating fruit watched Su Feng's departing figure, and one of them, with sharp eyes, exclaimed, "Su Feng?" Upon hearing the name, Xinya's brows furrowed with a hint of ferocity. "Where is he?" "He went that way." Xinya looked in the direction indicated by the person, quickly shifting his gaze, only to see the door of the stairwell shaking, but he didn't spot Su Feng. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" "Absolutely not. My beast transformation ability is the sky-shaking eagle. You can doubt me on other things, but I definitely won't misidentify." The person patted his chest in assurance. "Come with me. Since we've run into him, we can't let this go." Xinya clenched his fist, grabbed a bunch of grapes from the fruit platter, stuffed them into his mouth, and with a swift motion, tossed the orange peel into the trash can. Chewing vigorously, he strode towards the stairwell. Ever since he lost the match, he had been increasingly frustrated. He had never lost to this person in his life. He never expected to cross paths with Su Feng here. He had to reclaim the face he lost today. "Brother Yi, wait for us." The other 2, seeing this, stopped eating watermelon, casually grabbed a few napkins to wipe their mouths, and quickly followed. They were present at the time and naturally knew how badly Qinyi had been tricked. They understood that Qinyi wanted to give Su Feng a good beating to regain his dignity. How could they miss the chance to watch the show? Su Feng was unaware that Qinyi was already on his trail. He descended the stairwell and arrived at the back door. Unlike the bustling front entrance, this place was only illuminated by 2 dim streetlights casting mottled shadows. Several large trash bins emitted a foul odor. A few rats were rummaging through them, only fleeing into the darkness upon hearing Su Feng's movements. "Electrical box. Where is the electrical box?" Su Feng looked around. After searching for a while, he finally found an old, dilapidated electrical box that looked like it had long been abandoned. He cautiously approached, trying to open it. Unexpectedly, the screws on the iron door had already loosened, and with a crisp sound, the door panel fell off, revealing a chaotic tangle of wires inside. After confirming there was no electricity, he began to rummage through it carefully and indeed found something wrapped in black cloth in the corner. Unwrapping it, he was met with 2 glass vials the size of fingernails, filled with a liquid that shimmered with a golden glow. "Golden tree essence?" Su Feng's throat trembled, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Just an hour ago, he had taken some. He would never mistake it. He had originally thought that if he could find a piece of green spirit crystal, it would be good enough, but he never expected such a pleasant surprise. He quickly stuffed the items into his pants pockets, one on the left and one on the right, then his gaze fell on the card with a strange smiling face drawn on the black cloth. It looked like a pass for some place. Just as he was about to study it further, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. "Who?" Su Feng said warily, while tucking the card into his pocket. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Xinyi emerged from the darkness, revealing a face full of mockery. "Xinyi?" Su Feng frowned slightly, not expecting to encounter Qinyi in this place. "Is he here to set me up?" "No, when I sent the message, I hadn't seen Qinyi yet, it must be a coincidence." He analyzed in his mind, and the rising tension began to ease. Is there something you need? Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Qin Yi smirked, cracking his knuckles with a sound like bones grinding together. Of course there's something. You made me lose face in front of so many people, so it's only fair that I give you a beating. Oh, you just lost to me, and you've forgotten so quickly? Do you want to humiliate yourself again? Let's go, I'm not interested in fighting you. Su Feng was not in the mood to fight him. The unresolved mystery from earlier gnawed at him more and more. For now, it was best to leave this place. That way, even if something unexpected happened, it wouldn't affect him. But to Qin Yi, this sounded completely different. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted at Su Feng, "Stop pretending to be tough, soon you'll know my true strength." As he spoke, a gray light burst forth from his body, a characteristic of his beast transformation ability. His figure seemed to stretch, muscles bulging, exuding an imposing aura. B-grade beast transformation ability, black striped sword tiger, combining both attack and agility. I want you to understand what the gap is. The black patterns coiling around Qin Yi's arm resembled living blades. With a low growl, the shadow of the black striped sword tiger behind him seemed to come to life, lunging fiercely at Su Feng with his punch. Facing the attack, Su Feng's figure swayed, like a leaf in the wind, easily dodging the punch. Standing outside of Qin Yi's attack range, his voice was steady and powerful as he issued a final warning. "Qin Yi, I'm not in the mood to mess around with you right now, step aside." Is dodging all you can do? This isn't a competition stage, there are no rules for you to exploit. Just let me beat you up, and I'll let you go. Qin Yi was not appreciative, his face showing an even more arrogant smile as he gathered his strength again. The shadow of the black striped sword tiger roared behind him, charging at Su Feng once more with renewed ferocity, as if wanting to vent his anger. "This is what you asked for," Su Feng shouted, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The warning had been given, but Qin Yi did not listen. Since he wouldn't heed a peaceful resolution, Su Feng could only resort to using his fists. From what he's saying, it seems he doesn't plan to let Brother Yi off the hook. The two who followed behind laughed. Lucky to win, and he really thinks he's something special? To put it nicely, he's exploiting the rules, but in reality, he's just dirty and despicable. Still acting tough here, Brother Yi, show him what's what. Su Feng couldn't be bothered with their words. Taking a deep breath, he stood quietly in place, watching as Qin Yi drew closer. "You really can act tough. I'll knock out your front teeth and see if you still talk nonsense." Qin Yi's anger surged, no longer holding back. 5 meters, 3 meters. The distance between the two was now just 2 meters. At this moment, Su Feng leisurely beckoned with his finger, and the portal in his mind instantly opened. "Open the door, open." As the human door located in his left brain was pushed open. In an instant, a surge of power erupted from Su Feng's muscles. He bent his elbow and threw a punch. It was like a bowstring charged with thunder. He struck first. The blow landed squarely on Qin Yi's chest, producing a dull thud. Bang! Qin Yi felt a tightness in his chest, as if his heart had skipped a beat. The next moment, his body was sent flying backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing hard to the ground. This scene nearly made the two spectators, who were ready to watch the show, have their eyes pop out. How could this happen? The two exclaimed almost in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. The beastified Qin Yi was actually knocked away by Su Feng? It was simply against the heavens. Both doubted whether they were dreaming. It was too unreal. The Qin Yi, ranked in the top 30 of the Qinglong University strength list, was defeated head-on by someone who hadn't even participated in the martial arts exam? Do you really think you're the only one not using your full strength? Su Feng snorted coldly. He quickly moved forward and straddled Qin Yi, giving him no chance to catch his breath. His fists came down like hammers, carrying an irresistible force, smashing hard into Qin Yi's face. "Su Feng, I'm going to kill you." Qin Yi suddenly sprang up. "You scared me. I knew it. How could Brother Yi lose to a high school student? He must have been careless just now. Brother Yi, don't hold back, show him some color." The two spectators cheered, but the next second, their throats felt as if they were choked by a fishbone, retracting their encouragement. Just as Qin Yi got up, Su Feng's large hand pressed against his face, and his head bang hit the ground, while fists rained down on Qin Yi's face like raindrops. Su Feng had previously refrained from revealing his strength out of concern that Jiang Zishu might suspect him. Now that Jiang Zishu was not present, what was there to fear? He was already irritated for not being able to come up with an answer to that question, and Qin Yi insisted on throwing himself into the line of fire. Who could he blame? 1 punch, 2 punches. Each punch struck at Qin Yi's pride, his confidence and arrogance gradually crumbling under the relentless blows. Bang! Su Feng's heavy fist fell, scattering the gray light, and at that moment, Qin Yi's arrogance was completely obliterated. I surrender, Qin Yi shouted unwillingly, his voice sounding soft due to his swollen face, which was somewhat amusing. He looked at the fist hovering in front of him, rolling his dry throat hard. Watching Su Feng slowly stand up, his eyes were filled with fear and self-mockery. He had originally thought that defeating Su Feng after beastification would be easy, but now he realized that just because one won by using the rules, it didn't mean they were weaker in strength. That was just giving him face. If Su Feng had used his full strength in the arena, that would have been a true slap in the face. In the current situation, at least others would argue that Su Feng was too cunning. It wasn't that he spared Su Feng, but rather that Su Feng spared him. Coming to this realization, he smiled self-deprecatingly. He was the biggest clown of all. Su Feng looked down at Qin Yi, speaking in an undeniable tone, "Leave behind a spirit crystal and quickly disappear from my sight." If it were any other time for a provocation, he might have considered letting him off the hook, but Su Feng was in a bad mood now. He had no time to waste on him. If anyone was to blame, it was Qin Yi for choosing the wrong moment. "Spirit crystal? I don't have one. Can I give it to you later?" Qin Yi stood up with a swollen face, bitterly. Tomorrow, he still had to go to his younger brother's class to give a motivational speech for the martial arts exam. Although his jaw was swollen now, a quick ice pack would reduce the swelling by tomorrow. If he angered Su Feng again, he would truly be beaten into a pig's head. So he didn't care about face anymore. His tone was as soft as it could be. "You don't have one, but those two watching should have one, right?" Su Feng gestured with his chin. This action startled the two spectators, who instinctively took a step back. Even Qin Yi is not a match for them. The two of them are ranked outside the top 200 in various universities. If they provoke Su Feng, aren't they just asking for a beating? "I have it, I have it." One of them quickly fumbled around his body. He took out a white spirit crystal the size of a fingernail and respectfully handed it to Su Feng with both hands. Su Feng tossed it in his palm and caught it, weighing it slightly before saying, "Isn't this too small? But we really don't have anything else." The two forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Seeing this, Su Feng almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Why are you bothering me when you have nothing better to do? Do you enjoy being a fortune bringer? Forget it, since you seem sincere, I won't pursue this matter for now. Next time we meet, give me another one, and this matter will be considered settled. Otherwise, okay, I promise." Qin Yi quickly nodded upon hearing this. "Then hurry up and leave." Su Feng discreetly patted his pants pocket, confirming that the 2 bottles of golden tree extract were not broken. If Qin Yi's glass bottle broke because of this, he would not let them go so easily. "Quick, go find a waiter and get some ice for me." Qin Yi and the other two fled in a hurry, retracing their steps back to the club to find ice. Is this all they dare to come and trouble me? They really overestimate themselves. Su Feng shook his head lightly, not taking this little incident to heart. He glanced back at the old distribution box, preparing to take a detour out the front door. Creak, creak. But just as he took a few steps, a series of short, urgent mouse squeaks suddenly came from the corner. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. Immediately, a whiff of blood entered his nostrils, making him stop in his tracks, his brow furrowing tightly. He looked toward the corner where the sound came from, and a few streaks of blood flowed out from the ground, extending like a stream. Thud! A rat with its belly torn open was thrown out, twitching helplessly on the ground. The scene was filled with an eerie sense. What's going on? Su Feng's heart raced, his muscles tensing as he looked up. He saw a hunched figure with disheveled hair slowly emerging from the shadows. It was a humanoid creature, but it couldn't be called a person. Its body was a twisted mix of a lizard and a woman. The skin was a sickly pale green, like moss corroded by toxins, exuding a chilling aura. It was covered in tiny scales that reflected a faint light under the dim illumination. Its fingers were unusually long, ending in sharp claws, as if it could easily tear apart anything that stood in its way. Its eyes were hollow and lifeless, yet revealed a fierce glint of a hunter. A strange beast? Su Feng's pupils contracted sharply. No, wait. This isn't a strange beast, this is a strange demon. Those who are implanted with strange seeds become similar to strange beasts and gain related abilities. Such individuals are called strange demons. But how did this thing appear here? Su Feng's heart raced with alarm. Looking at the strange demon before him, relevant knowledge surged into his mind. Generally, only those who have been implanted with strange seeds by strange beasts will become half-human, half-beast strange demons after a period of time. However, in the past year, there have been no void rifts appearing in Jiangnan City, so how could there be strange beasts? Wait, could it be those people? Su Feng recalled the individuals from last night. If they were trafficking strange seeds into Jiangnan City, then where did these strange seeds come from? This was the first time he considered this question. Could it be that they were implanted in people? He thought to himself. If that were the case, the origins of this strange demon would be clear. But what was the purpose of these people doing this? Without time to think, the claw of the strange creature sliced through the air, lunging towards Su Feng from a distance. Whoosh! The claw, stained with the blood of an unknown creature, grazed the corner of Su Feng's brow. So fast! Su Feng struggled to dodge, a fine layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This strange creature seemed to be infused with some kind of strange beast essence, its speed absurdly fast. Having missed its first strike, another claw was already reaching for Su Feng's face. Open the door, open! Su Feng dared not be careless and quickly evaded. The canvas shoes on his feet left a dark mark on the ground, and a burnt smell wafted through the air. Fortunately, he had good habits. No matter how hot it was in summer, he never wore flip-flops outside. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he could have avoided that strike. That disgusting claw looked toxic. Being caught by it could lead to dire consequences. Temporarily sealing away all his speculations, he prepared to focus on dealing with the bizarre figure before him. Meanwhile, in the building where the night watchman was located, everyone grew tense as they watched the red dot appear on the screen. Li Mu, still handling documents, rushed to the command room. What's going on? Captain Li, from the fluctuations, a strange creature has appeared in the bustling city. Based on the detected pollution levels, it should be no weaker than second tier. Hearing this, Li Mu furrowed his brow. Immediately send someone over. And who is the nearest night watchman? It's Zheng Yuan. Upon hearing this name, Li Mu quickly took out his phone and called Zheng Yuan. Hey, boss, I'm out here grilling skewers. Want to come over for a drink? Zheng Yuan's slightly tipsy voice came through the phone. Stop drinking. A strange creature has appeared 600 meters from you. I'm sending you the key. Connect to the internal network, confirm its location, and rush over immediately. You must hold it off until our people arrive. Zheng Yuan, who had just lifted his beer glass, froze at the words, his mind instantly clearing, and he quickly set the glass down. Okay, boss, I'll go hold it off right now. I guarantee it won't escape. Don't be reckless. This strange creature is not low level, Li Mu cautioned. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With that, Zheng Yuan hung up the phone. Looking at the digital key sent over, he entered the password and connected to the night watchman internal network. While waiting for the loading progress bar, Zheng Yuan quickly slurped down a couple of bites of the hot pot. After confirming the location of the strange creature, he shot out like an arrow released from a bow, drawing the attention of many passers-by. At the back door of the Whale Drop Club, two figures moved quickly like cat and mouse. Su Feng sidestepped, avoiding the claw strike from the strange creature, and landed a heavy punch squarely in its abdomen, sending it flying several meters away. The twisted form crashed against the old wall, producing a dull thud. However, this strike seemed to cause no substantial damage. The strange creature quickly got back up from the ground, lunging at Su Feng again like a rabid dog. Is it that tough? Su Feng thought in astonishment. With a grasp of his palm, the surrounding space began to ripple, an invisible force gathering in his hand. At the moment the strange creature approached, he suddenly struck out. Phoenix Feather. The folded spatial portal transformed into a brilliant azure light, cutting through the darkness and slamming into the creature's arm. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the strange creature's sickly green arm snapped like a dry twig under the terrifying wave of annihilation. Green blood splattered everywhere. A few piercing screams erupted from the creature's throat. Now, you should know to retreat. Some strange creatures possess self-destruct capabilities, powerful enough to rival a small TNT explosion. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Feng would not kill it, pushing it back was sufficient. As for killing the strange creature, that was the job of the night watch. He thought that this attack would make the strange figure retreat, but to Su Feng's shock, that severed arm began to heal rapidly. In just a moment, it returned to its original state. If it weren't for the bloody severed limb on the ground, Su Feng would have doubted his own sanity. And it wasn't over. As the eerie slash howled to the sky a few times, a more bizarre green glow emerged from its skin. Its head twisted in an almost unnatural way. Its movements became frenzied and swift, like a hungry zombie, charging at Su Feng once more. Its speed was more than twice what it had been before. What kind of eerie seed has it been implanted with to have such recovery power? Dodging the attack and creating some distance, Su Feng's expression grew serious. He could certainly escape, but what about the people left in this area? Ordinary people had no power to fight back against the eerie slash. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Although he sought nothing more in this life than to live in peace and prosperity, he simply couldn't stand by and watch as the people in this area perished. I'm just too kind-hearted, he self-deprecated, drawing another ghostly blue portal with his hand, ready to deal with the eerie slash properly. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed towards him, its orange glow particularly striking in the night. Another beast transformation type? Are these abilities really so worthless? Su Feng suddenly had this thought. It had already been a day since he crossed over, and he had encountered quite a few ability users, all of whom showcased beast transformation abilities. It made his superpower seem somewhat out of place. While he was pondering, the figure had already arrived in front of him. The eerie seed that had just attempted to attack Su Feng also twisted its grotesque head to look at the newcomer. Is that a lizard-type eerie slash? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, also noticing Su Feng. Su Feng was standing against the light, making it hard to see his face. Brother, were you stalling for time just now? I'm from the Night Patrol Team 1, which department are you from? Upon hearing the question, Su Feng's brow furrowed, and he suddenly remembered. That voice sounds so familiar, it's the person who tested my ability level this morning? Since the Night Patrol had arrived, it was time for him to leave. After all, his presence here was already hard to explain. Moreover, he still had 2 bottles of golden tree extract on him, which he couldn't possibly explain. Turning to leave in another direction, he was interrupted. Hey, why are you running? Zhang Yuan was about to ask when a dark green figure appeared before him like a ghost. His pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively raised his arms to protect his chest. Bang! A dull sound echoed as his body was sent flying. With a crash, he slammed into a rusty old streetlight, causing the pole and its light to sway violently. Zhang Yuan fell from the streetlight like a pancake dropped into a hot pan. After a brief struggle, he lay still. Under the flickering light of the swaying streetlight, the shadow of the eerie slash approached him step by step. It suddenly lifted its foot and stomped down towards Zhang Yuan's head. If that foot landed, it would definitely be a bloody mess. As it got closer, 40 centimeters, 30 centimeters. Just when the foot was only 20 centimeters away from Zhang Yuan's scalp, a canvas shoe suddenly pressed against his head, blocking the downward force. The person was none other than Su Feng. He had originally prepared to leave, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan, after transforming, couldn't even withstand a single move from the eerie slash. Fortunately, he had made it in time. Otherwise, that foot would have definitely resulted in a bloody scene. He didn't consider himself a good person, but he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die without helping. He threw a punch, sending the eerie slash back a short distance. Taking a step forward, he shielded Zhang Yuan behind him. The weird demon rose again, crawling on all fours like a feline, its pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on Su Feng. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, indicating that it had marked Su Feng as its prey. Hiss, with a strange cry, it lunged at Su Feng once more. The attack was faster and more ferocious. To protect the unconscious Zhang Yuan, Su Feng could only keep dodging, leading the weird demon away from their location. At this moment, Li Mu was speeding down the road in his 4-wheel drive, accompanied by 4 other night patrollers. Captain Li, the pollution energy level of that weird demon is still rising. Li Mu furrowed his brow, quickly shifting gears to overtake another vehicle. What's the situation now? According to the location sharing, Zhang Yuan has arrived at the site, and the weird species hasn't left that area. He's just a quasi-second tier, and he actually managed to hold it off? A young man from the second team stared incredulously at the glowing dot on the tablet. Hearing this, Li Mu let out a sigh of relief and said proudly, "Of course. You should see who taught him." Although Zhang Yuan's abilities are a bit lacking in defense and attack, his speed is definitely top-notch. So, I guided him to specialize in that area. Many of the dodging techniques he learned came from me, so holding off this second-tier weird demon is naturally not a problem. How about it? Interested in joining our first team? You won't learn anything worthwhile from old Chow. The 4 members of the second team exchanged glances, all smiling wryly, and chose not to respond. You guys are just as boring as old Chow. Hold on tight, I'm about to speed up. At the back door of the Whale Drop Club, Su Feng dodged the attack, breathing heavily. The heart rate monitor on his wrist had spiked to 200. Beneath his feet were dark friction marks, the smell of burning rubber wafting through the air. Several times, he could feel the chill from the weird demon's claws on his skin. If he hadn't enhanced his physical limits with golden tree essence before coming, he didn't know how many times he would have died from those high-frequency attacks. This can't go on. I need to break her rhythm. Su Feng felt increasingly pressured. Rashomon, smash for me. He pointed to the sky, and a massive Rashomon descended from mid-air, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous sound. Zhang Yuan, who had fainted nearby, twitched his ears, showing signs of waking up. Unfortunately, the Rashomon did not hit its target. But Su Feng hadn't intended for it to hit. The pale blue halo in his hand swirled and struck the chest of the weird demon as it lunged again. Phoenix Feather. Spatial fluctuations appeared, and the figure was blasted away by the terrifying force, its white ribs clearly visible. Yet it was still visibly recovering at a rapid pace. It can still recover? Su Feng's throat tightened, far exceeding his expectations. But he quickly steadied his emotions, his mind racing. If there was any way to kill this weird demon, it was to instantly destroy either its heart or brain, two vital organs. No chance for recovery. Though he had been dodging, he hadn't given up on observing. Perhaps due to the disparity in strength between the parasitic entity's left and right hands, every attack from the weird demon's left hand was slightly slower than its right by a fraction of a second. Then it's worth taking the risk, he thought firmly. As the weird demon lunged again, Su Feng moved. His body surged forward as if propelled by a spring, charging ahead. The spatial portal he had already formed in his palm was compressed to its limit and slammed solidly into the weird demon's heart. This punch was not just a physical blow, it was an explosion of spatial power. The three-folded phoenix feather. The strongest attack he can currently unleash. Bang! The body of the eerie shadow flew backward under the tremendous impact, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a stop amidst the ruins. Its body began to convulse violently, the green light on its skin flickering as if struggling to maintain its last breath. But the heart had already been crushed, and no matter how strong its recovery ability, it was impossible to restore it. After a few more convulsions, it completely went limp. Watching the now motionless eerie shadow, Su Feng narrowed his eyes in vigilance. Having witnessed its terrifying recovery ability, he dared not let his guard down until he was certain it was truly dead. After a while, as he observed the figure whose scales were gradually dissipating, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. This indicated that the eerie species within had died and was automatically shedding its host. Finally won. This thing was indeed quite tricky. I wonder what level it is. If it's just the first level and I had to struggle this much, then my own strength has a long way to go. Lost in thought, Su Feng instinctively reached for his pants pocket. Fortunately, the bottle containing the golden tree essence didn't break. These 2 drops of golden tree essence were enough to elevate his strength to another level. After experiencing this crisis, he had a clearer understanding of the importance of strength. To live comfortably in this extraordinary world, powerful strength was essential. You might not need to take action, but you can't be truly weak. Stepping forward, he saw that half of the eerie shadow's body had shed its dark green scales, revealing its original appearance. And upon seeing the face of the person who had been parasitized, Su Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. This was the woman who had just opened the cabinet for him, wasn't it? Could it be? In an instant, a chill rose from his back. He had always wondered why the person who sent the message had gone out of their way to ask him to retrieve a piece of paper from the Whale Fall Club. But now, seeing this scene, he suddenly understood the implication. This woman was the key. Yet he couldn't fathom why the eerie species would manifest at this moment. Was it a coincidence? No. This was definitely not a coincidence. Did I overlook something? Su Feng murmured to himself, recalling every detail from the moment he saw the woman to her departure. Everything else is a variable, only the act of opening the cabinet remains unchanged. Su Feng began to unravel the threads, a glimmer of insight appearing in his eyes. It was that strange fragrance. So that's it. I thought I had misheard at the time, but it seems that thing released the eerie species from within the woman. Continuing to analyze this logic, he arrived at an astonishing conclusion. The person who sent the message never intended for the one coming to retrieve the item to survive. I was just an accidental variable. The ones who should have been standing here today were those 3 from Beast Face. With the strength of this eerie shadow, the 3 of them would undoubtedly die. What kind of conflict arose? Or did those 3 know something and had to kill to silence them? Su Feng pondered, his mind racing with thoughts. But most of it was mere speculation, impossible to verify. Cough, cough. Zheng Yuan, lying on the ground, seemed to choke on his own saliva, coughing a couple of times before opening his eyes in confusion. What's going on? Rubbing his dazed head, his vision gradually became clearer. What came into view was a dead rat crawling on the ground, and this scene instantly jolted him awake. After a dry heave, he finally remembered the important matter. Where's that eerie shadow? He hurriedly looked around and saw Su Feng bent over. Su Feng also noticed Zheng Yuan getting up and suppressed the doubts in his heart. His figure flickered and he slipped into the darkness in the distance. He absolutely could not let Zheng Yuan see him, otherwise, many things would become troublesome. Hey, stop! Don't run! Zheng Yuan was stunned for almost a second before glancing at the cold corpse, finally reacting. The beast transformation activated, his legs became agile and long, and in the blink of an eye, he had already dashed out over 20 meters. C-grade beast transformation, flower leopard cat. On flat ground, he was confident in his speed. Su Feng turned back for a glance at Zheng Yuan, who was chasing him, and felt the situation was tricky. The distance between them was rapidly closing. 30 meters, 20 meters. In just 2 breaths, the distance was less than 10 meters. You can't escape. Hurry up and crouch down with your hands on your head, surrender. Zhang Yuan shouted in a warning tone. Hearing this, Su Feng was almost infuriated enough to turn back and curse at him. Just saved you, and this is how you talk to your benefactor? He grumbled inwardly but couldn't voice it. Zhang Yuan had heard his voice in the morning. If he spoke, he would definitely be recognized. Playing deaf, huh? Then don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Yuan suddenly accelerated, darting forward like a cheetah, and in a breath's time, he was only 3 meters away. Oh, I'm about to catch up, but this is where it ends. Su Feng smirked. At the moment he turned the 90-degree corner, he activated the teleportation portal and vanished from the spot. In fact, the spatial portal had been constructed long ago. If it weren't for his special ability being too easy to identify, he would have teleported away long before, without needing to rely on this momentary visual cover. How could he have been chased so embarrassingly? I've got you. Zhang Yuan almost glided around the corner, leaping out like a tiger pouncing. In his calculations, this move would definitely take down Su Feng. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. He didn't catch anything. Moreover, due to a moment of daze, he couldn't brake in time and crashed into a telephone pole, producing a dull thud. Zhang Yuan, however, didn't have time to feel the pain. He quickly covered his forehead and got up, looking around. But the empty road had no one in sight. Vanished into thin air? Is that possible? He furrowed his brow in confusion, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, doubting he was hallucinating. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't make sense of it. At that moment, his phone rang. He took it out to see it was a call from Li Mu, and he hurriedly answered as he headed back. Zhang Yuan, you did well. You've really improved, taking down a second-tier phantom all by yourself? Li Mu looked at the dead phantom at his feet, quite satisfied as he patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad, you have the style of my youth. Yeah, Zhang Yuan. We thought it would be a tough battle when we arrived, but we didn't expect you to kill it all by yourself. Impressive, impressive. The others nearby also gave him a thumbs up. Boss, it's not quite what you think, my contribution was just a tiny bit. Zhang Yuan said, not forgetting to gesture with his fingers. What exactly happened? Tell me everything clearly. Seeing Zhang Yuan's expression, Li Mu realized something was off. Zhang Yuan quickly nodded, bitterly saying, actually, the situation is like this. As he listened to Zhang Yuan's account, Li Mu's brows gradually furrowed into a shape. Are you saying that when you arrived, someone was fighting the phantom? How come you didn't see that person's face? The lighting was dim at the time, so I just didn't see clearly. That's nonsense. Although the lights were dim, there was still enough light. By the way, are you hiding something? Under Li Mu's gaze, Zhang Yuan immediately broke into a fine sweat and dared not conceal anything further. Boss, to be honest, I was knocked out by the phantom in one encounter. When I woke up, the phantom was already dead. What the hell? Li Mu's lips trembled. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have kicked Zhang Yuan. Why didn't he say that earlier? He had already boasted, and wasn't this just slapping his face? The 4 people standing around couldn't help but stifle their laughter upon hearing this. So, you couldn't even catch up to him? Li Mu confirmed again. Zhang Yuan, known for his speed, could match a third-tier hunter on flat ground, yet he couldn't catch this mysterious figure? This only deepened his curiosity about the shadow Zhang Yuan had mentioned. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuan perked up. Boss, it's not that I couldn't catch up, that figure was right in front of me. But then it turned a corner and just vanished like it evaporated. I still can't figure it out. Li Mu raised an eyebrow at this. Instantly disappeared? From this perspective, it should be a psychic-type hunter. But the psychic types are too diverse, it's impossible to guess what ability it has. Li, come take a look at this. One person gestured. What is it? Li Mu walked over and bent down to get a better look at the severed hand with scales on the ground, and his pupils jolted. What's going on? When I looked earlier, that dead ghost/arm was intact. Could it be that there were 2 ghost slashes at the scene? No way. Li Mu frowned, as if he had thought of something. He muttered in disbelief. Could it be that this is a mutated ghost slash with extremely strong regenerative abilities? Even though I've reached the 4th tier, it would still take a lot of effort to kill such a ghostly thing. This person managed to complete the kill in such a short time. At this point, a serious expression crossed his face, and he instinctively looked up at Zhang Yuan. If that person got away from you, they must be at least 4th tier or higher, and possibly even stronger than me. It's only natural that you couldn't catch up. Stronger than you, Li? The others gasped in shock upon hearing this. A 4th tier Li Mu was already one of the top 3 strongest night watchers in Jiangnan City, if he wasn't even a match. Then combined, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a few slaps from that person. Zheng Yuan was drenched in cold sweat. He recalled how he had foolishly chased after a fourth tier and had boasted. If that person had malicious intent, he might have already drunk several bowls of Mangpa soup. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Fortunately, that person didn't show any malice and even helped us deal with this mutated ghost slash. But I wonder, who exactly is this person, and is their appearance here just a coincidence? Li Mu murmured softly. He glanced at the dead ghost slash with a serious look in his eyes. Recently, the crime rate among hunters in Jiangnan City had been rising sharply. Many of the culprits had suddenly become stronger, even displaying powers beyond their tier during confrontations. Coupled with the reappearance of the ghost slash that hadn't been seen for nearly a year, he felt something was off. Could it be that organization has resurfaced? As the captain of the first team of the Night Watch in Jiangnan for many years, he naturally knew many secrets that these younger ones were unaware of. He instinctively took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, but then put it back down before lighting it. It shouldn't be. That organization was wiped out 3 years ago. I must be overthinking it. Li, I have a lighter here. Zheng Yuan pulled out a lighter and was about to step forward. Get lost, get lost. I'm trying to quit lately, just let me smell it. Li Mu waved his hand. Zheng Yuan was taken aback and joked, Captain, is that true? Didn't you always say this stuff is your lifeline? No choice, my daughter won't allow it. Li Mu said, revealing a helpless smile, but his eyes were filled with happiness. Alright, stop dawdling, let's each do our part. As for the shadow that little Zhang mentioned, I will personally report it to the higher-ups. Regarding the host of the strange species parasite, the investigation still needs to be conducted, but the focus doesn't need to be on that. This thing has a long incubation period, making it impossible to screen. Understood. The few of them immediately sprang into action. At this moment, Su Feng was already sitting in a taxi, on his way to retrieve the backpack he had stored at the bathhouse. The car moved steadily forward and soon reached its destination. He entered and exited in just over 5 minutes, retrieving the backpack. He hailed another taxi and headed towards his rented house. By the time he got home, it was nearly 1 in the morning. The lights in Jiang Zishu and Chen Duo's rooms were all off. They must have gone to sleep. He quietly closed the security door and locked his own room. Opening the backpack, he took out its contents and laid them on the table. 7 white spiritual crystals, 150,000 in cash. A black pill contained in a small box, along with a notebook recording the 1-8 times meditation method, and 2 bottles of golden tree extract, resembling liquid gold. Looking at these items, Su Feng felt a bit unreal. The cash equivalent of these items definitely exceeded 1,500,000. In other words, if he wanted, his bank card would have 7 digits by tomorrow. I didn't expect that in less than 30 hours since I arrived in this world, I would already have amassed such a large fortune from nothing. Such a thing, I wouldn't have dared to even think about in my previous life. He shook his head, muttering self-deprecatingly. However, in this extraordinary world, the role of money is far less than that of strength. With strength, making money is just a matter of time. Su Feng's ambitions were never grand. He merely sought peace and joy, living off his meals until death. In his previous life, money was the foundation. But in this extraordinary world called Blue Star, strength was the prerequisite for achieving all of that. Therefore, he did not intend to convert these items into money. Enhancing strength was the true path. Carefully opening the lid, he took the 2 drops of golden tree extract one after the other. As the taste reminiscent of white flower snake grass water slid down his throat, Su Feng began the second round of body enhancement. After an hour, the absorption was successfully completed. Feeling the explosive power beneath his skin, Su Feng clenched his fists in satisfaction and stood up. Taking 3 drops of golden tree extract in one night would definitely make Jiang Zishu scold him for courting death. According to research, it was already good if the human body could completely absorb golden tree extract in 7 days. 3 drops generally required a 10-day interval within a month. This was not merely a suggestion, but a lesson learned from blood. When golden tree extract was first researched, many people suffered because the interval between uses was too short, causing their bodies to be unable to absorb the energy. Their bodies became bloated like inflated balloons. Some fortunate ones slowly digested it, but most people ended up with blood oozing from their 7 orifices, literally bursting from the overwhelming energy. Su Feng was well aware of the details and certainly knew this, but he wasn't afraid. After opening the door to the human body, the activity of human cells was maximally enhanced. No matter how much came, he could take it all. He let out a long breath. Su Feng stood bare-chested in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, observing his changes. His muscle lines became more pronounced and compact, as if every muscle had been reshaped, brimming with explosive power. His skin also became more elastic, revealing a healthy, radiant glow. It seemed that the special components in the golden tree extract had activated the potential deep within his cells. As for strength, he picked up the dumbbell that the original owner had bought and left in the corner, now covered in cobwebs, and brushed off the webs. Grabbing it casually, the 50-kilogram weight felt like nothing in his hand. He threw a few experimental punches, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind, as if unleashing a giant beast hidden within him. In terms of strength, there has definitely been a qualitative leap. Moreover, he has a premonition. The improvements brought about are certainly not limited to this. His endurance and recovery abilities should have also seen considerable enhancement. It's just that there's no way to verify it right now. When I go to sign the college entrance examination consent form tomorrow, I must properly test my physical data, Su Feng resolved. His gaze shifted, focusing on the black pill. He had no recollection of this thing at all. He searched online based on its color but couldn't find out what it was called. He simply used image search, but the result turned out to be a laxative. It seemed that there was absolutely no trace of this pill anywhere on the internet. Could this be a newly developed drug? Su Feng held it in his hand, examining it closely. He had a nagging feeling that something was off about it. Judging from the beastly transformations of those three individuals from Beast Face, their ability levels shouldn't exceed D rank. Even the mosquito-like transformation could possibly be E rank. Logically, it would be very difficult for them to reach the first tier in their lifetime. Yet, strangely, all three had managed to do so, and they were remarkably strong. Something unusual must be afoot. Perhaps, it was related to this thing in his hand. He closed the lid and put it in the drawer, planning to find that bald man to ask about it when he had the time. Finally, he focused on the notebook that recorded the meditation methods. After all this work tonight, the original intention was for you. He picked it up and opened it, looking at the words inside, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Damn! If it weren't labeled as a meditation method, I would have thought it was a child's essay. Looking at the clumsy handwriting, Su Feng couldn't help but complain. But what he needed was the content. As for the handwriting, he would adapt to it after reading it a few more times. After clarifying the general context, he no longer hesitated and began to try the methods outlined within. Hiss! Before long, he was holding his head, his entire body pressed awkwardly against the bed. He pressed his fingers against his forehead, and after a while, the sharp pain in his head eased a bit. Looking at the notebook in his hand, he couldn't help but grumble. I've already opened the first door of the brain threshold, and I still can't handle it. What on earth was the creator of this method thinking? What's the difference between this and forcibly drawing cosmic energy into my head? However, the effect is surprisingly good. In just these 10 minutes of meditation, he could clearly feel his mental strength had improved. It was as if a dim light had been infused with new life. Though faint as a thread, it was visibly growing. Did that person say it was less? Why do I feel like this is twice the meditation method taught in school? He felt suspicious, but then realized the truth. Very few people could reach this brain threshold, and even among those who did, there were differences. Looks like I've struck gold. A meditation method that is more than twice as effective could go to auction, at least starting from tens of millions. This meant he had effectively earned tens of millions without realizing it. Thinking of this, Su Feng felt elated, looking at the notebook in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he closed his eyes to meditate again. After a few minutes, as the last bit of pain in his head disappeared, he finally entered the realm. His breathing gradually became long and steady, as if merging with the surrounding world. Guided by the meditation method, his consciousness slowly sank into an endless sea of spirit. Streams of invisible power, like trickling water gathering into rivers, quietly surged within his heart. Time seemed to lose its meaning at that moment. Su Feng was immersed in this profound tranquility, each breath synchronizing with the pulse of the universe. The clock by the bedside ticked away, and soon the outside world brightened. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Feng slowly opened his eyes. He felt refreshed, as if a spring breeze had brushed against his face. Everything around felt so clear in his eyes, and his brain seemed to be operating a bit faster. It seems my mental strength has improved quite a bit, he thought to himself, eager to test it out. With a wave of his hand, a portal of space materialized at the foot of the bed, radiating a faint blue glow. Not bad. My control is stronger than before, and the construction speed has increased significantly. However, it seems there's still quite a distance to the threshold for constructing the second human portal and the storage space. He waved his hand to disperse the portal, feeling a bit disappointed. But such things couldn't be rushed. There's a saying that goes, slow and steady wins the race. Now that he had the tools, reaching that threshold was just a matter of time. And at his age, what he lacked the least was time. He poured a glass of water, pulled back the curtains, and contemplated what he needed to do today. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Outside, Chen Duo's voice called out, "Su Feng, are you home?" Su Feng quickly set down his cup, put on his clothes, and opened the door. "Sister Duo, is there something you need?" Chen Duo looked at Su Feng as he opened the door and said, "Oh, you really haven't gone out. By the way, aren't you supposed to be at work by this time?" Su Feng replied, "I went back to school today and took the morning off." Upon hearing this, Chen Duo slapped her forehead. "Right, you need to sign the intention waiver, right?" In her impression, Su Feng taking a leave from work was equivalent to giving up on the martial arts exam. "Not exactly, I'm going to sign the consent form." "Consent form?" Chen Duo was slightly surprised but quickly reacted. "Well, that's also a rare experience in life." Su Feng knew she had misunderstood but didn't elaborate. It was better to wait until he passed the exam before telling Chen Duo. "Hey, wait a minute, you actually turned on the air conditioning?" Feeling the cool breeze in the room, Chen Duo realized. In her impression, Su Feng was someone who saved wherever possible, and turning on the air conditioning didn't seem like something he would do. "Hey, little Su Feng, you didn't come into some money, did you?" Facing Chen Duo's teasing gaze, Su Feng could only smile faintly. If he had to say it, he really had come into some money, but he couldn't admit that. He quickly changed the subject. "Sister Duo, is there something you need me for?" Seeing that Su Feng didn't want to continue on that topic, Chen Duo wisely dropped it. "It's nothing much, I was just thinking of going out for a meal tonight, to celebrate our three-person fate with a toast. Of course, mainly I just want to eat. Good food is best enjoyed with friends around." After a slight pause, as if recalling something, she added, "Don't worry, I promise it won't interfere with your time with Jiang Jiang." "What?" Su Feng raised an eyebrow. What was that supposed to mean? "Sister Duo, I actually..." He hurriedly began to explain. But Chen Duo had a knowing look, nodding heavily. "Don't tell me, I understand, it's settled then." Seeing this scene, Su Feng's mouth twitched. Given the situation, it was better not to say anything, or it might just make things worse. "Alright, then give me the address, and I'll be there on time." This matter was officially settled. Meanwhile, at the Zhan Lulan Guild Hospital, Su Feng, Mu Xinting, lying in bed, shouted suddenly, her eyes snapping open. "Sister Mu, you're awake? That's great, I'll go get the captain and the others right now." A petite girl with bangs just walked in from outside, and upon seeing Mu Xinting awake, she exclaimed in surprise, "What happened to me?" Mu Xinting rubbed her heavy head and struggled to sit up, but the sharp pain from behind made her feel as if she had been electrocuted, causing her to lie back down. "Don't move around too much, your back is seriously injured. Just wait here, I'll be back soon." After saying that, the girl quickly went out to make a call. Mu Xinting steadied her mind, finally shaking off the fog in her head. She recalled what had happened last night. Struggling to move her upper body, which was wrapped in bandages, she slowly sat up. Just then, a few people pushed the door and walked in. "Xinting, how are you?" Mu Xinting shook her head. "I'm fine. How is Chen Jiaowei?" She remembered that before she lost consciousness, Chen Jiaowei had already been unresponsive. Chen Jiaowei is seriously injured, but fortunately, the broken bones didn't damage any internal organs. Plus, he has a beast transformation ability, so he's sturdier than others of the same level and has a strong recovery ability. He's already out of danger. Right now, he's sleeping in our Zhan Lulan Guild's life capsule. By the time he wakes up, his injuries will be mostly healed. Hearing the explanation, Mu Xinting finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then seemed to remember something and asked, "What about Su Feng? How is he?" "Su Feng?" The others exchanged glances. Was there such a person in the Zhan Lulan Guild? "Xinting, did you have a nightmare?" the girl who spoke earlier asked. She had heard Mu Xinting call out that name when she woke up. Mu Xinting shook her head. "Su Feng is my classmate. He was the one who covered for me and Chen Jiaowei to escape yesterday." "Did you not see him?" The others shook their heads. "When we arrived, it was just you and the seriously injured Chen Jiaowei, there was no one else." "Are you sure?" Hearing this, Mu Xinting's heart tightened. Could it be that Su Feng didn't make it in time to teleport? If that's the case, things could be dire. "No, I have to go find him." Saying this, she tried to get out of bed. The others quickly stopped her. "Don't get agitated. If what you said is true, and this person named Su Feng covered for you to leave, then he should be fine." "Fine?" Mu Xinting was skeptical. "Yes, when we arrived, those three people were already dead. Besides them, there was no one else at the scene." Hearing this, Mu Xinting's pupils constricted. "Dead? Are you sure?" The others nodded. "This is our fault. We underestimated the complexity of the route through that urban village, which delayed us by over a minute and put you in danger. But when we got there, those three were indeed already dead. We were also puzzled about who had done it, and we didn't expect there was another person at the scene. Do you think it could be your classmate? No, it shouldn't be him, Mu Xinting shook her head. He's just an F-level superpower user, not even at the first tier. There's no way he could have taken on those three. She had seen Shin Jiawei, a first-tier user, being suppressed from start to finish, so she naturally felt that Su Feng was not a match. F-level? That doesn't make sense. The place where you lost consciousness is over 100 meters away from the unfinished building, and there were quite a few metal shacks in between. How could he have brought you that far? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? The others thought Mu Xinting was just too anxious and had misremembered some details. I don't know how he did it, but if it weren't for him, Shin Jiawei and I definitely wouldn't have survived. I have to find out what happened to him. Seeing that Mu Xinting was insistent, the girl with bangs reminded her, why don't you make a call to check? The person involved is often confused, while the bystander sees clearly. This statement made Mu Xinting realize, and she quickly reached for her phone. Then she remembered that she didn't have Su Feng's contact information. Right, the homeroom teacher must have Su Feng's number. She hurriedly called her homeroom teacher, Lao Chao, and soon received a long string of numbers, quickly dialing to call. The only thing waiting for her was the cold prompt tone. Hello, the number you dialed is not in service. The number has been cancelled? Mu Xinting furrowed her brows and then looked at the address behind her. No, I can't rest easy. I need to go to his house and check it out myself. The others also showed difficulty, but it was hard to stop her. After all, it was their carelessness that had caused Mu Xinting and Chen Jiawei to get hurt. If it was really as Mu Xinting said, it would mean that Su Feng had remedied their mistake, and this matter could be considered a close call. Alright then, you should know your own injuries and act accordingly. Xiaoyi, drive Xinting there. Okay, the girl with bangs agreed. The two did not delay any longer and drove towards the address registered by Su Feng. At 9 in the morning. At this moment, Su Feng was taking a shower and drying his hair, preparing to go to school soon. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door. He instinctively thought it was the bottled water he had just ordered. He was somewhat familiar with the delivery guy in this community, so he casually opened the door while continuing to dry his hair, saying, same place as always, you can switch it out. I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off. What came into view were two smooth, fair legs. He quickly lifted the towel and peered through the strands of his hair. He froze in place. Outside the door was not the water delivery guy, but a tall, stunning beauty. Her features were distinct, and her slightly pale complexion evoked a sense of compassion. Great, Su Feng, you're okay? Mu Xinting felt a sense of relief wash over her. Mu Xinting? You. Hello, Su Feng stammered. He originally wanted to ask why she was there, but it felt impolite, so he quickly changed his words. Hello, Mu Xinting said, seeing that Su Feng was fine, and she calmed down. Only then did she notice that Su Feng was shirtless, with water droplets still dripping from his body. The tight, smooth muscle lines and those six-pack abs were striking. A blush crept up her cheeks. Ahem. Why don't you put on some clothes first? Oh, right. You two come in, make yourselves comfortable, I'll go change. Su Feng nodded, guessing that Mu Xinting was there for last night's incident. It seemed her injuries were not serious anymore. After inviting the two in, Su Feng went to his room to change clothes. The girl with bangs, Su Xiaoyi, quickly shook Mu Xinting's arm, her eyes sparkling. Wow, Xinting, your classmate has such a great figure. You have to introduce me to him. Mu Xinting could only smile helplessly. You, always daydreaming. But honestly, I didn't expect him to change so much after a few months. Not only does he look better, but his temperament has changed too. There's a kind of elegance, and there's an indescribable calmness in his eyes. What's going on? Creak. The door opened, and Su Feng, now dressed, walked out and sat down across from them. Thanks for last night. If you hadn't shown up in time, I fear. Mu Xinting stood up to express her gratitude. Su Feng quickly waved his hand. You're too polite. As classmates, how could I not help? You came all the way here this early because you were worried about my safety, right? Su Xiaoyi chimed in. You don't know, Xinting was calling your name in her dreams, and as soon as she woke up, she didn't even eat breakfast, rushing here to find you. Xiaoyi. Mu Xinting quickly shot her a look to stop her. Su Feng didn't expect such a twist, and his heart warmed as he explained, after I sent you both, I just teleported myself away. But my teleportation portal is random, so I had no idea where you ended up. I searched for a long time and couldn't find you. So, you really have space-type abilities? Sun Xiaoyi looked at Su Feng in shock. That's a high-level attribute, at least an A-level ability. Hey, wait a minute, how come Sister Xinting said you were F-level before? Mu Xinting quickly cleared her throat upon hearing this. Sun Xiaoyi then realized, sorry, I didn't mean to poke at your sore spot. F level is still pretty good. As soon as she said this, the living room fell silent. Seeing both of them looking at her, Su Xiaoyi finally sensed something was off. Tentatively, she said, Sister Ting, you guys chat, I have a few things to take care of. After saying that, she took out her phone, pretending to be busy, and walked out the door. Su Feng watched her leave, feeling a sense of emotion. That little mouth was like it had been poisoned. If he didn't know he was an F level, he might have gotten emo. Mu Xinting quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiaoyi is a year younger than me and has a straightforward personality, so please be more tolerant. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. By the way, you didn't come here just to talk about this, did you? Having finished her thanks, Mu Xinting showed no signs of leaving, clearly having other matters to discuss. Mu Xinting remained non-committal. What I'm about to say might be a bit offensive, but I hope you can hear me out. Su Feng smiled gently, genuinely interested in what she wanted to say. Go ahead, I don't mind. Okay, then I'll say it. Mu Xinting pressed her pink lips together, organized her thoughts, and began, to be honest, although your ability lacks offensive capability, the fact that you can achieve long-distance teleportation truly surprised me. Even before reaching the first tier, you can teleport me over 100 meters. Have you ever thought about what it would be like if you reached the first tier, or even the second tier? You might not know this since you haven't been to school for the past few months, but this year the military is recruiting several special support types to be sent to the 4 Divine Beasts University for training. Special recruitment for support types? Su Feng frowned. There was no such thing in the original owner's memories. It seemed this was the first time this year. So, I want to advise you to give it a try. I'm not saying delivering packages is bad, but I don't want to see you waste your talent. In my opinion, your teleportation ability has great potential on the battlefield, even considered a unique advantage. Helping attack-type hunters reach the battlefield quickly and transferring injured personnel to safety zones is practically made for the battlefield. Hearing this, Su Feng discreetly glanced at Mu Xinting. He could naturally sense the sincerity and hope in her tone. It was clear she was genuinely thinking about him. Mu Xinting continued, even though you're F level, you don't need to worry. As long as you pass the test, you won't have to take the martial arts exam and can directly choose to enroll in one of the 4 Divine Beasts universities. During your university years, you can also receive fixed resources every month. With the military's strength, they can easily provide enough resources to elevate you to the second tier, and if luck is on your side, reaching the third tier is not impossible. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's eyes lit up. He had previously pondered that if he participated in the martial arts exam normally, it would be unrealistic to hide his strength and gain admission to the top 4 Divine Beasts University. But once his strength was exposed, it would definitely attract the Night Watch for a thorough investigation. At that time, he had no choice but to retaliate against those few people, and he wasn't afraid of the investigation. It was just that those who dared to smuggle strange types were still lurking in the shadows. If they took an interest in him because of this, it would be a loss. However, this opportunity seemed to easily avoid a series of problems. Although it was labeled as a support type, which didn't sound as appealing as a combat type, what good was a nice title? In his previous life, he studied finance and business management in college. It sounded impressive, right? But once he entered society, he was still just a cog in the machine. And while this was a support type, he could still receive resources every month. There's no need to deal with as many troubles as the combat department. There's plenty of time to do what I want. I estimate that my standard for each end-of-term assessment will be the speed and distance of the spatial teleportation portal opening, the most basic concept of portal ability. Isn't this just like a job with plenty of money, little work, and close to home? It's simply beautiful. I never expected the person I casually saved, Mu Xinting, would point me towards a new path. Indeed, one should do more good deeds, Su Feng thought to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. Think about it, today is the last day for submissions. If you have this idea, hurry up and call old Chow to get him to sign you up. What's there to hesitate about? Su Feng immediately took out his phone, found the number for their homeroom teacher, old Chow, and called, explaining his thoughts. Alright, teacher Chow, it's settled. I'll go over to sign it later. After hanging up, Su Feng noticed Mu Xinting's surprised expression. She probably didn't expect him to act so quickly. Let's go, you haven't had breakfast yet. After we eat, we'll head to school together. Su Feng smiled gently, leading Mu Xinting downstairs. He specifically chose a well-known breakfast place and ordered a large spread as a thank you. Although Mu Xinting wasn't related to him, she kindly reminded him. Out of courtesy and reason, he needed to express his gratitude. After finishing breakfast, it was nearly 9 in the morning. Mu Xinting had to go handle some matters at the Zhan Lulan Guild and would return to school later. The two parted ways, and Su Feng headed to school alone. Qingmang High School, one of the top high schools in Jiangnan City, covers a vast area. Looking at the lush, expansive campus, Su Feng felt a bit dazed, involuntarily recalling his youthful days in his previous life. A sense of nostalgia and emotion washed over him. Wanting to buy osmanthus flowers while carrying wine, it's never quite like the carefree days of youth. Oh, isn't this Su Feng? What's wrong? Have you been away so long that you've forgotten the way to the classroom? At that moment, a voice filled with playful mockery suddenly rang in his ear. Su Feng turned to see a slightly plump man in trendy clothes walking towards him, smirking as he said, "Long time no see, how's the delivery job treating you?" Looking at that infuriating expression, Su Feng remembered who this person was. Xin Yao. They had been classmates since they first entered high school to study cultural knowledge. Later, after awakening their abilities, they were both assigned to the martial arts exam class. He often bullied the original owner of this body, relying on his family's wealth. To be precise, it was bullying. This was also a significant reason why the original owner had taken leave from school early. The saying fate brings enemies together is indeed true, Su Feng thought to himself as he looked at the wide asphalt road shaded by trees. However, he was not the original owner. Having lived again, no one would ride on his back and act tyrannically. Whether the delivery job is comfortable depends on you, Su Feng said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Xinyao looked confused. What does that have to do with me? Exactly. What does it have to do with you? Su Feng didn't even bother to glance at him and headed straight for the classroom. Xinyao stood there for a moment, finally reacting, and immediately chased after Su Feng. Dare to mess with me? You're getting too cocky. Facing the threat, Su Feng carefully sized up Xinyao and calmly replied, "You can keep your face, I don't need it. I find it ugly." "You damn," Xinyao clenched his fists. "I'll say it again, get out of my way. I don't have time to deal with you." Su Feng continued walking forward, unwilling to waste time on someone like him. Xinyao gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. The former Su Feng wouldn't have dared to breathe in front of him. What Su Feng had just done was undoubtedly a blatant provocation, and how could he possibly endure it? With a sudden leap, he kicked fiercely at Su Feng. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Feng's eyes, but he didn't even turn to look. He pulled Xinyao's arm and threw him out. "Su Feng, I'm going to kill you," Xinyao shouted, but before he could finish, he found Su Feng had already locked his hand around his throat. The force was so great that he immediately felt breathless, his face turning from red to purple. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion. He tried to speak, but his throat was firmly locked, and he could only emit intermittent whimpers. What incredible speed! This person is amazing. The other students around gasped at the scene. Some recognized Xinyao. Isn't that Xinyao from the B-class beast transformation department? He was subdued in an instant? Who is this person? I don't know. Is he from our school? Probably not. There aren't many stronger than Xinyao in our school, and none look like him. The crowd murmured. No, next time. Su Feng's voice was deep and powerful. After saying that, he released his grip and turned to leave. His back was calm and indifferent, leaving behind a ground full of awe and chatter. He wasn't here to waste time on Xinyao today. There was no need to escalate the situation, a proper warning was enough. If Xinyao didn't change his ways, he wouldn't mind finding a more secluded place to show him what cruelty really meant. Xinyao sat on the ground, panic-stricken, gasping for breath, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Watching Su Feng's retreating figure, he clenched his back teeth and almost squeezed the words out through his teeth. "Su Feng, don't think that just because you've been out for a few months, you can challenge me. This isn't over." In the distance, Principal Ching Mang watched the scene and hurriedly explained to a middle-aged man beside him, "Inspector Liu, look at this commotion. Fighting in front of you? I'll notify them to write a reflection letter right away." The middle-aged man with a beard waved his hand. "What's the big deal? I caused more trouble than they did at their age. Young people, if they lose this kind of blood and guts, who will protect the safety of Great Xia in the future? Don't you think so?" As he spoke, he gazed far at the departing Su Feng, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His actions were decisive and clean. More importantly, the imposing aura he exuded felt extraordinary, even to him. At least, as the military inspector of Jiangnan City, he couldn't do this at that age. "I haven't seen such an interesting kid in a long time. Principal Su, could you please give me the information on that kid from earlier? I'm very interested in him." Su Feng was unaware of this man's request for his information. He regarded the conflict with Qin Yao as a minor episode and didn't take it to heart. Passing through the playground, he arrived at the old-style teaching building. He climbed the stairs to the third floor. After knocking and receiving permission, he pushed open the office of his homeroom teacher, Old Chow. Old Chow, whose full name was Chow Lei, was an old man with glasses, nearing retirement age. He always carried a faded thermos cup filled with various health teas. It was said he used to work in the military. Once, when a mysterious beast entered the city, Old Chow was injured while protecting ordinary citizens, causing some nerve issues in his leg. That was how he ended up teaching at Qingmeng High School. Old Chow never responded to this rumor, but he often had the habit of tapping his leg with his hand. Su Feng, I knew you would come to participate in the martial arts exam, Chow Lei said as he saw Su Feng enter, quickly going over to hug his shoulder and welcoming him. He was nothing like a strict teacher, he felt more like a friend. Come, try this, just made fresh cake. Chow Lei pinched a piece of cake from a nearby bag and handed it to Su Feng. Life is about experiencing these things at least once, even if it doesn't work out, at least you won't have regrets later. As for the special recruitment assistance from the military department that you mentioned, I've reported it for you. You'll participate in the assessment the day after tomorrow. No matter the outcome, I'll give it my all. Don't worry, teacher, I will. Su Feng nodded, feeling genuine respect for this person, just like the original owner of this body. By the way, you weren't at school recently, so you need to make up some test data today. Saying this, Chow Lei took out a data card. This contains your information. The school has replaced the testing equipment, and I'll take you over later to complete the necessary tests. Su Feng took the card and nodded. Just like in his previous life, at the end of each semester, physical fitness data had to be recorded on the information card. Especially for their martial arts class, this data was an important reference for admission to martial arts examinations. Knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded. After receiving permission, Xinyao pushed the door open and walked in. As he passed by Su Feng, a fleeting glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Teacher, my brother is ready to set off. He asked me to check if you have any instructions. Chow Lei thought for a moment. Just as we discussed yesterday, have him share his experiences at Qinglong University to inspire everyone. Okay, I'll relay that. As Xinyao spoke, he deliberately feigned surprise. Oh, Su Feng, you're here too? You've changed so much that I didn't recognize you at first. Seeing this scene, Su Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It was obvious that Xinyao was up to no good. Teacher, when I was looking at our class's test data, I noticed that Su Feng's section was still empty. Do you want me to take him to complete the data? Xinyao pretended to be a good person. That works. I was just telling Su Feng about this. Since you're here, it saves me a trip. Chow Lei said, then asked a few other homeroom teachers where the door lock card was and handed it to Xinyao. Let's go, Su Feng. Seeing this, a faint smile curved Su Feng's lips. The act was quite convincing. Those who didn't know might really think that Xinyao had such good intentions. However, he had no intention of refusing. Previously, with so many people around, that level of education had already reached its limit, but he had no plans to let go of the past entanglements so easily. Although the original owner was dead, since he had taken over this body, he had to reclaim the original owner's dignity. Settle old scores. And by the way, collect the interest owed. I assume you've already found a place in advance, I hope. You won't disappoint me. The two quickly arrived at the testing room. Looking at the brand new equipment, Su Feng inserted his identity card and approached the strength tester. Just as he was about to start the test, 7 people walked in and surrounded Su Feng. Their eyes were filled with mockery. Xinyao smirked and swiped the door lock card on the turnstile. Boom! The door of the testing room slowly descended, blocking the last rays of sunlight, leaving only the overhead lights. Su Feng, you were pretty arrogant outside just now. Do you really think you're impressive after hanging out for a few months? Xinyao approached Su Feng step by step, a hint of derision on his lips. Facing the encirclement of these people, Su Feng showed no fear on his face. His gaze was as calm as water. Everything was, of course, within his expectations. But one thing he didn't understand was how Xinyao dared to act this way with cameras everywhere in the corners. Xinyao, there are surveillance cameras here. Aren't you afraid the school leaders will come looking for you later? He. Of course, I know, but I'm not foolish to that extent. Xinyao proudly patted one of the people beside him. Let me introduce you, Zhang Ning, who can distort scenes within a certain space. The footage on the monitor shows everything as usual. So that's how it is. Su Feng nodded slightly. The superpower system is indeed the most complex of abilities, encompassing all things, with powers that are bizarre and varied. At least, this ability is quite strange. Now you know fear? Weren't you quite arrogant outside just now? Be arrogant again and let me see. Xinyao's voice was low and filled with provocation. His fingers continuously tapped lightly on his watch, producing a crisp metallic sound. You dare to hit me, thinking you're giving me face? Slap yourself an apology, and keep going until I'm satisfied, then I'll let you go today. Otherwise. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's lips curled into a smile. The smile carried a hint of disdain and calmness. Apologize? Do you think you're worthy? The voice was clear, echoing in the empty testing room. It was like a drop of cold water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, immediately causing the other 7 to stir. Alright, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Either come at me together, or get out of the way. Su Feng spoke indifferently, completely disregarding Qin Yao's threat. Damn it, do you really not take us, the 8 Knights of Qing Mang, seriously? Someone exclaimed in anger. Qing Mang, 8 Knights? What a childish name, like a game for kids. Su Feng couldn't help but laugh at the name. To the 8 people, this scene was nothing short of a blatant provocation. They all clenched their fists and charged at Su Feng. Qin Yao was the first to rush in. Since you all made the first move, don't blame me. Su Feng's eyes turned cold, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Facing the 8 people's attack, Su Feng moved as fast as lightning. In an instant, he had escaped the encirclement. With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of wind surged forth. The person named Zhang Ning was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Then came the second, the third. Each strike was simple and direct, yet contained astonishing power. Slap, slap, slap. Su Feng's palms were incredibly precise, sending each of them flying one by one. Their bodies traced arcs in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, producing dull thuds. In the blink of an eye, all 7 of the others, except for Qin Yao, were down, clutching their faces and groaning in pain. How is this possible? Qin Yao's shock at this moment was beyond words. Although these people were not as strong as him, it would still take some time to defeat them. But Su Feng, it was as if he was playing with a ball, taking them out with a single slap each. This strength far exceeded his imagination. Now it's your turn. Su Feng turned calmly to face Qin Yao. In an instant, Qin Yao felt an indescribable sense of pressure. I still don't believe it. Beast transformation, activate. Qin Yao roared, and a giant bear phantom appeared behind him. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and his muscles bulged like a savage bear, his fist rocketing towards Su Feng. Is this bear big or bear too? Su Feng teased casually. Just as Qin Yao's attack was about to reach him, he slightly tilted his body, skillfully dodging Qin Yao's punch. His left hand reached out, fingers spread wide, forming a perfect arc. A look of astonishment flashed in Qin Yao's eyes. Before he could react, Su Feng's palm was already pressed against his neck. A cold sensation spread from his neck, causing Qin Yao's body to shiver. It was a feeling of death. Su Feng's hand was not thick, but it was exceptionally strong, with visible veins pulsing beneath the skin. With a gentle twist of his wrist, Qin Yao's body was pulled off the ground by an invisible force, unable to resist. Cough, cough. Qin Yao's feet kicked helplessly in the air, trying to find a point of support. But Su Feng's strength left him completely powerless to fight back. The color of his face gradually shifted from red to purple, his hands desperately gripping Su Feng's arm, trying to break free from this deadly restraint, but it was all in vain. Su Feng's gaze was indifferent. At this moment, he resembled a judge who held Qin Yao's life and death in his hands. Life and death rested solely on his thoughts. Is this your full strength? At this point, Qin Yao could no longer speak, his eyes filled only with fear. Why? He couldn't understand. An F-class superpower. How could he possess such strong close combat abilities? He had clearly activated his beast transformation, so why was he still as slow as a turtle in front of Su Feng? Was he really the same timid and easily bullied Su Feng from before? Su Feng scanned the surroundings and said coldly, is there anyone else who wants to play? I don't mind accompanying you to the end. His voice remained steady, exuding an undeniable authority. As soon as these words were spoken, the training room fell silent, leaving only Qin Yao's heavy breathing. Even their strongest, Qin Yao, had been subdued by Su Feng with a single move. Did they dare to voice any objections? Very well, if no one speaks, it means there's no one left. I'm not unreasonable, but... Su Feng paused here, his gaze sweeping over the faces of a few people. They quickly lowered their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. Wasting my time must be compensated. 1 white spirit crystal per person, that shouldn't be too expensive, right? Su Feng said earnestly. The few exchanged glances. They had already taken a beating, and now they were being asked to pay? Naturally, they were somewhat reluctant. Su Feng shot them a cold glance, easily guessing their thoughts. Don't worry, if you have difficulties, we can negotiate this kind of thing. But, I still want to remind you. Think carefully before you speak. With that, he lifted Qin Yao up a bit. Not expensive, everyone quickly responded. Time is money, after all. If we each wasted you 5 minutes, 8 people would waste you over 40 minutes. Not expensive at all. Su Feng nodded. To avoid getting beaten, these people could say anything with their eyes wide open. It seemed this tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was quite effective. As for you, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement too. After saying this, Su Feng casually tossed Qinyao aside. Qinyao body crashed heavily onto the ground, making a dull thud. Looking at the distorted air around him, as if a heat wave had passed through, Su Feng approached a person named Zhang Ning. You're Zhang Ning, right? Yes. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhang Ning's forehead, his throat feeling a bit dry. Don't stop your ability, or else it will reveal clues, and we'll have to spend time explaining. As he spoke, Su Feng pointed at the somewhat distorted air. It seemed this ability was like draping a green screen over the original space, presenting a moment frozen in time. To confuse the vision. Good, good. Zhang Ning wiped the sweat that had dripped to the tip of his nose and continued to maintain his ability. So, can we leave now? Someone asked tentatively. Su Feng smiled slightly. What's the rush? Although today's matter has been settled, isn't there still the past to consider? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads as they exchanged glances. Su Feng didn't care about their reactions. Dignity had to be reclaimed. If I remember correctly, you all didn't spare me before. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the few turned ashen. Don't be nervous, I'm not that petty. 2 white spirit crystals per person, slap yourself 3 times, plus 3 bottles of concentration liquid. I won't pursue this matter any further. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. What, 3 bottles per person? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Su Feng sneered, if you are willing, then that's not impossible. We were just joking, let's forget it. The few waved their hands. Let's have 8 people chip in for 3 bottles. Hey, don't act like I'm forcing you or something, this is all voluntary. Really? Of course it's true, Su Feng said as he approached the wooden training dummy made of a special alloy. The dummy was equipped with force sensors that could directly measure the strength of a punch. He casually threw a punch. Bang! The readings on the dummy shot up dramatically. 20, 50, 80. It quickly broke 100 and kept climbing. 103, 105, 108, 201. The number on the dummy finally settled at 201. The few people around who had just questioned the authenticity of the reading instinctively swallowed hard, stepping back a bit. The best score from the recent school tests was just this number, and it belonged to someone with an A-level beast transformation ability. But Su Feng, a superpower type, and still F-level. How could he possess such strength? At that moment, they felt as if they were looking at a monster. Thinking back to Su Feng's earlier words, they no longer dared to voice any objections, fearing that such a powerful punch might land on their own faces. Come on, 3 slaps, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. Su Feng said lazily, but no one felt they could escape those 3 slaps. Eager to leave, they hurriedly slapped themselves 3 times and then bolted out as if fleeing from a disaster. Qinyao, however, gritted his teeth, finishing the slaps with a face full of indignation before leaving in a huff. Outside, the 8 gathered under a tree. While wiping the sweat off their clothes, they discussed what to do next. Qinyao, why don't you say something? You were the one who started bullying Su Feng. You have to take the lead on this concentration liquid. Qinyao snorted coldly, shaking his phone in his hand. Look at your pathetic selves. What are you afraid of? My brother will be here soon. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than my brother? Is he the one who got into Qinglong University? The others perked up at this. Of course. Even in a place like Qinglong University, where geniuses gather, my brother is still among the top 30 of his class. At that level, he's nothing in front of my brother. Let him enjoy his moment. Inside the testing room, Su Feng continued to complete other testing items. Soon, all the data was recorded, and he pulled out the information card and tucked it into his pocket before returning to the wooden training dummy. That punch earlier was just a casual swing to fill in the measurement data. Now, it was time to show his true strength. He pushed open the human gate located in his left brain. Instantly, power surged like a rushing river, gathering in his fist. Bang! The punch swung out, cutting through the air, striking the wooden dummy. The readings on the display skyrocketed, easily surpassing the previous 200 pounds. The speed showed no signs of slowing down. 400, 600, 800. The number finally settled at 800 pounds. 800 pounds? Looking at the reading on the dummy, Su Feng was slightly taken aback. Opening the human gate had actually tripled the strength of his punch. This power was already close to that of many second-tier beast transformation hunters. Is this the power of opening the human gate? In just one day, using 3 bottles of golden tree essence has brought me to this level. Su Feng opened and closed his palm, feeling the firm strength in his muscles, silently marveling. The first human gate enhanced the vitality of his cells, allowing him to exert strength close to his physical limits. What kind of power would the second gate bring? He was already eager to find out. Ding-dling! A WeChat message popped up. It was from Mu Xinting. She asked Su Feng to wait a moment in the testing room as she needed to complete her information card. Su Feng naturally agreed, replying with a good, and waited for Mu Xinting to arrive. On his way back to the classroom, Xinyao saw Mu Xinting approaching with her ID card in hand. He turned his eyes and stepped forward to block her. "Is there something you need?" Mu Xinting asked. Xinyao grinned. "Congratulations, you've been specially recruited into the Zhan Lulan Guild. Since you haven't been at school lately, I've temporarily taken over your position as class monitor, and I've come to realize how much you've contributed to our class. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner to thank you on behalf of the whole class." Xinyao looked expectantly, believing that Mu Xinting wouldn't refuse this reason. "No need to trouble yourself. It's my duty as class monitor to serve everyone, and it hasn't been too tiring. I have other matters to attend to. If you don't have anything else, I'll be on my way." Mu Xinting turned to the side and headed straight for the testing room. "Xinyao, you really are persistent," someone teased. Xinyao proudly crossed his arms over his chest and said with a hint of smugness, "What do you know? There are many who like Mu Xinting. Have you ever seen her agree to have dinner with anyone? As long as I persist enough, she will eventually be moved by me. Alright, my brother is almost here, I need to go pick him up. Later, let's use the excuse that we have everything gathered to lure Su Feng out, so my brother can deal with him properly." As they reached the door, he was worried that his brother wouldn't notice the red marks on his neck. He deliberately pinched his neck hard with his hand. This drew strange looks from those around him. After fixing himself up, he went to the school gate to pick up Qinyi. "What happened to your neck?" Qinyi immediately noticed Xinyao's neck, which was as red as a monkey's bottom. He asked right away. Xinyao feigned a pitiful expression. "Brother, I was beaten up. You don't know how hard this person hit. I just had a little friction with him, and he almost choked me to death." "What? That happened? Daring to bully my brother Qinyi, they must be tired of living. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer in vain. I will definitely get you an explanation," Qinyi said domineeringly. "Thank you, brother." Xinyao secretly laughed, then noticed the foundation on Qinyi's face. "Brother, what happened to your face? Why are you wearing foundation?" Upon hearing this, Qinyi instinctively touched his face. "Can you still tell?" Xinyao was taken aback and took a few steps back. "You have to be close to see it. You can't tell from a distance." "That's good." After applying ice last night, the swelling had gone down, but the bruise wouldn't fade. So early this morning, Qinyi went to the mall to buy a bottle of foundation and came after covering it up well. "I drank too much last night and fell." Xinyao was stunned and said, "Brother, I'm just young, but I'm not stupid. That kind of injury doesn't happen from a fall. Besides, you're already a first-tier hunter. You wouldn't be caught off guard when you fell. Drinking too much, can't you understand what that means?" Xinya's voice noticeably rose a few notches. He didn't want to recall that shadow. Last night, he dreamt of being trampled underfoot by Su Feng, and that fear was almost ingrained in his heart. "Stop talking nonsense, lead the way." In the corridor of the teaching building, Su Feng and Mu Xinting walked side by side after returning their information cards. "I heard that teacher Chao invited Qingyao's brother, who studies at Qinglong University. I wanted to hear what life at Qinglong University is really like, but unfortunately, I have to hurry back to change the bandage," Mu Xinting said with a hint of regret. Su Feng raised an eyebrow at her words. "What, do you want to go to Qinglong University?" Mu Xinting did not confirm or deny. After all, Qinglong University has a shackle-level elemental hunter, and elemental systems are the strongest among the 4 universities. Su Feng, however, seemed indifferent. "Then why not just take the entrance exam directly? Listening is no substitute for experiencing it firsthand." "That makes sense." Mu Xinting nodded, then glanced at him. "So, which of the 4 universities do you want to go to the most?" "Well," Su Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile, "of course, it depends on who offers more resources." As soon as he said this, Mu Xinting couldn't help but laugh. Unbeknownst to them, they had already walked from the stairway to the back door of the classroom. Qinyi, who was speaking confidently at the podium, also noticed the 2 figures. A quick glance, and upon recognizing one of them, his throat involuntarily tightened. A layer of fine sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Su Feng? How could he be here? Wait, I remember he said he was still a high school student. Could it be he is in this class? No way, it can't be that coincidental. Xinya's mind suddenly became chaotic. He had to pause for a moment to reorganize his thoughts. And in those few seconds, coincidentally, Mu Xingting's clear voice rang out from outside. Su Feng, since you're busy tonight, I'll treat you to lunch. I'll go change my clothes first and send you the reserved spot. This time, you can't refuse. Hearing Mu Xingting's request, Su Feng smiled helplessly and nodded. All right, I agree. It's settled then, see you at noon. Mu Xingting's tone was noticeably more cheerful. After saying that, she waved goodbye and left. Although their conversation was simple, it stirred up a huge wave in the classroom. The boys who had a crush on Mu Xingting all heard the sound of their hearts breaking. And Qin Yao was gripping the edge of the desk tightly. His fingers turned pale from the force. When I asked earlier, he outright refused. Now he turns around and actively invites Su Feng to lunch? Why? He's not richer than me, and he's definitely not more talented, so why? After watching Mu Xingting walk away, Su Feng gently shook his head. He arrived at the front door of the classroom, only to find the atmosphere inside seemed to have frozen in silence. Some boys shot him looks as if they were enemies, their eyes filled with jealousy and envy. Ah, my aloof goddess actually took the initiative to invite someone to dinner, and it was after being rejected. Su Feng, what kind of luck did you stumble upon? Countless boys screamed in their hearts, wishing they could be Su Feng. Meanwhile, some girls looked at Su Feng with admiration. Even Mu Xingting had rejected them. To them, that was simply too cool. Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Feng understood they had clearly misunderstood something, but he had no intention of explaining. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, he calmly walked back to his seat. At the same time, Xin Yi on the podium felt as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Could it be this coincidental? He was now filled with the impulse to curse. Especially when he saw Su Feng nodding at him, he swallowed hard. Looking at the figure on the podium, Su Feng couldn't help but smile. Xin Yi, Xin Yao. I should have thought of that. No wonder I felt a bit familiar when I first met Xin Yi. He had mentioned last night that when they met again, Xin Yi would repay him the spiritual crystal he owed. He wondered if Xin Yi had forgotten. Xin Yi adjusted quickly, not letting anyone see anything unusual, smoothly finishing his speech before leaving the classroom like a plague. After that beating last night, he had completely recognized the gap between himself and Su Feng. As Xin Yi left, the impatient Qin Yao slammed a note onto Su Feng's desk and walked out without looking back. Su Feng slowly unfolded the note, which read, "The things are ready. Dare you come to the back garden to pick them up?" Looking at the words that pierced through the paper, he could even imagine Qin Yao's gritted teeth while writing this note. It seems some people just don't learn their lesson and insist on sending me money. Su Feng shook his head. It was obvious that Qin Yao had no good intentions. As for the possible means, it was nothing more than his brother Qin Yi. Perfect, a chance to collect interest from two people at once. No need to waste time later. After adjusting his clothes, Su Feng stood up and followed. Arriving at the corner of the flower bed behind the teaching building, he saw Qin Yao and a few others from a distance. Qin Yi also noticed Su Feng approaching and visibly tensed up. He thought Su Feng was coming to find him. Wouldn't that be embarrassing in front of so many people? He's coming. Zhang Ning, use your ability to cover this area for me, Qin Yao said proudly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi was momentarily stunned. A thought that made him sweat sprang up from the depths of his heart and shot up to his mind. It couldn't be. The person Qin Yao asked him to deal with was Su Feng, right? Brother, it's him. You have to help me take out this anger. Qin Yao pointed at Su Feng. As soon as these words came out, Qin Yi swallowed hard. The anxious heart finally sank. Hee, Qin Yao, are you a child? If you can't win, go tell your parents. Su Feng stood there calmly, his tone dismissive and teasing. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Yao instantly exploded with rage. Su Feng, don't get too smug. The person standing in front of you is a second-tier hunter, one of the top 10 in the Qinglong University rankings. My brother said, if you don't apologize to me today, you'll find out why the flowers are so red. Right, brother? I damn. Qin Ya's teeth ground together upon hearing this. He had been avoiding Su Feng, yet Qin Yao dared to provoke him face to face. This brother was better off without. But now that it had come to this, with so many people watching, he could only brace himself and step forward. Can I ask what he did to you that made you want to take action? His tone was soft, even somewhat humble. Brother, what are you doing? What's there to ask? Didn't I tell you? Show him some color. Shut up, Qin Yi snapped. Qin Yao wanted to argue, but seeing the warning look in Qin Yi's eyes, he immediately became obedient. He took a step back, not daring to speak. Su Feng watched the scene and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He couldn't help but think of the term bloodline suppression. With a slight smile, he said, it's nothing much, just that they tried to block me and I taught them a lesson. while also settling the scores for the years they bullied me. What? Shinya's face darkened at a visible speed, and one could even faintly hear the sound of his teeth grinding. Brother, don't listen to his nonsense, I didn't. Shinyao's voice trembled noticeably. This was not what he had expected. However, before he could finish, Shinyi kicked him. Bang! He kicked Shinyao's 100-plus-pound body several meters away, causing him to fall to the ground in a disheveled manner. This left the few people nearby stunned. Weren't they supposed to be here to watch Sufong get taught a lesson? How? Instead, it was Qinyao who got beaten by his own brother? Brother, why are you turning your elbow outwards? Qinyao cried as he got up from the ground. Shut up! Xinyi frowned. He turned to Zhang Ning and the others, questioning them in an undeniable tone. What exactly is going on? The few of them quickly looked at Qinyao upon hearing this. Seeing this scene, Xinyi probably understood what was happening. He stepped forward, releasing a terrifying aura from his body. I'll ask again, what happened? This. The few of them immediately panicked. It was Qinyao, he was the one who led us to do this. They were truly frightened and spilled everything out. Qinyao, you dare to deceive even me. You've gotten bold. Xinyi clenched his fists and kicked Qinyao twice. Brother, I was wrong. Qinyao trembled in fear. It was the first time he had seen his older brother so furious. Sufong, this matter is my brother's fault, don't hold it against him, I will definitely give you an explanation. After Xinyi finished speaking, he kicked Qinyao a few more times. Alright, Xinyi, stop putting on a show for me. In 2 lifetimes, Sufong could still see that this was Qinya's little trick. He understood in his heart. Qinya's earlier actions were deliberately for his benefit, just to provide a way out. What was going on? The people around them widened their eyes upon hearing Su Feng's address. It seemed that the two had known each other for a long time. Brother, you and him, you guys. Qinyao looked even more like he had seen a ghost. Xinyi awkwardly smiled at the remark. He didn't expect that his performance would be seen through by Su Feng so easily. He couldn't help but feel that his previous assessment of Su Feng was still too low. Not only was his combat power terrifying, but his mental acuity also far surpassed that of his peers. Su Feng smiled and said, this matter doesn't cost me anything, I can't be bothered to hold it against you. However, as for the old debts, everything will be according to what I say. Why should I? I'm not convinced. Qinyao shouted stubbornly. Shut up, do you want to be even more embarrassed? Xinyi frowned and then turned to Su Feng with a forced smile. Alright, I have no objections, we'll do it your way. Don't forget, you have your share too. After saying that, Su Feng smiled lightly, too lazy to continue wasting time there, and turned to leave. What does that mean? The people around listened to this and were left in confusion. But Xinyi understood in his heart and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew Su Feng was giving him face. Otherwise, if what happened last night got out, he would probably be laughed at to death. As Su Feng left, the others quickly took the hint and left as well. Soon, only Qinyi and Qinyao were left in the corner. Brother, were you really putting on a show for him just now? Qinyao dusted himself off, doubtful. Xinyi took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. Of course. Otherwise, how could you get up so unscathed? After saying that, he rubbed his temples. He really didn't know how he ended up with such a brother. Brother, I still don't understand. What is there to be afraid of? I'm your biological brother. Xinyi shot Qinyao a sideways glance. If you weren't my biological brother, I wouldn't have intervened in this matter. Brother, why? What is so scary about him? You are from Qinglong University. Qinyao continued to inquire. Because I can't beat him, are you satisfied now? Xinyi was also annoyed by the questions, and his anger finally erupted. You can't beat him? Impossible. Qinyao shook his head vigorously. I don't believe it either, but that's the fact. Otherwise, do you think the injuries on my face came from? Upon hearing this, Qinyao's pupils shook, his face filled with disbelief. The injuries on your face were caused by him. Shut up. Xinyi felt like he could strangle him. As for the previous matter, if he said he wouldn't pursue it, then he shouldn't hold it against you anymore. I warn you, don't provoke him in the future. This person is not simple, but he's just an F rank. Qinyao still held onto his stereotypes. This time, Xinyi finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared, is your brain kicked by a donkey? F rank, have you seen any other F rank besides him? Have you ever seen an F rank who can't even reach the first level and can still beat me? Even if we take a step back and say he is an F level, his schemes and intellect are not something you and I can compare to. Such a person, even if we cannot befriend him, we absolutely must not offend. Do you understand? Qinyao was so furious at his brother's foolishness that he trembled all over. After finishing, he snorted coldly and turned to leave, leaving Qinyao standing there questioning his life. All the matters at school were resolved by noon. Su Feng had lunch with Mu Xinting. It was then that he learned Mu Xinting had joined the Zhan Lulan Guild through the talent program. He didn't know much about guilds before. It was only after hearing Mu Xinting's explanation that he gained a deeper understanding. It was somewhat like the game clubs he knew in his past life, selecting qualified talents for contracts, providing training resources and funding, and offering protection. However, these members also had assessment tasks every year. Generally, they were divided into bounty tasks, commission tasks, and adventure tasks. The task she had previously undertaken to track those 3 bounty targets was a bounty task. Commission tasks were specific tasks with varying content, and sometimes they would even collaborate with members from other guilds. Adventure tasks were the most difficult, requiring guild members to enter void rifts and bring back resources, which had to be completed once every 4 years. Through these tasks, members would give back to the guild, making it a mutually beneficial relationship. However, Su Feng was not interested in guilds. In his view, these things ultimately had to be constrained by others. Heaven had given him a chance to live again, and he didn't want to be tied down by worldly matters. In this life, he wanted to live more freely. Afterward, Su Feng asked some questions about elemental abilities. Mu Xinting was the only elemental ability user he knew. The information she provided was certainly more authentic than what he found online. In fact, he had been pondering since he saw Mu Xinting cooling the freshly steamed buns with her water control at the breakfast shop, whether he could use his conceptual level gate ability to construct a similar elemental gate. Among the 3 major abilities, elemental abilities were the rarest, but they were also recognized as having the highest average upper limit. Whether in attack or defense, their effects were outstanding. Naturally, he wanted to try more with his ability, which determined productivity. Mu Xinting was also very open, sharing her understanding of elemental abilities with Su Feng. But Su Feng could only grasp the general idea. After awakening elemental abilities, perceiving elements was as simple as drinking water. But for him, he couldn't resonate with that experience and could only try little by little. So after eating his fill and returning home, he began to attempt to comprehend the elements. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. He sighed in disappointment, pulling his hand out of the basin of water and helplessly tapping his head. This was within his expectations. After all, he had taken several baths these days. If he could perceive through such a conventional method, he would have constructed the water gate long ago. Perhaps. I need some stimulation to have a profound experience. Maybe that would work. He had checked the information before, and no one had ever tried such a thing. There weren't even any related theories. He could only explore on his own. The known conventional elemental systems are nothing more than wind, water, fire, earth, thunder, and metal. Su Feng frowned, murmuring softly. Wind is ethereal, and for a deep experience, I'd probably have to walk through a tornado. It's not worth risking my life for an experiment. As for fire, the feeling after getting burned can be excruciating. No. He shook his head. Earth and metal are both solid elements, and the experience of those is even more abstract. Looking at it this way, only thunder has strong operability. Like fire, it belongs to the non-solid elements that can provide a better experience and also generate stimulation without causing too much harm to the body. That's right. Starting with the lightning element, after gaining some insights, he would gradually progress with the other elements. A glimmer of determination sparked in Su Feng's eyes. He couldn't wait to rush downstairs to the hardware store to buy components to control the voltage. Controlling the voltage. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his mental energy spread throughout the space around him, sensing the various changes as the current flowed through his body. Perhaps it was due to his high brain threshold. He actually gained some insights in a short time, but it still felt somewhat lacking compared to the state Mu Xinting described. It seems I can only increase the current to enhance the stimulation. He gradually increased the pressure. In the process of pain and pleasure, his perception gradually became clearer. Time passed second by second. Soon, the lights began to glow, and night fell. The purple portal in Su Feng's palm had grown to the size of a bowl, with silver currents flickering around it. Gulp! He swallowed, moistening his dry throat. The prolonged high-intensity concentration of mental energy left him physically and mentally exhausted. Finally, the gate of thunder in his hand reached the critical moment of formation. Success or failure depended on this final tremor. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng began the last major construction step. The portal in his hand started to become increasingly profound, as if connecting to another time and space. Ziz, the voltage control component seemed to be under too much overload, sparking wildly, illuminating the darkroom like a fire tree of silver flowers. Sweat dripped from Su Feng's nose, splashing small droplets on the floor. At that moment, he deliberately held his breath, aiming to concentrate as much as possible. He let the gradually increasing current rampage within his body. Su Feng gritted his teeth, his fingers trembling, slowly guiding the last trace of mental energy into the portal. Zizz! A piercing sound of electricity suddenly erupted. The current component, unable to bear the high pressure, instantly burst forth with dazzling sparks. Following that, a strong smell of char slowly rose, filling the room. It exploded completely. Ha, it worked, it worked. I did it. Looking at the purple hue in the palm of his left hand, resembling amethyst, an uncontrollable excitement surged within Su Feng. Woohoo! Using superpower to stimulate elemental forces, I ask, who else can do this? If this power were to appear before everyone in the future, those people would probably have their eyes pop out in shock. Especially the experts who asserted that the three systems of abilities could not interconnect. They would likely tear their papers to feed the dogs. He felt joy in his heart. With a slight thought, a gap opened on the dazzling purple portal in his hand. Several strands of electric current, like agile silver snakes, danced out from the source, leaving several deep black marks on the wall. Damn! He exclaimed in surprise, startled, and quickly closed the gap. He still vividly remembered the incident with spacefolding. There were still a few fragments of Bodhi embedded in the computer screen. And this time, the power seemed even more violent. The energy spilling from just the gap had such power. If he hadn't been cautious earlier, the wall might have already been breached. If that happened, Shin Duo would definitely not let him off the hook. Gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, the sticky feeling in his throat eased a bit, and his excited emotions stabilized somewhat with the coolness entering his stomach. I wonder what time it is now. The reminder I set hasn't gone off, so it should not be time yet. He murmured softly, reaching for his phone to check the time. Just as his hand touched the phone, he suddenly felt his eyelids become unusually heavy. Immediately after, a wave of exhaustion surged in his mind, as if his body had been drained. As expected, the side effects of overusing mental energy have come, and it hurts more than I expected. He quickly pressed his finger against his forehead to alleviate the pain in his head. As he pulled open the drawer and took out the concentration liquid, he opened it and brought his nostrils close to take a few deep breaths before sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to meditate. This was to restore his depleted mental energy. About half an hour later, he groggily opened his eyes and wiped the sweat from his neck. Looking up at the wall, he noticed that the air conditioning power was off. Damn, no wonder I felt like I was rolling in a swamp. Has the air conditioning gone on strike? He got up to try restarting the air conditioning, but it was still no use. Wait, could it be that the transformer blew up because of that earlier incident? Realizing this, he quickly pushed open the door to check downstairs. Sure enough, the transformer wouldn't reset no matter how he tried. This is bad. Su Feng scratched his head, a bitter smile on his face. This wasn't his original world. The electricians had already gone home, and repairs would have to wait until tomorrow. In this weather, not having air conditioning at night was definitely a torment. For him, a grown man, it wasn't too much of a problem. He could endure it. But what about Chen Duo and Jiang Zishu? Forget it. Let's stay at a hotel. I'll pay for their room. Who told me to create this mess myself? I have to bear the consequences. He didn't dwell on it too much. Striving to improve his strength was all about living freely. There was no need to overthink such trivial matters. Back in the room, he took a quick shower in the dark, and his body finally felt refreshed. Just then, the reminder he had set earlier went off, and he changed clothes before heading to the address Chen Duo had sent him early. Night Patrol Office. Li Mu looked at the report submitted by Zhang Yuan, his brows furrowed into a shape. Boss, I personally supervised Su Feng's ability level test. The data can't be wrong. Zhang Yuan was somewhat puzzled by Li Mu's intentions, having called him back just for this matter. Then take a look at this. Li Mu handed Zhang Yuan a document that had just been delivered. Zhang Yuan took it, initially indifferent. Isn't this the report on the 5 people who died in the alley last time? Isn't this why you had me specifically test Su Feng's ability level? Li Mu said, keep reading. What else could it say? Could it be that Su Feng did it? Before he could finish, his smile froze on his face, and his voice abruptly stopped. He held the document in both hands, bringing it closer to his eyes, his expression one of shock. What's going on? How could there be Su Feng's blood at the scene? Is there a mistake? Li Mu shook his head, no mistake. This was found on the claw of that person with beastification abilities. We initially thought it was his own. It was only after today's test that we discovered there was another person's blood in it. That person is Su Feng. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan finally reacted. With the soul memory in this bloodstain, that proves. Even if these people weren't killed by Su Feng, he must have been at the scene. Li Mu nodded. Exactly, that's why I called you here. Take people to bring him in and clarify what this has to do with him. In the brightly lit shopping mall, Su Feng rode the escalator up to the 13th floor. Here, here! Jiang Duo shouted as she saw Su Feng walk in from the elevator, quickly standing up. Seeing everyone's gaze turn towards him, Su Feng smiled awkwardly. He felt helpless towards Chen Duo's boisterous nature. Waving to indicate he heard her, he quickly walked over to the two. But just as he was less than 10 meters away from them, a figure suddenly entered his line of sight from the side. It was a man wearing a dark baseball cap, the brim pulled low, almost covering his eyes. The two inevitably collided in the crowd. Su Feng felt a strong impact on his shoulder. With his outstanding reflexes and sense of balance, he instinctively steadied himself. The man, however, lost his balance due to the force of the impact, staggering a few steps before nearly falling. But almost in the moment of his fall, he adjusted his posture. Like a startled cat, he quickly regained his footing. Without looking back or pausing, he quickened his pace to merge into the crowd. What a strange person, Su Feng frowned slightly. This man gave him an indescribable feeling. It was as if a mix of tension, alertness, and even a hint of danger. His intuition told him that this man was not an ordinary customer, he was likely an ability user as well. Su Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and come order, Chen Duo called out to Su Feng, who was standing still. Coming, Su Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and continued walking towards Chen Duo. What were you looking for just now? Did you see some beautiful woman's long legs? Chen Duo teased. Su Feng quickly shook his head. Sister Duo, I didn't. If you did, just say it. What's there to hide? I tell you, you haven't seen Jiang Zhang's legs, they're white, long, and straight, much better than these. I guarantee that after you see them, you won't even look at these anymore, Chen Duo said boldly. Duo. Jiang Zishu pouted, her face blooming with two shy pink spots. Alright, no more talking about that. Let's drink tea. Chen Duo quickly poured the brewed white tea and tossed the menu to Su Feng. I've already ordered for you, see if there's anything you can't eat. Su Feng took a look and was instantly dumbfounded. Garlic oysters, grilled leeks, steamed oysters. You're still growing, and in a few days, there's the martial arts exam, so you need to replenish well. If it's not enough, I'll order more for you. Sister, I got a big order today, so money is no object. But this is too much, Su Feng thought to himself. However, with Chen Duo having said this much, he felt embarrassed to refuse. Then thank you, Sister Duo. After a while, all the dishes were served. Smelling the aroma of the food, Su Feng couldn't help but swallow. He had spent the entire afternoon studying how to construct the Thunder Gate, and his physical strength had been significantly drained. He was truly hungry now. Cheers, to our fate, Chen Duo proposed. Cheers! The clinking of glasses was crisp and pleasant. After downing a glass of sour plum juice, Su Feng felt even hungrier and no longer held back, diving into the food. After finishing a round, Jiang Zishu pulled out a wet tissue to wipe her mouth and asked the question that had been on her mind. Su Feng, do you have confidence in the martial arts exam? Su Feng swallowed the oyster, thought for a moment, and replied, I don't know. If I'm lucky, I might not need to take the martial arts exam. What do you mean? Chen Duo looked skeptical. Jiang Zishu, however, seemed to think of something and tentatively asked, did you apply for the military special recruitment for auxiliary system talents? Su Feng was taken aback, looking at her in surprise. Sister Shu, that seems to have only started this year. I'm just a senior in high school, and I only found out today. Where did you hear about it? I found out by chance as well. By the way, auxiliary system? Is your ability very special? Sort of, Su Feng nodded, putting down his chopsticks. My ability, how should I put it, is called Gate. You'll understand the specific effect once I demonstrate it. Saying this, he stood up, took Jiang Zishu's empty wineglass, and poured in some sour plum juice. With a slight thought, a light blue portal opened, transporting the glass to Jiang Zishu's side. Space system? Seeing this scene, Jiang Zishu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Her voice rose an octave, drawing the attention of many diners nearby. On ordinary days, she had never lost her composure like this, revealing the shock within. It shouldn't be, spatial abilities are among the top-tier powers. How could this ability possibly be rated F? Chen Duo was equally astonished. It was also her first time learning about Su Feng's abilities, and she continued to ask, could it be that the measuring device malfunctioned? Jiang Zishu took over the conversation. No, I watched him get retested by the Night Patrol Bureau, and it was indeed F-rated, which is why I'm puzzled. Logically, it shouldn't be, but the testing machines don't lie. However, you can teleport objects, and that ability is definitely useful on the battlefield. If used well, it could rival some C-level or even B-level abilities. Jiang Zishu's mind was quick, and she thought of many possibilities in an instant. Really? Chen Duo's eyes lit up, and then she seemed to think of something, waving her hand. Waiter, bring him 10 more Jiang oysters, the big ones, fresh. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Su Feng, who was drinking water, suddenly choked, followed by a fit of intense coughing. Sister Duo, you really are my real sister. Why shout something like that so loudly? If someone didn't know, they might think, there's something wrong with me. As he grumbled inwardly, he saw Chen Duo clinking her glass against his. Su Feng, brother, let's not forget each other in wealth and honor. Whether I can become rich and prosperous in the future depends entirely on you and Zhang Jiang. Su Feng chuckled in response, knowing that Chen Duo was joking. Chen Duo held her wine glass, her beautiful eyes continuously scanning Su Feng through the glass. She recalled Su Feng's encounter with Qin Yi last night. At that time, she thought Su Feng was the type who could self-enhance his powers. Although the rules stated that abilities shouldn't be used, being cunning in such situations was also a strategy. But now, seeing Su Feng's true abilities, she felt a bit lost. Qin Yi was at least among the top 30 of the same class at Qinglong University. Without using abilities, she couldn't understand how Su Feng managed to dodge so many of Qin Yi's heavy punches without injury. Su Feng, what secret do you have? F-rated, a level that has never appeared on anyone before. Is it really as simple as it seems? Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out in the mall. The three of them froze. It's the pollution detector's alarm. A strange beast has invaded the mall. Jiang Zishu reacted first, her face changing dramatically. She had heard this sound too many times in the practical simulations at Qinglong University, but it was her first time encountering it in reality. A strange beast. No matter how weak a strange beast is, if it enters a crowd of ordinary people, it would be a massacre. The shrill alarm sounded like a heavy bomb being dropped, and panic instantly swept through the entire mall. Su Feng's heart tightened as he quickly stood up and looked outside through the glass curtain wall. He saw men and women in the corridor, their gazes synchronously turning towards the source of the sound. Then, a sharp woman's scream pierced the air. Ah, monster, monster. Run, run. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd in the corridor finally reacted. The confusion on their faces instantly transformed into deep fear. Their hesitant steps turned into a frantic rush towards the stairwell. In the restaurant, the diners around Su Feng were also startled by this sudden panic. They hurriedly dropped their chopsticks and forks, scrambling to escape. Some even lost their shoes in the rush, not bothering to look back to pick them up. Sister Duo, let's not post on social media right now. We need to get out of here. Su Feng forcefully pushed aside the chairs blocking the way, clearing a path. I was thinking of posting, but my phone has no signal at all. Chen Duo shook her phone, the screen showing no service in the upper right corner. Su Feng quickly glanced at his phone, which also had no signal. It was normal for one person to have no signal, but when two phones had no signal at the same time, his intuition told him something was wrong. However, at that moment, he had no time to think deeply. He pushed forward, clearing a path for Jiang Zishu and Chen Duo, rushing out of the restaurant with the crowd. The surroundings were already in chaos. Su Feng scanned left and right, trying to find the so-called monster, but apart from the panicking crowd, he saw nothing. Can the people in front move faster? Why is there a monster here? Don't push me, I don't want to die here. Shouts, pushes, and cries mixed together. The three had just steadied themselves when they were shoved toward the railing by the crowd, moving further away from the escalator. Su Feng's view was now unobstructed. Looking down, he saw that the people on the lower floors were also desperately fleeing. The scene was extremely chaotic. Crack, crack. At that moment, Su Feng heard a faint, chilling sound. It was the sound of the railing screws loosening. Under his gaze, the first screw fell with a clatter. The railing is going to break, get away from it, Su Feng shouted. However, the panicked crowd was too irrational to heed his warning. Then, the second screw fell, followed by the third, the fourth. Creak! With a piercing metallic screech, the railing tilted outward, revealing a deadly gap. Just then, Su Feng noticed the little girl in a floral dress at the neighboring table from earlier. She was bumped by someone and lost control, sliding toward the gap like a helpless leaf falling. From that height, the child would undoubtedly die. In an instant, Su Feng made a decision. Like a flash of lightning, he lunged toward the girl and caught her in his arms. Su Feng! Jiang Zishu reached out to grab him, but it was already too late. Su Feng had already fallen like a bird with broken wings. This was the 13th floor, and the mall's height was significant. With a drop of over 40 meters to the ground, the consequences of falling would be unimaginable. The wind howled past his ears, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. Countless thoughts flashed through Su Feng's mind. but the only thing he was certain of was that he could not let this life fade away in his arms. He exerted all his strength to adjust his position, turning his back downward to minimize the impact. With his left hand, he pressed down, and a spatial portal appeared from his back, swallowing him whole. A second later, with a dull thud, Su Feng's back landed heavily on the safety net on the 8th floor of the mall. The net bounced violently a few times before finally coming to a stop. Phew! Fortunately, I reacted quickly and opened the portal in time, shortening the actual fall height. Otherwise, the powerful inertia would definitely have broken through the safety net. Su Feng secretly rejoiced. He quickly sat up and checked the girl in his arms. After confirming she had only fainted from shock, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at Jiang Zishu, who had poked her head out, and gave her a reassuring gesture. Jiang Zishu watched as Su Feng sat up from the safety net, then placed a hand on her chest and exhaled deeply. Su Feng then shifted his gaze to the gap in the railing. At the moment of falling, he had caught a glimpse of a figure, the man in the deep brown cap he had bumped into at the escalator earlier. This made Su Feng feel a sense of unease. It felt as if the man's appearance at that spot was not a coincidence. Zzz. At that moment, the lights above crackled with sparks. The mall's power went out floor by floor, plunging the entire place into darkness. Ah! Why did the power go out? Don't push from behind. A terrified scream erupted from the crowd, plunging the entire mall into further chaos. Su Feng quickly stood up from the protective net, holding the unconscious girl, his arms gripping the railing tightly. Using the faint glow of the emergency lights, he stepped over the railing of the second floor and made his way to the mall's second level. Pressing against the wall, he activated the door and sensed the situation around him. Hiss, hiss. A series of sharp, urgent sounds, reminiscent of rats scurrying in the sewers, pierced the air. Many people were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, collapsing onto the ground. Monster, it's a monster. Wah! Daddy, I'm so scared. Don't be afraid, the night watchers are nearby, they'll come. Su Feng remained silent. Even if the night watchers set out immediately, it would still take time to arrive. Moreover, for some reason, there was no signal on his phone. It was unclear whether the night watchers were even aware of the situation here. One could say that the current situation was extremely critical. Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid explosions broke his contemplation. The emergency lights suddenly burst forth with strange sparks, like fireworks. Then they dimmed, until they were completely extinguished. The entire 8th floor was instantly engulfed in a darkness as thick as ink. Only a few floors high across the way still emitted faint light, barely outlining the blurred contours of the surroundings. The entire mall fell into an eerie silence. After the initial panic, someone turned on their phone's flashlight. More and more people pulled out their phones, cautiously feeling their way downwards. Creak! Just then, a sharp and urgent sound pierced the air. Su Feng saw not far away, a person tremblingly rising while holding their phone. The phone's light flickered in the darkness, but in an instant, that person suddenly collapsed. The phone fell to the ground with a crack, rolling away. The beam of light jumped, ultimately projecting a column of light upwards. Immediately after, a small figure appeared like a ghost, blocking the light. Accompanying this was the crisp sound of shattering glass. That beam of light extinguished in an instant. Su Feng's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Not good, quickly put away your phones. Su Feng's warning was swift, but ultimately too late. Several more figures fell, their phone lights crushed underfoot. In his line of sight, there was only one last point of light left in the corridor. What is happening? Mi Xiaoyu was on the verge of collapse. She was supposed to take the special admission exam for the auxiliary department tomorrow and had planned to relax with her best friend tonight. Just as they were eating, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the mall. Still in a daze, she heard someone shout, "Strange beast!" Strange beast? How did a strange beast end up in the mall? She and her friend quickly ran out of the restaurant, but the light suddenly went out. She didn't know what tripped her, and she fell heavily to the ground. The pain in her legs made it impossible for her to stand up. By the time she regained her senses, she could no longer see her friend. She tried to move, but her leg muscles wouldn't respond. Instinctively, she pulled out her phone to shine a light, only to see a diamond-shaped shard of glass embedded in her calf, blood seeping out. Before she could react, a figure beside her suddenly collapsed without warning. Immediately after, a warm sensation splattered onto Mi Xiaoyu's cheek. She instinctively reached out to touch it. It was sticky and warm. At the same time, a metallic smell wafted through the air. This was blood. Bright red blood. Mi Xiaoyu's legs went weak, nearly causing her to fall. Her heart raced suddenly. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in the empty space. Fear coiled around her neck like a cold snake, nearly suffocating her. Run! Hurry and escape! This was her only thought. Just as she got up, the injury on her leg made her steps falter, and she fell to the ground. The phone in her hand flew out, the beam of light rolling on the ground as if trying to escape from something. At the end of the beam, a grotesque, small figure was illuminated. Its outline was indistinct, as if it were formed from the darkness itself. Under the light, she could see its green eyes sweeping towards her. A foot crushed the phone. Gulp! Ni Xiao's throat rolled, the sound of swallowing echoing in the dead silence. Strange beast? No! Don't come closer. A surge of strength she didn't know where it came from propelled her to stand up, and then she desperately ran backward. 1 step, 2 steps. Thud! She tripped over a corpse beneath her feet and fell forward. Rolling twice. Ni Xiao's heart sank. Hiss! A chilling sound rang out. She turned back in terror, only to see that blurry shadow panting with a stench right in front of her, its claws already raised. It's over! Ni Xiao's mind went blank, sitting there dazed, closing her eyes. Then came a soft sound. It was the sound of something sharp piercing flesh. Am I going to die? She thought it was ridiculous. But the imagined pain did not come. Realizing something was wrong, she quickly opened her eyes. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A figure stood in front of her. A fruit knife pierced through the neck of that strange shadow, and the foul blood dripped down the blade. It blocked the terrifying creature from pouncing on her. And that pitch-black claw was only a few centimeters away from her heart. Ni Xiaoyu slowly raised her head. In her line of sight, a figure nodded towards her. The faint light from above illuminated his face, outlining his sharp features. It was Su Feng. If he weren't holding this little girl, he could move even faster. Thank you, the girl whispered. Quickly find a safe place to hide, Su Feng said, squatting down to look at the rat-like strange beast at his feet. It was more than 10 times larger than a common rat, reaching up to his chest when it stood. Its limbs were unusually thick, and its tail was no longer slender but had become whip-like. At the end, it even grew sharp barbs. What was even more shocking was that its skin was covered with a layer of hard, keratinous scales. They were tightly arranged, and several sharp bone spines protruded from its back. This thing resembles the ghost rat from textbooks that comes from cracks, Su Feng analyzed in his mind. Just then, a sound similar to an insect's screech echoed in his ears. Perhaps it was due to the bloodiness of the place. Another ghost rat came charging in frantically. Su Feng slashed with the fruit knife, creating an arc, thinking he could easily finish off this ghost rat. But the keratinous scales surprisingly blocked the strike. Be careful, the girl exclaimed. He saw that the ghost rat was already in front of him, its sharp claws slashing down. Phoenix feather. Su Feng pinched his fingers, and a dark blue light, like peacock feathers, shot out, striking the approaching ghost rat. The scales that had just deflected the fruit knife shattered like paper with a soft sound. Its body exploded completely. Blood and shattered bones flew everywhere. A spatial portal appeared in front of the two, swallowing the splattered blood and shifting it in another direction. Not a drop of blood touched them. So strong. Ni Xiaoyu was stunned. This fluid and graceful kill made her heart, which had just begun to flutter, tremble violently. The imagined hero in her heart instantly took form. Quickly leave here, it's not safe, Su Feng reminded. I hurt my leg, I can't walk, Ni Xiaoyu stammered. Hurt? Su Feng opened his phone, using the faint light from the screen to look at her wound. Glass shards had pierced through her black stockings, and her fair, slender calf, with not an ounce of excess flesh, was stained with blood. The injury is indeed serious and needs to be bandaged promptly. If we don't take care of her, the bloodthirsty beast will surely find her and turn her into food. Hold my hand, let's go over there. Su Feng extended his hand, helping the girl up and leading her into a nearby store. He gently leaned the girl he had just saved against the wall, using clothes sold in the store to cushion the space between her head and the wall. There are emergency kits on every floor of the mall, I'll go get one. Wait for me here. With that, Su Feng headed towards the location he remembered. Ni Xiaoyu also leaned against the wall and took a moment to steady her mind. Listening to the noisy sounds outside, she felt the urge to get up and check the situation. But before she could fully rise, the tearing sensation from her wound made her let out a soft hiss. She leaned heavily back against the wall, sliding down. Just as she closed her eyes, trying to suppress the pain, a strange sound quietly emerged, like a ghost whispering in the night wind, or the sharp friction of some creature. It sent chills down her spine. An ominous aura was slowly closing in on her. No way? Did I win the lottery again? Her heart tightened suddenly. An indescribable sense of tension coiled around her neck like a cold snake. She saw two blurry shadows gradually becoming clearer in the dim light. They were getting closer and closer to her. No, don't come over. The girl pushed against the ground, trying to back away. But glancing at the little girl beside her, she gritted her teeth and tore off a clothes rack to hold in her hand. She struck it against the other, making a clanging sound. All she could do now was to divert the beast and ensure the little girl's safety. Sure enough, the noise immediately attracted the attention of the two shadows, which darted out from the darkness. The faint light from outside shone through the shop window, revealing the forms of two mutated rats. Their bodies were twisted and deformed, rushing towards her rapidly. This time, it was really going to be the end. Mi Xiaoyu stumbled, pulling down the clothes rack. She hurriedly fled into the corridor. Looking back, the clothes rack did nothing to stop the beast's advance. Its eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty red light, as if it were a demon escaping from the depths of hell, already charging towards her. The foul-smelling black claws swung out, reaching for her. Duck! At that moment, a low shout reached her ears. Was it that person from before? The girl felt a surge of joy and without hesitation, she squatted down. Clang! The sharp blade sliced through the air, severing a few strands of her hair and striking the lunging beast. Blood splattered everywhere. Mi Xiaoyu felt dizzy, as a strong hand grabbed her, avoiding another beast's bite. A sharp sound of slicing through the air followed. The fruit knife reflected a cold glint. Thud! The sound of metal cutting through flesh echoed. The fruit knife pierced through the beast's head. White and red splattered. Why did you come out? Su Feng slightly bent his arm, pulling out the fruit knife and looking at Mi Xiaoyu. Mi Xiaoyu came to her senses, realizing that Su Feng had saved her once again. Her red lips parted slightly as she stammered, I was afraid that child would get hurt, so I thought I'd draw the beast away. Su Feng was slightly surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected her to choose to sacrifice herself for the safety of the child. Such a kind heart. Go inside, I'll change your bandages first. The two entered the exhibition hall. The girl leaned against the wall, holding Su Feng's phone to turn on the flashlight. She raised her long, slender leg, the stockings shimmering with a black silk sheen under the light. Hang in there. Su Feng tore the stockings, revealing Mi Xiaoyu's smooth, jade-like calf. I'm going to start now. With that, Su Feng took out a pair of tweezers from the first aid kit. If it hurts, just let me know, and I'll be gentler. Okay. Does it hurt? Su Feng pushed aside some of the shards. It's okay. Hearing the response, Su Feng tightened his grip on the tweezers, trying to be as gentle as possible with each touch to avoid causing more pain. As the glass shards were removed, Mi Xiaoyu couldn't help but bite her lip. Hang in there. Su Feng twisted open the cap of the disinfectant and poured it over the wound. Ugh. Mi Xiaoyu suppressed her sounds as much as she could. But still, a faint whimper escaped, evoking a flurry of thoughts. It wasn't until a sound of relief finally emerged that the wound gradually became numb and lost its sensation. However, the girl's cheeks flushed with a faint pink, and she stole a glance at Su Feng. Seeing him recapping the bottle, she shyly lowered her head. Mi Xiaoyu held her phone, so her face appeared backlit to Su Feng, and he didn't notice her unusual reaction. Instead, he focused on the wound. Seeing that the blood had mostly been cleaned, it was time to wrap the bandage. Lift it a bit, I can't work with you in that position. Oh, okay. Mi Xiaoyu shyly raised her calf. Her entire posture felt somewhat off, her face blooming with a peach-like pink. Su Feng glanced over and reached out to tear the stockings below her calf completely. He took the bandage and wrapped it around Mi Xiaoyu's leg in circles. Each wrap was tight yet even, protecting the wound without being overly constrictive. Feeling the tingling on her calf, Mi Xiaoyu was so embarrassed she almost buried her head in her clothes, her ears turning red. Huff, done. Su Feng wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Thank you. Mi Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. It's nothing, once you recover, just buy me a cup of milk tea as a reward. Make it a bit expensive. Su Feng joked. Not to mention saving her twice, just handling the wound and wrapping the bandage. Even a clinic would charge for that. A cup of milk tea isn't too much to ask, right? Oh, okay. Mi Xiaoyu let out a soft, cat-like sound. This girl is quite cute. It's a pity she's not my type. Su Feng thought to himself as he looked up. Only then did he realize that the previously dim light outside had completely gone out. The entire mall was plunged into darkness. Just then, a figure, accompanied by a strange beast, smashed through the display window and fell inside. Glass shards scattered everywhere. Su Feng quickly shielded the girl and Mi Xiaoyu behind him. Mi Xiaoyu instinctively pointed her phone towards that figure. Using the light, Su Feng was able to see the newcomer clearly. It was a young man with bleached hair styled in a perm, a scar at the corner of his eye. He pinned the ghost rat to the ground and exhaled a white breath from his mouth, shattering the beast's skull. Su Feng grabbed a piece of clothing nearby to shield himself from the splattering blood. Looking at the young man in front of him, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Superpower type? Able to control energy beams, it seemed his ability level was not low. Just what kind of ability was it, though? This ghost thing is really troublesome. It's just a bit of blood from your kind. It's like a rabid dog, biting and not letting go. The young man kicked the dead beast on the ground hard. He waved at the wound on his arm. Then he looked up and assessed Sufeng and the girl, his gaze drawn to the first aid kit beside Sufeng. So, the first aid kit is with you. No wonder I couldn't find it. Can I use it? He directed this question at Sufeng. Help yourself. Sufeng tilted his head slightly. The young man reached out to grab it but seemed momentarily blinded by the light and quickly shielded his eyes. By the way, miss, don't shine that. These strange beasts go crazy in the light, turn it off quickly. Oh. Realizing this, Mi Xiaoyu hurriedly turned off the flashlight on her phone and returned it to Sufeng. Sufeng took it and casually glanced at his phone signal bars. There was still no signal. He couldn't inquire about Jiang Zishu and Chen Duo's situation, but with Jiang Zishu around, there shouldn't be any problems. He just didn't know if the night patrol knew about the situation here. By the way, is anyone among you an ability user? I am. Mi Xiaoyu tentatively spoke up. Hearing this, Sufeng was slightly surprised. If she was an ability user, how could she just sit and wait during such a life and death moment? Even if she was hiding her strength, it shouldn't be like this. You're an ability user, that's great. Mi Xiaoyu continued, but my ability is more supportive, and a bit useless. As she spoke, her eyes turned a grayish white. Two strands of white, silk-like mist emerged from her body, connecting to Sufeng and the young man. Sufeng felt a coolness wash over his eyes. The darkness before him seemed to dissipate a little. Then, there was nothing more. My ability is to amplify multiple people. It weakens my strength and amplifies the other. Mi Xiaoyu said, lacking confidence. This ability really is useless. The young man's tone dropped, clearly a bit disappointed. He had thought he could share some of the pressure. What a letdown. Hearing this, a wave of disappointment crossed Mi Xiaoyu's eyes. As expected, the evaluation was the same. Her ability seemed truly worthless. Indeed, even I don't know how this ability deserves an A-level rating. She smiled self-deprecatingly. A-level ability? Sufeng's brows furrowed at her words. From her disappointed tone, it seemed she had long since tested it with professional equipment. His own concept gate was an exception. The testing device had never shown any issues. That was undoubtedly A-level. But, why did it have such limited use? Sufeng's gaze instinctively shifted towards the white line, and his pupils suddenly constricted. That was a void portal? What was going on? Sufeng rubbed his eyes instinctively, confirming he wasn't mistaken. On that white energy strand, there really was a faint blue portal, slowly twisting and rotating. That's about it. Mi Xiaoyu retracted her ability. Sufeng lowered his head in thought, feeling he had discovered something remarkable. He had never noticed this before. Could it be because of this person's special ability? Bro, seeing how this girl instinctively gave you support, you must be an ability user too. The young man looked at Sufeng expectantly. Sufeng glanced at the young man with a hint of meaning. To deduce he was also an ability user from such a small detail showed that this person was not ordinary. That's right, I am also an ability user. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately grabbed Sufeng's shoulder as if he had found his comrades. That's great. Bro, my name is Jiayuqing, A-level superpower type. Seeing this person's reaction, Sufeng felt he had overthought it earlier. This person might be like him, still not having left high school. Sufeng, F-level superpower type. He didn't hide it, there was nothing to conceal. F-level? Cough. Jiayuqing began to cough violently. What? F-level? What use could that have? By the way, this was the first time he had seen someone at F-level. Wasn't that even worse than this girl's ability? He simply didn't ask what her specific ability was and cleared his throat to say, this place isn't safe, follow me. There's a gathering of some people not far from here. There's another person who is also an ability user, and he's my friend. With the two of us here, it won't be a problem to hold out until the night patrol arrives. In that case, thank you. With that, Sufeng picked up the unconscious girl. He had consumed a lot of energy and focus trying to activate the Gate of Thunder in the afternoon. His brain was already a bit fatigued. If he could avoid taking action and minimize casualties, he would naturally be pleased. Soon, Sufeng arrived at the safe point mentioned by Jiayuqing. It was a small cinema. The green emergency exit signs lit up along the corridor, barely illuminating the ground beneath their feet. Who? A cautious voice came from inside as someone knocked on the door. It's me, Jiayuqing replied. Creak, the door opened, revealing a sliver of light. A young man with a buzz cut opened the door and assessed Sufeng and the others through the gap. Xinggu, who are they? They have a first aid kit. I brought them along, Jiayuqing said, then turned to Su Feng. "This is my buddy, Wang Shuai. B-class superpower, extremely strong defense, tough skin. With the two of us here, this place is absolutely safe." Su Feng nodded and followed them inside. Looking up, he saw that the small movie theater was dimly lit by a row of weak lights. About 20 people were scattered in the viewing seats. Some had milk tea and popcorn boxes resting in the slots of their seats. It seemed that these people had been watching a movie when the incident occurred. As for the lights above, if he guessed correctly, they should be the cinema's backup power. "Did you find the stuff?" At that moment, a woman in cinema work attire hurried over. There was a curled-up figure where she had just stood. "Got it. How is he?" Jia Yuqing raised the first aid kit in his hand. "He just vomited and is starting to convulse now. Let me see." Jia Yuqing stepped forward, and Su Feng followed. Under the light, the man's figure appeared grotesquely twisted, like a sculpture that had been mercilessly kneaded by invisible hands. His limbs seemed to have lost control, bending at unnatural angles. His neck was tense, and the veins beneath his skin writhed as if alive, crawling under the surface. "What happened to him?" Jia Yuqing asked. The woman shook her head. "I don't know. He just asked if we smelled something fragrant, and then the power went out. A few minutes later, he was like this." "Fragrant?" Hearing those two words, Su Feng's heart jolted. He recalled what had happened last night. It couldn't be. Oh no! Alarm bells rang in his mind. Just then, the man's mouth twisted, revealing a savage grin as he lunged at Jia Yuqing's neck. "It's over. I'm going to die." Jia Yuqing froze, staring at the looming shadow before him, his mind blank. Although he was one of the 3 A-class students at Qingmang High School, he had never encountered a situation like this before. Most of his experience was still theoretical and simulated. Everything happened too quickly. No one had anticipated it. Just when he thought he was done for, he suddenly felt an irresistible force at his collar. His body fell backward, narrowly avoiding the deadly bite. He crashed heavily to the ground. Su Feng didn't stop. He kicked the man, creating some distance on the floor. Jia Yuqing felt the pain in his back and finally reacted. "I'm not dead?" His hand trembled as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Then, as if realizing something, he instinctively glanced at Su Feng beside him and swallowed hard. "Did he save me? So fast. I didn't even react. How did he do that? And that force just now. It threw me out. Isn't he an F-class? Where did such strength come from?" Jia Yuqing was filled with questions, but at the same time, he felt immense gratitude towards Su Feng. If it weren't for that pull just now, his neck would have probably been bitten off by now. "Ah, a monster. Don't come over, don't come over." People around them gasped in shock. Bending down, he instinctively leaned against the corner of the wall. A few people even went weak at the knees, falling from their seats and scrambling away. At that moment, Wang Shuai, a classmate of Jia Yuqing, finally reacted. A barrier of light and shadow, like bronze inscriptions, surrounded them, knocking down the man who tried to stand up. Screech! The man let out a roar, his sharp teeth biting down frantically. He pierced through the light barrier, creating 2 bloody holes in the man's shoulder. "What are you waiting for?" Su Feng kicked the weird shadow away again, rescuing Wang Shuai. Oh. Jia Yuqing finally reacted, quickly getting up from the ground and exhaling a white breath. Unfortunately, it was dodged by the weird shadow. In the next moment, the weird shadow crazily lunged toward the crowd in the corner, trying to absorb blood to enhance its power. "Run, get out!" Jia Yuqing blocked the weird shadow's path with a breath and shouted urgently. Before her words fell, several boys had already opened the door and rushed out, with one even leaving his girlfriend behind. "What should we do?" Mi Xiaoyu, holding the girl, looked at Su Feng first. "Get out first." Ordinary people were ultimately too fragile in front of the weird shadow. Even just being affected could lead to injury. The right choice was to leave this place quickly. Okay. Mi Xiaoyu nodded obediently and headed outside. She had completely regarded this man before her as her support. For some reason, she subconsciously felt that as long as Su Feng was there, nothing would happen. "His speed is so fast, I can't hit him." Jia Yuqing looked at the bizarrely dodging weird shadow, her heart racing as she saw it heading toward the door. A few who hadn't managed to escape looked at the approaching weird shadow with distorted faces from fear. A girl in denim shorts, the one abandoned by her boyfriend, went weak at the knees and collapsed. As the weird shadow approached, the woman was already pale with fright. But in the next second, a figure appeared in front of her, delivering a stylish kick that sent the weird shadow flying over 3 meters. "Go!" Su Feng's words left no room for doubt. The woman quickly nodded, glanced at Su Feng, memorizing his appearance, and then hurriedly got up and ran out the door. "So fast. I can't keep up with my own abilities. He actually saved them with his leg strength?" Jie Yuqing's pupils constricted sharply, and a storm surged in her heart. The kicked weird shadow roared as it got up, letting out a scream at Su Feng, but it turned and lunged at Wang Shuai. This bizarre scene made Jie Yuqing furrow her brows. Was this weird shadow afraid? An unbelievable thought appeared in her mind. Could it be true? Was this weird shadow afraid of the person in front of it? Impossible. She must be overthinking it. The weird shadow had low intelligence, mostly driven by its instinct for slaughter and blood. Like a starving beast, unless it was instilled with a primal fear, it would never experience the emotion of fear. And that kind of situation usually required someone several levels above them to achieve. The person in front of her didn't seem much older than herself. Not to mention F level, even S level couldn't reach this point at this age. Jie Yuqing, damn it, what are you spacing out for? I'm going to be killed, and you're still dawdling. Wang Shuai, pinned to the ground, was struggling with the weird beast. He was spouting a stream of nonsense. It seemed that if he weren't being choked by the weird beast, he would have come over to properly greet Jie Yuqing. Coming right up. Jie Yuqing took a deep breath, white energy gathering like a ribbon at her mouth. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Wang Shuai's face was turning red, clearly at his limit. Jie Yuchen exhaled sharply. The powerful impact sent the Guisha flying out, landing several meters away. Its back was already a bloody mess. If this were a human, such injuries would definitely prevent them from getting up. But this was Guisha. Having long since transcended the human realm, it struggled a few times before getting back up and lunging at the two again. Su Feng did not move, just standing guard at the door. From what he had just seen, this Guisha was on a completely different level from the one encountered last night. Since Jie Yuqing and the others could handle it, he saw no need to intervene. Through observation, he discovered that Jie Yuqing's ability was similar to launching substantial energy attacks by compressing air. As for Wang Shuai, he resembled a guardian spirit of sorts. One attacked while the other defended. Their roles were clearly defined and complementary. No wonder they had dared to claim they would keep everyone safe earlier. About 2 minutes later, the Guisha crashed to the ground, its Guizhong starting to dissipate. This damn thing has such tough skin. Jie Yuqing staggered back a step, looking somewhat exhausted. After taking at least 10 of my attacks, it finally died. Wang Shuai simply lay on the ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Oh my! They say Guisha is hard to kill. I used to think that was an exaggeration. After this experience, I realize how naive I was before. And we killed it together. I really don't know how those who can slay a first-tier Guisha alone before even entering the first tier are so abnormal. Hearing this, Su Feng smiled slightly. Difficult? It was at most a bit of a hassle. Moreover, this was just an ordinary Guisha. The one from last night was a Guisha king with recovery abilities that were off the charts. Jie Yuqing caught his breath, regained his composure, and looked at Su Feng, who was guarding the door, quickly saying, "Brother, thanks for that just now." If it weren't for Su Feng, he would probably be reincarnated by now. Yeah, thanks. Wang Shuai also quickly sat up and thanked him. As long as you two are okay, Su Feng nodded. Saving the two was just a matter of convenience. His gaze shifted to the nearby cold corpse of the man, narrowing his eyes slightly. Strange fragrance. Guisha. Gu beast. Power outage. And the disappearance of mobile signals. A couple of these could be coincidences, but with all these elements appearing together, it was clearly man-made. It made him think of the group he encountered in the dark alley, and their boss and organization they spoke of. Even if they weren't directly responsible for this incident, they should still be involved. Meanwhile, in the night patrol command room, a red alert was flashing. A recently received message had everyone on high alert, and the night patrol members were urgently gathering to head to the mall. Zhao, the pollution energy detection at that location indeed shows abnormalities. Someone in the command room was typing on a keyboard, pulling up the real-time energy map of the mall area. What exactly is going on? The middle-aged man, who had been seen by Su Feng in the elevator, furrowed his brow tightly. His long-life eyebrows were particularly prominent. Unclear. Someone must have used their abilities to create an energy net covering the entire mall. It has blocked all signals. What? Does that mean the people inside can't send out messages? Who knows how long this has been happening? The middle-aged man looked at his wristwatch, his brow furrowed. How soon can the people who just set out arrive? 10 minutes at the earliest, but... The operator typed on the keyboard, pulling up the real-time locations of the night patrol members. Lee's team is already outside the mall for some reason. Su Feng pondered, feeling increasingly that this matter was unusual. A conspiracy. He sensed the scent of a conspiracy. He just didn't know who was behind all of this. What is it all for? Zazila, The dim yellow lights overhead suddenly emitted a crackling sound of electricity. After flickering a few times, they abruptly went out. Ah! Ah! At that moment, a series of piercing screams outside tore through the silence. Like sharp blades slicing through the cold air, each sound carried a chilling tremor. Immediately after, a series of sharp, ear-piercing shrieks erupted. Filled with primal power and endless malice, they sent shivers down one's spine. Not good. A strange beast. Su Feng thought to himself, rushing out the door. Jia Yuqing and Wang Shui followed closely behind. After passing through a right-angled corridor, they saw an orange-yellow glow flickering in the darkness ahead. Is that fire? Su Feng's eyelids narrowed. This was not good. Under the flickering light, they saw more than 20 people huddled in a corner, facing a dozen rat-like strange beasts closing in on them. You all go. I'll hold these strange beasts off. Jia Yuqing, who had come to a sudden stop, shouted urgently, swinging a nearby trash can and throwing it at the group of strange beasts. Crash! The trash can hit the ground, and empty milk teacups and other garbage rolled out. The ghostly rats let out a few hoarse cries, stepping forward relentlessly. Stepping on the rolling garbage, they made a crunching sound. Jia Yuqing swallowed hard and immediately exhaled a burst of energy in an attempt to push back the ghost rats. But it had no effect. Jiji, with a sharp, urgent screech, the ghost rats surged toward Jia Yuqing like a tide. The people in the corner hurriedly fled toward the outer corridor. Mi Xiaoyu, holding a little girl, followed closely but suddenly stumbled, barely catching herself against the wall to avoid falling. Are you okay? Su Feng quickly asked. I'm fine, I can hold on. Though she said this, her slightly trembling legs betrayed her pain. I'll get you out first, Su Feng said. Having promised to protect the two, he naturally had to see it through. Get on. Su Feng extended his hand, lifting her into his arms in a princess carry. Ah! Mi Xiaoyu's face flushed red. Wearing shorts, there was only a thin layer of black stockings between her and Su Feng's palm, and she could feel the heat of his large hand. Embarrassment made her ears feel like they were on fire. Hold on tight. I'll take you out. The weight in his arms posed no pressure to Su Feng at all. After saying that, he leaped out, crossing through the sea of fire to the corridor. Outside was already in chaos, with people fleeing in terror, and the few who had been together earlier had vanished. Give me your ability. Su Feng was not a beast transformation ability user, and his vision was ultimately limited in the darkness. But my ability. Mi Xiaoyu was taken aback and was about to refuse. It's fine, come on. Even a little enhancement would be better than the current situation, and besides, he wanted to take the opportunity to verify his guess. He wanted to see what would happen when he pushed open that door. Okay. Mi Xiaoyu drew her fingers, constructing a white energy bridge between them. Sure enough, Su Feng once again saw the previous void portal. With a slight mental push, he tried to gently open the door with his psychic power. Creak, the door opened, and Su Feng felt a coolness wash over his eyes. The darkness before him seemed to be erased like chalk on a blackboard, no longer obstructing his vision. It was even clearer than what night vision goggles could see. Mi Xiaoyu felt a wave of smoothness coursing through her body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. It felt as if her ability had undergone some positive change. This feeling was unprecedented. What was happening? Could it be him? She looked up at Su Feng, but she saw Su Feng wave his hand, pulling a sculpture from its base. It spun halfway around before he hurled it with force. The sculpture traced a perfect arc through the air, whistling away with the wind. It accurately struck the tall glass curtain wall of the mall. Crash! With a loud bang, the glass shattered like broken crystal, scattering everywhere. Ah! Mi Xiaoyu exclaimed. What are you going to do? Hold on tight, I'm taking you out. Su Feng tightened his grip around her thigh, pushing off with force, and his figure shot towards the broken window like an arrow released from a bow. He had seen that the lower floors were already in chaos. It was impossible to leave the mall through conventional means. So, this was the fastest and most time-efficient way he could think of. Out? But this is the 8th floor. Mi Xiaoyu's eyes widened like a goldfish, momentarily doubting her hearing. But the next second, her body was rapidly descending under the pull of gravity. The sensation of weightlessness left her mind blank. All that remained was the instinctual desire to survive. She clutched tightly to Su Feng's clothes, her knuckles turning white from the effort. She instinctively closed her eyes. Bang! In the next moment, a muffled sound reached her ears. Am I dead? Mi Xiaoyu opened her eyes groggily, looking at the ground without the blood she had imagined, and smiled bitterly. Indeed, this must be an illusion before death. Otherwise, how could she come down from such a height without a scratch? As her gaze shifted down, she saw Su Feng's six-pack abs exposed beneath the torn fabric, and her heart skipped a beat. Wow, so toned. I wonder what it feels like. After a moment, Su Feng opened his eyes to see Mi Xiaoyu sitting on him, grinning foolishly. What is this girl doing, lost in her own world? Get up quickly, this position is easily misunderstood. He thought to himself, about to speak, when he suddenly saw Mi Xiaoyu reach out to touch his stomach. What the hell? What is she doing? Su Feng jolted, quickly sitting up and grabbing Mi Xiaoyu's hand. Calm down, beautiful. Is there warmth? Could it be? No way? Mi Xiaoyu's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly got up. But due to the shock from earlier, her legs had already gone weak, and she swayed back down onto Su Feng's chest. Wow! Su Feng felt a jolt in a certain area. That sensation was even more exhilarating than hitting the ground with his back. Although he had created 2 spatial doors to shorten the actual falling distance, there was no safety net this time. To prevent the child in his arms from getting hurt, he could only rely on the muscles in his back to absorb the impact. Sorry. Mi Xiaoyu also noticed where her hand had landed and quickly retreated. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and a blush spread from her ears to her neck. Her hands unconsciously twisted together, her fingertips lightly rubbing. It's good that you're okay. Su Feng got up, instinctively putting his hand in his pocket to rub it, the pain easing a little. Take care of this child, I need to go back. Oh, Mi Xiaoyu's mind was a mess, and she instinctively replied. Then, after a while, she realized and looked up to ask, only to find that Su Feng had already disappeared. The heat on her face lessened a bit. It dawned on her that she was fine. She hurriedly looked herself over, and after confirming she was okay, she exclaimed, "Not even a scratch? How did he do that? It's incredible. And why did my abilities change just now? Is it also because of him? What a mysterious man." Mi Xiaoyu thought of something, a shy smile crossing her face. No matter what, I have to get his contact information later. On the 8th floor of the mall, a spatial portal appeared out of thin air. Su Feng stepped out from within. This is the spatial coordinate he deliberately left behind, transmitted directly from the ground. Just as he steadied himself, he saw the emblem unique to the night patrol projected into the air. The golden vertical eye shone brilliantly in the darkness. It is said to be the eye of the Candle Shadow Dragon, the strongest monster ever slain by the Great Xia. Great, the night patrol is here to save us. We're saved. The crowd, which had just been in chaos, seemed to have taken a calming pill upon seeing this emblem. However, Su Feng furrowed his brow. From previous deductions, it was clear that this incident was premeditated. Things shouldn't be this simple. But now his thoughts were in disarray, and there was no time to sort them out. He casually dealt with a ghost rat that lunged at him and headed towards where Xia Yuqing was. Amidst the flickering flames, Xia Yuqing and Wang Shui were back to back, breathing heavily and rapidly, surrounded by the corpses of ghost rats. The fire sprinkler above them intermittently sprayed water, flowing down over the blood on their bodies. The red and green blood mixed chaotically, streaming out towards the drain. Tap, tap, tap. Countless ghost rats slowly approached, stepping on the water's surface. It was as if they were weaving a net of death, enclosing the two of them. Damn, did we poke the nest of these ghost things? Why are there so many? Xia Yuqing tore off a piece of his clothing and wrapped it around his bleeding arm. Qing, if we die this time, does it count as heroism? What nonsense are you talking about? Xia Yuqing scolded, we will definitely get out. However, before he could finish his sentence, a ghost rat suddenly leaped up. Watch out! Wang Shui raised an energy barrier and stepped forward. Crack, the sharp teeth instantly shattered the energy shield and pierced Wang Shui's arm. Immediately, more ghost rats surged forward like sharks sensing blood. Shui. Seeing this, Xia Yuqing squeezed out the last of his spiritual energy, trying to save Wang Shui from the vicious creatures. However, it was ultimately a drop in the bucket. He was surrounded by ghost rats, trapped in an invisible cage, unable to break free. Watching the ghost rat leap towards him, ready to bite, he smiled bitterly. It seemed he was really going to die. Duck! At that moment, a voice that sounded quite familiar rang out, causing him to pause. He felt a chill brush past his eye. In his peripheral vision, he saw a blade glinting with a cold light. With a swift horizontal slash, the ghost rat lunging at him was split in two. The foul-smelling green blood splattered everywhere. Before he could react, a large hand pulled him and dragged him into a light blue portal that had appeared behind him. When he reappeared, he was already outside the encirclement. Is it the night patrol that has arrived? No, this person is Su Feng? Xia Yuqing's eyes widened in surprise. A regular fruit knife, but in his hands, it seemed to come alive. It transformed into a silver streak of light. Simple and efficient, each swing of the knife took the life of a monster. Watching his fluid movements, Xia Yuqing swallowed hard. This strength. Is he really F level? Get him out of here, the first aid kit has hemostatic medicine, give it to him. Su Feng kicked away a lunging ghost rat and pulled the blood-soaked Wang Shui into the portal. Controlling another spatial door, he spat Wang Shui out next to Xia Yuqing. What about you? Xia Yuqing instinctively asked. Did you forget my ability just now? F-level, door. Getting out is very simple. After all, the special recruitment for the auxiliary system was about to start, so it didn't matter if this matter was exposed early. Spatial system? F-level? 3 question marks popped up above Xie Yuqing's head. You told me that the magical portal that just saved me is an F-level ability? What a joke! But now he couldn't care less about that. Wang Shui had lost too much blood, the situation was indeed urgent. Be careful! After saying that, he picked up Wang Shui, grabbed the first aid kit by his feet, and ran out as fast as he could. As the two left, Su Feng turned around to look at the swarm of ghost mice surging in like a tide. His eyelids narrowed. The number was off. Could it be that he really poked a mouse nest? Squeak squeak. The groups of ghost mice had eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity. Their sharp teeth glinted with a cold light under the reflection of the fire. Splashing through the water, they closed in step by step. The target was clear, it was Su Feng, surrounded in the middle. Am I surrounded? Facing the advancing ghost mice, there was not a trace of fear in Su Feng's eyes, instead, they revealed a calm confidence. He gently raised his left hand, the movement elegant yet full of power. It was as if he was conducting a silent concert. With his gesture, a bright purple portal appeared out of thin air in front of him. The edges of the portal flickered with tiny lightning bolts, emitting a low humming sound. Sorry, it's not you who surrounded me, it's you who are surrounded by me. After saying that, the portal slowly opened. The thunder gate had opened. Like a slumbering giant beast, it opened its eyes. In an instant, the power of thunder surged. Like sharp blades, it carved charred marks into the ground. Those originally fierce ghost mice instantly became small and powerless in the face of this force. The current slithered through the crowd of ghost mice like a spirit snake. Wherever it went, the ghost mice turned into charred remains. 3 breaths later, Su Feng stood on an insulated plastic chair, like a deity commanding thunder, calmly waving his hand. He dispersed the portal. Wherever his gaze fell, there were no living beings left. If someone had witnessed this scene, they would surely have their jaw drop. Hundreds of strange beasts had turned to ashes in just a few breaths. Not bad. As expected of the strongest attack element in elemental abilities, this power is to my taste. Su Feng lightly clapped his hands and stepped down from the chair. This power was worth the entire afternoon he had spent focused on research without even drinking a sip of water. Ziz bang. Just as he was pondering, a sound of electricity came from a nearby corner, followed by a small explosion. The flames, nearly extinguished by the firefighting water, flickered back to life. Looks like this should be the source of the fire. He moved his feet towards the corner where the flames originated. Upon reaching, he turned on his phone's flashlight. Surrounding him were some broken plastic casings belonging to batteries. It seemed that this was where the cinema's backup power supply was originally placed. This should be the cause of the fire. His gaze extended, locking onto the irregular gap ahead. The exposed steel bars were bent, as if the building's veins had been ruthlessly torn apart. Not just this floor, following the light from his phone, each floor had a similar gap, seemingly extending all the way down to the ground. So that's it, Su Feng suddenly realized. He had been wondering where these ghost mice came from. Now it seemed they had dug up from underground to the mall, tearing open these gaps and moving upwards. He just hadn't expected to damage the backup battery here, causing an explosion in fire. No wonder there are so many ghost mice here. It seems that all those trying to spread to the upper levels have gathered here. If that's the case, then the pressure on the upper levels should be less. Su Feng looked at his phone, which had regained signal, and sent a message to Zhang Zishu and Chen Duo, asking how they were doing. Soon, news arrived that both of them were safe and sound. Finally, I can take a break. The night patrol had arrived, and the most dangerous moment had passed. He could finally rest a bit. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a strange whistle suddenly pierced the air. The melody was distorted and shrill, carrying an indescribable eeriness, as if it were a call from another world. It made one's heart involuntarily tighten, as if gripped by icy claws. What is this? He hurriedly shone his phone's light in the direction of the sound. As the whistle's pitch rose and fell, the corpses of the ghost mice lying on the ground began to stir. Countless gray streams of energy slowly seeped from their remains. They had no tangible form, resembling more like smoke or shadows. They twisted and spiraled in the air, crawling along the ground like insects. This scene was bizarre to the extreme. Something unusual must be afoot. Su Feng quickly followed outside and saw many people on the surrounding floors also raising their phones, shining lights at the massive gray shadow suspended in midair, resembling a cocoon. Gray streams of energy continuously converged from various parts of the mall into it. The gray cocoon was visibly expanding. At this moment, the night patrol, the real-time footage being transmitted, appeared on the big screen. A plump middle-aged man leaned forward, his eyes wide open upon seeing the enormous gray cocoon. Black cocoon? Li Mu, driving a four-wheel drive off-road vehicle, looked at the image on the car's screen, his pupils suddenly constricting. He slammed on the brakes, stopping by the roadside. Spitting out the cigarette in his mouth, he muttered in disbelief, "The Whistler? That organization is back?" His brows furrowed tightly as he immediately connected to the communication wristbands of his entire team. "Don't get close, this thing is death energy. The energy that explodes after expanding to a certain extent will flatten the entire mall. Evacuate the crowd immediately." In the mall, Su Feng listened to the call from Jiang Zishu, his gaze fixed on the still expanding giant cocoon. Death energy? So it means, someone is indeed orchestrating this. Manipulating everything. This is, to bury everyone here forever. Monster! The monster is back! Suddenly, shouts erupted from the crowd, followed by terrifying roars that did not belong to humans coming from various floors. Su Feng's brows knitted tightly, and he heard a massive flapping sound of wings above his head. Looking up, he saw a pair of enormous wings spread wide, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty red light, like two burning coals. It let out a piercing shriek and swooped down, seemingly considering him a fine meal. A flying-type strange beast? Su Feng reacted instantly, swiftly drawing a sharp fruit knife with his left hand. He pushed off with his right foot, launching himself into the air like an arrow released from a bow. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. Accompanied by a sharp tearing sound, one of the beast's wings was severed, blood raining down. The unbalanced creature tumbled in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Using the momentum of its fall, Su Feng swung the fruit knife again. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the blade accurately pierced through the beast's chest, pinning it firmly to the cold ground. With a piercing wail, the creature's body convulsed violently a few times before falling into eternal silence. Blood-red bat? Under the phone's light, Su Feng recognized the strange beast. However, unlike the previous ghost mice that had ghostly facial patterns, this blood-red bat did not display the characteristic blood-red color in its wings. As he withdrew the knife, a plume of gray energy rose and once again merged into the enormous, eerie gray cocoon in midair. "Get out of the way, don't block the path. Whoever wants to die, I won't stop you. I haven't had enough of life yet, so get out of the way." Someone save me. The chaotic noise returned to his ears. The previously slightly stabilized tense atmosphere boiled over again due to the appearance of the blood-red bats. Looking around, the scene was already a complete mess. Su Feng frowned tightly, watching the still expanding gray cocoon, and whispered to himself, "The role of the blood-red bats is probably just to create panic. They are stalling for time to charge this gray cocoon. But it cannot be denied that this person has succeeded. In the current chaos, I'm afraid, more than 90% of the people will be buried here forever." He raised his left hand, looking at the door-shaped pattern in his palm. Using the spatial door, he could take some people out. But he had tested it before. Bringing living objects into the teleportation portal consumed 3 times more spiritual energy than non-living objects. He estimated that no more than 5 people could be taken before his spiritual energy ran out. Wait. Thinking of this, he looked again at the gray cocoon in midair. A bold idea slowly formed in his mind. Since he couldn't take people, why not take this energy cocoon instead? If he could really use the power of the door to take this thing away, perhaps he could save thousands of people. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. If he saved so many people, wouldn't that be a complete merit? He didn't seek such an ethereal thing. He just couldn't bear to see so many people die in front of him. Then let's give it a try. With his mind made up, Su Feng's thoughts raced, and he looked up at the top of the mall. If he wanted to teleport as far as possible, he couldn't pass through obstacles. The best way was only one up in the air, to send this thing to the sky. As for how to get up there, he turned to look at the blood-red bat attacking nearby. This one was at least twice the size of the one he had killed earlier. It should be able to withstand his weight. This electric wire is just right to use as a reins. Su Feng precisely cut a hanging electric wire with his knife, held it in his hand, and shot out. A few breaths later, Su Feng tightly gripped the wire wrapped around the neck of the blood-red bat. He used the blade embedded in its body to inflict pain on the bat, driving it toward the ceiling. Su Feng? Jiang Zishu, who had already descended to the 10th floor, also saw this scene. She couldn't help but exclaim. Su Feng didn't hear her, all he could hear was the howling wind. "Here it comes!" Watching the ceiling grow larger, Sufeng flicked his finger and threw out a streak of azure light. Phoenix feather. Bang! The azure light exploded, and the ceiling shattered, revealing an irregular hollow amidst the flying dust. The next moment, he rushed into the air through the hollow. The height continued to rise, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Just as he approached 40 meters from the top of the mall, the blood-red bat seemed to have drained all its strength. Like a plane with broken wings, it was about to fall. Sufeng quickly prepared the spatial door mark and left it in the air. Then, his body fell like a shooting star, plummeting down. Night Patrol Division. The plump middle-aged man watched the real-time footage of the gray cocoon starting to crack. His face was so serious it could almost drip water. Has the death energy accumulated enough? At this time, it should be the time the whistleblower left for himself to escape. When the time comes, I'm afraid, no one will survive. On the road, Limu was still rushing forward with all his might when a multimedia message suddenly arrived on his phone. Captain Lee, your little friend is not bad. This fireworks show is a gift for you after 3 years apart. The signature was a face that seemed to be both crying and laughing. Seeing this sign, Limu's pupils constricted. A chill rose from behind him. Sure enough, these madmen had returned. Moreover, this was revenge for the raid he led on their lair 3 years ago. The revenge was directed at his team members. He quickly opened the communication ring and shouted, "Everyone, retreat immediately." No way. Boss, we're stuck with some weird stop that came out of nowhere. We can't get away. Zheng Yuan's hoarse voice rang out. Just then, the car suddenly stalled. Out of gas, how is that possible? Limu instantly realized something. His car had been tampered with. The fuel in the tank was just enough to get them here, allowing them to see the entire view of the mall in the distance. Bastard! He slammed his hand on the steering wheel. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he disregarded everything else and opened the car door, sprinting towards the mall. Jiang, that thing is about to break, don't worry about me. You go first. Chen Duo looked at the massive gray cocoon, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. Hold on to me, we leave together. Jiang Zishu activated her beast form, her claws gripping the pillar as she took Chen Duo down to the lower level. Below, a dozen night patrollers also sensed the strange energy fluctuations. They possessed spiritual energy and could directly feel the terrifying energy contained within that gray cocoon. Once it exploded, everyone would die. In an instant, a wave of despair rose from the depths of their hearts. After exchanging glances, they all revealed sorrowful smiles. Mom, you have to take care of yourself. Zheng Yuan dialed his mother's number. Seeing this, the other night patrollers also took the last moments to call their families, making final farewells. Sufeng shortened the distance of his fall through 2 teleportation portals, landing on the protective net. Looking at the gray cocoon so close, he could feel a surging energy about to burst forth. There was no time to think. He reached out, pouring all his mental strength into trying to contain it within the spatial portal. Is that Sufeng? Chen Duo, who had been staring at the gray cocoon, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is he doing? Jiang Zishu turned back upon hearing this and saw Sufeng's actions. Could it be that he wants to teleport this thing away? She instantly understood Sufeng's intention, a hint of shock in her eyes. This idea was too bold. But, if successful, it could theoretically save the people in the mall. But was that even possible? The night patrollers on the lower floor, noticing this scene, also stopped their movements, staring at Sufeng in astonishment. Is this guy trying to destroy this thing? It's useless. Not only won't it stop, but it will also accelerate the explosion. Sufeng was unaware. At this moment, so many gazes were focused on him. He was completely concentrated on the massive cocoon before him, beads of sweat continuously forming on his forehead. Who would have thought that energy could also have weight? And this thing before him was so heavy it was almost unbearable. It was pressing down on the door he had formed, making it somewhat unstable. Sure enough, I was a bit naive. Crack. As several more streams of gray energy flowed in, the cracks on the gray cocoon deepened further. This meant that the gray cocoon had reached its capacity limit. Just a little more. Sufeng's brow furrowed tightly. At the same time, he saw 2 more streams of gray energy approaching. Seeing this, Sufeng's heart raced. If these 2 energy masses merged in, it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The energy inside would completely explode. The entire mall would likely be flattened. The time left for him was running out. Gulp! He swallowed hard. His heartbeat was rapid like a drum, every second feeling incredibly precious. Gritting his teeth, he poured all his strength into the spatial gate, expanding it to its limit. Go! Just as the 2 streams of gray energy were about to touch the giant cocoon, Sufeng shouted. The spatial gate suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. In an instant, the gray giant cocoon, resembling an erupting volcano, was teleported 30 meters above the top floor of the mall. Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted. The giant cocoon could no longer withstand the internal pressure and completely shattered. Boom! A terrifying shockwave surged forth like a raging storm. The structural integrity of the top floor appeared fragile in the face of this force. Reinforced concrete was easily toppled like a sandcastle, and glass shards flew about like hail. The entire area turned to ruins in an instant, dust and smoke filling the air, obscuring vision. Moreover, this force continued to extend downward. Law Enforcement Department. The live feed was interrupted. The entire command center fell into a terrifying silence, to the point where a pin drop could be heard. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Bastard! Smiling Face Organization. I, Zhao Xian, will remember this debt. I swear here, no matter how troublesome it is, I will erase you. Zhao Xian's face turned as dark as possible, his fist heavily smashing down on the table. Meanwhile, Li Mu, who was running, heard a loud explosion in the distance, and the ground beneath him shook. He saw the upper level of the mall collapsing. No, no! He screamed, as if all the strength in his body had been drained, and he collapsed to the ground in a daze. Inside the mall, as the destructive force dissipated, the bright moonlight poured in. Dust filled the air. Cough, cough, cough. As the first cough sounded, more followed. The crowd rose from the corners of the underground, shaking off the dust from their bodies, and after confirming they were unharmed, they erupted into shouts. Great! I'm still alive. Ah, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. For a moment there, I thought I was finished. This is a miracle. No, this is a divine act. To hell with work, I'm quitting tomorrow. Who understands the feeling of surviving a disaster? Zhang Yuan and the others also gradually came to their senses. A jolt of electricity coursed through their bodies, making them tremble all over. Who was that person? How did he do it? They were all ability users and naturally understood how terrifying that thing had been. But that person had managed to save them all by himself. What terrifying power! And what a huge heart it must take. Forget about that for now, let's save people. I'll call team leader Li. Zhang Yuan said, pulling out his phone. On the road, Li Mu half knelt on the ground, immersed in endless sorrow. Just then, a call came in, and seeing the name on the caller ID made his heart skip a beat. He thought he had misread it, and after a moment of daze, he quickly answered with trembling fingers. Boss. Hearing Zhang Yuan's voice, Li Mu's throat tightened, and he stammered, Are you all okay? We're fine, someone came to save us. That's good, that's good. Stay where you are, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Li Mu's fingers trembled as he fumbled for a cigarette, putting it in his mouth, but he couldn't suppress the excitement within. Wiping his face with his palm, he laughed and stood up, sprinting towards the mall. Night Patrol Department. Yay! Great, everyone is okay? As the dust settled, the screen restored. The people in the command room, after a moment of daze, erupted into thunderous cheers. Zhao Xian also straightened up, looking at the screen, a smile blooming on his face. While moving his wrist, he recalled the figure in front of the gray cocoon. Who on earth is he? And how did he manage that? Ah, forget it, I'm falling into my old habits again. No matter who he is, being able to act in time at that moment. The night patrol, including me, owes him a favor. A huge favor. Inside the mall. After Zhang Yuan finished reporting everything, he realized his phone was ringing and quickly answered the call. Son, what's wrong? Tell Mom. A voice on the other end, tinged with tears, came through. Mom, don't cry, I'm fine. I'll come home to see you tomorrow. I can't talk now, I need to find the hero who saved us all. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. He looked up at the spot where he had just seen Su Feng, but there was no sign of him. At that moment, reinforcements from the night patrol finally arrived, starting to orderly evacuate the crowd. Brother Zhang, are we helping with the evacuation or handling the task the boss assigned us? Someone asked. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and then said, First, let's catch Su Feng and send him back to the night patrol to avoid any long-lasting troubles. Su Feng, answer the phone. You must be okay. Jiang Zishu, who had been thrown against the wall by the explosion, hurriedly called Su Feng, ignoring her own injuries. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected, and hearing Su Feng's voice, she let out a sigh of relief. After learning Su Feng's exact location, she quickly rushed over with Chen Duo. Su Feng, how are you? Are you hurt? Jiang Zishu looked at Su Feng leaning against the wall and quickly scanned him from head to toe. Cough, cough, to make Sister Shu so worried, I must be quite fortunate, Su Feng joked. What time is it, and you still have the mood to joke? You really scared me. And Duo just now. Jiang Zishu's tone had a noticeable pause. Su Feng spread his hands, patted his limbs and chest, and smiled. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. When that violent energy erupted, he had used the last of his spiritual energy to summon the gate of resurrection to block the impact. His spiritual energy was completely depleted. Now, there was not a drop left. Coupled with the exhaustion of his mental energy, he felt lightheaded, as if he had been drained dry. It's good that you're fine, Jiang Zishu visibly relaxed. I told you, he has a strong fate. Chen Duo stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Sister thought she was doomed just now. I didn't expect you could turn the tide alone. So cool. Su Feng smiled helplessly at her words. If it weren't for the lack of options, he wouldn't have taken such risks. Although his actions were somewhat reckless, it was fortunate that they succeeded. Seeing everyone around him safe made it all worthwhile. Just then, Jiang Zishu's wristband buzzed with a message from Zhang Yuan, asking if Su Feng was with her. With Jiang Zishu's keen intelligence, she naturally sensed something unusual. Zhang Yuan had previously asked her about Su Feng, and she had casually mentioned that Su Feng was with her. But now, at this juncture, instead of evacuating the crowd, Zhang Yuan was the first to inquire about Su Feng's whereabouts. This was quite unusual. Su Feng, what do you think about this? Jiang Zishu handed over her wristband. Su Feng glanced at it briefly and smiled slightly. It's fine, just tell him I'm here waiting for him. Having lived 2 lives, he quickly guessed Zhang Yuan's purpose for looking for him. He understood that it must be about the exposure of the alley incident. However, his situation was now vastly different from yesterday. Although he had desperately saved everyone, he had not gained anything directly. But the potential gains were not to be underestimated. At the very least, the night patrol owed him a huge favor. In this matter, they should not make things too difficult for him. Moreover, he felt that the events of today should be related to the organization behind the group that was trafficking in strange species. This action had indeed saved many people. However, from the perspective of this organization, it was an obstruction to their plans. He would definitely be seen as a thorn in their side, a nail in their eye. They would surely find a way to eliminate him. Therefore, before he left Jiangnan City to attend university, he needed to rely on the power of the night patrol to ensure his safety. Jiang Zishu glanced at Su Feng with a hint of meaning, nodded, and told Zhang Yuan the location. Before long, Zhang Yuan arrived with his men. Su Feng, you are suspected in a case, come back with us to the night patrol, Zhang Yuan said forcefully, and 2 people stepped forward behind him. Jiang Zishu frowned slightly, remaining silent. From Su Feng's reaction earlier, she felt he must have his own plans. But Chen Duo was not having it. She stepped in front of Zhang Yuan with her arm outstretched. What do you mean? Su Feng just saved so many people and has only rested for a moment, and you want to take him away? Is this appropriate? Duo Jia, it's fine, I'll go, Su Feng said, looking at Chen Duo who was blocking him, feeling somewhat touched. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Of course, I mean it literally. Do I have time to play riddles with you? Chen Duo replied unhappily. Wait, are you saying that shadow in front of the gray cocoon was him? Zhang Yuan said in shock. The people behind him widened their eyes at this. Don't joke around, Zhang Yuan shook his head. He knew better than anyone Su Feng's ability level. An F grade, the most useless and worthless. He was someone who didn't even plan to take the martial arts exam and went straight into society to deliver packages. He was destined to have nothing to do with the word hunter in this lifetime. How could such a person be the one who saved them? She's not joking, Jiang Zishu said, her expression slightly cold. She was very displeased with Zhang Yuan's attitude. What? Zhang Yuan's lips tightened, instinctively looking at Su Feng. Is it true? Chen Duo also coldly snorted. Of course it's true. If it weren't for Su Feng risking his life to save you, you would have long gone to Mengpa for soup, and you're still questioning if it's true. This. Zhang Yuan and the 2 behind him twitched at the corners of their mouths. If that were the case, then they really were a bit of jerks. They were saved at the cost of his life, and they turned around to arrest Su Feng. Duo Jia, it's fine. This is their duty, they have to cooperate, Su Feng said, slowly standing up. The reason he had Zhang Yuan come over was to take a trip to the night patrol. According to Li Mu's tone earlier, he must have some understanding of the person who just used their abilities. Perhaps he also knew about the mysterious organization behind it. The clearer he understood, the better he could plan ahead. Do you need to bind my wrists? Su Feng asked, hands clasped together. Zhang Yuan quickly waved his hands. No, we're all friends. We're just following the rules. His tone had clearly softened. The 2 behind him quickly echoed. If they cuffed him, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with enmity? Was that still human? In the car. Looking at the streetlights flashing by, Su Feng pondered what to say at the night patrol. He felt his eyelids growing heavier. As they made a turn, his body slid sideways, and his head landed on Jiang Zishu's thigh. Feeling the soft touch was like a pillow. Instantly, drowsiness swept over him. The exhaustion from the afternoon, combined with the mental strain just now, made it impossible for him to hold on. He fell asleep, thinking he was resting on a pillow. Jiang Zishu, lost in thought, suddenly trembled and instinctively wanted to pull her leg away. But seeing Su Feng's tired appearance, she ultimately did not move. She let him rest like that until they reached the night patrol's entrance. Upon arrival, Jiang Zishu blushed and called him awake. Su Feng got up in a daze, rubbing his hair. By the way, this pillow is really soft and has a faint fragrance. I wonder where it was bought. Wait a minute. He suddenly jolted awake. This is the car. Where did this pillow come from? Could it be that I just used it as a... No way. Just a moment ago in his dream, he had felt that the pillow was exceptionally soft and elastic, and he had been kneading and grabbing it with his hands. Oh no! Realizing the situation, Su Feng stood there awkwardly. With his thoughts racing, he cleared his throat. Sister Shu, I'm sorry, my mental energy was too drained, and I accidentally fell asleep. It's fine, let's go, we've arrived. After saying that, Jiang Zishu got out of the car. Hiss. Su Feng rubbed his nose, feeling a bit incredulous. The day before yesterday, he had been treated as a pervert just for glancing at Jiang Zishu in a bathrobe. But this time, Jiang Zishu didn't hold it against him. This plot development was off. However, since nothing happened, he wouldn't be foolish enough to bring it up again. It was best to let it go. He walked into the night patrol department with ease. Su Feng instinctively scanned his face and iris to pass through the turnstile and pressed the elevator button. This series of actions left the person following him completely bewildered. Oh, sorry, I'm just used to it, Su Feng realized belatedly and apologized. Jiang Zishu covered her face and chuckled beside him. It seemed that Su Feng was the first person to come to the night patrol department for questioning as if it were just going home. In the interrogation room, a person sleeping with his head down lifted it upon hearing the noise. Seeing Su Feng, he immediately perked up. Ah, finally someone is here. I thought I was the only one tonight. The man enthusiastically approached Su Feng for a handshake, making it seem like a glorious event. Bro, I'm Lu Qi, what's your surname? Su Feng. Su Feng twitched his mouth, shaking hands while sizing up the long-haired man in front of him. He looked to be about the same age, but there was a sense of streetwise experience in his every move. Ha, we can consider ourselves brothers in misfortune now. No one has come to talk to me yet. It seems something big has happened. Looks like we might have to sleep in this room together for the night. Sleep? Together? Su Feng raised an eyebrow and instinctively took a step back. He certainly didn't have that kind of hobby. Bro, what are you thinking? I'm a pure man, male, and I like women. By the way, why are you here? Lu Qi asked casually. Suspected of taking out a few people. Su Feng just wanted to rest well. He thought that after saying this, Lu Qi would quiet down, but it was the exact opposite. Wow, bro, you're impressive. Your ability level must be strong. I've always dreamed of becoming a combat-type hunter. F level, just a bit stronger than G level abilities, Su Feng replied. So you really... Hey, wait a minute, is there a G-level ability? Bro, you're really funny. Lu Qi noticed that Su Feng didn't want to continue this topic and quickly changed the subject. By the way, I'm known as the Jack of all trades in Jiangnan. If you need anything, feel free to find me. Saying this, he took out a business card. Su Feng was speechless, this guy was even promoting his services here. Six-eared monkey? Su Feng raised an eyebrow at the name on the card. Ah, yes, that's my code name, Monkey Master. Lu Qi said, patting his chest proudly. This name is well known in the intelligence community of Jiangnan. In the future, if you need to investigate anything, given our bond through hardship, I'll give you a 10% discount. Su Feng smirked slightly. I bet you give everyone a 10% discount. Lu Qi quickly shook his head. That can't be, Monkey Master is very expensive. I don't give discounts to just anyone. Is that so? Of course. Su Feng smiled and pulled out his phone to bring up their chat history. Oh, I can't believe it, I've closed 2 deals in the past couple of days, and one of them is yours, brother. Lu Qi perked up and pulled Su Feng to sit down. We have a connection. Well, since we're so connected, let's not worry about the discount thing. It's not easy to make a living these days. How about this, next time you need something, I'll tell you for free. Free? Su Feng raised an eyebrow. Lu Qi nodded, yes, free. Is it guaranteed? Guaranteed, absolutely guaranteed. Lu Qi nodded again. Alright, I actually do have something to ask you. Since you say you're Jiangnan Baixiaoxing, you must know about this. Su Feng took out a photo and handed it to Lu Qi. It was the black pill he had taken from the box at Beast Face. What the hell? Lucci took a glance and immediately tossed it back to Su Feng as if the phone was too hot to handle. His voice was astonished. Where did you get this photo? Seeing his reaction, Su Feng knew he must recognize it. It seemed this thing had quite a background. Don't worry about where I got it. Just tell me, what is this? Lucci furrowed his brows, looking troubled. How about you change the question? This thing is not to be trifled with. Su Feng smiled, provoking him. So, are you afraid to say, or do you really not know? In my opinion, you should stop calling yourself Jiangnan Baixiaoxing. It's completely just a facade. Sure enough, this provoked Lucci, who waved his hand dismissively. Say it, just afraid you won't dare to listen. Didn't I just say there were only 2 deals this week? One was yours, and the other is related to this thing. Someone, I don't know where they got it, asked me where I could sell it. I just gave him an address just like yours. Su Feng frowned. Is it that bald uncle from the doll shop? Exactly, he bought an ad space from me, and as long as I introduced him, I could take a cut. But when I went to collect my share today, I found out he was already dead. Dead? Su Feng's pupils contracted. He had been thinking of going to ask him about this thing. Lucci nodded. So, that's why I came in. By the way, I only know a bit about this thing. It seems to help beast transformation type abilities forcibly break through to the first level. As for the rest, I really don't know. Forcibly breaking through to the first level? Su Feng frowned. This thing was indeed problematic. So, the 3 from Beast Face must have used this pill to elevate themselves to the first level. This question was answered, but hearing this made him even more curious. Why did that bald uncle die? Did he find out something? Also, was this thing developed through research? Take my advice, just pretend you don't know about this. And also, you didn't show me anything earlier, and I didn't say anything. After saying this, Lucci surprisingly fell silent, staring blankly at the corner of the wall, lost in thought. Su Feng didn't want to think too much either and dozed off in his chair. Early morning. On the 7th floor of the office, in a spacious office, Zhao Xian hung up the phone and came to the sofa, taking off his golden reading glasses, looking at Li Mu, who was sitting beside him with a furrowed brow. I've already talked to the higher-ups about the Smile organization. They want us to keep it low-key for now. We need to find their lair as quickly as possible and take them out. Li Mu sighed and shook his head. Since Smile dared to openly provoke us this time, it means they've been hiding in the shadows and are fully prepared. 3 years ago, when we pulled out the smiley face, you should have known the price we paid. Moreover, this was under the circumstances where core members like the whistleblower had escaped. To remove it in a short time is extremely difficult. Zhao Xian stroked his slightly graying mustache and nodded. Of course I know this, but since it's within our jurisdiction, we can't shirk our responsibility. However, the military should also lend a hand in this matter. We should also make time to meet the new Inspector Liu. Ding-dling. At that moment, the landline phone rang. Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow and walked to his desk to answer the call. Okay. I'll help you look for it. He hung up the phone and walked to the fax machine, pulling out a sketch. Zhaoda, that voice just now sounded familiar. Li Mu put a cigarette in his mouth. Of course it sounds familiar, it's Yi Junshan, the president of the eastern branch of the Huangqi Guild. Yi Junshan? What does he want from you? Zhao Xian shook the paper in his hand. He said to help him find someone, and the sketch was sent over. Take a look and see if it looks familiar. Let me see. Li Mu took the sketch, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Isn't this Su Feng? Zhao Xian nodded. It's Su Feng, but I wonder what Yi Junshan wants with him. Could it be that he already knows Su Feng is behind tonight's incident? He came specifically to win him over. Impossible. Li Mu shook his head. Jiang Zishu and Zhang Yuan wouldn't say anything. Su Feng's friend probably wouldn't either. I think he himself wouldn't brag about such things all over the world. Then that's strange, Zhao Xian said suspiciously. Ding-dling. The phone rang again. Oh, are we not sleeping tonight? Zhao Xian stood up, said a few words, and then pulled another sheet of paper from the fax machine. Upon seeing the image on the paper, he displayed a meaningful smile. How strange. The vice president of the Jiangnan Xuanwu group, Xia Li, also sent me an identical sketch. She also wants me to help find Su Feng. Li Mu was taken aback. Xia Li? How could this woman be connected to Su Feng? By the way, who exactly is this kid? He can actually make these 2 influential figures in Jiangnan City personally inquire at night. I'm getting more and more interested in him. Zhao Xian quickly reminded, take it easy, don't use your usual methods. After all, both our night patrol department and the 2 of us owe him a big favor. Li Mu got up from the sofa and nodded, don't worry. I'll just scare him a little. Su Feng woke up from his nap, his stomach grumbling uncontrollably. It made him feel a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't eaten well for dinner, and the subsequent battle had drained a lot of his energy. Don't think about it, brother, my stomach is hungry too. Last time I came, when I said I was hungry, no one paid any attention to you. Lu Qi spoke in a tone of a seasoned veteran. You are you, I am I, we are not the same. Su Feng stood up from his seat. What difference does it make? Aren't you just a bit better looking than me? I don't believe that if you shout, someone will bring you food. Lu Qi propped his feet on the table, his tone full of disdain. Su Feng smiled and decided to tease Lu Qi, saying, no need to bring it, I can order. You just keep dreaming. If you really shout for a box of crayfish, from now on, you will be my godfather. Lu Qi's words were filled with mockery. He didn't believe Su Feng's words at all. Is it a deal? No backing out. Whoever backs out is a little dog. I just don't believe they can really bring you crayfish. Lu Qi changed his posture, putting both feet on the table. Su Feng smiled faintly, not expecting to receive such a good surprise here. He stood up, gently tapped on the single pane glass twice, and then quietly waited. Is it over? Is that it? A hint of mockery crossed Lu Qi's face. Brother, you really overdid it this time. It's just ordering food at a restaurant. It can't be this hasty, right? You don't really think that by tapping twice, someone will come in and ask what you want, do you? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of the doorknob shaking echoed. Jiang Zishu walked in. What's up? Lu Qi looked towards the door, his eyes widening in surprise. He thought he had seen countless women, but Jiang Zishu in front of him still refreshed his concept of beauty. Fair-skinned and radiant, tall and curvy. She was simply the dream lover of every man. It's nothing, I just want to eat some crayfish. What flavor? Not too spicy, add some lemon, from that place at the East Street corner. I'll be right back. With that, Jiang Zishu turned and left. Wow! Lu Qi, who was listening beside him, was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? You can even choose the flavor. Is this still the interrogation room of the Night Patrol Division? Slap! He gave himself a solid slap on the face. It hurt. This isn't a dream. Could it be that he hadn't been here for a while and the rules had changed? He also learned to knock on the window like Su Feng. Creak, the door opened, and Lu Qi's eyes instantly lit up. Not bad, the Night Patrol Division is becoming more humane. What are you knocking for? Think carefully about what you need to report later. A low voice scolded, and the door was slammed shut. In that moment, Lu Qi completely questioned his life, staring wide-eyed at Su Feng. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't forget what you just said. Su Feng chuckled inwardly. He didn't expect to gain such a good surprise out of nowhere. This must be a problem. Unless I see the crayfish with my own eyes, it doesn't count. Lu Qi was still making his last struggle. But in less than 10 minutes, he gave up. Brother, you can't eat all of this, share a little with me. Looking at the 2 large boxes of crayfish, Lu Qi kept swallowing. What do you call me? Father, my good father, please share a meal with me. Lu Qi was now completely submissive. He felt he couldn't see through Su Feng at all. It felt like being at home in the Night Patrol Division, and he could even order a late-night snack. Who on earth is this person? Eat up, and remember not to splash oil on the table. Saying this, Su Feng handed Lu Qi a box and then started to feast. So delicious. Lu Qi wiped his mouth, enjoying the meal. Really? Let me try some. Just then, a magnetic voice rang out. You came too late, it's all gone. Lu Qi, who had just been picking his teeth, smiled upon hearing this, but when he saw who had come in, he uncontrollably shivered. Li, Captain Li, what brings you here? This is bad. He quickly cleared his throat, signaling Su Feng to stop eating. Li Mu snorted coldly. You little monkey, we'll deal with your issues later, go wait outside first. I want to talk to him. Ha, ha. Lu Qi was stunned. Li Mu actually didn't pursue the matter of the 2 eating crayfish. Could it be that this was permitted by Li Mu? Thinking of this, he quickly glanced at Su Feng, who was sitting beside him, to have Li Mu give him the green light. What kind of identity does this person have? Aren't you leaving? I'm leaving. Lu Qi sensibly pushed the door open and closed it behind him. In the room, only Su Feng and Li Mu remained. Hello, Captain Li. Although Su Feng had met Li Mu a few times while delivering packages, this was their first formal meeting. Do you know why you were brought in? Li Mu said in a deep voice, a subtle aura emanating from him. He exuded an intimidating presence without being angry. Feeling this aura, Su Feng smiled slightly and took off the disposable gloves on his hands. Does Captain Li want me to know, or not know? In 2 lifetimes. To think that I could intimidate him with this kind of momentum is truly underestimating him. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's pupils constricted. His evaluation of Su Feng inevitably rose another level. Just this calmness alone already surpassed most of his peers. Let's talk about the matter in the alley. Hearing this, Su Feng confirmed his suspicions. Sure enough, he had revealed a flaw. However, he was well prepared. Captain Li, I am also a victim in this matter. So you are admitting that you killed those people? Li Mu's gaze turned cold as he scrutinized Su Feng. Su Feng nodded, indeed, I killed them. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's pupils slightly constricted. This possibility seemed to him the least likely. After all, Su Feng was not yet 18, it was impossible to think otherwise. So hearing him admit it in person still felt somewhat unbelievable. To kill Zhou Bao, you must be at least second tier or higher. To reach second tier at this age, unless you are a genius among geniuses, you must have an A-level talent or above. So you used some special method to hide your ability level. Who exactly are you? I'm just an ordinary person. Su Feng slightly curled his lips and spread his hands. Captain Li, haven't you already read my file at least 3 times? Yes, your file is too ordinary. Ordinary to the point of being unbelievable. Li Mu's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Su Feng, trying to discern some clue from the calm depths of his eyes. Unfortunately, he couldn't even see a ripple of emotion. Facing Su Feng, he felt a kind of difficulty he would not have expected from someone his age. Is he too mature, or has he used some method to turn back time? Li Mu thought to himself. Captain Li, don't think too much, I really am only 18, not some old monster who has turned back time. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's heart trembled slightly, his thoughts had been seen through. How could this be? Is this person really only 18? Thinking back to his own naive foolishness at that age, he felt worlds apart from Su Feng. Captain Li, I think you misunderstood. I did kill those people, in the literal sense. What do you mean? Li Mu asked suspiciously. You should have seen the wounds, the fatal injuries were the few hits to the head. That was me. But before that, I couldn't make Zhou Bao lose consciousness. This was the explanation he had prepared in advance, meant to confuse the issue. What you mean is, Li Mu frowned, another person defeated Zhou Bao in an instant, and what you did was just deliver the final blow. Murmuring to himself, his thoughts gradually became clearer. The parts he couldn't understand before now had reasonable explanations. Seeing this scene, Su Feng secretly smiled. The reason he had spoken ambiguously earlier was to lead Li Mu into doubt. In this way, with a slight nudge, he could make this statement for himself. What he needed to do was to conjure up a non-existent person out of thin air. This fictional person, Su Feng referred to as the shadow. Before he truly grew up, this fictional shadow would stand in the open, taking the blame for him. Both real and fake. Elusive enough to make people wary. Thus, even if that mysterious force wanted to act against him, they would have to weigh the strength of the person behind him. Then who could this mysterious person be? What is his purpose? Li Mu murmured softly. Seeing this, Su Feng chuckled inwardly. The more vague the guesses become, the more mysterious and powerful this fictional person will seem, and the more people will believe in his existence. Although he thought so in his heart, a complex expression of contemplation appeared on his face as he shook his head and said, I don't know, anyway, he's very powerful, much stronger than me. Much stronger than you? Li Mu's mouth twitched. The range of that could be too broad, almost encompassing all ability users. After accepting the setting of a mysterious person, he felt that his previous thoughts were somewhat absurd. Upon careful consideration, the ability testing device was like a mirror for revealing demons. Any means of hiding ability levels would have nowhere to escape in front of it. If Su Feng really used some tricks, it would definitely not go unnoticed. Now, he had completely believed in the fact that Su Feng was an F-level ability user. Although he could perform spatial transmission, it seemed he indeed lacked offensive capabilities. So, why were you at the scene? Li Mu continued to inquire. Captain Li, I'm a courier. At that time, it was my last delivery of the day, delivered to an alley. Then I was knocked out, and in a daze, I heard them mention weird species, and when I woke up, they were chasing me. Then, that mysterious person appeared. Su Feng tried to describe the details clearly to increase his credibility. Weird species? Li Mu's expression tightened, as if he thought of something, and urged, what else do you know? Quick, say it all at once. Seeing his reaction, Su Feng chuckled, Captain Li, no need to rush. I actually have a question too, you tell me first, and you'll naturally know what you want. Li Mu was taken aback, his brows furrowed tightly, and his tone suddenly turned cold. Kid, who do you think you are? Right now, I'm the one interrogating you, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. As these words were spoken, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop a few degrees. The metal plate on the table emitted a chilling sharp sound, as if it had been subjected to high-frequency vibrations. Su Feng felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on his back, making it somewhat difficult for him to support himself. So strong. Su Feng secretly marveled. This strength was indeed worthy of being the captain of the night patrol in Jiangnan City. But he felt no fear, meeting Li Mu's gaze with neither humility nor arrogance. He was certain that Li Mu wouldn't dare to touch him. Whether it was to extract information from him or because he had single-handedly turned the tide tonight, the night patrol had no reason to act against him. It was probably just a scare tactic. And the reality was just as he had anticipated. Ha, kid, not bad. After a while, Li Mu waved his hand, lifting the pressure. At your age, to remain unflinching under my pressure. Speak, what do you want to know? Su Feng smiled and said, thank you, Captain Li, for your leniency. I just want to know if you already know who the mastermind behind today's incident is? Jiang Zishu had said that the matter of the gray cocoon absorbing death energy was something Li Mu had informed them about. Li Mu clearly knew something. So that's it. By the way, have you heard of the Smiley Face Organization? Li Mu's fingers lightly tapped on the table. Smiley Face? Organization? Su Feng shook his head at the mention. This term was not in the original memories of this body. It's normal not to have heard of it, even I have almost forgotten that name. By the way, the people in this organization are all a bunch of lunatics. 5 years ago, they ambushed our night patrol and took away something we had sealed that came from a rift in the void. After that, we joined forces with the military, the Xuanwu Group, the Zhan Lulan Guild, and the Huangqi Guild. With thunderous means, we eradicated them. However, a few core members escaped. For these years, we have been offering bounties, but there has been no news of them. And today, the person in the mall who can utilize death energy is a member of the Smiley Face Organization, known as one of the four ghosts, the Corpse Ghost. I am very clear about his methods. Superhuman abilities, manipulating corpses, and death energy. So I recognized it right away. So that's how it is. Smiling Face. Su Feng committed this name to memory. This means there is an organization hidden in the shadows, completely disregarding the law. By the way, Su Feng suddenly thought of something. The black cloth he got from the abandoned electrical box had a card made of alloy material, which also had a strange smiling face on it. Could it be related to this organization? It looked like some sort of pass. Perhaps the night patrol would know the details inside. Captain Li, I have something that you might be interested in. However, I have a condition. Su Feng stated his condition. About 15 minutes later, he walked out the door. Tomorrow, he would bring that card with the smiling face and hand it over to the night patrol. The condition was the night patrol must ensure his safety. Tonight, he had almost single-handedly thwarted the Smiling Face Organization's plot. It was obvious that the person who orchestrated this incident would not let him off easily. Therefore, cooperating with the night patrol seemed to be the best option for now. At this moment, he wore a communication ring belonging to the night patrol on his left wrist, which allowed him to call for help in an emergency. Stepping out, he turned the corner and ran into Lu Qi, who had also finished his business. Lu Qi had shared everything he knew, and since Li Mu was aware of his character, he simply had someone release him. The two chatted as they took the elevator to the first floor. Wow! As soon as they reached the lobby, Lu Qi pointed excitedly at Su Feng as if he had discovered a new continent. Bro, at 9 o'clock, 3 beautiful women. What? Su Feng looked in that direction and saw 3 women sitting in the lounge area. Each one was stunningly beautiful, each with her own charm. Just sitting there motionless was already a breathtaking sight. At that moment, the 3 women seemed to share a silent understanding, standing up from their seats and walking in unison toward their direction. An inexplicable intuition told him that the 3 seemed to be coming for him. Hey, they're coming. Bro, watch me perform. Lu Qi quickly adjusted his collar, stepping forward confidently, ready to embrace the impending romantic encounter. When he saw one of the girls running toward him, his heart surged with excitement. Do you know them? Su Feng asked, puzzled. Lu Qi shook his head. No, but it feels like we've known each other forever. Monkey Lord my charm, you'll see soon enough. However, the next moment, the long-haired girl completely ignored his presence. She bypassed him and dove straight into Su Feng's embrace. This scene left Lu Qi frozen in place. His arms, once filled with hope, hung stiffly in the air, and his mood plummeted from the clouds to the depths. What's going on? Su Feng felt 2 soft bodies collide with him. The girl clung to his neck like a pendant. What the hell? Has this kind of thing turned into a new trick? Miss, did you mistake me for someone else? I don't know you at all. Su Feng quickly pushed her away. To his surprise, the girl shook her head, tightening her grip on his arm and rubbing against his chest. I didn't mistake you, it was you who blocked Ghost Slash and saved my life. Su Feng was taken aback, looking at the girl's face. He recalled the incident at the cinema entrance. It seemed there was indeed such a thing. At that moment, I decided I wanted to be your girlfriend. Seeing you taken away by the night patrol, I chased after you and waited for you for a long time. I finally found you. The girl looked delighted, tightening her embrace around Su Feng's arm. Ha? Girlfriend? Su Feng's pupils dilated, quickly pulling his hand away, repeatedly saying, Miss, calm down, calm down. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. The girl pouted playfully. Or do you not like me? A hint of grievance seeped into her voice. Her bright, large eyes shimmered with tears, as if they could fall at any moment. This situation left Su Feng feeling a bit overwhelmed. Ahem. Miss, actually, I already have a girlfriend. He quickly found an excuse, trying to make her back off. Really? The girl clearly didn't believe him, her suspicious gaze fixed on Su Feng. Of course it's true. Su Feng maintained a straight face, his heart steady. Ah, what a pity, the girl said with a hint of regret. Su Feng thought she would let it go, but the next sentence nearly made him choke. It's fine, I can wait. When you break up, I'll come back to be your girlfriend. Ahem. Su Feng couldn't help but cough violently. He was truly speechless at this girl's unique way of thinking. My phone is broken, here's my number. The girl quickly tore off a piece of paper, wrote down her phone number, and forcefully shoved it into Su Feng's hand. Remember to call me when you break up. After saying that, she turned around and left, looking quite satisfied. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, who was standing nearby, was already feeling sour, envy practically written all over his face. How could there be such a big gap between people? Why was no one throwing themselves at him? Su Feng looked at the note in his hand, a dark line forming on his forehead. What is this? Is this considered being teased? Just as he was thinking this, another woman slowly walked over. Her long black stockings were wrapped in white bandages, creating a striking visual effect. It's you! Su Feng recognized the woman, or rather, he recognized the bandages wrapped around her. I'm Mi Xiao Yu. Thank you for saving me and helping me bandage my wounds. Here, take this, it's a cake I made myself. As she spoke, Mi Xiaoyu's face turned red. She handed Su Feng a box wrapped in a gift bag and continued shyly, by the way. Are you free tomorrow? After that incident, I just feel a bit strange. I want to try again with you, that feeling was so nice. Strange feeling? So nice? Hiss. What kind of suggestive words are these? Please, don't say things that can easily be misunderstood. Su Feng's mouth twitched. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Qi looking at him with a mischievous smile, clearly having misunderstood. My phone is broken, here's my number. Please add me, I'm begging you. Mi Xiaoyu blushed, wrote down a string of numbers, and shoved it to Su Feng before jogging towards the door. Whether it was due to nerves or something else, her face flushed, she even ran into a corner, looking a bit silly and cute. Damn, why is this happening? Lu Qi was nearly dying of jealousy. Two beautiful women were fighting to give their numbers. This must be a dream. Why could it become a reality for Su Feng? Looks like you're quite popular with the young ladies. Just then, the last woman smiled, covering her face, and handed a business card to Su Feng. No way, not again? Lu Qi was stunned by the scene, unable to understand what made him inferior to Su Feng. First a lowly, then a pure girl, and now a stunning married woman. Comparing people really makes one feel frustrated. Who are you? Su Feng asked suspiciously, sizing up the woman before him. She wore a green qipao that accentuated her S-shaped curves and long, fair legs. There was a lazy charm about her. I heard that little girl say you saved my daughter and stayed by her side to protect her, which is why she wasn't hurt. Daughter? Su Feng suddenly realized that this woman must be the mother of the little girl he saved. He didn't expect her to be so young. Just a small token of appreciation. As she spoke, the woman took out a handheld gift box, unsure of what was inside. Also, if you're interested in joining the Xuanwu group, feel free to call me anytime. It's getting late, so I won't keep you. After saying that, she turned and left. Watching the woman's retreating figure, Su Feng instinctively looked down at the business card in his hand. Xia Li, Vice President of the Jiangnan Xuanwu Group. Vice President? Su Feng raised an eyebrow. That title is a bit intimidating. However, he had no intention of joining any faction. Wait, I remember. Many rare potions for enhancing strength and some rare items from the void cracks are auctioned by the Xuanwu Group. The road to becoming stronger won't come without resource consumption. Perhaps he might need it in the future. With so many numbers, can your pockets still hold them? Just as Su Feng was lost in thought, Jiang Zishu's voice suddenly came from behind him, carrying a hint of barely perceptible coldness. Sister Shu. Su Feng immediately greeted her, but inwardly he was mumbling. It's just 3 little notes, how could they not fit? Yet he keenly sensed that Jiang Zishu's tone was somewhat unusual. He wasn't foolish enough to voice his doubts. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go home. Jiang Zishu didn't stop her pace and swept past Su Feng. Her words were clearly laced with displeasure. Su Feng quickly caught up and said, "There's a problem with the electricity at home. I haven't had the chance to fix it. How about we stay at a hotel tonight?" "A hotel?" Lu Qi, who was nearby, instantly looked at Su Feng with an expression of astonishment. His heart was racing. "Wow, including this one. It's already the fourth. Each one is exceptional. Foster father, you are simply a role model for us. Little Lu will follow you from now on. Lead the way ahead." Jiang Zishu replied succinctly and walked straight out. Just as Su Feng was about to follow Jiang Zishu's footsteps, he was blocked by Lu Qi. "Foster father." Lu Qi suddenly addressed him seriously. "We've been through the same roof, right? They say men have 4 great friendships. We can count this as one, right? Classmates?" Su Feng asked in confusion. "Yeah, the detention room, iron bars count as windows, right?" Lu Qi said as if it were obvious. "Iron bars? Get to the point," Su Feng said, speechless, as he could tell Lu Qi was after something. Lu Qi looked around to confirm no one was paying attention before lowering his voice to speak. "Actually, it's nothing major. I just want to ask you for some advice. I'm not greedy. As long as I can learn half of your skills, I'll be satisfied." Lu Qi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What skills?" Su Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Oh come on, stop pretending. It's your amazing skills in flirting." Lu Qi said excitedly, "There are Lolas, ice queens, and married women." Upon hearing this, the veins on Su Feng's forehead began to throb. He really wanted to knock on Lu Qi's head to see how much nonsense was packed inside. "Get lost," Su Feng snapped, then quickly walked out the door. "Foster father, I won't give up easily. I'll stick with you from now on." Lu Qi shouted behind him, "You must teach me a few tricks." Su Feng listened to Lu Qi's words, feeling speechless. This guy, besides being a chatterbox, probably isn't quite right in the head either. In the hotel, the time reached 3 in the morning. Having just restored his mental strength through meditation, Su Feng got up to take a shower. The sound of water splashing was like silk gently falling. The warm water flowed softly over his skin. Feeling the gentle caress of the hot water, Su Feng's thoughts became increasingly clear. Scenes from that night in the mall involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The Smiling Face Organization. This group lurking in the shadows, indifferent to law and order. I'm afraid they have already acquired an extremely terrifying power. They can manipulate with strange fragrances, prompting the eerie abyss to undergo transformation. Even more shocking is that they can summon eerie beasts like the ghost mouse and blood red bat, which originally dwell in the void, into the real world. The changes in the eerie abyss can still be explained by certain means. But the appearance of eerie beasts completely exceeds common sense. It makes one curious about how they managed to accomplish all of this. Su Feng furrowed his brows, lost in deep thought. He clearly remembered observing those eerie beasts closely at the time. Although they resembled the forms recorded in texts, there were subtle differences. Therefore, he believed these eerie beasts were unlikely to have escaped from the void. They seemed more like products of artificial cultivation. The powers of the superhuman abilities are diverse. Today, he witnessed the whistleblower controlling death energy, and that energy wall capable of blocking signals. Who can assert that there isn't a power that can alter biological characteristics? Moreover, when Li Mu recounted past events today, he was clearly withholding information. He did not reveal what exactly the Smiling Face Organization had taken from the Night Watch Bureau back then. He speculated that this stolen item might be related to the appearance of the eerie beasts. But what exactly is their purpose? Su Feng pondered silently in his heart. However, the clues were few and hard to grasp. Forget it, the information at hand is too limited, all speculations are just castles in the air. He muttered to himself, deciding to temporarily set aside this mystery. The most urgent thing now is to enhance my own strength. In this world full of unknowns, only power is the most solid shield. I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to the first level. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. At that time, I can attempt to construct the second human gate, and explore the possibility of pseudo-space storage. Wiping the water off his body with a towel, he suddenly felt a wave of hunger wash over him. If I eat again, this should be the 5th meal of the day. He shook his head helplessly. Meditation and cultivation indeed consumed a lot, but fortunately, food could quickly replenish lost energy. He unwrapped the cake given by Mi Xiaoyu, revealing 4 pieces of mousse cake. After tasting a bite, which was quite delicious, he began to indulge. As he savored the sweetness in his mouth, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to Mi Xiaoyu. Why was he able to glimpse the existence of the gate through her abilities? Even more strangely, after he pushed that gate, Mi Xiaoyu's power significantly increased. Could it be his gate ability could also help others enhance their superpowers? As this thought emerged, it struck him like a bolt of lightning piercing through the darkness. It made him feel as if he had discovered a new continent. No one in his memory seemed to have achieved such a thing. To verify this hypothesis, he hurriedly picked up his phone, eating while searching for relevant information. Sure enough, when the search results appeared before him, his joy was palpable. Even those top-tier supportive abilities were limited to enhancing combat power. The most powerful existing support was merely an 8th-level healer capable of bringing the dead back to life. But no one had ever achieved a qualitative leap in superpower strength. This discovery thrilled Su Feng. Even if Mi Xiaoyu didn't come looking for him, he would actively seek her out to verify his hypothesis. If his gate ability could indeed enhance others' superpower strength, even if it only worked for some people, he couldn't imagine how in demand he would be in the future. Money and resources would no longer be a problem. Even he might become a presence like the Godfather, influencing the situation and guiding the world. It seems that my exploration of the gate ability is still far from enough, Su Feng pondered, looking at the gate-shaped pattern on his left hand. Concept-level abilities are indeed not that simple. If this trend continues to develop, who knows, one day, my abilities could be limitless. With these thoughts clarified, Su Feng couldn't help but feel elated, quickly finishing off all 4 pieces of cake. He pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands. The feeling of hunger was gone. He should be fine until tomorrow morning. He reached out and took the portable box that Xiaoli had given him. Slowly opening it, the contents made his pupils involuntarily constrict sharply. Inside the box lay 2 glass vials, one containing concentration liquid and the other golden tree extract. The value of these 2 items surely exceeded 800,000. What a thoughtful little gift! Su Feng recalled Xiaoli's nonchalant manner when she gave him the items, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Indeed, the greatest watershed in life is amniotic fluid. For these items, he needed to tread carefully, and sometimes even gamble with his life. Yet for someone of Xiaoli's status, it was merely a matter of reaching out. However, it was precisely this challenge and uncertainty that made it enjoyable. Just imagine, if he could play a hand of ordinary cards and turn it into a royal flush, trampling those so-called favored ones. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? Without a moment's hesitation, he directly swallowed the golden tree extract. He activated the human gate, forcefully absorbing this energy. The day after tomorrow was the special recruitment for support-type abilities. He was determined to secure one of the 3 spots in Jiangnan City. In the night patrol division, the clock on the wall quietly pointed to 5 in the morning. Li Mu, who hadn't slept all night, fixed his gaze tightly on the recently organized mall information, wearily rubbing his furrowed brow. The black coffee in his cup swayed, emitting a bitter aroma. Captain Li, the casualty statistics have come out. Zheng Yuan's voice broke the silence. Speak. Li Mu waved his hand. 78 dead, families have been notified. Zheng Yuan's tone carried a hint of heaviness. Li Mu sighed heavily. I understand. Is there anything unusual? Zheng Yuan nodded. There really is. According to the statistics, 90% of the deaths occurred in the lower 8 floors of the mall. Li Mu's brow instantly furrowed. I remember this mall has a total of 14 floors. What's going on? If you take a look yourself, you'll understand. These ghost mice burrowed in from underground. This is a picture of one area on the 8th floor. Zheng Yuan quickly handed over while he couldn't help but recall the shock he felt witnessing that scene. Hundreds of ghost mice had all turned into charred lumps, twisted, and piled on the ground. When he saw it at the time, he thought he was seeing things. This is. Li Mu's gaze fell on the photo, and the coffee cup in his hand suddenly stopped shaking. His pupils dilated in surprise as he leaned forward, examining the photo more closely. Nature-type abilities? And the most destructive lightning type. A hint of astonishment crept into Li Mu's voice. From the shape of the ground cracks, the power of the lightning is exceptionally violent and strong. The strength of the user must be at least above the 3rd tier, capable of controlling a large amount of lightning. Yes, this person must have intercepted the ghost mice trying to ascend to the upper floors on the 8th floor. So, the casualties above the 8th floor would be so minimal. Zheng Yuan added. This person undoubtedly helped us in the shadows. Li Mu said thoughtfully, but who could it be? When did such a master appear in Jiangnan City? First there was the figure mentioned by Su Feng, then the mysterious person who killed the mutated ghost / Now, there's another individual with rare nature-based abilities. Who are these people? Who do they serve? Is there another force trying to eliminate Smiley? Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Su Feng sneezed unexpectedly. Damn it, who's talking bad about me behind my back? He rubbed his slightly itchy nose, a hint of a helpless smile on his lips. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he decided to take a good rest. The golden tree essence he had just swallowed had already been fully absorbed. Feeling the surge of power within him, stronger than ever before, he stretched lazily and lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. For the next few hours, he wandered in dreams, completely unaware of the changes happening outside. On the trending topics online, a video capturing the moments before last night's mall explosion was released by an unknown source. As more people woke up and joined in watching, the view count skyrocketed like a lit firework, showing explosive growth. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the video's views had surpassed 20 million, racing towards the top of the trending list. In this world, hunters are not only heroes but also stars in the spotlight. In the video, Su Feng's imposing presence, combined with the blogger's commentary, instantly won the admiration of countless viewers. Wow, I can feel that momentum even through the screen. He saved over 1,000 people single-handedly, so cool. He actually swallowed such a huge energy ball? I wonder what kind of ability that is. I declare this definitely deserves to be in today's top 10 coolest hunter images. Ah, even his silhouette is so handsome, I wonder what he looks like in real life. As the number of comments continued to rise. Finally, at 9:53 in the morning, the video lived up to expectations and topped the trending list. Su Feng was awakened by a call from Chen Duo. Su Feng, wake up, quickly check the trending topics. What is it? He groggily opened Vlog, and the moment he saw the video, he became alert. All drowsiness vanished. Looking at the trending number 1 label, he rubbed his forehead, suddenly feeling a headache. Didn't this mean he had exposed his profile to the Smiley organization? It was practically a threat to his life. Fortunately, the camera lens that filmed the video seemed to be blurred by some substance, and the image was not clear. Moreover, the video only captured his side profile. It was nearly impossible to identify his true appearance from this. It was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. He didn't dwell on it any longer, closed Vlog, and found himself wide awake. After a quick wash-up, he added Mi Xiaoyou's number and accepted her friend request. They chatted for a while and agreed to meet in half an hour. After checking out, Su Feng casually unlocked a shared bike and sped towards the cafe where he was to meet Mi Xiaoyu. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard her enthusiastic call, "Over here." Su Feng looked up to see her in a fitted bodycon dress paired with pure white stockings, making her particularly eye-catching. Even so, he preferred her black stockings outfit from last night. After all, it was black stockings. They each ordered coffee and began to chat. "Thank you for what happened last night," Mi Xiaoyu sincerely expressed her gratitude. Then she shifted the topic, mentioning her confusion about her abilities. "I want to know, what exactly did you do to me? After I got home last night, I felt something strange about my body." The people around him who were discussing business suddenly turned their curious gazes towards him. That look was clearly off. Su Feng was momentarily speechless. "Speaking of which, miss, can we not say things that could lead to misunderstandings? It's as if I've done something improper." Thinking this, he paused slightly and said, "To be honest, I don't quite understand what's happening either. But I can sense that your abilities haven't fully manifested. Otherwise, with your A-level ability, you wouldn't be performing like this." Mi Xiaoyou's beautiful eyes lit up at his words, and she tentatively asked, "Are you saying that my ability hasn't reached its full potential? Do you have a way to make it completely awaken?" Her voice was filled with hope and desire. The ability she possessed was called sacrifice. By weakening her own power, she could enhance others. If the enhancement effect were significant enough, then weakening herself wouldn't be unacceptable. However, the reality was that the boost she provided was minimal, almost negligible. She didn't care about her classmates' ridicule, but her childhood dream of joining the military to resist the invasion of strange beasts was destined to slip away. She was unwilling. Looking into Mi Xiaoyou's eyes, filled with yearning, Su Feng didn't keep her in suspense and said directly, "Theoretically, there is a possibility." "Really?" Mi Xiaoyu was so excited she almost jumped up, unconsciously grabbing Su Feng's hand. "Are you sure? You're not just trying to make me happy?" She worried that this was just a false hope. Su Feng didn't expect her to react so strongly and quickly pushed her delicate hand away. He explained, "I can't guarantee 100% success, but at least I'm 70% sure." That was still an understatement. His gate ability was conceptual. As long as it was theoretically feasible, there wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, he had already tried it yesterday. The gate that appeared on Mi Xiaoyou's ability could indeed be opened. Not saying he was 100% sure, but it was close enough. "So when do we start?" Mi Xiaoyu elegantly tucked her hair behind her ear, her gaze fixed intently on Su Feng. Clearly, she couldn't wait. Su Feng took a sip of coffee and replied, "We can start now, but we can't do it here. We need absolute quiet. Do you have a suitable place? Mi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement and after a moment of thought said, how about finding a hotel? Right, it's settled then. I'll look for one now. Saying this, she took out the new phone she bought that morning and began searching. Soon, she held up her phone and showed the screen to Su Feng. How about this one? It's very close, and more importantly, its soundproofing is superb. Cough, cough. Su Feng choked on his coffee and began to cough violently. As soon as she finished speaking, the previously noisy cafe seemed to be muted, instantly falling silent. Everyone looked at Su Feng with strange expressions. TSK, the world really is going downhill. An old man in a training outfit shook his head inside. Everyone, what's going on? Did I say something wrong? Mi Xiaoyu looked confused, not understanding why these people reacted this way. You didn't say anything wrong, let's go. Su Feng quickly downed the coffee in his cup and hurriedly left with Mi Xiaoyu. Although he had a thick skin, he didn't want to be looked at like that. The two left the cafe. They hadn't taken 2 steps when Su Feng suddenly felt a sense of being watched rise from his back, causing him to pause. He turned to look at the flowing crowd and frowned slightly. Was it an illusion? What's wrong? Mi Xiaoyu asked. Su Feng shook his head. It's nothing, let's go. Although he said this, he remained vigilant in his heart. He quietly opened the human gate, putting himself in a state of sharp perception. He couldn't afford to be careless. Those from the Smiling Face organization, who could play with the lives of thousands, were indeed a bunch of lunatics. It wasn't impossible for them to take action in broad daylight to get revenge on him. Arriving at the hotel, he booked a secluded room. Just then, the cleaning lady inside saw the two of them entering with a room card. A hint of an unusual smile appeared on her face. Young people are great, so full of energy, coming here so early in the morning. Auntie, you misunderstood, Su Feng hurriedly clarified. I understand. I've been there too, I won't disturb you. After saying that, she took the door and casually hung a do not disturb sign. What is this all about? Su Feng was already speechless. Mi Xiaoyu's face was also flushed, clearly realizing something. Ahem. Su Feng cleared his throat, feeling that something was off. It was no wonder people would think wrongly about a man and a woman sharing a room. Forget it, the sooner they finished, the sooner they could go home. Come on, give me your ability. Mi Xiaoyu suppressed her shyness and released her power. A white ribbon-like energy connected to Su Feng, and he felt a surge of strength enveloping him. It should be a sacrifice of power. As expected, the door is still there. Looking at the faint blue void portal on the energy ribbon, Su Feng's brows involuntarily furrowed. The door that had been opened yesterday was now closed, leaving only a small gap. This made him suspicious. Could it be? It's not as simple as just opening the door? He once again mobilized his mental energy, transforming it into thousands of azure threads, using them as thrust to open the portal. He felt the power within him surge, increasing by nearly 50%. Mi Xiaoyu let out a muffled groan, then seemed to realize something, her face suddenly turning red. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Feng's gaze. Su Feng rubbed his nose, thankful for the good soundproofing here, otherwise. He shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts and looked back at the portal. As his mental energy withdrew, the open door seemed to be pulled by some force, slowly beginning to close. He was taken aback. It was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He stubbornly tried a few more times, but the result remained the same. Could it be that my method is wrong? He muttered to himself, then a flash of inspiration struck, and he tried to open the door again. But this time, after opening it, he didn't let his mental energy dissipate. Instead, he wrapped it around that door. He attempted to solidify the door as if pouring cement over it. He wanted to see if he could keep this door in an open state forever. Mi Xiaoyu's brows were tightly knitted, her whole body trembling slightly, clearly enduring immense pain. Hold on, don't let the connection break. Su Feng urged anxiously. Seeing that the energy ribbon was about to collapse, once interrupted, all their efforts would be in vain. Okay. Mi Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, struggling to utter a word. She was doing her utmost to hold on. Su Feng continued to inject mental energy. In the corridor, Yi Junshan, with a gloomy expression, strode forward, looking at the room number. He was thinking about the message sent back by the person he had placed beside Mi Xiaoyu to secretly protect her. She had entered the hotel with a man and even booked a room. Blood-colored patterns erupted all over his body. He activated his beast transformation. The heat waves emanating from behind him distorted the surrounding air. Finding the room number, he looked at the Do Not Disturb sign hanging on the door. He was so furious that he trembled. Bastard, dare to deceive my daughter, I will make you pay. With that, he reached out to push the door. At that moment, a painful moan from Mi Xiaoyu came from inside. I can't take it anymore, stop. As these words reached his ears, a layer of blood-red haze instantly clouded Yi Junshan's eyes. His upper body clothes were torn to shreds under the power of beastification, revealing a physique as strong as a wild beast. Veins bulged on his arms as he exerted force. The once sturdy door crumbled in his hands like fragile paper, shattering into pieces in an instant. Stepping into the room, he immediately saw Mi Xiaoyu lying on the bed. Then he looked at Su Feng, who was drenched in sweat, his eyes about to burst, and a roar erupted from his throat. It was as if a slumbering ferocious beast had opened its eyes. A terrifying, scorching pressure swept through the entire room. Everything inside was blown away as if caught in a violent wind, crashing against the walls with loud thuds. His palms sliced through the air, as if grasping at an intangible flame. A ball of scorching magma formed in his palm. The temperature was so high that even the surrounding air ignited, emitting a hissing sound of burning. He slapped it towards Su Feng. What the hell? Feeling the terrifying authority, Su Feng cursed inwardly and immediately opened a spatial door, wrapping himself within. His figure flickered and vanished through the door. The next moment, he appeared in another corner of the room, perfectly avoiding Yi Junshan's attack. Yi Junshan's magma claw smashed down onto the empty floor, leaving a charred pit. After missing his strike, he quickly turned his body, gathering strength like a dragon swinging its tail, and threw a punch. Su Feng could only open a door in the wall and escape to another room. Immediately, the entire wall was pierced by immense force, and the accompanying flames instantly incinerated the dust that had been raised. So strong! Su Feng sighed inwardly, feeling the solid killing intent contained within the massive figure before him. If he hadn't emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, it would have been impossible to possess such substantial killing intent. At this point, he knew he could no longer hide his strength. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. He clenched his palm, preparing to unleash all his power. But at that moment, Mi Xiaoyu suddenly opened her arms and blocked him. Dad, what are you doing? Xiaoyu, Dad is here to vent for you, step aside. Yi Junshan's voice carried an undeniable severity. Dad? Su Feng couldn't help but raise a question mark in his mind, while the gathered phoenix feathers quietly dispersed. Vent what? He's my friend. If you dare to harm a single hair on him, don't ever think you'll see me again. Mi Xiaoyu's tone was firm. You. Yi Junshan angrily swung a fist at the air. In the end, he did not strike Su Feng, but his gaze towards Su Feng was filled with rage, as if he wished to tear him apart. Kid, what kind of drug did you give my daughter? Ha? What is going on? Su Feng felt helpless. This person must have misunderstood something. Dad, it's not what you think. Mi Xiaoyu hurriedly stepped forward to explain. 5 minutes later. Yi Junshan still wore an incredulous expression. Are you saying he has a way to enhance your abilities? Impossible, daughter, you must have been deceived by him. Mi Xiaoyu, fearing another conflict between the two, directly used her ability to grant Yi Junshan an enhancement. This doesn't. Yi Junshan's words were cut short as his voice trembled, and he incredulously clenched his fist. Feeling the surge of power, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked up at Mi Xiaoyu. This was really done by this kid? Of course, Mi Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. My friend, Su Feng, isn't he amazing? Unlike you, who has introduced me to so many so-called capable people, none of them could explain my unusual situation. The moment he made a move, he helped me solve the problem. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Junshan was left speechless. Regarding Mi Xiaoyu's ability issue, he had consulted many people through his connections, but no one could identify the root of the problem. Unexpectedly, it was resolved by this kid in front of him. With a curious gaze, he scrutinized Su Feng again. No way! I still find this kid unpleasant. I always feel like he has ulterior motives towards my Xiaoyu. I need to teach him a lesson. Yi Junshan thought to himself as he took a step forward. Su Feng, right? I am Yi Junshan. Hello. Su Feng responded lightly, acknowledging his introduction. This reaction made Yi Junshan momentarily stunned. It was the first time someone had this reaction upon learning his name. President of the Huangqi Guild, Yi Junshan, he emphasized his identity again. Oh. Su Feng nodded slightly. What do you mean by oh? Yi Junshan was somewhat bewildered. In the past, whenever others learned of his identity, they were all respectful. Yet this kid seemed completely indifferent? Su Feng naturally understood what Yi Junshan's deliberate emphasis on his identity meant. But, why should he? Why should I flatter you just because of your status? He had long made up his mind. In this life, he would no longer care about anyone's face. Vice President of the Huangqi Guild, indeed impressive. But so what? With my conceptual level ability, in a few years, I can stand even taller than you. By then, it will be you looking up to me. Su Feng felt displeased. His character was such that if others respected him a little, he could return it tenfold. But if someone tried to pressure him with their status, thinking they were superior, sorry, he didn't care. Yi Junshan, however, was not swayed by this, clearing his throat. You seem like a good prospect. How about considering joining our Huanqi Guild? In terms of resources, I can arrange an A-level genius contract for you. You can exchange resources worth 500,000 each month. Sorry, I'm not considering that. Su Feng did not hesitate for a second. Not to mention he had no intention of joining a guild at all. Even if he did, he could easily choose from the top 5 guilds based on his own abilities. There was no need to rely on such means. Moreover, Yi Junshan probably still hadn't realized the true value of his ability. Not to mention combat. Just the ability to enhance the strength of abilities alone was enough for an S+ contract. Su Feng's words caused Yi Junshan, who had been full of confidence, to stiffen his face, coldly glancing at Su Feng. Kid, I see you're asking for trouble. Yi Junshan pressed his palm down, and a subtle pressure quietly emerged. In an instant, Su Feng felt as if a giant stone had been placed on his shoulders, making it hard for him to breathe. Just then, Mi Xiaoyu seemed to sense something and hurriedly activated her ability. Su Feng, why is my power weakening? Mi Xiaoyu asked in panic. Hearing this, Yi Junshan's facial muscles tightened, and his palm shot out like a rocket, reaching for Su Feng. Kid, I knew you had bad intentions. Yi Junshan shouted angrily. Facing the grab, Su Feng's figure flickered, like a nimble fish, dodging with minimal movement. Missed? Yi Junshan, having grabbed nothing, clearly paused. He couldn't help but question his life. Although he hadn't activated his beast transformation, his speed was definitely at the 3rd tier level. At such a close distance, this kid actually dodged? Was it a coincidence? Yes, it must be a coincidence. Dad, what are you doing? Mi Xiaoyu frowned, standing in front of Su Feng, her tone clearly displeased. This matter was originally my request for Su Feng's help. He didn't ask for any reward. Even if something happens, you can't blame him. You keep treating him like this, and I will have to ask you to leave. Seeing his daughter defend Su Feng so fiercely, Yi Junshan could only helplessly stop his actions. Don't worry, your current situation is all within my expectations, Su Feng said calmly. Really? Upon hearing this, Mi Xiaoyu finally felt reassured, and Yi Junshan's attitude softened a bit. He glanced at Yi Junshan, who was almost glaring at him, and continued, this is unavoidable. It's not that I don't want to solve it for you all at once, but your body can't handle it. What do you mean? Yi Junshan asked anxiously. How should I put it? Su Feng wanted to use a door as an example, but after thinking it over, he decided not to expose the characteristics of his concept door. Until he became thoroughly powerful, he should avoid any associations that might raise others' suspicions. After pondering for a moment, he finally found a vivid example. It's like the riverbed downstream can get blocked by silt. What I'm doing is using mental power to clear this silt. At the same time, I'm building a dam to prevent the silt from affecting the river again. However, as you just felt, this process is very painful for you. Until this structure is completely finished, there will still be silt slowly blocking it. That's your current situation. He had tried to be as clear and concise as possible, and he hoped they would understand. So that's how it is. Mi Xiaoyu seemed to have understood. How many more times will it take to stabilize completely? Su Feng shook his head. I'm not sure. It could take 3 to 5 more times, or maybe even a dozen. This was the first time he had discovered the door in someone else's ability. For him, it was also a process of exploration. Although the process was uncertain, but he was confident about the outcome. He could definitely help Mi Xiaoyu complete the transformation of her ability. Changing abilities. At this moment, Yi Junshan finally came to his senses and murmured softly. Earlier, he had been overwhelmed because it involved Mi Xiaoyu. Now, calming down and re-evaluating Su Feng, he felt more and more that Su Feng was extraordinary. Very extraordinary. Being the vice president of the Huanqi Guild, Yi Junshan's vision and insight were naturally exceptional. Improving abilities was something unheard of. Since the rift appeared 100 years ago, various abilities had emerged. But he had never heard of anyone being able to do this. Even the prodigies from the 4 Divine Beasts University, in terms of strategic significance and value, probably couldn't compare to Su Feng before him. In the future, Su Feng might be able to change the entire guild's landscape by himself. Even if his combat power wasn't strong, it didn't matter. Having realized all this, he regretted his earlier impulsive actions. I was too impulsive. Now, I can only try to find a chance to make amends, hoping for a possibility of easing the situation. If I can invite him into the Huangqi Guild, perhaps. In the future, Huangqi will rise to the forefront of the Daxia Guild because of his presence. Yi Junshan immediately saw Su Feng's future value. Irreplaceable. So, even if it meant slapping his own face, he had to try to win him over. Xiao Yu, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and thank Su Feng, my friend. Thank you. Su Feng, my friend? Mi Xiaoyu looked at her father in shock. What was going on? Was this the same father she remembered, who cared so much about face? Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted and chuckled inwardly. Looks like he's come around? He knows what my ability means for the future. Being adaptable, I suppose he is quite a character, but treating him like that just now, thinking a light-hearted comment could win back Su Feng, is really underestimating him, isn't it? Today, this matter ends here. I still need to prepare for tomorrow's special recruitment assessment for the Military Auxiliary Department, so I won't linger. As Su Feng spoke, he turned to leave. You're participating in the Auxiliary Special Recruitment Assessment too? What a coincidence! A flash of joy crossed Mi Xiaoyu's face, but then she seemed to think of something and her eyes widened. Her expression turned puzzled. Hey, wait a minute. With your abilities, how could you be participating in the Auxiliary Department's special recruitment? She had seen Su Feng's strength. Those terrifying ghost mice were as fragile as paper in front of him. A person like that should be competing in the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Tournament, vying for a direct spot at one of the 4 Divine Beast universities, right? Su Feng shrugged, because I am an auxiliary ability user. F grade, spatial portal. Hearing this, Mi Xiaoyu thought Su Feng was joking. Stop messing around, if you're F grade, then I must be E grade, right? In her mind, Su Feng's ability level should at least be A grade or higher. I'm not lying to you, really. Su Feng didn't want to explain further. After saying that, he noticed Yi Junshan frowning, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, the hotel security finally arrived, and upon seeing the mess in the room and the large hole in the wall, they were left speechless. You all, quickly assess the cost of these damages. I will compensate you at the original price. Yi Junshan waved his hand grandly. Xiao Yu, you stay here with them, I'll see Su Feng off. After saying that, he gestured for Su Feng to step outside to talk. In the corridor, Su Feng stopped and turned to look at Yi Junshan. President Yi, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Beating around the bush is quite pointless. Hearing this, the smile on Yi Junshan's face became somewhat unnatural. He paused for a moment, organizing his words. Su Xiaoyu, about what happened before. It was my fault, but I was also afraid that Xiaoyu would be bullied. Regarding this matter, give me an address, and I will send my apology gift before tonight. The meaning was clear. He wanted to salvage his impression in Su Feng's mind. So, you want to compromise with me? Su Feng chuckled inwardly. Since the other party was taking the initiative to make amends, he had no reason to hold a grudge. There was no need to make an enemy of someone like this. Moreover, if something is offered for free, why not take it? Then let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll send it to you, Su Feng suggested. Accepting the gift would mean wiping the slate clean of previous unpleasantness. This was an unspoken understanding between adults. Alright. Yi Junshan showed a hint of joy, quickly taking out his phone, while subtly probing about Xiaoyu's abilities. After verification, Su Feng sent the address. Don't worry, what I promised her, I will naturally fulfill. You don't need to worry about that, President Yi. That's good, but there's still one thing. Yi Junshan hesitated. Su Feng glanced at the time, lazily tucking his phone into his pocket. You mean before tomorrow's auxiliary special recruitment assessment, you want me to help Xiaoyu sort out her abilities, right? His tone was calm and confident. But to Yi Junshan's ears, every word felt like a sharp arrow slicing through the air, striking his heart. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and his body involuntarily leaned back. You figured it out long ago? Yi Junshan's voice trembled slightly. His gaze locked onto Su Feng, trying to find the answer on his face. But all he saw was the slight upward curve of Su Feng's smile. No need to guess, you can tell just by thinking about it, Su Feng replied nonchalantly. Although it is unclear what Yi Junshan's original plan for Mi Xiaoyu was, he certainly hoped to send her to one of the 4 great Divine Beast universities for her studies. Naturally, he wished for her to pass the assessments smoothly. Given that Su Feng had just mentioned the gradual decline of power, and that Yi Junshan had called him out separately, the connection was subtle, and the answer was evident. Of course, Su Feng replied. However, sorting out Xiaoyu's abilities will also consume some of my own energy. At this point, he did not continue. Rest assured, my young friend Su, I won't let your efforts go to waste. Yi Junshan understood immediately. After so many years, he could still pick up on the nuances. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. Seeing that the matter was settled, Su Feng did not linger, gesturing for Yi Junshan to stay while he headed towards the hotel elevator. This matter had a hint of extortion, but he didn't care. Helping Mi Xiaoyu was also a way for him to better familiarize himself with his abilities. Even if Yi Junshan hadn't taken this action, he would still give it his all. But it didn't matter. Let Yi Junshan think that he was doing this out of gratitude for what he had received. After all, he had no intention of flattering anyone or leaving a so-called good impression. Tangible resources were the real deal. This was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Strength was everything. One day, when his power surpassed Yi Junshan's, if something similar to what had just happened occurred again, even if he felt displeased, he would never dare to show him a cold shoulder like today. Before he was worthy, he shouldn't talk about morality or means. Such matters were judged by the heart, not by actions. As long as he could be at peace with himself, the rest, he didn't care. Yi Junshan stood in place, watching Su Feng's figure completely disappear behind the elevator doors, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Ability, mentality, insight, all top-notch. His mental state is also exceptionally stable. He's a seed for great things. This kid is not simple. Dad, did I hear you right? Those who receive your praise are all notable figures nowadays. This is the first time I've heard you give someone my age such a high evaluation. Mi Xiaoyu stepped forward, her face showing surprise. Yi Junshan smiled slightly, non-committal. I don't remember giving such a high evaluation. Trust me, Dad's judgment has never been wrong. This kid's future is limitless. He might even achieve more than I expect. If you really like him, you must seize the opportunity. Dad, what are you talking about? Mi Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Yi Junshan waved his hand, his tone becoming more serious. I'm not joking. I have a feeling that once this kid spreads his wings, he will stir up winds and clouds, causing countless waves. He might even become one of the top figures among this generation of young people. If you don't seize the opportunity in time, it will be difficult later. Night Patrol Division. Limu sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He fiddled with the gold-embossed invitation in his hand, clicking his tongue. Jiangnan City, the talented martial arts competition and special recruitment for the auxiliary department, judge invitations. Wow! There are really a lot of invitees. Most of the notable figures in Jiangnan City have been invited. I wonder what this Lu Mingjue, our newly appointed prosecutor Lu, is up to? Zhao Xian opened the enamel cup lid, took a sip of strong tea, the glasses reflecting two bright spots, and spoke. I don't know, but it probably isn't simple. I've heard. The Ming family seems to want to get involved in the martial arts talents competition and the special recruitment for the auxiliary department. The Ming family? Limu pondered for a moment, and after realizing it, a deep look of astonishment appeared on his face. You mean, the Ming family from the Magic City? That huge family that once had a shackled-level powerhouse? Zhao Xian nodded and placed the teacup back in its position. It is said that this time the Jiangnan procuratorate position was originally meant for someone from the Ming family. As a result, Lu Mingjue relied on his military merits and snatched this position. Moreover, he was one of the promoters of the special recruitment plan for the support system. Do you think the Ming family is coming this time to support or to sabotage? So that's how it is. Haha, interesting. Limu put a cigarette in his mouth, revealing a playful smile. This is meant to make Lu Mingjue retreat in the face of difficulties. It seems tomorrow won't be boring. All right, I'll take care of this, and I'll go on your behalf tomorrow. Zhao Xian nodded. There's one more thing. Su Feng also signed up for the special recruitment in the support system. If anything goes wrong, you must protect him. What happened last night? After all, he saved face for our Jiangnan night patrol. You and I both owe him a huge favor. Limu sat up straight and replied, of course, our night patrol won't let others bully us. Zhaoda, speaking of which, this kid is quite to my taste. At his age, he can remain composed under my pressure and negotiate with me clearly and respectfully. I've really never seen anyone like that. Are you sure that's what you like? Zhao Xian adjusted his glasses. Zhaoda, you understand me. What really appeals to me is that this kid knows how to maximize benefits. He's too much like me. If the military department weren't more suitable for him, I would want to keep him in our Jiangnan night patrol to take my place. Zhao Xian signed the documents in front of him and then slowly capped his pen. I advise you not to have such thoughts. This kid is not an ordinary person. A small Jiangnan city can't hold him. Alright, now that you mention this kid, I remember. I've read the content you reported. I'm also curious about the mysterious person Su Feng mentioned. By the way, although it makes sense logically, I still find it problematic that the mysterious person didn't take action against Su Feng. Logically, such a person wouldn't let Su Feng see them. Hearing this, Li Mu frowned. Zhao De, do you mean? Is there something Su Feng hasn't disclosed about that mysterious person? Zhao Xian didn't answer directly. I just feel the logic doesn't add up. He's coming to deliver something later. To ensure everything is foolproof, we should have that person use their ability to verify. You mean? Li Mu thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. Su Feng returned home from the hotel. He called an electrician to fix the circuit breaker and then checked the wiring again. Although it was a world of the extraordinary, the trivial details of life were no different from his previous life. Yi Junshan also kept his word and sent the compensation over as quickly as possible. Sir, I won't disturb you any longer. A middle-aged man in a black suit handed a silver briefcase to Su Feng. He turned and left. What's going on? Sending something actually requires 2 people to escort. Su Feng complained as he closed the door. With a hint of confusion and curiosity, he carried the briefcase back to his room and cautiously pulled the curtains shut. Following the 6-digit password sent by Yi Junshan through WeChat, he opened the briefcase. Examining the contents made Su Feng unconsciously stroke his chin. This expenditure was a bit too extravagant. A bottle of golden tree extract, a bottle of concentration liquid, and a piece of green spirit crystal. Just these 3 items alone are worth over $1 million. However, what truly piqued his interest was the egg-shaped metal capsule. This unique shape usually indicates that it contains liquid nitrogen, achieving excellent freezing preservation effects. Such a special storage method filled him with endless curiosity about what was hidden inside. He steadied his hands on the knobs on either side of the metal capsule and operated it carefully. With a click, a small metal tube, about the thickness of a pinky finger, slowly extended, resembling a delicate lipstick. This is. Su Feng's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart raced. This item was indeed in the original owner's memory, and it left a deep impression. It was something that popped up in ads while browsing certain websites. Dragon Blood. That was its name. The most powerful and mysterious group of strange beasts in the void, the Dragon Clan. Once, a 9th-tier royal red-eyed candle dragon swept through the land of Great Xia with terrifying power, causing devastating destruction. Today, the emblem of the Night Patrol Bureau is engraved with the soul-stirring eyes of that candle dragon, symbolizing protection and warning. The blood of the Dragon Clan contains extraordinary energy. Whether nourishing mental strength or enhancing the body, it offers unparalleled benefits. This vial of blood, although belonging to a sub-dragon type of strange beast, is equally precious. Its market price is at least 3 million. He never expected that Yi Junshan would just give him a vial of dragon blood like this. It seems this is more than just compensation. Old Yi, you really are willing to spend big. You must see my potential and want to ease relations to win me over. Su Feng murmured, discerning Yi Junshan's deeper intentions. But, to think he could buy him off with just these items? That was underestimating his worth. However, once something was in his hands, he never returned it. Old Yi, I'll accept this, but joining the guild is out of the question. Whether I can agree to be a consultant depends on your performance from here on out. He resealed the vial of dragon blood in liquid nitrogen. Ding, a new message came in on his phone. He reached over to check, and a new message from Qinyao caught his eye. It said he had gathered the items as per Su Feng's request and asked where they should be delivered. Seems he's learned to be more proactive. Su Feng chuckled lightly and casually replied with an address. Before long, Qinyao arrived downstairs. After Su Feng finished checking the items and set them down, he hurried away as if he had seen a plague god. Is it really necessary to act like such a villain? Su Feng chuckled to himself, gently stroking the suitcase in his hand. These, combined with the items in the drawer, were worth at least 4 million. Enough to support his breakthrough to the first tier and still have a surplus. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the time he had agreed upon with Li Mu drew near. Su Feng tucked the metal card with a smiley face design into his pocket and headed straight for the Night Patrol Bureau. Night Patrol Bureau. Looking at the tea in the bowl in his hand, Su Feng's expression grew serious as he pondered Li Mu's earlier words. The items had already been handed over to the Night Patrol Bureau, and logically, he should be able to leave now. Li Mu had no reason to keep him behind. It seems they still don't trust me. I just wonder if I can pass this time? He murmured softly when he heard the door open. Li Mu entered first, followed closely by a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s. She was unremarkable in appearance, but her eyes were exceptionally bright, as if containing some mysterious power. For a moment, Su Feng felt as if he were being seen through. This is Li Jia, who studies psychic abilities at the Baihu University Research Institute. Li Mu gave a brief introduction, then changed the subject. According to the procedure, your file will be sealed by the Night Patrol, so you need to undergo a psychological assessment. A psychological assessment? That excuse was quite flimsy. It seems I guessed correctly. Li Mu or that Zhao still holds a skeptical attitude towards me. Su Feng thought to himself, shaking his head inwardly. This woman before him was likely a psychic. Psychics belong to a branch of superpowers that have almost no direct combat ability. They are more inclined towards soothing and insight. If he wasn't mistaken, this woman's ability should be insight, and she might even have the effect of a truth serum. By the way, can't there be a bit more trust between people? He thought with a bitter smile. It seemed that today, trying to make an excuse to slip away wouldn't work. He could only face it head on. The worst outcome would be that some of his matters would be exposed. At worst, he would just have to lay it all out. Moreover, for him, this might not be a bad thing. From the moment he learned this was a conceptual level skill, the construction of the gateway of the mind had been part of his plan. However, just like the previous gateway of elements, he had no idea how to start. If this woman truly possessed psychic abilities, perhaps she could help him find this gateway of the mind. Thinking of this, Su Feng politely stood up. Then I'll trouble you, sisterly. The woman nodded slightly to him, then took a seat opposite him. I'm ready to begin. Li Mei's voice was cold. As the pure white light in her eyes deepened, the white humanoid light shadow behind her gradually solidified. It had wings, somewhat resembling an angel from mythology, yet different. As Li Mei reached out, the shadow mirrored her movements, extending a hand as well. Like a phantom, it passed through Su Feng's body. Su Feng felt a jolt in his heart, as if his will was about to be stripped away like corn husks. He did not resist, on the contrary. He allowed this force to enter. At the same time, he quickly mobilized his mental energy to search. Sure enough, he discovered a golden gateway with mysterious patterns at the position of his heart. Those patterns symbolized the mind. There was no time to examine it closely. His gaze sharpened, concentrating his mental energy, he began to quickly sketch that gateway of the mind. As Su Feng's mental power gradually strengthened, the runes on the gateway began to flicker, emitting an increasingly intense light. Does that shadow you mentioned truly exist? A voice echoed in his mind. Although he did not see the other party's lips move, the voice resonated clearly in his head. Su Feng understood this was a manifestation of the other party's ability. As expected, she still has doubts about me. The moment this thought arose, he felt a violent throb in the blood vessels at his temples. A strong impulse drove him to reveal the truth. The words surged up from his stomach, pressing against his throat. Almost. He was about to uncontrollably speak out. Hurry! Faster! Su Feng gritted his teeth, outputting his mental energy to the maximum, accelerating the sketching. Finally, just as he was about to lose control and speak, the last stroke of the sketch was completed. A simple golden gateway solidified. The gateway of the mind. Success! This gateway emitted a faint golden light, with complex runes swirling on it. It seemed to be the last line of defense guarding his mental world. In an instant, he broke free from that controlled state. The words he had almost blurted out also vanished. How could this be? A rich shock appeared on Li Mei's face, which seemed impervious to any disturbance. She felt a powerful resistance surge towards her. Her mind-reading ability seemed to have crashed into an indestructible wall, unable to penetrate even a fraction further. Li Mei furrowed her brows tightly, a hint of confusion and disbelief flashing in her eyes. She had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, her mental insights had always been unfailingly accurate, easily penetrating the inner worlds of others. But now, unexpectedly, she cast a suspicious glance at Su Feng. Su Feng, in return, wore a harmless smile, pretending to know nothing. Li Mei took a deep breath, the humanoid shadow behind her radiating a stronger glow, enhancing her ability's intensity. However, the result this time made her frown even tighter. She still couldn't pry into it. That wall seemed like an insurmountable chasm, leaving her at a loss. A wave of frustration surged within her, distorting her expression. At this moment, she began to doubt life itself. Why? Why was it still not working? Su Feng sat calmly, observing Li Mei's expression, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Don't waste your effort. If I don't want to, you'll never be able to push through. Beside them, Li Mu watched the scene, equally astonished at Su Feng. This kid is really a freak. I haven't seen my senior sister show this expression in a long time. The last time I saw this expression was a few years ago when facing someone with a 4th-tier mental ability. But this kid hasn't even reached the 1st tier. I don't know what makes him so special that he can make my senior sister, the cold-faced bodhisattva, show such a strange expression. As time passed, the woman's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, forming a shape. Seeing this, Su Feng felt it was about time. If he didn't go along with the night patrol's intentions, he might have to investigate himself later. It was better to go with the flow, put on a show, and completely rid himself of suspicion. Previously, when he researched information about mental abilities, he had seen the performance of subjects under the influence of abilities. He decided to mimic that. His body suddenly swayed awkwardly like a rootless water plant. His eyelids drooped, and he spoke stiffly. The shadow truly exists, but I couldn't see his face clearly. As soon as he said this, a noticeable smile appeared on Li Mu's face. After a moment of silence, Su Feng deliberately acted as if he had suddenly awakened. It was as if he had been jolted awake from a dream, looking around in surprise, displaying a bewildered expression. What just happened to me? Observing Su Feng's state, Li Mei quickly withdrew her power. She scrutinized her palm with suspicion, feeling somewhat disheveled. This was strange. She clearly sensed some force blocking her, but why did her ability still take effect? How bizarre. Yet she couldn't figure out why her ability would fail against Su Feng. Although it wasn't guaranteed to succeed every time, her few failures had only occurred against those much higher in tier than her. She was currently at tier 3, Su Feng couldn't possibly be at tier 5, could he? Can I ask what this little guy's ability is? Li Mei raised her head and looked at Li Mu. Psychic type, door, Li Mu replied. Door? Li Mei frowned, that feeling indeed resembled touching a door. However, this wasn't unique to beast transformation abilities, and it was an extremely rare mimetic phenomenon. The so-called mimetic refers to the perfect integration of beast transformation abilities with oneself. Under certain probabilities, it manifests as the human mind mimicking the form of a beastly creature, thus possessing greater power. Such individuals usually have high beast transformation ability levels, at least B+ or above, and often appear at tier 6 or higher. But Su Feng before her hadn't even reached the qualifying tier, and he was a psychic type. How could such a mimetic special situation occur? She was utterly perplexed. It's nothing, your psychological assessment has already passed. Li Mei's words were one thing, but her gaze was constantly scrutinizing Su Feng, as if she wanted to see through him. Feeling that gaze, Su Feng guessed she must have sensed something. Yet, he remained completely unperturbed. His lowly status was the best disguise. He estimated that this person would suspect him for a while, but would eventually find a rational explanation. Then, she would cast this matter aside, not wanting to waste any more time on him. With this so-called psychological test, in the future, he would be considered a thoroughly vetted green personnel in the Night Watch. With the endorsement of the Night Watch, no one would question his file in the future. What excited him the most was that he had successfully constructed the Gate of the Mind. With its protection, future mental attacks, such as enchantments and similar deceptive tactics, would be ineffective against him. It was like gaining a powerful passive ability. Moreover, he had a premonition. The Gate of the Mind was not just this one. Perhaps, with the enhancement of his mental strength and rank, he could construct new gates of the mind, thereby gaining new abilities. Captain Li, there's a military auxiliary special recruitment tomorrow, so I won't stay longer, Su Feng said. He believed that with this legitimate reason, Li Mu would not insist on keeping him. Li Mu nodded readily. All right, looking forward to your wonderful performance tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Feng's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Could it be that Li Mu will also be present at tomorrow's auxiliary special recruitment? He pondered in his heart but did not ask out of curiosity. The truth would be revealed tomorrow. There was no need to overthink and exhaust his energy. Opening the door, Su Feng walked out of the office and left the Night Watch. Li Mu then sat back down, looking at the dazed Li Mei in front of him. Senior sister, what are you thinking about? Li Mei shook her head. Something feels off. Just now, when I used my ability, I clearly felt a large door blocking the outside. But, strangely, he was still affected. Li Mu smiled helplessly. Senior sister, you've been in the research institute for too long, wanting a reason for everything. As long as it works, that's enough. He isn't even at the first rank. How could he resist your mental pull? From his reaction just now, it was no different from others. It should be the truth. Alright, stop overthinking it. I'll go report to Zhao De first. After Li Mu finished speaking, he pushed the door and left, leaving Li Mei there, puzzled. On the 7th floor of the Night Watch, in Zhao Xian's office, Li Mu knocked and entered, saying, Zhao De, as per your instructions, I have invited my senior sister to conduct a psychological evaluation for Su Feng. It has been confirmed that what Su Feng said before is fine. That's good. Zhao Xian stood up from his chair, nodded, and walked to the window. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, You go personally and file his information in our Night Watch. Set it as a 3-star secret. 3 stars? Li Mu's tone was filled with surprise. Zhao De, isn't that unnecessary? My file is only a 3-star secret. Moreover, isn't this a bit suspicious, like hiding silver in a place where it shouldn't be? If the news leaks, the smiley face organization will definitely suspect Su Feng regarding the business matter. Zhao Xian looked at the raindrops hitting the window, without explaining. Do as I say, this is an order. Li Mu's brow tightened. Alright, I understand. With that, he exited the room. Zhao Xian sighed lightly, looking at the gathering dark clouds in the sky through the window, murmuring to himself, this is unavoidable. The smiley face hides too deeply. If we don't use him as bait, how can we lure them out? Back home, Su Feng had dinner and continued to enhance his strength. He originally planned to directly swallow the tube of dragon blood for improvement, but after some thought, he felt it was inappropriate. It wasn't that he was afraid the dragon blood would have a violent effect and his body couldn't absorb it. Rather, he was worried that the absorption would be too effective, directly breaking through to the first level. If that happened, during tomorrow's special recruitment for the support system, if someone discovered he had entered the first level, it would definitely raise suspicions. His official record showed an F-level ability. He might not even reach the first level at this time, let alone an A-level. But he had done it. What would others think? Even if they didn't allow him to be studied, he would certainly attract envy. This was contrary to his plan of quietly amassing wealth, so he decided to absorb a piece of white spirit crystal as usual. After meditating for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Feng, full of energy, rode his little electric scooter to the breakfast shop he had taken Mushinting to last time. He ordered 2 baskets of soup dumplings, found a seat, and leisurely began to savor them. For the 3 spots this time, he was confident and determined to secure them, so there was no sense of nervousness at all. Ding-ling-a-ling, the phone rang, and Su Feng saw it was his homeroom teacher, Chao Lei. Old class, don't rush me. There's still 15 minutes left. Let me finish this dumpling. By the way, have you eaten breakfast? I can bring you some fried dough sticks. Su Feng hung up the phone and ordered a few more fried dough sticks. Just then, a group of 4 walked in. 3 boys and 1 girl. Judging by their clothes and shoes, which were not cheap, they seemed to come from well-off families. This Jiangnan city really can't compare to Magic City. After searching for a while, this is the only decent place. The tall girl in shorts with leg straps said disdainfully. She glanced at Su Feng, her beautiful eyes flashing with a glimmer, and directly pulled out a chair to sit at the neighboring table. The others also took their seats. One of them said, according to the requirements, we have to wait here for news. It hasn't started yet, and we don't know how long it will take to get results. I say, wouldn't it be better to let us go on stage directly? Let's show the so-called talents of Jiangnan City a bit of color. Another slightly chubby boy said, cracking his knuckles. Of course, we need to give them some color. But, after all, this is someone else's territory. Even our Ming family has to be cautious. The last boy, who was lounging with his legs crossed, fiddled with his phone and spoke arrogantly. Ming family? Which Ming family? Su Feng perked up his ears to listen. It was hard not to hear with such a voice. It seemed these people were also here to participate in the martial arts talent competition. But, judging by their tone, they didn't come with good intentions. However, as long as they didn't harm his interests, he couldn't be bothered. After finishing the soup dumplings, he took the packed fried dough sticks, settled the bill, and headed straight to the Xuanwu Group training ground. This wasn't his first time here. He entered smoothly with his ID card. Inside, the spectator seats were already filled with people. The noise was incessant. Nearly 500 students from 13 high schools in Jiangnan City gathered, all for the 3 spots in the special recruitment for the support system, plus 5 direct spots for the martial arts talent competition. Old class, stop calling, I'm here now. He hung up the phone and walked up to Chao Lei. You really have a big heart, hurry up and sign in with me. Chao Lei looked at the time, with less than 3 minutes left, and pulled Su Feng toward the sign-in area. They fell in line behind a few people, with only 6 or 7 ahead, so it would probably just take a few minutes. Old class, try this, the fried dough sticks here are especially delicious. Su Feng offered the fried dough sticks. Chao Lei's face darkened. What was with this extraordinary sense of relaxation? Be serious, if you don't sign in within the specified time, it will be considered a forfeit. Chao Lei quickly explained. Su Feng was taken aback. No one had mentioned this to him before. Oh, old Chao, is this your student? At that moment, an untimely voice rang out, dripping with sarcasm. I see him. He's just getting cold feet, trying to use the excuse of not completing the draw to back out at the last minute. There's nothing shameful about that, just like when you fled the battlefield back in the day. But this is better, it's still better than being cannon fodder. Su Feng looked up and saw a balding middle-aged man striding over with ill intent. Wu Yong, you're here too. Chao Lei's gaze turned cold. Of course, 1 spot for the special recruitment of the support department is a must for my student. Wu Yong waved proudly, and a freshly signed buzzcut youth walked over. Shaking his leg, he looked at Su Feng with a challenging gaze. Let me introduce my student, Fang Zhang. B-level superpower, and he has the rare ability of spatial manipulation. In the rear of the battlefield, he is absolutely a crucial presence, Wu Yong boasted. Chao Lei snorted coldly and said to Su Feng, ignore him, I'll go ask if I can borrow a spot for you to sign in first. Oh, come on, Lao Chao. Give it a rest, why would they give you a spot? For the sake of our past together, I'll help you this once. I won't ask for much, just pay for my students' celebration dinner tonight. It's settled then. Wu Yong stepped forward without hesitation and patted the person in front of him. You're here for the martial arts prodigy competition, right? Step aside, let me cut in. The tall youth looked Wu Yong up and down, displeased. Old man, who are you? Why should I let you in? Wu Yong instinctively took a step back at the youth's face. But thinking of Chao Lei watching, he cleared his throat and pointed to his own face. You're Jie Yuqing from Sunlong High School, right? I'm Wu Yong. I taught you before. I don't care if you were useful or not, if you want to cut in. Dream on. You. Wu Yong's face turned a mix of green and white, and he was so furious that he couldn't utter a word. Bro, let me sign in first. Su Feng looked at the familiar hair color and patted the youth's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Wu Yong sneered. This guy is from Sanglong High School, a notorious troublemaker, even I can't get through to him. You, an outsider, think you can get any respect? What are you? You think you deserve my... Jie Yuqing started but seemed to choke on his words, suddenly wide-eyed. Chen Gu? I'm not mistaken, it really is you? Chen Gu, Xiao Yuzi pays his respects. Saying this, he made a salute gesture. Watching this comical act, Su Feng smiled slightly. This person was indeed Jie Yuqing, whom he had met in the mall. He didn't expect to run into him here. Chen Gu, you go ahead, you go ahead. He then slapped Wang Shui, who was about to sign in, on the back. Hurry up and step aside, let Chen Gu sign first. What Chen Gu? Why should I give him my spot? Wang Shui muttered in dissatisfaction as he turned around. But when he saw Su Feng, he jumped in shock, his cheeks trembling. He quickly swallowed the words he hadn't had time to say. Chen Gu? Please, go ahead. Wang Shui respectfully spread his hands and directly handed the pen to Su Feng. His attitude was as respectful as it could be. If Su Feng hadn't stepped in at that moment, both he and Jie Yuqing would have been buried by now. The debt of gratitude for saving his life was not to be forgotten. What is happening? This scene left Wu Yong dumbfounded. Is this still the notorious troublemaker from Sunlong High School? Why does it feel like a mouse encountering a cat? Chao Lei, watching Wu Yong's face, which looked as if he were constipated, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Wu Yong, it seems your face isn't worth much. How about this? Tonight is my students' celebration banquet, and I invite you to come. Eat to your heart's content, no need to pay. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Yong's face turned a mix of green and purple, his expression extremely unpleasant. Finally, he snorted coldly and said harshly, what's there to show off about? If you're really impressive, let him try to get a spot. With that, he turned and hurriedly left with Fang Zhang, not looking back. Meanwhile, after confirming that his personal information was correct, Su Feng signed his name. With the update, a number plate printed with the number 4 emerged. Auxiliary Special Recruitment, number 4. Looking at this number, Jie Yuqing suddenly realized and asked in shock, hey, wait a minute. Chen Gu, why are you participating in the Auxiliary Department's special recruitment? He clearly remembered Su Feng's heroic rescue. Those troublesome ghost mice were easily dealt with by Su Feng, showcasing an invincible demeanor. However, now Su Feng had actually signed up for the Auxiliary Department's special recruitment? This left him in disbelief. Su Feng smiled slightly and replied, didn't I tell you that day? I'm an F-level ability user. If I don't sign up for this, what else should I sign up for? The martial arts talent competition? I'm not qualified. Hearing this, Jie Yuqing and Wang Shui both twitched their mouths, feeling a wave of speechlessness. You're not qualified? With that kind of strength, you're not qualified? Both of them momentarily questioned their lives. Thanks for this, I'll treat you tonight. Su Feng added the two as friends on WeChat. He didn't like owing favors, so he had to express his gratitude no matter what. Dingling, at that moment, a WeChat message notification rang. Su Feng checked, and it was a message from Mi Xiaoyu. She said her number was 5 and asked for Su Feng's number. 5? Su Feng murmured softly, unconsciously furrowing his brows. They really were fated. Mi Xiaoyu was actually going on stage right after him. But if that was the case, he would have to expend his mental energy in advance to help Mi Xiaoyu complete her ability enhancement. This deviated from his original plan. But he also understood that it was impossible for everything to go as he wished every time. Now, the Auxiliary Department's special recruitment assessment begins. Please, number 1, come to the stage, number 2 prepare. At 9 o'clock, the broadcast rang out on time. Su Feng's brows tightened. Now, there wasn't much time left for him to help Mi Xiaoyu complete her enhancement. Martial arts talent competition, you all do your best. Su Feng patted Jie Yuqing and Wang Shui on the shoulders, offering his blessings. Then he said a word to Chao Lei and headed towards Mi Xiaoyu's position. Su Feng, what should I do? It's almost my turn. Seeing Su Feng, Mi Xiaoyu rushed over and grabbed his arm, her anxious emotions stabilizing a bit. It's okay, there's still time. Su Feng didn't reveal to Mi Xiaoyu that he was number 4. Unlike him, Mi Xiaoyu was still a recent adult and couldn't maintain her composure like he could in tense moments. What if she got too nervous and failed? Then he would have to go back on his promise to Yi Junshan. So, he couldn't put any more pressure on Mi Xiaoyu. Relax, it's not your first time. This time I'll be quicker, just hold on. Su Feng began to mobilize his mental energy to help her organize. With previous experience, this time it was a bit faster, but it still took time. Please, number 2, come to the stage. Please, number 3, come to the stage. Number 4, please get ready. The broadcast announced, and it was already number 3. Fengjiang, Space System. The electronic screen displayed the name of the holder of the corresponding number, along with the ability classification confirmed during sign-in. Can begin. The assessment teacher nodded, signaling to start. Fengjiang nodded, placing the backpack he was carrying on the ground, his palms pressed against the earth as he began to sketch runes. After a few seconds, a flash of silver light flickered, and the backpack was instantly transported several meters away. B-level ability, 8 gates of transport. Fengjiang proudly announced the name of his power. Although the detection device referred to his ability as transportation, he felt it lacked grandeur, so he created this name himself. A wave of enthusiastic applause and discussion erupted from the audience, with people raising their necks to discuss among themselves. A spatial ability, and it's an extremely rare one. It seems the preparation time is only a few seconds. If he improves in the future, could he shorten it to under 10 seconds? This is crucial for battlefields with void rifts. If he can transport supplies and people in time, it could greatly reduce casualties. The judges nodded, each posing questions in turn. May I ask, can your ability transport living beings? Fengjiang shook his head, not for now, but it should be possible at the 3rd tier. The crowd expressed understanding. Achieving this much is already impressive. Spatial abilities are rare, and to be able to transport living beings before reaching the 3rd tier is even more exceptional. In the entire Blue Star Federation, there hasn't been one for nearly a decade. This person is already quite remarkable. The 10 judges sighed slightly in regret, initially hoping for a miracle. But now it seemed they had overestimated, and they continued with their standard questions. Currently, what is the farthest distance you can reach? 15 meters, Fengjiang replied proudly. This distance was already quite far at this stage. The seated judges nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask questions. After each had voiced their doubts, they exchanged glances and began to deliberate carefully. Considering 5 aspects such as prospects and applications, they entered their estimated scores on the machine in front of them. Each person could score a maximum of 100, with a total score of 1000. After compiling the results, Fengjiang ultimately scored 969, surpassing the previous 2 and securing first place. Ha, well done. Wu Yong laughed from the audience. Old Chow, did you see that? You must come to tonight's celebration banquet. However, Chao Lei was too busy to pay him any mind, continuously calling Su Feng. Kid, answer the phone. You're up next. Where are you right now? As Fengjiang exited the stage, the announcement sounded again. Please, contestant number 4, come to the stage. As the announcement concluded, Su Feng's name and ability category appeared on the electronic screen. Look, another spatial ability? It really is, but this person seems to be at a disadvantage. Who says? The comparison is clear. Not necessarily. If he's stronger than the last one, he could score over 970. That would guarantee him a spot. Ha, bro, do you want to see what you're saying? The one named Fengjiang just now, in terms of release speed and distance, is incomparable. What do you mean? Stronger than that guy? Do you think that's possible? The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes sweeping toward the stage. However, even after such a long time since the announcement, no one had stepped up. Please, contestant number 4, come to the stage. The announcement sounded for the 2nd time. Old Chow, this person wouldn't be your student from earlier, would he? I wondered why you kept calling. Huh? Could it be that I guessed right and he's chickening out? I say, that's not embarrassing. After all, being in the same spatial category. Seeing the gap with my student is a normal thing. You should give him a good talk later. It wouldn't be good if he ends up with some psychological trauma, right? Ha ha ha. Contestant number 4, please take the stage within 30 seconds. Otherwise, it will be considered a forfeit. The announcement echoed throughout the venue once again. Sitting in the guest seats, Limu frowned as he listened to the broadcast. He took out his phone and called Su Feng. Hello, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Hearing the prompt from his phone, Limu anxiously muttered, "What on earth is this guy doing?" Next to him, Yi Junshan seemed to have thought of something, a hint of guilt crossing his face. He quickly stood up and left, heading in a specific direction. 30, 20, 10. The countdown ticked away second by second. Chao Lei gripped his phone tightly, his fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure. The mechanical prompt of Su Feng's busy line echoed in his ears. As the countdown approached 0, his gaze gradually dimmed. 5, 4, 3, 2. The countdown in the broadcast was like a cold blade, slicing through the air. Each number felt like a heavy weight pressing down on Chao Lei's heart. With a soft sigh, he shook his head in resignation, knowing he had to give up. It was too late. Just at that final moment, a determined figure leaped onto the stage like the dawn's light, standing confidently under the gaze of the crowd. The tall figure cast a long shadow under the bright lights. Chao Lei, who had already given up, stared at that figure, his eyes bursting with excitement. Ha! I knew this guy wouldn't be the type to give up. It doesn't matter if he can succeed or not, just getting up there is commendable. Humph. Wu Yong sneered dismissively, a hint of contempt in his voice. What's the use of going up? Being in the same space system only serves to highlight Sun Zhang's score of 969. Upon hearing this, Chao Lei's joy suddenly froze, his expression dimming. Yes, Su Feng was only F grade. He could have relied on being in the space system to gain some favor. But unfortunately, he drew a number right after Sun Zhang, and the comparison was immediately clear. His only advantage was now gone. He tightly gripped his thermos, raising his head to cast a glance at Su Feng on stage. Now he could only hope that Su Feng wouldn't lose too badly. You may begin. The judge's voice remained devoid of any emotion. The commotion in the audience abruptly ceased, all eyes magnetically drawn to Su Feng. The ability of that person just now was transportation. I wonder what this person can do? A girl in the front row whispered to her attractive friend beside her. Her friend, however, grabbed her hand excitedly. I don't care about his ability at all right now. By the way, he's so handsome. That figure, that charm, I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Later, I must get his contact information. Nearby, Mi Xiaoyu also heard this. A hint of panic uncontrollably surfaced in her beautiful eyes as she looked at the tall figure on stage. Her mind replayed the scene of Su Feng focusing intently on organizing her abilities. His concentrated and gentle actions felt like a warm current flowing into her heart. Unknowingly, a faint blush crept up her cheeks, and her heartbeat quickened. Her slender fingers instinctively clenched the hem of her clothes, as if she had made a certain decision. Su Feng steadied his breath, slightly bowed to the judges, and slowly spoke, Ability door, F grade. Splash! As soon as the words fell, it was like a drop of cold water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the entire venue. What? I must have misheard. F grade, space system? This person must be joking. Ha! F grade? I thought it was some powerful ability. What a waste of my feelings. Is there really such a level? I'm seeing it for the first time. Tisk tsk, now that you mention it, I'm even more curious about his abilities. Could it be that he can only teleport 2 or 3 meters after preparing for a minute? Ha ha, everyone had their own thoughts, but more than that, they were just there to watch the show. They all wanted to see just how low the lower limit of spatial abilities could be. F level? Inspector Liu, this special recruitment for auxiliary abilities is really fair and just. Doesn't even require the most basic review? In the guest seats, a woman with high cheekbones and frameless glasses crossed her arms in front of her chest. As she spoke, a hint of disdain lingered at the corner of her mouth. Lu Mingjue, sitting in the middle, didn't respond. Instead, he adjusted his neatly pressed suit. He completely ignored the woman, which caused a flicker of barely concealed displeasure and embarrassment to cross her face. Hey, Captain Li, your expression is quite intriguing. To Li Mu's left, a woman with a fan made of fluorescent leaves smiled charmingly. What, Captain Li, do you have high hopes for this person? Li Mu waved his hand. It's nothing, just that I'd never seen an F level before. Is that so? The woman spoke softly, yet her tone was not lacking in strength. That kind of aura, stemming from a position of power and long-term authority, quietly spread through the air. Guess? Li Mu revealed a smile that was hard to decipher. Seeing this, the woman didn't say anything further and turned her gaze back to the stage, watching Su Feng with great interest. In the audience, Wu Yong had already started laughing, holding his stomach. I say, Old Chow, is this really your student? F level, is this a joke? Quick, get him down, to save face. Not that I'm saying, but the fact that these judges can each give him a score of 10 is just to avoid hurting his enthusiasm. An F level, wanting to eat swan meat? Wu Yong, you. Chow Lei felt an indescribable emotion surge within him upon hearing these words. His palm involuntarily tightened around the thermos cup in his hand, the knuckles standing out more prominently from the force. He wanted to refute but couldn't find the words. Alright. Your student isn't completely useless. Aside from highlighting my students, at least he can entertain everyone. I can't wait to see his performance. Wu Yong had a petty look on his face, making Chow Lei tremble with anger. Let's begin. As this sentence fell from the judges' table, several judges moved almost in sync, unanimously twisting open the caps of their water bottles. From this action, it was clear they didn't hold much hope for the ability Su Feng was about to demonstrate. To be precise, they didn't have any expectations at all. F level, there was really nothing to see. It was better to drink some water to moisten their throats, give a score as a formality, and then wrap this up. In the face of the judges' indifference and disregard, Su Feng showed no signs of anger or frustration. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then, he gradually raised his palm, the movement smooth and powerful. TCH, what's with the showiness? Exactly. It's just an F level. Hurry up and finish so the next one can come on stage, don't waste time. From the audience, someone shouted impatiently. Several judges had already casually tilted their heads back, drinking water to quench their thirst. Then, in the next second, their movements suddenly froze. Immediately after, as if struck by something shocking, the water in their mouths erupted like an uncontrolled fountain, violently spraying out. Two of them even started coughing violently from choking on the water. But for a moment, they didn't care about wiping the water off their clothes, their eyes wide open as if they had discovered something astonishing. They forgot to breathe, just staring at Su Feng, who had lowered his palm. What the hell? In the audience, the person who had previously scoffed at Su Feng now looked as if they had seen a ghost, their expression frozen. Hastily rubbing his eyes to confirm that what he had just seen was not an illusion, he had just witnessed a light blue portal open, and Su Feng stepped in, his figure vanishing in an instant. Immediately after, at the other end of the platform, another identical light gate opened. Su Feng's figure emerged from that door as if he had traversed time and space. The entire process took only the blink of an eye, yet it accomplished an astonishing leap from one end of the platform to the other. The distance exceeded 30 meters. This scene completely overturned everyone's understanding. Damn! How is this possible? Someone in the audience shouted. This voice echoed the thoughts of everyone present. This. Chow Lei's eyes widened as he stared at Su Feng, momentarily speechless. He had personally overseen Su Feng's ability level assessment, which had undoubtedly been F level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approved Su Feng's request to take leave to deliver packages before the martial arts exam. But how could he explain the scene before him? Wu Yong, who had just mocked him a second ago, was now frozen in place as if held by an invisible force, unable to move. His expression underwent a dramatic change in just a few seconds. From initial shock to later skepticism, it ultimately evolved into a profound existential doubt. The spatial teleportation ability displayed by Su Feng was more than twice that of Sun Jiang. No, this is impossible. Wu Yong shook his head like a rattle, his voice trembling slightly. He clearly refused to accept the reality before him. After a brief moment of shock, the judges at the panel finally regained their composure. They hurriedly tightened their grip on their water bottles, grabbed the microphone, and spoke with a barely perceptible tremor in their voices. Su student, could you please demonstrate it again? We really didn't see it clearly just now. This was not a perfunctory excuse or a way to evade responsibility, they genuinely had not seen it clearly. Initially, when they heard F level, they instinctively looked down on Su Feng. But the current situation was like a loud slap that shattered their judgment, forcing them to re-evaluate this seemingly unremarkable young man. Su Feng's performance was completely different from that of Sun Jiang. The latter could also teleport, but only inanimate objects and required a long preparation time. But what about Su Feng? It seemed he could effortlessly achieve long-distance teleportation with just a casual lift of his hand. Just the ability to teleport living beings alone surpassed Sun Jiang. Not to mention the advantages of short preparation time and long distance. If they weren't sitting at the judges' table, they would have undoubtedly cursed. Such a godly ability. You're telling us this is an F level? Demonstrate it again? Of course. Su Feng's voice was calm as water, showing no signs of fluctuation. He elegantly raised his arm once more, and the mysterious light blue portal appeared like a dream, only to quietly close again. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his original standing position. Hiss! A series of gasps echoed from the audience. Those who had previously scoffed at Su Feng now lowered their heads, trying to hide among the crowd, fearing others would remember their foolish remarks. Each felt like a clown under the spotlight. How could they not recognize greatness? They actually questioned such an ability. This ability was incomparably stronger than Sun Zhang's. It was an absolute crushing superiority in terms of level. Wow, he's both handsome and powerful, just like my dream boyfriend. I can't take it anymore. When he comes off stage, I'm going to be the first to rush up and ask for his contact information. The girls sitting in the front row were already starry-eyed. As for the judges, although they were mentally prepared, when Su Feng once again showcased that astonishing ability, a storm of shock surged within them. In an instant, their hearts raced and their breaths quickened. They felt as if they were witnessing a miracle. Is this okay? Su Feng's voice broke the judges' reverie. Only then did they snap back to reality, responding in unison, "It's fine, it's fine." After saying that, they exchanged glances, as if silently confirming with each other, "What we just saw, is it real? How could this ability possibly be rated F?" With furrowed brows, they tried to recall any possible flaws from their memories. But the event unfolded so vividly before their eyes that they found no reason to doubt it. Their curiosity ignited like a flame, growing ever stronger. They bombarded him with questions, eager to uncover the limits of Su Feng's abilities. "We want to know, what is your maximum teleportation distance?" One judge asked, his tone laced with barely contained anticipation. "This is already my limit," Su Feng replied calmly. He had long thought out his answer. If he claimed he could teleport 100 meters, who knew how others might covet that? They might even want him dead. Standing out too much was not a good thing. The ability he showcased was enough to ensure he secured a spot without any mishaps. Then, what about the release time? Was that your full strength just now? Another judge pressed. Su Feng nodded. "Yes, this is an assessment, so I naturally gave it my all." The judges exchanged smiles, expressing their appreciation. That's quite impressive. To achieve this at this level. Rare. They continued to ask questions, trying to dig deeper into Su Feng's information. Su Feng skillfully answered each question just right, neither being rude nor revealing too much about his abilities. Soon, all the questions were asked. The judges began to score. Wow, this score. Before long, when the electronic screen displayed Su Feng's score, the audience erupted in an uproar. That number, 1,000 points. Full marks. As soon as that number appeared, it detonated like a heavy bomb among the crowd, creating a massive reaction. What the heck? Full marks? Doesn't this mean the remaining assessments for these people will turn into a battle for second place? In the audience, Chao Lei looked at the score, his excited hands trembling uncontrollably. He twisted open the lid of his water cup and drank several sips of goji berry tea, barely managing to suppress his emotions. But the smile on his face never faded. Full marks. My student got full marks. This truly gave him a huge surprise. All his previous worries vanished, and he actively approached Wu Yong, raising his eyebrows and exclaiming, "Wu Yong, what did you say to me before? My ears are a bit old, and my memory isn't great. Could you say it again?" As soon as he said this, Wu Yong, who already had a dark expression, looked as if he had eaten a dead fly, his face turning extremely ugly. Thinking back to his previous words, it was simply a joke. Gone was his earlier arrogance. He left the area in silence, looking dejected. In the guest area, the woman fanning herself to Li Mu's left chuckled and said, "What an interesting kid, claiming to be F-level, yet his displayed ability is as exaggerated as S-level. You should be asking Ming about that, not me," Li Mu replied, glancing at the woman with frameless glasses. He had been displeased when she spoke about Su Feng earlier. Now, it was time to strike back. After hearing Li Mu's words, the woman with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes visibly flinched. The displeasure in her eyes vanished in an instant, but she had to force a smile and said, "I really don't know what today's kids are thinking, insisting on playing the pig to eat the tiger." Even I was deceived. After saying this, seeing that no one paid her any attention, she felt a bit embarrassed, and the harshness on her face flickered away. Quietly taking out her phone, she sent a message. Meanwhile, Lu Mingjuet, dressed in a sharp suit with a neat short haircut, looked at Su Feng on stage, a barely noticeable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You little brat, you really have some skills. But if I'm not mistaken, this shouldn't be your full strength, right?" During his inspection at Qingmong High School, he had witnessed Su Feng's domineering aura and later specifically looked into Su Feng's background. Previously, he simply thought Su Feng was a talent worth nurturing, but now he was increasingly intrigued. Still waters run deep, shining without scorching. At such a young age, you already understand how to hide your strengths. That's truly interesting. I just wonder, What exactly are you hiding? At this moment, Su Feng was unaware that he had attracted the attention of so many big shots. Facing the scores on the electronic screen, he merely smiled slightly, feeling no significant stir in his heart. His goal from the beginning was simply to secure one of those 3 spots. The scores were irrelevant. After politely bowing to the judges, he stepped off the stage and exchanged a glance with Mi Xiaoyu, who was about to go on stage. He then walked straight towards the stairs leading to the stands. However, just as he stepped onto one of the stairs, he saw a dozen girls suddenly rush over from the stands, surrounding him completely. Each one held up their phones with QR codes, wanting to add him as a friend. Su Gij, are you free tonight? I want to get to know you. I'm 36D, very obedient and well-behaved. Watching this scene, Su Feng could only smile wryly. Indeed, sometimes being handsome is a kind of burden. However, he really didn't want to waste time on such matters right now. With a lift of his hand, the air rippled, and a spatial door opened. Stepping through, he was instantly teleported several meters away, avoiding the enthusiastic girls and heading towards Chaolei. This action caused the young girls to sigh in disappointment, reluctantly returning to their seats. But judging by their expressions, they probably wouldn't give up easily. On the stands, Wang Shui watched the scene, nearly crying from envy. The scene from my dreams, Brother Chen made it happen with just a slight move. In fact, it wasn't just him, all the boys present would be lying if they said they weren't envious of Su Feng. At this age, who hasn't fantasized about having such a moment? No kidding, can't you see who this is? This is our Brother Chen, his abilities are beyond your imagination, Jia Yuqing said proudly, as if knowing Su Feng was a tremendous fortune. But I just wonder what Brother Chen is really thinking. He's stronger than both of us combined, yet he insists on participating in this auxiliary special recruitment. Wang Shui couldn't understand. Jia Yuqing was speechless. Hey, are you stupid? Can't you think for a moment? If Brother Chen participated in the martial arts genius competition, wouldn't that leave only 4 spots? Then, would we still have a chance? Wang Shui slapped his forehead, revealing a look of sudden realization. Oh, right, with our strength, we can only hover around the 4th or 5th place. If Brother Chen comes, we definitely won't have a chance. Doesn't that mean Brother Chen is thinking of us? As expected of Brother Chen, so consider it. Tonight, I must toast Brother Chen a few times. If Su Feng knew what the two were thinking, he would probably laugh to death. He just wanted to have less work and more money in the future. How did it get overinterpreted like this? Good kid, your luck with romance is pretty good. Chao Lei approached with a beaming smile and teased. Su Feng felt a bit helpless and forced a smile. Old class, don't joke with me. I'm not joking with you. Speaking of which, you've hidden it pretty well, even from me. Actually, Su Feng started to explain. But Chao Lei waved his hand. Alright, no need to say anything. You must have your own considerations, as long as the outcome is good. By the way, you weren't here just now, so you didn't see how ugly Wu Yong's face looked. You have no idea how good I felt at that moment. That expression, like he just ate a dead fly, I still find it funny when I think about it. So, tonight I'll treat you to celebrate you getting this spot. Su Feng shook his head. Old class, I should be thanking you. How can I let you spend money? I'll personally choose the place tonight, you just come and enjoy the food and drinks. It's settled then. He finalized it directly. Otherwise, with Chao Lei's personality, he would insist on taking the matter upon himself. Seeing Su Feng say this, Chao Lei didn't argue further. Alright, then I'll bring some of my treasured good wine to celebrate you properly. Meanwhile, in a WeChat group, a new bounty task was quietly released. Lu Qi, alerted by the message, woke up from his sleep and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He picked up his phone, and when he saw the task details, his pupils suddenly constricted. All his drowsiness vanished in an instant. It wasn't because of the 6-figure reward, but because of the person in the task's accompanying image. That was actually Su Feng? Lu Qi's heart involuntarily raced, and he quickly scrolled through the phone screen, carefully reading the specific requirements of the task. As the information gradually unfolded, his brows furrowed tighter. His expression grew serious. Okay, I understand. I'll organize the information and send it to you. We'll split this money in half. Pleasure working together. Su Feng hung up the call with Lu Qi and looked up at the situation on stage. The judges were so shocked by Mi Xiaoyu's enhancement that they were left speechless. Seeing this scene, a slight smile appeared on his lips. After his development, Mi Xiaoyu's ability strength undoubtedly reached A-level standards. At this level, winning a spot was naturally not a problem. In fact, it was just as he expected. Mi Xiaoyu ultimately scored 980 points, closely following him to claim second place. Thank you. You almost delayed your own assessment to help me. Mi Xiaoyu rushed towards Su Feng after stepping off the stage, feeling guilty but also harboring a special emotion. Su Feng smiled broadly, "Don't mention it, I never go back on my word. Let's head back first. If there's anything to discuss, we can talk properly tonight." Tonight? Mi Xiaoyu seemed to think of something, and a faint blush appeared on her face. "Ah, so soon? I'm not ready yet?" Hearing this, Su Feng was filled with question marks. "It was just a meal. Are you busy? Then forget it." No. Mi Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand. "I'll go." After saying that, she resembled a shy little cat, her steps a bit flustered as she hurried back to her spot. Lowering her head, she covered her burning face. "What's going on?" Su Feng shook his head, feeling perplexed. The purpose of coming here today had been fully achieved. Now, he could finally set down the burden in his heart. The feeling of being carefree is really nice. Su Feng sat in his seat, twisted open a chilled drink, took a sip, and exhaled a breath of stale air. Clearing his mind, he watched the assessments of others while finishing his drink. With his elbows resting on his thighs and his hands stacked in a pointed tower, he began to ponder the call he had just received from Lu Qi. Someone was investigating his background. This did not come as a surprise to him. Given his impressive performance just now, it would be strange if no one was interested in him. This money, even if earned by others, was still profit. So, he might as well sell his own information, splitting the earnings with Lu Qi. A few taps on his phone, and he could easily pocket over 100,000. However, there was one thing that puzzled him greatly. Lu Qi mentioned that the bounty was issued by an intelligence organization from the Magic City. They were in a hurry, otherwise, there wouldn't be a six-figure reward. This was precisely what confused him. It implied that those checking his background were likely unfamiliar with the intelligence circle in Jiangnan City. They had to resort to the channels of the Magic City to seek help from peers. The person behind this was most likely from the Magic City without a doubt. But Jiangnan City was over 100 kilometers away from the Magic City. How could he possibly be connected to someone from there? Unless, while he was deep in thought, he looked up at a few people in the guest seats, coincidentally meeting the gaze of a few of them. Among the five, he was somewhat familiar with Li Mu and Yi Junshan, and he knew that the person sitting in the middle was Yi Mingjue, but the other two women, he truly had no idea about their backgrounds. Especially in that moment, the looks they cast at him, even from a distance, made him feel the intent to scheme. It seemed very likely that one of them was involved, but he didn't even know their identities. It appeared he needed to find someone in the know to clarify things. Su Feng secretly planned in his heart. He took out his phone and sent a message to Yi Junshan, agreeing to meet in the training grounds rest area. As an invited guest, Yi Junshan should be aware of the backgrounds of the two women. Compared to Li Mu, who was an official, Yi Junshan was clearly more suitable to discuss this matter. Soon, the two met in the rest area. "Su Feng, thank you for your help regarding Xiaoyu. I've already heard from Xiaoyu about the situation. You almost delayed your assessment to help her. For this matter, consider it a personal favor I owe you." Yi Junshan spoke first upon meeting. "There's no need for that, since I promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word." Su Feng waved his hand. "Alright, then I'll take your word for it." Seeing Su Feng so carefree, Yi Junshan no longer dwelled on the topic and instead asked, "So, what urgent matter did you want to discuss?" "Haha, President Yi is indeed sharp. I do have something to ask." Su Feng then laid out his questions. Yi Junshan glanced at Su Feng and said solemnly, "Is that all? I thought it was something more." The woman with the fan is Hu Xiao, the vice president of the Zhan Lulan Guild, known as Fox Beauty. You also know, Zhan Lulan has had some friction with our Huang Qi recently. Don't be fooled by her being a woman, her methods are anything but soft. In competition, even I have had times when I was at a disadvantage. Hu Xiao. Su Feng silently noted the name in his mind and then asked, "What about the other one?" The other one is no pushover either. She's not from Jiangnan City, she's from the Ming family in the Magic City. Her name is Ming Jing. Don't be deceived by her bright name, her methods, TSK, are far from honorable. The Magic City? Su Feng's gaze sharpened slightly. It seemed that the person urgently investigating his background was likely this Ming Jing. He just wasn't sure why she was so eager to dig into his details. Yi Junshan noticed the change in Su Feng's expression and asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly interested in their identities?" "It's nothing, just out of curiosity," Su Feng replied casually, then posed a new question. "Speaking of which, why are people from the Magic City here?" Yi Junshan glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, then lowered his voice. "I'll tell you this, just keep it in mind." After a moment, listening to Yi Junshan's account, Su Feng roughly understood the situation. Lu Mingjue is one of the promoters of the auxiliary special recruitment, to put it bluntly. The Ming family is here to sabotage. Yi Junshan nodded slightly, a hint of a playful smile on his face. That's indeed the case, but no one knows what Mingjing is really planning. There hasn't been any action so far. I guess they're just waiting in the background. Su Feng nodded as well. He wasn't concerned about what kind of scheme Mingjing was concocting. But if they were investigating his background to suppress him, the top special recruit, to deal with Lu Mingjue, then he would definitely make the Ming family pay a price. Mingjing rubbed her eyes, looking at the new message on her phone screen, her eyes shimmering with light. Moments later, she quickly stood up and walked to a secluded corner of the break area, dialing a number. On the other end of the line, a deep, hoarse male voice came through. The information has been verified, and there are no discrepancies. Mingjing's lips curled into a slight smile, the thin muscles on her high cheekbones revealing a sneer. No background. Then let's take action against him and make him give up this spot. You, go find me a research institute, and quickly concoct a theory. Just say that F-level abilities will prematurely consume future potential, leaving no room for improvement from now on. As she spoke, her gaze became even colder, and the strength in her hand unconsciously increased as she clenched her fist. In this way, this spot will naturally belong to us. At exactly 11 o'clock in the morning, the auxiliary special recruitment assessment came to a successful conclusion. The list was announced, and Su Feng topped the rankings with a perfect score of 1,000 points. Following closely were Mi Xiaoyu and a boy named Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan's ability, called slowing, is an A-level superpower. The slowing light he releases, once it hits a target, will cause the victim to fall into a slow state as if trapped in a quagmire. Their speed will be severely reduced. Once hit, it is guaranteed to take effect. At first glance, Su Feng even suspected this might be a conceptual level ability. However, after in-depth analysis, Su Feng dismissed his own speculation. This ability only has the implication of being conceptual level, but its actual effect is not absolute. It will be influenced by the target's rank and the user's ability, thus being reduced. Therefore, it merely resembles a conceptual level ability on the surface, but in essence, it is fundamentally different. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that it is still a powerful auxiliary ability. The judges naturally understood this and gave Wu Yuan a high score of 977, placing him third in successfully securing a special recruitment spot. As for Sun Zhang's so-called 8 Gates transport, it ranked fourth. This made Wu Yong's face look as if he had been constipated for several days, dark and almost dripping with gloom. The final rankings have now been announced. The judge's voice echoed throughout the training hall. If there are no objections, the top 3 will be awarded the qualification for the auxiliary special recruitment. This result was consistent with the expectations of the vast majority. Su Feng's performance was indisputably first. As for the other 2, each had A-level abilities, which was well-deserved. Therefore, no one raised any objections. In that case, I announced that the recipients of the auxiliary special recruitment spots are. Just as the judge was about to officially announce the special recruitment list, a sudden female voice broke the silence. Wait. Su Feng turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a woman standing up in the guest area. Mingjing? Is this finally the moment she can't hold back any longer? Su Feng muttered to himself, then felt a sharp gaze directed at him. He felt something in his heart and instinctively turned to meet that gaze, only to see Mingjing curl her lips into a cold smile before casually turning her head away. Watching this scene, Su Feng's heart tightened involuntarily, and his brows furrowed. His intuition told him that this Mingjing seemed to be coming for him. Coupled with the information previously revealed by Lu Qi, this premonition grew stronger. What, do you think I have no background, and want to take action against me? Su Feng scoffed inwardly. If that were the case, he wouldn't mind meeting the Ming family. Ming advisor, do you have anything to add? At this moment, Lu Mingjue stood up, his expression calm. Nothing much, just remembered that my Ming family still has a recommendation spot unused. Lu Mingjue snorted coldly and said, Ming advisor, how could you forget something so important? Upon hearing this, Mingjing adjusted her glasses and said somewhat helplessly, sorry, after all, I'm getting older, and my memory isn't as good. A minute or two of delay, I don't think Lu Inspector would mind. After all, since people have come, we can't let the child run a wasted trip. Mingjing's words were smooth and thoughtful, making it hard to find fault. A flicker of anger crossed Lu Mingjue's face, but he still waved his hand in agreement. Ming advisor, you flatter me. I naturally have no reason to refuse such matters. Mingjing nodded in thanks and then said politely, then thank you, Lu Inspector. Ding Shu, go up on stage. As soon as she finished speaking, a slightly plump boy stepped out from the crowd and walked onto the stage. Su Feng stared at this figure, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. Wasn't this one of the 4 people he encountered at the breakfast shop in the morning? Since he appeared here, the other 3 were probably already present as well. If Ding Shu's target was the special recruitment for the support system, then the remaining 3 must be aiming directly at the martial arts genius competition? B+ level ability, Heart Eye. The person named Ding Shu introduced his ability and proceeded to demonstrate. Su Feng squinted his eyes, fully focused on observing. This ability can foresee and share the next actions of all living beings within a certain range. This capability is indeed quite tricky. Fortunately, its effective range is limited to a radius of 2 meters. This should be a variant or derivative of a mental type ability, and it can indeed be considered an excellent support ability. It seems the Ming family has come prepared this time. Even if Ding Shu's ability rating is high, at most he can only replace Wu Yuan's position. It won't be enough to shake my status. Thoughts raced through Su Feng's mind, but he couldn't fully grasp the underlying intricacies. Could it be that his intuition was off? While he was lost in thought, Ding Shu's score was already announced, 965 points, ranking 5th overall, second only to Sun Zhang. Seeing this score, Su Feng felt even more confused. If they were to stir things up, they should at least aim for 4th place. In that case, getting rid of him would allow for a smooth replacement, yet the current situation didn't seem to be that way. Could it be the Ming family intended to push 2 of the top 3 out? That was unrealistic. For a moment, Su Feng couldn't discern Mingjing's true intentions, yet he still didn't believe that his guess was wrong. Ming advisor, do you have any objections to this score? Lu Mingjue inquired. Mingjing replied with a beaming smile, Lu Inspector, you're joking. The judges you personally selected are undoubtedly impartial, and they certainly wouldn't intentionally lower the score just because Ding Shu is not from Jiangnan City. I have no objections to this result. As these words left her mouth, even Lu Mingjue furrowed his brows slightly, feeling puzzled about Mingjing's true purpose. Li Mu and Yi Junshan each lowered their heads, deep in thought. The fox beauty Hu Xiao covered her face with a fan, her expression unreadable. The gaze shifted back and forth between Mingjing and Lu Mingjue, as if knowing something. In that case, the rankings for the top 3 remain unchanged. The judging panel stood up, microphone in hand, to announce the final results. The individuals who have secured special admission spots in the support department are Su Feng, Mi Xiaoyu, and Wu Yuan. The 3 will enter the support department established this year at the 4 Divine Beasts University for their studies. The applause erupted. Amidst the fading applause, a sudden loud shout broke the silence. Wait, I believe Su Feng is not qualified for this spot. The voice echoed in the training ground, instantly reviving the somewhat fatigued crowd, who turned to look at the source of the sound. A young man stood up, holding his phone. Su Feng's brow furrowed, realizing the Ming family had their backup plan ready. My intuition was right. It seems they are determined to make things difficult for me. Su Feng looked at the young man, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In that case, I'll play along with you. Let's see what tricks you can pull. The judging panel brought the microphone close to their mouth and said seriously, Su Feng's strength is evident to all. This score is completely fair and reasonable. He scored 1,000 points because the full score is only 1,000. All of us judges know that if his abilities were to be reflected in scores, it would definitely not be summarized by this 1,000 points. If you cannot provide solid evidence, we will detain you on the grounds of interfering with military affairs. Clearly, the judging panel was on Su Feng's side. Scoring such a future potential talent was enough for them to boast about for a lifetime. Hearing this, the young man was momentarily stunned, then looked up at the guest seats. Not knowing what he saw, he seemed to gain confidence again. Since I dare to say this, I naturally have evidence. The young man shook the phone in his hand. This is a research report, clearly stating that F-level abilities are very likely to drain future potential in the early stages. Therefore, at the first and second levels, they possess powers beyond those of other levels. How can a spot obtained in this manner be considered valid? As he spoke, he pressed down hard on the phone screen. With the progress bar quickly filling up, everyone present received the report on their phones simultaneously. Looking at the message on his phone, Su Feng snorted coldly. Full coverage transmission in the area. The other side was indeed well prepared. As for the content of the research report, he swiped through the screen, flipping through page after page. The logic was tight, the arguments sufficient, and it was difficult to find obvious flaws in a short time. More critically, the report even bore the official seal of the White Tiger Research Institute. This was a top research institution affiliated with White Tiger University. Its research in the field of abilities had always been at the forefront of the Great Xia. It could be said that the authority of this report was beyond doubt. It's actually true. F-level abilities really can drain future potential? Doesn't that mean there will be no possibility of improvement in the future? No wonder. He, an F-level ability user, can have such astonishing performance. I said long ago that this guy had issues, but you didn't believe me. In the audience, some eager to showcase their foresight began to backtrack. Of course, there were also those defending Su Feng, questioning the authenticity of the report. However, these voices were quickly drowned out by waves of doubt and opposition. That's right. Such power, reliant on sacrificing future potential, does not deserve to obtain such a spot. Fortunately, the final result has not yet been determined. Otherwise, if others find out, our Jiangnan City's special admission assessment for the support department's first place. To think that someone has risen to power by overextending their future potential, isn't that just asking to become a laughingstock? It was unclear whether someone was deliberately fanning the flames or what, but the voices on site were surprisingly unanimous. Su Feng. Chao Lei called out with concern. Old class, I'm fine, don't worry. Su Feng waved his hand, took a step forward, and looked up at Ming Jing, who was seated in the guest area. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Ming family, I, Su Feng, will remember you. You were the ones who provoked me. Get ready to pay the price for what happened today. This debt, I will repay double. Lu Mingjue stared at the phone in his hand, his expression as cold as frost. He could almost determine without thinking that Ming Jing was definitely behind all this, trying to pressure him through this opportunity. Although he had long anticipated that the Ming family would take action, he never expected them to resort to such means. His brows furrowed tightly. If not handled properly, the Ming family would surely cling to this matter, and they might even report him to the military for accusations. However, the incident had occurred suddenly. He was momentarily at a loss, his thoughts in disarray. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated, indicating a new text message had arrived. At first, he had no intention of checking it, but noticing that Ji Junshin's gaze was directed at him, slightly tilting his head to suggest he check his phone, Lu Mingjue's mind raced, and he opened the message. After reading the few concise words, he looked up in surprise towards Su Feng's direction. The two locked eyes in the air. Soon, the tension in Lu Mingjue's mouth gradually relaxed. Seeing this, Su Feng also withdrew his gaze and deleted the message from his phone. Lu Mingjue's phone number was one he had just asked Yi Junshan for. The content of the message was straightforward, consisting of only 10 words: advance to retreat, set a trap to counter. Su Feng. At this critical moment, directly confronting the public's emotions was undoubtedly a poor strategy. Rather than clashing head-on, it was better to go with the flow, observe the changes, and ascertain the Ming family's next actions. Moreover, even if his spot was cancelled, Ding Shu could only be promoted to 4th place, still a step away from the actual spot. He couldn't believe Ming Jing would bring Ding Shu out just to annoy Lu Mingjue. Furthermore, Su Feng's actions also inadvertently helped Lu Mingjue resolve his predicament. A fair and impartial handling method effectively avoided giving the Ming family any leverage. The value of a favor from the inspector of Jiangnan City was far beyond what money could measure. Kid, you've surprised me again. Lu Mingjue murmured softly, suddenly understanding the meaning of those words. He looked at Su Feng, his gaze now filled with curiosity. At my age, I didn't have this kind of brain. This person, our military will definitely take. Inspector Lu, what do you say? Ming Jing had a clear intention of watching from the sidelines. There's nothing to say, the authenticity of this report still needs to be verified. Hearing this, Ming Jing smiled triumphantly, knowing Lu Mingjue would say that. But the next moment, her smile froze on her face. But auxiliary special recruitment cannot tolerate any hint of opportunism. Therefore, I announce the temporary cancellation of Su Feng's qualification. Re-announce the results. After saying this, Lu Mingjue sat back down, regaining his usual calm demeanor. Ming Jing was clearly taken aback by these words, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Mingjue. Is this an agreement? There was not a hint of favoritism towards this person. It shouldn't be like this. She couldn't figure it out for a moment, but there was no time for her to think further. She had come here to assert her authority. If there wasn't a single person from her side in the auxiliary special recruitment, what kind of dismantling was that? So, she subtly nodded towards a certain area below. The adjudication committee received instructions and once again picked up the microphone to announce, due to Su Feng's qualification being temporarily revoked, the subsequent rankings will be filled in order. Wait. At that moment, another voice rang out. A figure walked onto the stage. Seeing this figure, Su Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. The things he hadn't understood before became clear at this moment. Wait, I forfeit. Sun Zheng slowly walked onto the stage, announcing his withdrawal. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples upon ripples. Everyone began discussing among themselves. No one expected that the conclusion for the final 3 spots would be so convoluted. Twist after twist. At this time, some people finally began to sense that something was off. This isn't right. That guy named Ding Shu, how did he suddenly jump from 5th to 3rd? Exactly, Sun Zheng's withdrawal is too strange. I feel like there's an invisible hand controlling all of this. Is there some kind of dark scheme? Looking at Sun Zheng, Su Feng revealed a barely noticeable smile. He had been puzzled about how Ming Jing would let Ding Shu secure this spot. So that's how it is. Although the traces of manipulation were a bit heavy, Sun Zheng was voluntarily giving up. Even if it were investigated, Ming Jing hadn't violated any laws of the Great Xia, so there would be no repercussions. As for Lu Mingjue, he would only have to swallow his anger. The adjudication committee glanced at Lu Mingjue, their eyes questioning what to do next. What a Ming family! Lu Mingjue's face was as cold as frost, his fists tightly clenched, the veins beneath his skin bulging as if they were about to burst through. He remembered this debt. Buzzing, at that moment, his phone vibrated, a message arrived. The moment he read the text, Lu Mingjue's anger instantly subsided, replaced by a hint of playful amusement. He shot Su Feng a knowing glance, then announced, respecting each contestant's decision, after Sun Zheng's withdrawal, the subsequent candidates will fill the spots in order. After saying this, he quickly typed a few words on his phone. Ready to cooperate, waiting for your move. I hope you won't disappoint me. Su Feng looked at the text message and replied, don't worry, as long as you do as I say, I guarantee it will hurt the Ming family. With Lu Mingjue's words, the adjudication committee immediately announced the final results. I announce, the recipients of the special recruitment spots for the support system are Mi Xiaoyu, Wu Yuan, and Ding Shu. Dinging, just as Su Feng was pondering, he saw a call coming in on his phone and answered it casually. On the other end, Mi Xiaoyu's anxious voice came through. Su Feng, are you okay? By the way, how can they do this? Don't worry, I'll definitely have my dad help you with this. Su Feng smiled and teased her, no, I can't afford to hire your dad. You don't need to hire me, I'll go talk to him. Isn't that inappropriate? If you don't charge, it'll make me think you have ulterior motives towards me. As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xiaoyu's shy voice came through, stop it. What nonsense are you talking about? Then she added, slightly flustered, I just can't stand the dark schemes. Ah, just kidding, don't worry, I'm fine. But, they'll soon have trouble. What do you mean? On the other end, Mi Xiaoyu, hearing Su Feng's confident words, looked puzzled. It's nothing, just don't leave later, you'll see a good show this afternoon. Maybe, I'll even need your help then. Looking at the screen of her phone, Mi Xiaoyu was completely confused. Good show? What good show? It's already like this, and you're talking about a good show, Su Feng, what are you thinking? After thinking for a while, she decided to call her dad. Su Feng hung up the phone, quietly drank some water to moisten his throat, and stared at the position where Ming Jing was. A confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, I've seen him build high towers, I've seen him host guests, I've seen his tower collapse. What would it feel like to be kicked out from a spot that was already in hand? That moment should be the most humiliating, right? This feeling of slapping back, that's the real thrill. The Ming family wanted to play with him, so he would accompany them to the end. His plan was never to just kick Ding Shu out of the top 3 of the special recruitment. He intended to drag down the other talents arranged by the Ming family who were also aiming for the martial arts genius list. He wanted Ming Jing to know the consequences of offending him, Su Feng. That's right, he was playing a big game, entering the fray and setting up a counterattack. After drinking half a bottle of water, he capped it and called Lu Qi. Hey, monkey, help me out. Yeah, the sooner the better, just wait for my instructions. After chatting for about a minute and finalizing the details with Lu Qi, he slowly walked down the corridor and onto the stage. Hey, look, Su Feng is back on stage, what is he going to do? Those who were ready to eat and rest looked at Su Feng stepping back onto the stage and quickly sat down. I knew it, this kid isn't one to admit defeat. Kid, let's make a big scene, otherwise it'll be too easy for Ming Jing. Li Mu chuckled, already prepared to watch the show. Yi Junshan was also secretly pleased. With their status, they naturally couldn't support him openly, but if Su Feng spoke for himself, then they couldn't interfere. I just wonder how he will break through this deadlock. Su Feng stood firm, scanning the entire audience. Calm and composed. He didn't look at all like someone who had just lost his spot. He smiled slightly in the direction of Ming Jing and waved his phone. Everyone, I also have a report in hand, but unfortunately, I lack the hardware to send it across the entire area, making it seem like I'm trying to smear. No, not smear, I misspoke. making it seem like I lack sincerity. I sincerely apologize, let me narrate it instead. Put. As soon as he said this, Limu couldn't help but laugh. This kid was just to his taste, truly unafraid of trouble. Meanwhile, Ming Jing clenched his fists, his facial muscles twitching in anger, but he had to suppress his fury. I report that Ding Shu's ability is fraudulent. There is no such thing as predictive action capability. Crash. As soon as this was said, the audience erupted into a heated discussion. What? Ding Shu's ability has issues too? No way. Who can say for sure? I thought his ability was quite mysterious, predicting someone's actions a few seconds ahead. That's too fake. Exactly, I support Su Feng. Su Feng looked at the crowd's reaction and smiled slightly. You come and I go, it's only fair. Since you can have someone present a report against me, why can't I question it? After all, it's a classification of mental abilities, and without a specialized review, there's no conclusion. At least, not today. Su Feng's current goal was simple, to muddy the waters and make it advantageous for himself. So this is your strategy. No wonder I could just cancel your qualification without worrying about you. Lu Mingjue stroked his chin and smiled slightly. So you were waiting here. This way, I can use the same reasoning to cancel Ding Shu's qualification. Even I didn't think of this point, you actually thought of it early. Interesting, truly interesting. But, Lu Mingjue didn't know that he had guessed wrong. Su Feng wouldn't be foolish enough to go down with Ding Shu. What is this kid babbling about? I've personally witnessed Ding Shu's ability. Ming Jing's voice was laced with obvious anger, his jaw clenched, and his face looked particularly stern due to his fury. Turning to Lu Mingjue, he questioned, Lu Inspector, are you really going to ignore such blatant framing and slander? Lu Mingjue merely smiled coldly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Having just orchestrated such a thing, now he was shamelessly playing the victim. Truly brazen. Mingcan, why are you so concerned about a child's words? Besides, I think what he said isn't entirely without reason. The special recruitment quota for the auxiliary system indeed needs to be fair and just, without a hint of error. Isn't that what you just said to me? You. Mingjing's face instantly darkened, as if a stormy sky had descended. His fingers gripped the armrest of the chair tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. His already sharp and bitter features twisted into a sight that was hard to bear. Ding Shu, known for his bad temper, broke free from the surrounding crowd and charged onto the stage, shouting angrily, "You're talking nonsense." Seeing Ding Shu approach, Su Feng secretly smiled. He was worried this person wouldn't come up at all. Now that he was here, things would be easier. Do you have any evidence? Just barking here. Ding Shu's roar echoed throughout the space. Someone like you deserves to be disqualified. An F grade dares to question my A grade. Hearing this, a chill akin to 1,000-year frost flashed in Su Feng's eyes. He had initially thought to give this person some face, but now it seemed there was no need for that at all. You want evidence? Of course, I have it, Su Feng said calmly, as if the water in a deep pool, undisturbed. Where is it? If you have the guts, show it, Ding Shu shouted relentlessly. I am the evidence, Su Feng pointed to himself. You? Are you kidding me? Ding Shu clenched his fists, ready to swing at Su Feng. Just then, Ming Jing in the guest seat suddenly coughed. Ding Shu's gaze shifted, and he immediately understood, halting his movement. Ah, what a pity, it didn't work out, Su Feng sighed inwardly. His plan was to provoke Ding Shu into taking action, then subdue him with one move, thereby proving he was right. But due to Ming Jing's timely reminder, that plan fell through. However, if this method didn't work, then he would try another. Your ability is to predict the next move of all living beings within a 2.5-meter radius, right? Su Feng said slowly, so predicting where my slap will land should be a piece of cake for you. What do you mean? Ding Shu frowned, not pleased. It's simple. If you can dodge my slap, I'll admit I slandered you. Do you dare? Su Feng challenged. Ding Shu sneered confidently, what's there to be afraid of? Don't say you can touch me. If you can even grab the hem of my clothes, I'll consider it a loss. He was full of confidence in his abilities. Even some speed-oriented beast transformation hunters would find it difficult to touch him within his mind's eye range. Let alone someone like Su Feng, an F-grade superpower user. Alright, then it's settled, Su Feng declared loudly, his voice clear enough for everyone around to hear. This method is good, I agree. I agree too. Hurry up, we'll testify for you. Most of the people present were students participating in the assessment, and upon hearing this proposal, they naturally became excited. They didn't want to miss such a good show. One by one, they craned their necks, expressing their support. Li Mu shifted his back from the chair's backrest and leaned forward. His mood was like a lit fuse, restlessly murmuring to himself, what on earth is this kid trying to do? Since Ming Jing is going to send him up, his ability must be fine. What you're doing not only fails to prove that his ability is in question, but instead shows that you are slandering him. Yi Junshan couldn't help but clench his fists together, feeling regret for Su Feng. In the end, he's still too young. As long as you stir the waters, there's no need to go to such lengths. Haven't you just helped Ding Shu prove himself? With this, all previous efforts were wasted. Kid, why didn't you discuss this with me? Now we can't even achieve a mutual destruction. Lu Mingjue rubbed his forehead, feeling that he had overestimated Su Feng. Humph, what did I think you were? Turns out it's just this. I thought you were clever, but you're just a so-so. Perfect, now I don't even have to step in. Mingjing leaned back again, revealing a smug smile. On the training platform, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Su Feng spread his palms and reminded, I'm about to start. Ding Shu, however, scoffed disdainfully, Humph, do I need your reminder? All your movements have already been seen through by me. Next, your left foot will move forward by 1 centimeter, then your right hand will strike. Ding Shu's voice was filled with confidence. Hearing this, Su Feng's heart jolted. This ability was quite interesting. In that brief moment, he distinctly felt a ripple-like fluctuation in his mental portal. It was somewhat similar to when Li Mei activated her ability before. This also confirmed his suspicion this so-called heart eye was indeed a variant of mental powers. With that, things became much simpler. I'm going to strike, pay attention. Ding Shu sneered again, his face full of disdain. This time, it's the left hand, and I just need to dodge back. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Feng's arm shot out like a bolt of lightning. The back of his hand accurately struck Ding Shu's jaw. Slap! A crisp sound echoed across the training ground. Clean and decisive. Wow, just hearing the sound hurts. A voice from the stands rang out. The crowd quickly reacted. A chorus of boos erupted. He couldn't even dodge that. This guy's ability is definitely fake. Exactly. With this level of attack, anyone with a bit of quickness could avoid it. Claiming to predict someone's next move? What nonsense! Ding Shu stood frozen in place, the red mark on his cheek gradually becoming more pronounced under the scorching sun. Feeling the burning sensation on his face, his mouth involuntarily dropped open, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Dude, your skin is really thick. My hand is a bit numb from the impact. Su Feng deliberately shook his arm, his tone laced with mockery. Keep going, weren't you just so impressive? Keep pretending here with me. So, I told you your ability was fake, right? This must be a coincidence. Do it again. Ding Shu refused to believe it. He clearly saw Su Feng was going to use his left hand, but how? Did he use his right hand? Something must have gone wrong. Are you sure? Su Feng confirmed again, with a hint of barely perceptible amusement. Stop talking nonsense, come on. Ding Shu shouted angrily. Su Feng thought he must have misheard. In this world, there was actually someone asking to be slapped? How could he not oblige? Slap, slap. After a few slaps, Ding Shu's right cheek was noticeably higher than his left. Wait, why aren't you dodging? Su Feng feigned doubt. But inside, he felt a rush of exhilaration. The feeling of swinging back and slapping someone was truly satisfying. Why? Why do you keep hitting me? Ding Shu seemed dazed from the blows, actually asking such a question. Hearing this, Su Feng almost laughed out loud. This was still without him opening the gate of humanity, otherwise, Ding Shu would have lost a few teeth. Originally, he didn't want to slap him in the face. But who told Ding Shu to have such a foul mouth? These few slaps were just to help him clean his mouth. What's going on? Li Mu and Yi Junshan's faces were filled with confusion. How could the development of the plot be so different from what they had expected? Wasn't it said that the B+ level ability means I could predict the future movements of living beings within a certain range? Why? Could he not even avoid Su Feng's slap now? The distance between them was barely half a meter. Could it be that Ding Shu really exaggerated his ability, and Su Feng just happened to hit the mark? Ding Shu, what are you doing? Ming Jing had long lost her previous composure, suddenly standing up and shouting angrily. I. Ding Shu was at a loss for words, almost crying. He clearly saw in the predicted future that Su Feng was raising his left hand, but why? Was it always the right hand that came slapping over? There was something wrong. This wasn't fun. Do you want to continue? Su Feng moved his arms. To be honest, he was getting a bit tired of hitting. And no, I'm done. Ding Shu swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. He was genuinely scared. Come on, just one more time. Didn't you want to prove your ability? Maybe this time you can dodge it. Su Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. However, in Ding Shu's eyes, this smile was no different from a devil's grin. He quickly covered his face instinctively. Boring. Su Feng clapped his hands and had no intention of continuing, his mind shifting as he released the gate of the mind. As long as he wanted, Ding Shu would never be able to predict successfully. As long as he closed the gate of the mind, any ability to probe into the heart, no matter how high the level, would be rendered useless before him. This was the power of conceptual abilities. And all of this, he had naturally planned from the very beginning, otherwise, he wouldn't have been digging pits step by step. He had long said that anyone who dared to set their sights on him would have to pay it back double. This person's ability is indeed problematic. Cancel his qualification. Yes, his qualification must be cancelled. Discontented voices erupted from the crowd. Ming Jing clenched her fists tightly as she watched this scene. Her plan was to use this as a breakthrough to weaken Lu Mingjue's influence in Jiangnan City. But, unexpectedly, Su Feng's appearance completely disrupted her plans. Su Feng. You good-for-nothing Su Feng. Ming Jing's gaze became sharper, her hatred for Su Feng surging like a tidal wave. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. A person without any background dares to ruin my Ming family's good fortune. Then don't blame me. Su Feng, what underhanded means did you use? Ming Jing questioned coldly. I've personally witnessed Ding Shu's ability. If you hadn't meddled, how could his ability be ineffective? This statement genuinely amused Su Feng. What a villain who cries first. Not a word about his own persecution. In that case, let's have some fun. He thought to himself, opening his mouth. I don't understand what you're saying. Su Feng met Ming Jing's gaze, his tone neither servile nor overbearing, then shifted the topic. However, if you say it like that, can I take it to mean that you are protecting Ding Shu? Upon hearing this, Ming Jing's eyes locked onto Su Feng like blades, her silver teeth clenched tightly. It's not protection, it's a guarantee. My Ming family is willing to guarantee for him. Ding Shu's ability is without issue. Who can guarantee for you? Hearing this, the once noisy training ground fell silent, to the point where a falling needle could be heard. No one expected things to evolve into this. Some perceptive individuals naturally saw that Ming Jing was blatantly using her power to oppress others. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Mingjue's eyes. Although he wanted to step forward and support Su Feng, as the inspector of Jiangnan City, he could not show any bias before a conclusion was reached. Otherwise, the Ming family would surely seize this opportunity. Heh, using power to oppress? Su Feng sneered. It's just power, as if no one else had it. Olji, it's your turn to take the stage. He raised his gaze, meeting Yi Junshan's eyes. Yi Junshan blinked, signaling that he understood, then stood up, his words emerging from his throat with undeniable authority. I can. The Huangqi Guild is willing to vouch for Su Feng. As his words fell, the blood-red patterns belonging to the demon pattern royal leopard appeared behind him. A bloody aura seemed to fill the air, adding a sense of murderous intent. Yi Junshan? Ming Jing's pupils suddenly constricted, but before she could react further, Li Mu also stood up. I, from the Night Patrol Division, am also willing to vouch for Su Feng. As he spoke, a mass of metallic liquid floated in his hand, constantly changing its form. Nature system, sharp gold. On top of the murderous atmosphere, the air now carried a sharpness that seemed to cut the skin. You. Ming Jing's pupils shrank suddenly, looking at the two in disbelief. How could this be? No, wasn't it said that Su Feng had no background? What was happening now? Where did it all go wrong? Ming Jing furrowed her brows tightly, her mind clouded with doubts, her gaze shifting between Li Mu and Yi Junshan. Could it be because of Lu Mingjue? No, that couldn't be. From what she understood, both were seasoned individuals who would never easily wade into murky waters. Strange. At the same time, Lu Mingjue was equally puzzled. He couldn't figure out why the two were stepping forward at this moment. He had only met them for the first time today, and there was no prior relationship to speak of. With this question in mind, he couldn't help but glance at the two. But he found Li Mu and Yi Junshan were both smiling in the direction of Su Feng. In an instant, a bold thought sparked in his mind like a flash of lightning, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Could it be that Li Mu and Yi Junshan were stepping forward just to help Su Feng? This speculation felt unbelievable, even somewhat absurd. The one from the Night Patrol Division was about to retire, and from now on, Li Mu would be the captain of the Jiangnan City Night Patrol Division. And Yi Junshan was the president of the eastern branch of the Huangqi Guild, ranked 7th in the Great Xia. Even if Lu Mingjue spoke up, the two might not give him face. But now, they were actually willing to offend the Ming family for a Su Feng? It was simply inconceivable. This thought stirred ripples in his heart, forcing him to re-evaluate Su Feng. He couldn't help but glance at Li Mu and Yi Junshan again, trying to find answers in their expressions. However, apart from the smiles directed at Su Feng, he found no other clues. It made him feel that the mystery surrounding Su Feng had deepened. Wang Shui, watching this scene from the stands, couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of my brother Chen, he actually managed to get these two big shots to personally voice their support. This network of relationships is impressive. This background is unfathomable. Jia Yuqing nodded in agreement. At this moment, Su Feng looked at Li Mu nodding at him, his brows furrowing in surprise, revealing a hint of astonishment. To be honest, he felt a bit dazed. He had indeed made a small deal with Yi Junshan to help him, but he had never communicated with Li Mu. Unexpectedly, Li Mu would so domineeringly defend him. This was a pleasant surprise for him. Watching Mingjing's ugly expression, as if she had drunk fake wine, he secretly smiled. Now, the situation had turned into a 2-on-1. How did it feel to lift a stone and smash it on one's own foot? The corners of Mingjing's mouth twitched involuntarily, her pupils reflecting Su Feng's figure. A sharp cold light flickered in her eyes, and the killing intent was like the north wind in winter, piercing and fierce. Her meticulously woven plan, which she believed to be flawless, was disrupted by Su Feng's appearance, like a thorn deeply embedded in her scheme. Her fists trembled slightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. She had never imagined that a seemingly inconspicuous person could stir up such huge waves on her chessboard. Every move Su Feng made was like a precisely calculated blade, cutting through her defenses. Now, she could only pin her hopes on Hu Xiao, who was fanning himself with a paper fan. Only then could she regain some ground. But Hu Xiao clearly did not want to wade into this muddy water. He turned his head away, pretending not to see her gaze. This scene almost made Li Mu laugh out loud. That was just his character. He couldn't stand things he found unacceptable. Not to mention, he owed Su Feng a huge favor. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he would still protect Su Feng. It was surprising that Yi Junshan stood up to firmly support Su Feng. Damn it, dare to bully my brother Chen? Let me show her how to behave. Wang Shui rolled up his sleeves and shouted. Everyone, if we stand by and watch today, no one will wave flags for us tomorrow. His voice was originally loud. With this shout, it was like a bass cannon, instantly reaching everyone's ears. Immediately, countless people echoed, that's right. This person really thinks they can dominate everything. Exactly, what Ming family from the Magic City? Never even heard of it, coming to our Jiangnan city to snatch our spots, and still dare to be so brazen. Do they really think we Jiangnan city people are easy to bully? Watching this scene, Mingjing's expression was as heavy as iron, but she dared not say another word, fearing to provoke the public's anger. Her back teeth ground together, her chest heaving as she forcibly suppressed the volcanic rage within her. The killing intent in her gaze towards Su Feng was almost impossible to conceal. Commander Ming, anger is harmful to your health. Lu Mingjue lightly waved his fingers, tapping the table in a certain rhythm, a playful smile on his lips. It felt like watching a fire from across the river, enjoying the spectacle. Inspector Lu, are you just going to let them run wild? Mingjing tried to suppress her anger as much as possible, her voice revealing dissatisfaction and questioning. Commander Ming, what you say is quite something. I can't help it if the young people want to express their opinions freely. Lu Mingjue spread his hands, looking innocent, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. How about you prove yourself, Commander Ming? What do you want? Mingjing's face darkened further, but the situation was stronger than her. She had no choice but to bow her head. Lu Mingjue didn't even bother to respond to her, standing up to take the microphone, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone, I have heard your voices. Regarding the situation of the two, we need to consider it carefully. The final decision will be announced along with the results of the martial arts talent competition. We will give everyone a satisfactory answer. As the inspector of Jiangnan City, Lu Mingjue's words naturally carried unquestionable authority. Since he had said so, no one else had any objections. After Lu Mingjue finished speaking, he glanced at the stern-faced Mingjing before leaving. The others also stood up one after another. Only Mingjing remained in place, staring intently at Su Feng's figure, the killing intent swirling in her eyes. Su Feng, would you like to have lunch together? Mi Xiaoyu lightly walked up to Su Feng, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, No, I have an appointment. Su Feng replied. Just a moment ago, he received a text message from Lu Mingjue. He invited him to meet and discuss the follow-up matters. This issue indeed required Lu Mingjue's cooperation, otherwise, it wouldn't work relying solely on him. So he had to take this time to meet with the inspector from Jiangnan City, Lu. Oh, okay. Mi Xiaoyu's tone dropped, her head hanging slightly, looking a bit downcast. Then, as if remembering something, she raised her head and asked, by the way, is that person's ability really a problem? Su Feng smiled gently, there's no problem with the ability, but it becomes a problem when it comes to me. Hearing this, a string of question marks appeared above Mi Xiaoyu's ponytail. I understand all these words, but how come? I don't understand what you mean at all. Just now, why are you talking like my dad? Looking at Nishago's puzzled expression, Sufeng slightly curled his lips. Just wait, the good show is just beginning. A good show? Ni Xiaoyu was even more confused. Seeing that Sufeng didn't want to elaborate, she wisely chose not to press further, smiling sweetly as she waved goodbye to him. Watching Ni Xiaoyu walk away, Sufeng looked at the location in the text message and bid farewell to Chao Lei. He headed straight to the location. Outside the private room, Sufeng politely knocked on the door. Come in. A clear and slightly cold voice came from inside, causing Sufeng to furrow his brows slightly. Why was it a woman's voice? However, there was no time for him to think too much. He immediately grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open. He glanced around the room but did not see Lu Mingjue. Instead, a woman in her 50s, with somewhat loose skin, was sitting in a chair. With her arms crossed and a serious expression, she exuded an air of authority from long-term high office. May I ask who you are? Sufeng inquired. Feng Ruyu, Jiangnan City Advisor. Lu Mingjue has something to attend to. The woman replied indifferently. Advisor Feng, nice to meet you. Sit. Let's talk about your plans. Sufeng nodded at her words, about to sit down and express his thoughts. But before he could say a few words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Feng Ruyu. Before that, let me make it clear. If you still want to reclaim this quota, to be frank, it's impossible. What do you mean? Su Feng's brows furrowed. Feng Ruyu waved her hand. The Ming family's plan cannot succeed, therefore, you must both be eliminated. Only then can it be proven that our Jiangnan City military does not favor either side. Do you understand? Hearing this, Su Feng's gaze turned cold as he questioned, so, you plan to sacrifice me to prevent any gossip? You can understand it that way. Feng Ruyu indifferently picked up her teacup and took a sip. Do you think this is fair to me? A chill seeped into Su Feng's voice. He had helped the Jiangnan City military resolve a crisis, and this was the result he got. Truly a case of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. What's unfair about it? Feng Ruyu's tone was filled with disdain as she sneered. You, an F-level, who would believe you have such ability? Even if that report has discrepancies, it wouldn't be too far off. If you agree, we won't treat you unfairly, this is a form of compensation. Saying this, Feng Ruyu took out a card and casually waved it, as if it were a charity, tossing it onto the table in front of Su Feng. This card contains resources worth 500,000, which can be redeemed at any time. This matter ends here. Ha! Su Feng let out a cold laugh. Was this meant to send him off like a beggar? He didn't even care for 500,000 worth of supplies. No need. He pinched the card and directly tossed it back. This action caused Feng Ruyu's expression to darken instantly. Young man, I advise you to think twice before you act, lest you regret it in the future. No need to think. I don't know if I will regret it, but you will definitely regret it, and it will be soon. After saying this, Su Feng turned to leave. Wait. Clarify your words. Feng Ruyu pressed her palm on the table, and a rapidly freezing line of ice quickly spread out, sealing the door tightly. The temperature in the room dropped sharply. In an instant, it had reached freezing point. Everything in the room was covered with a thin layer of frost. Nature-type ability, ice attribute? Su Feng's pupils slightly contracted, and with a bit of force, he shattered the layer of ice on his hand. Turning around, he sneered coldly. Just because you can't come up with a foolproof plan doesn't mean I can't. Originally, I intended to lend you a helping hand to solve another problem. But, it seems there's no need for that now. Young man, watch your tone. Feng Ruyu lightly curled her finger, and the temperature in the entire room dropped a few more degrees. The ice creaked and gradually froze, wrapping around Su Feng's calves. Explain yourself clearly, or you won't be able to leave this room. Can't leave? If I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me. Su Feng sneered inwardly, but there was no need to tear the facade apart in the current situation. Do you think the Ming family is only eyeing the special recruitment for support type? Naive. The special recruitment for support type is just the first move. What Mingjing truly covets is the martial arts genius competition. Upon hearing this, Feng Ruyu scoffed disdainfully. Let them come, our Jiangnan City has a wealth of talent, how could we possibly be inferior to those brought by Mingjing? Su Feng sneered, I hope so, but let's hope that by then, 3 out of the 5 spots aren't taken. I originally planned to eliminate them from the spots along with those people. However, since Advisor Feng doesn't need my assistance, then I have no need to waste more breath. By then, Advisor Ming must not think of me. Feng Ruyu casually slapped her hand, shattering the frost in the room. The more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. Even if they really take the spots, what can a support type of F rank do to help me solve the problem? This line of reasoning might fool others, but I won't fall for it. I've already given you a chance to choose, it's too late to regret now. As she spoke, she flicked her finger, and the card instantly exploded, turning into countless ice shards that dissipated in the air. This woman, is she out of her mind? Su Feng was completely speechless. She could be old enough to be his grandmother, yet she had this kind of power. What was there to be proud of? Acting all high and mighty in front of him? Having said all this, he saw no need to continue wasting time here. With a wave of his hand, he opened a space door on the wall and walked straight out of the room. Just wait. When the sun sets and the martial arts genius competition is about to determine the victor. He wanted to see if this woman could still be so arrogant. Su Feng did not take this matter to heart, because he knew. A few hours later, Feng Ruyu would definitely come knocking on his door. By then, she would be begging him for help. At that time, there would be no such thing as free assistance. If that's the case, I might as well thank this person. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really wouldn't find a suitable reason to negotiate. Su Feng closed the door to his home, a faint smile curling on his lips. He temporarily set this matter aside. Locking the door, he carefully took out the vial containing the special reagent with the dragon's blood. Now that the assessment was settled, to avoid any prolonged troubles, he decided to immediately use this power to advance to the first tier. Come on! Gazing at the fiery red liquid, Su Feng took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. A strong metallic scent immediately filled his nostrils. He felt a viscous substance, as thick as honey, sliding down his throat into his stomach. Soon, a raging fire ignited in his belly. It felt as if he had swallowed not dragon blood, but scalding magma. This sensation could be summed up in just 2 words: intense. The searing heat caused his skin to flush red. He immediately activated the human gate within his body. As the human gate opened, Su Feng clearly felt his body transform from an ordinary vehicle into a supercar equipped with a V8 engine. His physiological functions began to operate at an unprecedented speed, fully absorbing the powerful energy of the dragon blood. Every inch of his skin greedily drew in this power, while his muscle fibers trembled and strengthened continuously. A tingling sensation surged from deep within his bones, like parched land welcoming long-awaited rain. It was rapidly regaining vitality, becoming more resilient and powerful. This experience was akin to the washing of tendons and marrow described in the cultivation novels he had read in his past life. The entire process lasted nearly 3 hours. Only then did the energy begin to stabilize somewhat. Without pause, he took out 2 white spirit crystals that emitted a faint glow. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he held the 2 crystals tightly in his hands. The energy within the spirit crystals flowed like a gentle stream, gradually entering his body, merging with the power of the dragon blood, nourishing every cell within him. As the spirit energy continued to surge in, Su Feng felt his body reach an unprecedented state of fullness. At that moment, he was astonished to discover a vague door suddenly appearing on his chest. It was composed of swirling mist, appearing mysterious and solemn. Is this a brand new portal? He asked himself, filled with confusion. He had a vague sense that if he could push open this door, he would break through and step into a whole new realm. After a moment's thought, Su Feng attempted to channel his mental energy towards the ethereal door. The door slowly opened, and a tremendous aura rushed towards him. It seemed he had crossed a critical threshold, entering a new world. In that instant, Su Feng felt a tremendous leap in his mental power. His perception became extraordinarily sharp, and his thoughts grew increasingly clear. At the same time, the amplification of his spirit energy reached 3 to 4 times its previous level. If before his spirit energy was only equivalent to a small jar, now it had expanded to the size of a water tank. Is this the power of a first-tier hunter? Su Feng clenched his fists, feeling the surging power coursing through his body, which felt noticeably lighter than before. However, what excited him the most was not these changes. What truly made his heart race and left him unable to contain himself was the unique door he had just witnessed. It was neither the golden hue of the human gate, nor the purple of the thunder gate, and certainly not the pink of the mind gate, but rather a brand new portal made of mist. Could it be that I can open a door even at the bottleneck? Su Feng wondered, filled with uncertainty. Doesn't this mean that my future advancements will not be hindered by any obstacles? Those so-called death bottleneck lines that people often speak of, wouldn't crossing them be as simple as drinking water? At this thought, Su Feng felt a surge of ecstasy within him. Truly a conceptual level. Even at the bottleneck, he could open a door. His abilities undoubtedly gained a new branch. He had taken a significant step closer to the limitless power he had envisioned. At this moment, in the Xuanwu training ground, within a lounge, Lu Mingjua's ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts as he continued to dial the phone. However, the cold prompt from the receiver echoed back, "Hello, the user you are trying to reach is currently unavailable." Still no one answering? The warning from Su Feng kept ringing in Feng Ruyu's mind. Those words felt like a boomerang, striking hard at her heart. The three who came from the Magic City displayed overwhelming strength on the competition stage. If this trend continued, the 5 spots would likely be taken by them, just as Su Feng had said. 3 of them. It seems I was indeed wrong. Feng Ruyu sighed deeply, filled with regret. She had discussed strategies with Lu Mingjue, but no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't find an effective way to stop the 3 from securing their spots. This only made her more curious about the method Su Feng had mentioned. Right now, the only thing they could do was hope to invite Su Feng back, to save face for Jiangnan City and turn the tide, to rescue this crisis. Still no one answering. Lu Mingjue frowned tightly, took a deep breath, and removed the cigarette butt from his mouth. He crushed it forcefully in the ashtray. What should we do? Feng Ruyu's voice was tinged with obvious anxiety. What else can we do? We can only go to his house and invite him ourselves. Lu Mingjue sighed heavily. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Ruyu was older than him, he would have slammed the table by now. At noon, after the special recruitment for the auxiliary department ended, he received an urgent message from the military. It stated that traces of void fissure fluctuations had been discovered in the eastern mountainous area of Jiangnan City. This was undoubtedly a major event, and Lu Mingjue had to temporarily set aside matters with Su Feng and entrusted them to Feng Ruyu. He hurried back to the military to handle the emergency. It later turned out to be a false alarm. Upon returning, he asked Feng Ruyu about her communication with Su Feng, but she insisted that Su Feng was ungrateful, rejecting the military's goodwill and leaving in a huff. Although Lu Mingjue had doubts about this, he had to let it go in the face of Feng Ruyu's firm assertion. Until just now, the 2 men and 1 woman from the Magic City entered the knockout round of 20-10. After their discussion yielded no results, Feng Ruyu finally revealed that Su Feng had a backup plan. This made Lu Mingjue want to curse. "Hey, old Su." Lu Mingjue quickly dialed the principal of Qingmong High School, his voice filled with irritation and displeasure. "Lu, Inspector Lu, what can I do for you?" Su Wei's voice on the other end sounded trembling. "Find out Su Feng's home address." "Who?" "Su Feng." Su Wei's voice clearly trembled. "Inspector Lu, hasn't he already been disqualified? I must state in advance that this matter has nothing to do with our Qingmong. Stop wasting time, I want results in 3 minutes. Okay. Su Wei hurriedly picked up his phone, relaying orders to the department head, passing it down the chain. Ultimately, he obtained Su Feng's address from Chao Lei. After getting the address, Lu Mingjue and Feng Ruyu immediately drove to Su Feng's home. Meanwhile, Su Feng had just finished showering, dried his hair, and changed into clean clothes. He poured himself a glass of water, casually picked up the phone on the table, and turned off airplane mode, to prevent any possible noise from affecting his advancement. Since arriving home, he had set his phone to airplane mode. The screen immediately displayed a dozen missed calls and messages. The most recent one was from Lu Mingjue, just a few minutes ago. At this time, the martial arts talent competition should be nearing its end. Su Feng thought to himself, it seems they finally realized the seriousness of the problem. And thought of me. He casually tossed his phone back onto the table, having no intention of calling back. If he wanted to apologize, he would have to come in person. Just then, the phone rang again. He initially thought it was Lu Mingjue calling back, but to his surprise, it was his homeroom teacher, Chao Lei. Su Feng answered the call and immediately heard Chao Lei's anxious voice. "Su Feng, the school just asked me for your home address. It's very likely that the military is coming to get you. When the time comes, you must not resist, otherwise, the trouble will be even greater." Su Feng couldn't help but chuckle at this. His homeroom teacher was still worried about him getting into trouble. "Don't worry, teacher, they're not coming to get me," Su Feng said calmly. "They're coming to invite me." "Invite? At a time like this, you're still joking with me." Chao Lei clearly didn't believe him. Su Feng smiled reassuringly. "Teacher, I'm really fine. By the way, what do you like to eat? I can make a reservation at a restaurant in advance." This made Chao Lei fall silent for a moment, followed by a helpless reprimand. "What are you thinking about eating at a time like this? Let's get through this first." "Got it, teacher." Su Feng understood that no amount of explanation would help at this moment. Soon, everything would be clear. After hanging up, Su Feng sat back down and began to check the enhancements to his abilities after advancing to the first tier. With a slight thought, the Gate of Thunder quietly appeared in his palm. Its luster was deeper, like a profound violet in the night sky, mysterious and full of power. As the door slowly opened a crack, a torrent of wild silver thunderous power surged forth. Like a spirit breaking free from its bonds, it joyfully leaped and danced in the void. Su Feng quietly felt all of this. The power is purer now. And there's no longer that feeling of being hard to control, he murmured to himself. The traces of thunder cuts on the wall were still there. He clearly remembered the scene from his last experiment here. Last time, I felt like a mere vessel. This time, I finally feel like the master. Su Feng lightly flicked his fingers, and the silver thunder began to swirl. Watching this scene, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips, and an interesting thought even crossed his mind. If this thunder were used as an ambient light, it would surely look fantastic. While thinking this, he suddenly dispersed the gate of thunder into nothingness. With a deft twist of his wrist, the triple-folded phoenix feather lightly rested on his fingertips, like fireflies flickering in the night sky, dancing to the rhythm of life. 3 folds had been his limit before. He wondered, with his advancement to the first tier, could he break this limit? Taking a deep breath and concentrating all his spirit, he resolutely began his 4th folding attempt. How to describe the feeling this thing gave him? It was like origami. At first, it was simple, but with each deeper fold, the mental energy required grew exponentially. Even though he had advanced to the first tier, he couldn't be sure if his mental strength could withstand it. Nevertheless, the desire to explore the unknown drove him to give it a try. About 2 minutes passed. As he gazed at the increasingly bright azure light in the center of his palm, joy spread uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. The 4 spatial folds that had previously seemed unattainable had now succeeded. So this is the energy form of 4 folds. Su Feng whispered as he leaned in, carefully examining the increasingly brilliant azure glow. If the previous light had been like a faint firefly, at this moment it had grown into a gracefully dancing butterfly, quietly and elegantly resting on his fingertips. And as he leaned in closer, it seemed as if a cycle of creation and destruction was playing out within, constantly vanishing and then restoring. Breathtaking. The power of space is ultimately one of the highest laws of the world, Su Feng murmured to himself as he watched the scene. The terrifying power contained within made even him feel a chill run down his spine. With a slight shift in thought, he quickly began to dissipate this immense energy. If he were to be careless and let it explode here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire residential building would likely be torn apart, like a fragile block of tofu, leaving a massive gaping hole in its wake. After verifying the offensive power, Su Feng shifted his gaze to the gate of the mind at his heart. It stood there, immovable like a city gate, guarding his spirit. It seemed there hadn't been much change due to his advancement. It seems that to bring about a fundamental transformation in this power, I need to reach a higher level. Su Feng murmured softly, his thoughts drifting. However, in that instant, his voice abruptly stopped, and he seemed frozen in place. His pupils involuntarily constricted, and an uncontrollable wave of ecstasy surged across his face. In the area of his right brain, a new golden portal faintly emerged. This door was not the bright gold he had seen before, but a deeper, more mysterious dark gold. Could this be the second gate of the body? I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Su Feng's voice trembled slightly with surprise. The scene before him exceeded his imagination. 2 beams of golden light, one bright and one dim. They were positioned on either side of the brain, seemingly responding to each other, together forming a harmonious balance. Seeing this, his thoughts were suddenly stirred, and he whispered, perhaps, only when the second door opens can it be considered the true gate of the body. This thought ignited a spark of passion within him. If even the incomplete gate of the body possessed such immense power, then, how powerful would the complete gate of the body be? Su Feng's heart raced, he could hardly wait. Taking a deep breath to adjust his breathing, he summoned his mental energy and began to replicate this portal as he had done the first time. Yes, this door truly exists. Feeling the drain on his mental energy, Su Feng couldn't help but clench his fists. But before he could revel in his excitement, his brows furrowed tightly. He could replicate it, but at this speed, even a turtle would shake its head. He felt as if his mental energy was trudging through a quagmire, making every step a struggle. To completely replicate it would likely be a long battle. Forget it, this is fine too. At least there's something to look forward to. Su Feng shook his head in self-comfort. Take it slow. Today, I'll aim to complete 1/10. With his mind made up, he was about to take action. But just then, the doorbell rang at the most inopportune moment. Ding dong, is that someone arriving? Not slow at all. Su Feng glanced at the time. After a moment of thought, a sly smile appeared on his face. This helper. He would still assist, but it wouldn't be for free. The sincerity he had shown before had only earned him a bridge being torn down after crossing. Now that they needed him, they came looking for help. What did they take him for? A dog that comes when called and leaves when dismissed? Today, if the compensation didn't satisfy him, Sorry. He would be powerless. As for whether to apologize to Ming Jing, it truly didn't matter. Once he became stronger, would he worry about not being able to make her pay the price? Here. Su Feng opened the door, deliberately putting on a surprised expression as he looked at Feng Ruyu and said, Counselor Feng, what brings you here? My temple is small, but it can't accommodate such a great deity as you. With that, Su Feng was about to close the door. Su Feng, about what happened before, don't take it to heart. Lu Mingjue saw this and knew he could no longer remain silent. Has the Inspector Lu arrived? Come in, have a seat, come in. Su Feng greeted with a smile, emphasizing the contrast. Hearing this, Feng Ruyu felt even more awkward, but she dared not say another word. After all, given how she had treated Su Feng before, it was already a miracle that she was allowed in. Please sit, would you like something to drink? Su Feng opened the fridge, took out some drinks and mineral water, and placed them on the table. Although he felt some dissatisfaction between adults, unless they were ready to tear off the facade, they still had to maintain some politeness. There's no need to go through all that trouble. I actually came here today to ask you for a favor. Feng Ruyu's lips tightened as she finally spoke the words she had been holding back. As the chief of staff of Jiangnan City, it was her first time asking a junior for help. But she had no choice. After all, she had offended Su Feng before. Now, apart from Su Feng, it seemed no one could stop Ming Jing. If it really came to that, 3 out of the 5 direct slots for the martial arts talents had been taken by Modu. Would Jiangnan City not become a laughingstock for other cities? Oh, I must be hearing things. Chief Feng actually wants to ask me for help? Su Feng laughed mockingly. If I remember correctly, Chief Feng has never thought much of me. Could it be that I remembered wrong? Upon hearing this, Feng Ruyu's face turned pale, but she dared not show any anger. She could only force a bitter smile to mask her embarrassment. The dignified chief of staff of Jiangnan City appeared before Su Feng like a child who had made a mistake, afraid to say another word. Seeing this, Su Feng was too lazy to say anything more. The 3 of them present all understood the situation. The reason for saying this was certainly to make Lu Mingjue and Feng Ruyu weigh how to compensate him. The more he asked for, the more valuable he seemed. Otherwise, wouldn't it make people think he looked down on himself? Inspector Lu, since you've come to my home, let's not beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. Su Feng poured water for Lu Mingjue. Are those 3 already close to breaking into the finals of the top 5? Upon hearing this, a strong shock flashed in Lu Mingjue's eyes. So, you really knew all along? Su Feng spread his hands and shook his head. I don't have the ability to predict the future, it's just a guess. From the feeling those 4 gave him in the morning, he had already anticipated the current situation. Don't forget, having opened the human gate, his perception far exceeded that of ordinary people. It wasn't just the 5 senses, the 6th sense was included as well. Among his peers, even the strongest Mu Xinting couldn't compare to the pressure those 3 exerted. So, you really have a way? Lu Mingjue confirmed again. He had been racking his brain, smoking more than a box of cigarettes without any clue. He simply couldn't understand what method Su Feng had to revive this already determined game. Well, but there will be some risks, Su Feng admitted. Risks? Upon hearing this word, Lu Mingjue frowned. Su Feng noticed Lu Mingjue's skepticism and said, Inspector Lu, everything has its risks, especially in matters like this. If you want a foolproof answer, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. After saying that, he didn't elaborate further. Then how confident are you? Lu Mingjue pressed. 90%, Su Feng replied. 90%? Lu Mingjue couldn't help but feel a storm rising in his heart. This chance. What difference was it from grasping at straws? Su Feng took in their reactions and secretly smiled. As for his confidence, he was indeed 100% sure. The reason he said 90% was merely out of consideration for Lu Mingjue and Feng Ruyu's feelings. After all, they couldn't even come up with a solution. If they knew he was 100% sure, wouldn't that be a blow to their pride? In terms of human relationships and social dynamics, Su Feng had always been adept. After all, if the 2 of them lost face, it wouldn't benefit him at all. Now that they were happy, it would be easier to ask for things later, wouldn't it? So, what are your conditions? Lu Mingjue immediately displayed his shrewdness. He knew that if it weren't for Feng Ruyu's previous actions, everything might have been negotiable. But now, wanting Su Feng to help based solely on a few empty words was clearly unrealistic. Lu Inspector, talking about money can hurt feelings, Su Feng chuckled, then shifted his tone. But to be fair, if I don't put forward some demands, you probably won't feel at ease letting me help. How about this? I won't ask for much. Didn't Advisor Feng take a card earlier? Let me check the time. Su Feng picked up his phone and glanced at the screen. It's already 6 in the afternoon, over 5 hours have passed. I'll overlook the decimal points out of respect for Inspector Liu. 5 hours, at 5 times the price, that shouldn't be too much, right? Su Feng stated his conditions. Hearing this price, Lu Mingjue couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had just claimed he wouldn't ask for much, and now he was demanding 5 times? The key was that he said it so brazenly, he couldn't help but admire Su Feng. He felt completely unable to grasp Su Feng's character. His demeanor and speech were refined, but when it came to money, it turned into this? Inspector Liu, if you find this difficult, we can continue to discuss it slowly. Su Feng deliberately slowed his speech. How about this, I'll brew a pot of tea, and we can chat while drinking. As he spoke, he reached for a teacup. Not difficult, let's do it your way. Lu Mingjue quickly interrupted Su Feng's actions. He knew that if he really let Su Feng brew that pot of tea, it would probably be too late. He understood that Su Feng had calculated the urgency of time, leaving no room for delay. For a moment, his feelings towards Su Feng became complicated, a mix of love and hate. Settled? Inspector Liu is indeed straightforward. Su Feng nodded in approval, then seemed to remember something and pretended to slap his forehead. By the way, the card that Advisor Feng froze into ice shavings, it should still be usable if we glue it back together, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Mingjue nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Glue it back together? If you want to rob money, just say it outright. Feng Ruyu's mouth twitched as well, but she didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly agreed. It can be used. It can be used. I'll find glue and fix it up to bring it to you. She was genuinely afraid of upsetting Su Feng and having him refuse to help them. Then it's settled. Su Feng chuckled, not caring what they thought. He had secured this deal. He wanted Feng Ruyu to understand that this was the price of offending him. At that moment, a notification sound rang out. Lu Mingjue picked up his phone and frowned involuntarily. Those 3, all advanced to the finals. In 5 minutes, the final qualification battle will begin. We probably don't have enough time. Lu Mingjue's voice revealed a hint of urgency. Hearing this, Feng Ruyu also lowered her head, her tone filled with helplessness. As expected, we still can't catch up? Seeing the two of them in low spirits, Su Feng quickly spoke up. It's not too late, not at all. In fact, for my plan, we still have some leeway. He thought to himself, his 3 million resources had just arrived and weren't even warmed up yet. He couldn't let it slip away like this. Really? Lu Mingjue confirmed, half in disbelief. Su Feng nodded firmly, his tone filled with confidence. Of course it's true. As long as the results have not been officially announced, everything can still change. Trust me. We'll discuss the specific plans in detail on the way. Su Feng's words conveyed an undeniable certainty. This made Lu Mingjue and Feng Ruyu exchange a glance, reigniting a spark of hope in their hearts. Without further delay, Lu Mingjue took the wheel and drove Su Feng straight to the Xuanwu Group training ground. What was originally a 20-minute drive was reduced to 8 minutes because Lu Mingjue had the traffic lights turned green all the way. However, even so, by the time Su Feng and the others hurriedly arrived, the finals were already nearing their end. The finals employed a rotation of offense and defense, utilizing 5 small battle platforms simultaneously. The 10 participants were divided into 5 pairs, with a coin toss determining who would be the attacker and who the defender. They would then battle and rotate in order. The attackers took turns challenging the 5 defenders, with the final score calculated based on wins and losses. The final result, 2 men and 1 woman from Modu split the top 3. Mu Xinting and Xia Yuqing ranked 4th and 5th, respectively. Qin Yao and Wang Shui followed closely behind, ranking 6th and 7th, missing out on direct qualification. Damn it! Wang Shui punched the railing hard, venting his frustration. Who can come and punish them? The spots that belonged to our Jiangnan city were just taken away by them? Xia Yuqing gently patted his shoulder, saying helplessly, there's nothing we can do, that's the rule. It's already over. The purpose of the Daxia martial arts talent competition is to select potential candidates. Those with potential are chosen to receive more resources and education to enhance Daxia's strength against the many terrifying confrontations from the Void Rift. Therefore, there exists a special rule: contestants are allowed to challenge across regions. But at the same time, it also means automatically forfeiting their competition qualifications in their original region. Although this rule has always existed, due to the collective targeting of local contestants against outside challengers, few have dared to utilize it over the years. However, today, these 3 clearly came prepared, specifically targeting Jiangnan City. Although the Jiangnan City contestants had attempted to unite to block them, the vast difference in strength made it impossible to compete. Over? Not necessarily. A sudden voice interrupted. Hearing this voice, Wang Shui and Xie Yuqing were stunned. quickly turning their heads to see Su Feng standing there. Brother Chen? Wang Shui looked as if he had seen a savior, tightly gripping Su Feng's shoulders and urgently asking, "What do you mean by that? Is there still a way?" Su Feng smiled slightly and lowered his voice, saying, "I actually have an opportunity here to pull them down from their positions. It all depends on whether you dare." Brother Chen, are you serious? Wang Shui asked excitedly, his eyes shining with urgency. Xie Yuqing's gaze followed suit, looking at Su Feng with a hint of doubt. Brother Chen, if you say something else, I will definitely believe you. But this matter, even Inspector Liu can't do it. Don't joke with us. Su Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, offering no further explanation. I know you don't believe me. Follow me, I'll take you to meet someone. You can decide then, it's not too late. Meet someone? Hearing Su Feng's tone, which didn't seem to be joking, the two were momentarily taken aback. After exchanging a glance, they followed him. 2 minutes later, in a small conference room, the door was pushed open, and Mu Xinting, sitting in her seat, stood up and looked at Su Feng as he walked in. Then her gaze passed over Su Feng to the two people behind him, and upon seeing them, her beautiful eyes involuntarily trembled slightly. Su Feng had just mentioned going to find 2 people to fill the remaining 2 vacancies. She never expected that it would be Xie Yuqing and Wang Shui who were invited. One was ranked 5th, right behind her. The other was ranked 7th, and that exaggerated defensive ability had felt tricky even when she faced it at the time. Upon seeing Xie Yuqing and Wang Shui looking at each other in shock, Mu Xinting could tell from their expressions. Please sit down, the person I want to talk about will arrive soon, Su Feng said as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Just then, the door pushed open, and a figure walked in. At that moment, the door opened again, and another figure entered. Inspector Liu? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Mu Xinting and the others immediately stood up nervously, their faces filled with deep surprise. A question surged in their minds. How could Lu Mingjue be here? Could it be that the person Su Feng mentioned is Lu Mingjue? Thinking of this possibility, their hearts raced. They quickly dismissed the idea, believing he might have entered the wrong room. After all, he was the inspector of Jiangnan City. With their current status, how could they possibly interact with such high-ranking figures? How is the situation progressing? Su Feng merely glanced at Lu Mingjue before continuing to look at his phone. He sent a message to Lu Qi, asking for a favor. This scene made the 4 people beside him widen their eyes in disbelief. They almost thought they had misheard. Su Feng's attitude felt like that of a company leader inquiring about the progress of a task assigned to a subordinate. They initially thought Lu Mingjue would be dissatisfied, but the next scene once again refreshed their understanding. Just as you expected. Lu Mingjue said, somewhat incredulously, Mingjing actually accepted your proposal for a 5v5 team match. What are the conditions? Su Feng continued to ask. The conditions are as you said, if they win, Ding Shu will get the special recruitment spot for the support system. If we win, then the spots for those 3 will be void. By the way, how did you know Mingjing would definitely accept? Lu Mingjue asked curiously. Hearing this, Su Feng smiled slightly. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. From Mingjing's previous performance, it's clear he is determined to secure that special recruitment spot for the support system. He definitely wouldn't want to see Ding Shu eliminated alongside me. Moreover, the conditions I offered are clearly advantageous for his side. In a 5v5 team battle, there are 3 combat systems and 2 support systems. The top 3 from the martial arts talent competition are all on his side, and Ding Shu is a support system himself, so he just needs to find one more helper. In this situation, Mingjing certainly wouldn't think he would lose. Listening to this, Lu Mingjue nodded. Indeed, if I were in Mingjing's position, facing these conditions, I wouldn't give up either. So you had everything calculated from the start. At this point, Lu Mingjue looked at Su Feng with a newfound admiration. The logic was tight, and every step was well planned. Especially the calmness maintained throughout, which even the top talents nurtured by those prominent families would find hard to match. After speaking, Su Feng turned off his phone screen and looked around, saying, You all heard that, this is why I invited you here. If you don't want to wade through this murky water, I won't force you. Hearing this, Wang Shui stepped forward and raised his hand in agreement. What's there to hesitate about? I'm in. Those people act like they're the best. I've long been fed up with their arrogance. If there's a chance to beat them up, I won't miss it. Jie Yuqing glanced at Lu Mingjue and also stepped forward. Ha, Xingzi, you're a true bro. Wang Shui laughed heartily. Later, I'll take the hits, you deal the damage, and we'll beat them up. Mu Xinting looked at Su Feng with a meaningful gaze and nodded. I'll join too, but I want to know where we can find another support-type player? Yeah, we still need one more person. Shen Gu, do you have a suitable candidate? Wang Shui asked. If not, I know Wu Yuan, we can ask him, Su Feng replied with a smile. You don't need to worry about that. The person is already here. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the conference room door. When the door opened, Ni Xiaoyu walked in, dressed in a sharp outfit. Now, everyone is here, Su Feng said. Wow, another stunning beauty, fair-skinned and tall, truly worthy of being Chengu. Wang Shui whispered to Xia Yuqing as he looked at the newcomer. Xia Yuqing looked helpless. Can you look beyond her legs and chest and see who she is? Who? Do I know her? Wang Shui asked in confusion, but a few seconds later, his expression suddenly changed. Wait, isn't she the girl ranked second in the support category? Damn! As expected of Chengu, he can even invite her. Truly, a model for our generation. Standing beside them, Lu Mingjue felt a shock coursing through him as he looked at the 4 people Su Feng had brought. Second place in the support category. And the 4th, 5th, and 7th places in the martial arts talent competition? Moreover, it was clear that these people were centered around Su Feng. Such cohesion is not something everyone possesses. Have them get ready, I'll formulate a strategy. We'll start in 15 minutes, Su Feng commanded. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Lu Mingjue snapped back to reality from his shock, nodded in agreement, and then pushed the door out. Watching this scene, the expressions of the other 4 were nothing short of spectacular. Wang Shui even swallowed hard, rubbed his eyes, and almost doubted he was dreaming. My God, did I see that right? Su Feng is actually commanding Lu Mingjue. Is this reasonable? Mu Xinting scrutinized Su Feng closely, as if trying to find every subtle change that had occurred in the past 3 months. She couldn't understand what Su Feng had gone through, but it was certain that Su Feng had undergone a complete transformation, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. He was no longer the shy and reserved Su Feng she remembered. Everyone, time is short, so I'll be brief. Su Feng unceremoniously took the lead at the conference table. At the same time, he quickly created a WeChat group and uploaded the opponent's strength data collected by Lu Mingjue into the group one by one. Wang Shui, your task is to face them head-on. As the 4 reviewed the data, Su Feng methodically deployed the strategy. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed, and just as everyone was preparing to get up and head to the competition stage, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Lu Mingjue walked in with a heavy expression. Su Feng, something happened. Mingjing changed their mind after seeing the list we submitted. They added a new rule on top of the original ones. The team that loses, any member with direct qualification will have their qualification completely invalidated. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The previously peaceful atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense and serious. In an instant, Mu Xinting and Xia Yuqing's brows furrowed in unison. Their faces shifted like paint on a canvas, revealing their inner turmoil and struggle. If they lose, doesn't that mean the qualification they had secured would be invalidated? This forced them to reconsider whether they should withdraw. Quite the clever move, a real masterstroke. Su Feng thought to himself, a barely noticeable cold smile tugging at his lips. However, to think they could trap him with this was a bit too naive. Bah! After a brief silence, Wang Shui was the first to break the quiet. This old woman really plays dirty, even changing the rules on the fly. But does she really think she can scare us off like that? Does she think we grew up being scared? If we have to fight, then let's fight. With Brother Chen here, we won't lose. As soon as he spoke, the originally tense atmosphere finally eased a bit. If the qualifications are voided, then so be it. I don't care. Anyway, wherever Su Feng is, that's where I'll be. Ni Xiaoyu looked at Su Feng with determination. I trust him. After the incident at the mall and the enhancement of their abilities, she now had unconditional trust in Su Feng. She didn't believe Su Feng would push her into a pit of fire. As for me, when Jie Yuqing saw Wang Shui looking at her, she hesitated for a moment before her gaze unconsciously shifted towards Su Feng. Seeing Jie Yuqing's questioning look, Su Feng said nothing, only slightly curled his lips, returning a calm and composed smile. This was Jie Yuqing's heart jolted, and a familiar scene immediately flashed in her mind. It was the same smile Su Feng had when he faced the swarm of strange mice alone in the mall, urging them to leave first. Confident, composed. Could it be that this is hinting to me? Jie Yuqing couldn't help but narrow her pupils, as if she understood something, and quickly stated, I'll follow Brother Chen, through thick and thin. Upon hearing this, Mu Xinting's brows furrowed slightly, filled with confusion. She couldn't figure out why these 3 had so much confidence in Su Feng. The 3 from the Magic City were far stronger than them. Even with Su Feng and Mi Xiaoyu joining, it probably wouldn't make up for the gap. What was even more unbelievable to her was that her intuition told her believing in Su Feng was definitely the right choice. She couldn't even explain why she thought that. It was as if, in her subconscious, she had regarded Su Feng as someone completely trustworthy. After a brief struggle, she chose to follow her heart. My choice remains unchanged. As soon as she said this, a look of astonishment clearly crossed Lu Mingjue's eyes. His gaze shifted between the four of them. In his original expectation, once this matter was announced, someone would surely choose to back down. However, the current situation completely overturned his expectations. Not only did none of the four leave, but they also hesitated for only a moment before firmly deciding to stay because of Su Feng's presence. This forced Lu Mingjue to reassess Su Feng's status in the hearts of the four. He had thought Su Feng was naturally charismatic, but now it seemed his assessment might have been too conservative. Yet he simply couldn't understand what kind of magic Su Feng possessed that could make the four follow him so resolutely. Lu Chao, please inform them that the list remains unchanged. See you on stage in 3 minutes. Su Feng said calmly. The core and soul of the team had always been him. As long as he was there, the team wouldn't fall apart. Of course, he wouldn't let everyone down. In this competition, some of the cards he had hidden would be revealed at the right moment. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Lu Mingjue nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Everyone, we should set off now and show the people from the Magic City a thing or two. Remember my instructions, strike hard later, don't hold back. Don't worry, Brother Chen. Wang Shui cracked his knuckles. I've been wanting to beat them up for a long time. Let's go. With that, Su Feng took the lead, stepping forward. The others followed closely behind him, as if supporting their king. Before long, the deep voice of the adjudicator echoed through the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the objections to the special recruitment quota for the support system, after discussions in our military department, it will be decided through a 5v5 team battle. The winning side will receive the special recruitment quota. Meanwhile, the real situation of the 5v5 team battle. Under Su Feng's planning, through Lu Qi's special wave ability, the news was swiftly sent to everyone's phones like the wind. The crowd, who had just been dejected after losing to the Magic City, instantly became as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Well done, it should be like this. Don't hold back, let's really dampen their spirits. Right, acting all high and mighty, do they really think our Jiangnan city is a soft target? In the resting area, Mingyu slowly shook his iced coffee, a look of disdain on his face. Heh, what a joke. Just based on them. They aren't even a match one-on-one, do they think tying them together will work? A girl dressed in a gothic dark style, applying makeup in front of a mirror, chimed in with a sneer. Don't say that, after all, there's still the top two in the support class. Are you talking about that F-class guy? Just overdrawn potential in advance, even if he can teleport, how much difference can it make? Running around like a rat? The silver-haired Li Bin crossed his legs, his expression mocking. When Yuji's lightning and my poison spread out, he probably won't even be able to set foot down. Mingyu said, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he ruthlessly crushed a fly on the back of his hand with his finger. To deal with them, we won't even need that move. Remember, don't hold back later, aim to finish them within 5 minutes. Let the people of Jiangnan City clearly recognize the gap between us. Understood. Li Bin and Xiao Luo replied with cold laughter, standing up from their seats and following Mingyu onto the stage. They leisurely stood still, casting disdainful glances at the five lined up in the entrance area. Hey, over there. Li Bin couldn't help but sneer, raising his voice. By the way, your tactical core isn't that F-class support, is it? He deliberately amplified his voice, drawing the attention of the crowd who had just been discussing, making them quickly look up at the stage. When they saw Su Feng walking at the front, they couldn't help but be taken aback. What a joke! A support class as the core? What is this? I've never seen a support class as the core. Isn't this embarrassing for our Jiangnan city? Exactly, did they not plan to win at all? The audience's doubts surged like a tide. But for Su Feng, these doubts were merely a breeze passing by his ears, completely disregarded. There was no need to explain such matters. When the final result comes out, these people will know what it means to be slapped in the face. With light steps, he strolled onto the battle stage, firmly standing in the center of the arena. Su Feng slowly raised his head, his dark eyes shining with brilliance, scanning the three opponents across from him. The girl dressed in gothic style, with black stockings and denim shorts, was named Xiao Luo. AB+ level beast transformation ability user, the three-eyed charming fox. The tall man with quite a bit of white hair was named Li Bin, also a B+ level beast transformation, the green poison ape. And the man flanked by the two, Su Feng speculated, should be from the Ming family. He possessed an A+ level beast transformation ability, the underworld thunder demon wolf. This ability was similar to Jiang Zishu's cold frost spirit fox, both being a combination of half-beast and half-elemental systems. And what he mastered was the most powerful elemental system, lightning. I say, did you guys put too much salt in your lunch? Are you bored? Wang Shui stepped out sideways, retorting Li Bin's provocation. What we do is none of your business. Where's your support? Hurry up. Let them come up and take a beating. Mingyu toyed with the ring on his finger, a smirk on his lips, filled with disdain. I say, don't you guys know that if you lose, the qualifications you gain will be cancelled? Yet you still dare to come. Of course, not including you. Mingyu paused, mockingly pointing at Wang Shui. I swear. Wang Shui rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, but was stopped by Su Feng's hand. 30 seconds, if the person doesn't come, then don't bother showing up. Su Feng's voice was deep and powerful. In that instant, the gate of the mind suddenly opened, and invisible momentum surged from him like a whirlwind, rushing towards the three opposite him. What? What did you do to us? Mingyu's voice trembled slightly. He felt an inexplicable chill rising from the depths of his heart just a moment ago. 24 seconds left. Su Feng ignored him and continued the countdown. That earlier display was a new method he had discovered on his way here for using the gate of the mind. Although it lacked offensive power, it could exert a strong deterrent effect on the user's mind. Seeing Su Feng ignoring him, Mingyu clenched his teeth. But that earlier momentum made him not dare to doubt the truth of Su Feng's words. He quickly turned to look at the preparation area, and upon seeing the two approaching quickly, he let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that a fine layer of sweat had formed on his forehead without him noticing. Frowning, he scrutinized Su Feng with uncertainty. Although he didn't want to admit it, the body's reaction was undeniable. He actually felt a trace of inexplicable fear towards Su Feng. How could this be? Su Feng quietly closed the gate of the mind, and the release of mental energy surged like a floodgate opening. That's why it created such a deterrent. Unfortunately, this ability required accumulation and could only be released once every 12 hours. However, for him at this moment, it was already enough. Su Feng ignored Mingyu's gaze, raised his head, and looked past Ding Shu, focusing on the figure behind. When he clearly saw the person's appearance, his pupils involuntarily constricted, followed by a cold smile. It's actually him? What the hell? Wu Yuan, how did you end up on the other side? Wang Shui also noticed the problem and hurriedly questioned. It seemed the two were old acquaintances. What does it matter to you? Wu Yuan's voice was cold. Hey, you heartless one, you're from Jiangnan City, how can you help outsiders fight your own people? Wang Shui complained. Wu Yuan coldly glanced at the few of them, arms crossed over his chest, and said icily, you're still as talkative as before. I swear. Wang Shui was furious. Forget it, everyone has their own ambitions. Su Feng raised his hand to signal Wang Shui to stop. It was obvious that Ming Jing must have bribed Wu Yuan. He didn't mind that. People die for wealth, birds die for food, it's human nature. But everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. When the special recruitment quota is cancelled, I hope Wu Yuan won't regret it. Both sides, take your positions at the edge of the arena. A tall, burly man, like an iron tower, stepped forward slowly, his voice echoing like a deep abyss, low and powerful. Just standing there exuded a strong oppressive aura. Facing this man, Su Feng couldn't help but scrutinize him carefully. He recalled what Lu Mingjue had said before about finding a capable person to serve as the referee. It seemed this was the one. Just wait, within 5 minutes, I'll take care of you all. Mingyu made a harsh remark and then turned to walk towards the edge of the arena. The others closely followed, except for Qiu Luo, who walked straight up to Su Feng, lightly raising her finger and tracing it across his chest. So your name is Su Feng, we met this morning. I didn't expect we would have such a connection. Is that so? Su Feng replied expressionlessly, I don't remember. That's fine, tonight, I'll eat you, and you'll naturally remember. Qiu Luo licked her luscious red lips as she spoke. Standing next to Su Feng, Mishayu watched as Qiu Luo leaned in, and her originally vibrant face was suddenly shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Her brows furrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth drooped, clearly displeased with the way Qiu Luo looked at Su Feng. Well, let's see if you have what it takes, Su Feng replied, still calm and composed. You'll see, Qiu Luo sneered, a hint of enchanting pink flickering in her eyes as she attempted to use her seductive power to influence Su Feng's mind. The charm of the three-eyed enchantress fox was one of her proudest abilities. She couldn't believe that Su Feng would be unaffected by such an unguarded attack. However, to her surprise, Su Feng remained standing there, unfazed, seemingly not affected at all. How could this be? Qiu Luo's brows knitted slightly, a trace of doubt rising in her heart. She had always been confident in her seductive abilities and had never encountered anyone who could resist her allure so easily. "I told you, you are not qualified," Su Feng declared assertively, leading everyone toward the edge of the battle stage. With the protection of the gate of the mind, he was immune to any mind-affecting abilities. Trying to disturb his mind in this way might as well be saved for the next life. "Interesting, so your name is Su Feng? There's nothing I set my sights on that I can't have. The more special you are, the more I like it." "Just wait," Xiao Luo said, lightly licking her pretty tongue, revealing a wicked smile. Who knows what she was plotting again? 3, 2, 1. As both sides retreated to the edge of the arena, the towering man continuously counted down. With the last number dropped, he waved his hand and announced loudly, "The match officially begins. Start." With the referee's command, the atmosphere of the arena was instantly ignited. "Come on, let these people from the Magic City know that we from Jiangnan are not so easy to bully. Rise up, give them a good beating." As the audience cheered like a drumbeat from the stands, Mu Xinting, Xie Yuqing, and Wang Shuai charged toward the center of the arena like wild horses. Xie Yuqing took the lead, unleashing 2 devastating breaths from her mouth. Like the breath of a dragon, its power was immense, directly attacking the opponent's territory. At the same time, Mu Xinting accurately stepped onto the dividing line in the center of the battlefield according to Su Feng's formation. With her A-level nature ability, Cold Water, a pool of clear water emerged beneath her feet. With a swift motion, she raised the water, condensing it into a long spear made of flowing water. This water spear was crystal clear, with an incredibly sharp tip. Grabbing the back end of the water spear, she swung her arm forcefully, sending the spear hurtling through the air, whistling as it followed closely behind Xie Yuqing's attack. Wang Shuai followed closely, stopping 3 positions in front of Mu Xinting, pushing his palm forward as a solid protective barrier unfolded. "This position is just right. With Mi Xiaoyu's enhancement, it should be no problem for the 3 of us to hold out for 5 minutes." Su Feng stood with his hands behind his back, 3 positions in front of Mi Xiaoyu, quietly observing the situation. His gate of space was restricted by the rules from being used against the opponent, which meant the abilities he could openly use were greatly limited. Although he had thoughts of revealing his trump cards, he wouldn't be foolish enough to expose Gate of Thunder and Phoenix Feather in front of everyone. At least, he needed to find another way to conceal them, and one of Mingyu's big moves might just cover for him to do that. He had asked Lu Qi to look into Mingyu's information through his own channels. There was one point that wasn't even mentioned in the information provided by Lu Mingju. What he intended to use was precisely this. Just as Su Feng was pondering, Mu Xinting and the other 2 had already engaged in a brief skirmish with the opponent. Neither side gained any advantage. "No, what's that Su doing just standing there in a daze? Could it be that he's so scared his legs have gone weak and he can't move? If that's the case, our Jiangnan city would be utterly humiliated, losing face all the way to our grandmother's house." Seeing Su Feng showing no intention of action, many spectators began to voice their dissatisfaction. "Yuge, what's going on with that guy? Why isn't he doing anything?" Li Bin, having dodged Xie Yuqing's breath, asked in confusion after creating some distance. "Just putting on a show, ignore him. He alone can't change the situation. As we discussed earlier, let's move." "Understood." After Li Bin responded, a shadow of a primate appeared behind him, quickly closing in on Xie Yuqing. Xie Yuqing could only unleash a burst of scorching energy from his mouth, trying to block Li Bin's assault. But each attack was deftly avoided by Li Bin as if he could foresee the future. This ability. It's Ding Shu. Facing Li Bin's renewed advance, Xie Yuqing finally realized the crux of the problem and felt a wave of difficulty. The ability to glimpse a brief future and share that vision with others, while covering such a vast area, was practically an insurmountable bug in the arena competition. Therefore, Xie Yuqing could only fight while retreating. Fortunately, with Mi Xiaoyu's agility boost, he was temporarily not at a disadvantage. On the other side, Mu Xinting was fiercely clashing with the beastified Xiao Luo. The beastified form of the three-eyed charm fox granted Xiao Luo astonishing agility, allowing her to weave through the battlefield, her white claws glinting coldly as she launched continuous attacks on Mu Xinting. Mu Xinting gathered water to form a shield, pressing it against her skin for defense. Occasionally, she threw a few water spears to restrain Xiao Luo from attacking others. Following Su Feng's orders, she only needed to focus on defense and containment. Although she wasn't clear on how Su Feng planned to win, she chose to trust him unconditionally. "Ha, come again." Wang Shuai raised his barrier and charged towards Mingyu once more. At that moment, Mingyu, who had been wielding beastified wolf claws, suddenly circled around Wang Shuai at an odd angle. Like a hungry wolf, he pounced towards Mu Xinting, who was only a few positions away. "Not good." Wang Shui thought to himself, realizing the danger, but the barrier he had erected was like a turtle's shell, once raised, it was hard to move. It was too late to stop him now. Mu Xinting had just blocked one of Qiu Luo's high-frequency attacks, and her center of gravity was still unstable. Faced with Ming Yu's surprise attack, she was powerless to dodge. This is it. The match has barely started, and we're about to lose a teammate? Everyone's giving it their all. What is that Su Feng doing? Even now, he still won't move? Is he just going to watch his teammate get hurt? The audience was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, restless and agitated. Su Feng, what on earth are you doing? Lu Mingjue, witnessing everything, couldn't help but clench his fists. He hadn't questioned the tactics Su Feng had devised, believing that since Su Feng had taken on this task, there wouldn't be any issues. But the current situation made him doubt whether he had trusted Su Feng too much. After all, tactical arrangements and actual combat were two entirely different matters. In the current situation, it felt like they were fighting one-on-one, with no cooperation at all. Humph, that's right, let you see the gap in strength from our Modu. Ming Jing revealed a sinister smile, muttering to himself. However, the next moment, that smile froze on his face like solidified cement. How is this possible? The spectators, who had been chattering just moments ago, were now dumbfounded, their mouths agape enough to fit a fist. Several people who had been drinking water sprayed it out like a fountain, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. As Su Feng seemed to manipulate space like a deity, his palm reached out and grasped the air. A faint blue portal appeared out of nowhere, swallowing Mu Xinting. Mingyu saw Mu Xinting suddenly vanish from her spot, his pupils constricting sharply as he hurriedly tried to gather his strength, but it was too late. The power he had unleashed fell empty, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The other 8 people on the stage were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. What had just happened had exceeded their understanding. Especially Mingyu, who got up from the ground, looking bewildered at Su Feng. Are you okay? Su Feng gently asked, holding Mu Xinting's wrist. You. Mu Xinting looked at Su Feng in surprise, then glanced at the distance she had been teleported, her mind momentarily in disarray. Didn't Su Feng say that teleportation required preparation time? But just now, Mingyu had clearly changed his course suddenly. In a situation where no one expected it, Su Feng had teleported her back in the blink of an eye. Was it foresight, or had Su Feng already reached a point where he could open a portal at any time without needing to prepare? Not only her, but those in the audience who had come to their senses were also looking at Su Feng in awe. Even Lu Mingjue, after his pupils shook violently, stood up. Instantaneous spatial transfer? This was something even S-class spatial ability users couldn't achieve. What secret was hidden within Su Feng? You don't have to look at me like that. My level isn't high enough for instantaneous teleportation. A faint smile appeared on Su Feng's lips. Understanding the confusion in Mu Xinting's eyes, he began to explain, I just saw through his intentions. In the previous martial arts talent competition, he had fought with all 3 of you. How could he not understand Wang Shui's abilities? However, he deliberately targeted Wang Shui. Isn't that suspicious? Moreover, he was closest to you, so I deduced that his true target was actually you, and thus I set up a portal near you in advance. Su Feng's voice was not loud, but in the silent arena, it sounded particularly clear. So that's how it is. I thought he could teleport instantly. You're overthinking it. I just checked, even some 7th or 8th tier spatial experts can't achieve instantaneous teleportation. He's an F class, not even at the 1st tier. How could he have that kind of ability? After hearing Su Feng's explanation, the people around began to discuss among themselves. Lu Mingjue, upon hearing this, also chuckled self-deprecatingly, returning to his seat and shaking his head. He thought to himself, what was he expecting just now? How could someone who wasn't even at the 1st tier achieve instantaneous spatial transfer, something even S-class couldn't do? Watching everyone's reactions, Su Feng secretly smiled. It was true that he had seen through Mingyu's thoughts and had set up the portal in advance. But that didn't mean he couldn't achieve instantaneous release. If a conceptual level ability couldn't even do that, it would be a disservice to its worth. The reason he said this was naturally to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Until he became truly powerful, it was best not to leave any points that could raise suspicion about his abilities. It wasn't that he was overly cautious, he knew that in the darkness of this world, human hearts were more cruel than the strange beasts from the void. If exposed, who knew how many people would want to erase him in the shadows? Hearing this, Mingyu's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding audibly. The carefully crafted strategy he had devised was mocked by Su Feng as worthless. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for him. Fueled by rage, Mingyu charged out like a whirlwind once more. However, just a few steps in, he was blocked by a barrier raised by Wang Shui. The barrier shone with a blinding light, like an indestructible shield, standing in front of Mingyu. "I say, you little rascal, you're quite cunning. This time, you won't get away," Wang Shui chuckled. His task was to block Mingyu. He had volunteered for this, as he wasn't good at attacking but excelled in defense. The goal was to annoy the opponent and break Mingyu's mentality. "Get lost!" Mingyu roared, electricity swirling around his arm as he launched another powerful punch. "Ah, getting desperate, are we? Hey, I won't back down. Let's see what you can do." Wang Shui held the barrier to block the attack, continuing to taunt, "By the way, your strength isn't that great. Are your kidneys overworked? Need a bottle of supplements? But even if you treat it like a meal, you can't match half of my vigor. Die, you bastard. Get away from me." Mingyu threw another punch, but aside from creating a ripple on Wang Shui's barrier, it caused no real damage. Wang Shui grinned, "Haven't you eaten enough? Put in a bit more effort." Mingyu snorted coldly, about to use the same trick again, sidestepping. But Wang Shui had already learned his lesson and charged forward against the barrier. Damn it! Faced with Wang Shui's shameless tactics, Mingyu found himself at a loss and could only curse. He then turned to Wu Yuan and shouted, "What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, Wu Yuan suddenly clapped his hands together, and a strange wave spread through the air, extending into the distance. Li Bin threw a punch but suddenly withdrew his strength midway, stepping sharply to the left. It seemed he was dodging something. The next moment, Jie Yuqing felt a bizarre force penetrate her body. Her limbs instantly became sluggish, like rusty machines. Her speed and agility plummeted to the level before Mi Xiaoyou's enhancement. The two, once evenly matched, suddenly found a gap between them. Caught off guard by Li Bin's punch, the sluggish Jie Yuqing was pushed back a few steps by the force. This retreat immediately created an opening in her defense. Seizing the opportunity, Li Bin darted forward like lightning, heading straight for the back. Not good. His target is the support. Run, run. The tension in the audience reached its peak, with anxious shouts echoing. Mi Xiaoyu looked at the figure rushing towards her, instinctively wanting to flee. But her feet felt as if they were filled with lead, making even lifting them a luxury. It was then she realized. She had sacrificed speed, and it was now impossible to escape or dodge. As the fist loomed larger before her, Mi Xiaoyou's thoughts plunged into chaos. Just at that critical moment, it felt as if time had frozen, and everyone's breath seemed to halt. All eyes were fixed on Mi Xiaoyu. If they lost a member, the scales of victory would tip completely, and Jiangnan City would become a laughingstock. Let it end like this. Ming Jing had already taken out his phone, ready to report this good news to the Ming family. But the next second, a figure streaked through the air like lightning, positioning itself in front of Mi Xiaoyu. Long, slender fingers spread wide, perfectly meeting Li Bin's fist. The palm acted like a large net, completely sealing off Li Bin's attack. "With me here, no one can hurt you." Su Feng stood protectively in front of Mi Xiaoyu, blocking Li Bin's strike. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable dominance. Mi Xiaoyou's pupils suddenly constricted, letting out a heavy hum. Immediately, the panic on her face vanished like it had been blown away by the wind, replaced by a deep sense of reassurance. With Su Feng there, she firmly believed she would not be harmed. It was an unconditional trust. "You." Li Bin's voice trembled noticeably, revealing his incredulous confusion. "What kind of joke is this? He is a beast transformation ability user, while Su Feng is just a superpower user. How could it be possible to withstand his full force strike without using any abilities? Damn! I must be seeing things." He blocked it? If I remember correctly, this person is a beast transformation user, right? Su Feng actually blocked it so effortlessly? Is he really a superpower user? The audience was also stunned, their mouths agape at the scene before them. "Li Bin, what are you doing?" Mingyu shouted angrily as he watched the scene unfold. After a brief moment of distraction, Li Bin finally came to his senses, momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, he was still in shock. His full-force strike in beast transformation state had over 600 pounds of power. Yet Su Feng actually remained calm and collected, not even taking a step back. Who would believe that? "I don't believe it. I'm going to knock you out." A resolute and fierce look appeared on Li Bin's face as the muscles in his arms rapidly swelled, veins bulging. He threw a punch, accompanied by a whistling sound, charging straight at Su Feng. "You think you can knock me out? Sorry, you're mistaken." Su Feng murmured softly, countering with a palm strike to Li Bin's chest, arriving first. The impact made Li Bin let out a painful grunt, and his attack crumbled. This strike was still purely based on physical strength. In the Gate of Humanity state, his punch had over 800 pounds of force, enough to crush Li Bin. "Ding Shu! Assist me!" Li Bin shouted, his body transforming as two massive arms sprouted from his shoulders. His facial muscles twisted, revealing a terrifying visage akin to a temple guardian. He entered a stronger beast-human form. Received. Ding Shu's ability activated simultaneously, sharing it with Li Bin. Seeing Su Feng's next move, Li Bin's lips curled into a cold smile. You think you can block? Let's see you block this one. Li Bin's roar echoed across the arena. The two bizarre arms were covered in dark green slime, exuding a strong corrosive aura, charging at Su Feng like a raging beast. The referee, seeing this, quickly rushed forward, ready to intervene to prevent any mishaps. However, just as he was about to reach the fight, he suddenly stopped. He was astonished to find Li Bin's attack seemed to be interfered with by some invisible force. It veered away from Su Feng and struck into empty air. This scene left not only the referee dumbfounded but also plunged all the spectators into confusion. By the way, could this person be one of ours? If that's the case, then it makes sense that Su Feng could block the attack. Li Bin, what are you doing? Ming Jing gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. What's going on? Li Bin finally realized something was off. He discovered that Su Feng had not moved as Ding Shu predicted but was standing still, unmoving. This left Li Bin stunned, and he hurriedly tried to adjust the direction of his attack. But a full-force strike is not something that can be easily retracted. He stumbled as if slipping on a banana peel, sliding past Su Feng without even brushing against his clothes. Watching this, Su Feng's lips curled slightly. Digging a simple pit, and someone actually jumped in? Just now, the gate of the mind had shown an abnormal fluctuation. He guessed that Ding Shu wanted to use his ability to probe his mind to predict his actions. Naturally, he played along, making Ding Shu mistakenly believe he had glimpsed his next move. Once upon a time, people learned from their mistakes, but Ding Shu did not. He even shared the illusion he saw with Li Bin. Given that his previous predictions had been consistently accurate, Li Bin naturally chose to believe him. This led to the absurd spectacle of attacking the air before them. Since Li Bin had already put his face so close, there was no reason for him not to throw a punch. Bang! As Su Feng casually threw a punch, Li Bin's facial muscles began to twist and contort. The impact made him feel as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to fall backward and sit down hard on the cold ground. Li Bin, did you drink fake liquor? Aren't you embarrassed enough? Come back. Ming Yu's gaze swept over Li Bin's extremely awkward expression, the veins on his forehead bulging and writhing with anger like worms. Li Bin felt a bitter frustration but could only clumsily get back on his feet. However, just as he steadied himself, he saw Su Feng slowly extend his hand. The movement was as slow as an old man exercising in the park. Yet the sense of threat emanating from it made Li Bin's heart skip a beat. His calves went weak, and he fell heavily to the ground again. By the way, is your pressure really that high? Su Feng leisurely retracted his hand, gently clapping his palms as if brushing off dust, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A normal attack certainly wouldn't put such pressure on Li Bin. The earlier palm had contained a lethal phoenix feather. It was just that, at the last moment, it had been cleverly deconstructed. Li Bin had mocked him before, and now, it was just a matter of reciprocity. Watching this scene, Li Bin was instantly furious, trembling all over, and recklessly gathered his strength again. However, Su Feng merely smiled coldly, elegantly stepping aside to give Jie Yuqing space. Jie Yuqing, who had long been ready, unleashed a fierce breath. Like a thunderous force, it struck Li Bin hard. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Bin's body was mercilessly thrown backward like a leaf caught in a wild wind. During the tumbling process, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Next time you come over, it won't be as simple as a punch. Su Feng looked at Li Bin, who was staring at him intently, and casually shook his hand. Then, without a second glance, he turned to ask Mi Xiaoyu with concern, "Are you okay?" Mi Xiaoyu nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I'm fine." "Then let's continue." Mi Xiaoyu nodded and reconnected the severed energy beam. At this point, both sides fell into a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. Time ticked by, and it was almost 5 minutes. In the audience, some keen observers began to sense something was off. Have you noticed? Although Su Feng hasn't taken the initiative to attack, in the previous 2 critical moments, his actions turned the tide. Do you think he might be deliberately hiding his strength? However, some expressed doubt. Don't joke around. I think he was just lucky those 2 times. With his abilities, and now being restricted from teleporting his opponent, he can only do this. The current situation seems evenly matched, but we haven't even had a single threatening attack. Tell me, how can we win like this? At this point, many were already shaking their heads and sighing. On the field, Wang Shu once again blocked Ming Yu's attack. Following Su Feng's instructions, he continued to provoke with trash talk, I don't know who it was that boasted about taking us down in 5 minutes, but now, they can't even deal with me. In my opinion, if you don't have the ability, you should talk less. No one thinks you're mute. To avoid asking for trouble and slapping your own face. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You people from the Magic City have thick skin and aren't afraid of pain. Hearing this, Mingyu's teeth ground together. As the champion of the martial arts talent competition, he was unexpectedly matched against someone ranked 7th. He couldn't break through the opponent's defense in a short time. This was undoubtedly a humiliation for him. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Mingyu's eyes as he roared, "Alright, you said it, so don't blame me." Mingyu stood tall in the center of the arena, his eyes ablaze with fury as if he would burn everything to ashes. "Everyone, step back to the edge of the arena. Let me handle this." His voice was cold, revealing a vow to not rest until he achieved his goal. This, Wu Yuan appeared somewhat hesitant. "Can't you understand? I told you to retreat." Li Bin scolded, then looked at Mingyu with great anticipation. "Brother Yu, are you finally going to use that move?" His tone was filled with excitement. "Ha, you guys over there, you're definitely going to lose." "Oh, not going to fight? Running away won't help. I'll chase you down and take care of you anyway." Wang Shuai looked at the few people opposite him, still relentlessly spewing trash talk. "Run? You better open your eyes and see clearly who will be the one to escape later. Demon Thunder, activate." With a roar, Mingyu slowly raised his arms, accompanied by the crackling power of lightning. Strange purple currents twisted around his arms like the tongues of venomous snakes. They pierced through the air, releasing a series of sizzling electric sparks. "Hey, I say, didn't your mom teach you anything when you were little? Playing with fire and wetting the bed, just put down what you're holding." Wang Shuai crossed his arms over his chest, continuing to mock in a teasing tone. "Put." As soon as he said this, even Mu Xinting couldn't help but laugh. Su Feng couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising either. He had originally just wanted Wang Shuai to handle the trash talk to provoke Mingyu, but he didn't expect Wang Shuai to do so well. Looking at Mingyu now, it was clear he had been pushed to the limit. As for why they were doing this, earlier, he had given Lu Qi a task to investigate Mingyu's background. Lu Qi had not disappointed him and had indeed found some key information, even including details that were not in the information provided by Lu Mingjue. The data showed that Mingyu had never tasted defeat within the school and was somewhat arrogant. Therefore, Su Feng devised this tactic, letting Wang Shuai use his sticky ability to entangle Mingyu while constantly provoking him with trash talk. It seemed that this tactic had undoubtedly succeeded. Earlier, some people had asked how they should win. The answer was right in front of them. Su Feng couldn't actively use Gate of Thunder, so he planned to disguise his true abilities by absorbing the lightning released by Mingyu. "You, shut up." Mingyu entered a beast-like state. His green fangs protruded, his facial expression became exceptionally ferocious, and the vertical pupils in his eyes flickered with a mad light. "Who are you to tell me? If you can't take it, then just admit defeat." Wang Shuai was about to continue his trash talk when Su Feng stopped him. "You go down first," Su Feng said, then turned to Mu Xinting, Xia Yuqing, and Mi Xiaoyu. "You all go down too." "No way, Brother Chen, you underestimate me too much. This little lightning is nothing to me." Wang Shuai frowned, clearly full of confidence in his strength. "I can take it." After saying that, he straightened his back and stepped forward, adopting a posture ready to withstand the attack. "Come on, you've blown up the cows in the sky, let me see just how powerful your move really is." As he spoke, he even beckoned to Mingyu with his finger. Seeing this scene, Su Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Wang Shuai's arrogant gaze, paired with a smile that was 3 parts mockery and 7 parts indifference, indeed provoked an impulse to hit him. Coupled with his trash talk, it was no wonder Mingyu was completely enraged. "If you insist on seeking death, then I'll grant your wish." Mingyu waved his hand, and the electric current sliced through the air like a whip, crashing heavily against Wang Shuai's protective barrier. Wang Shuai's originally solid defense crumbled instantly. The current surged through his body like a wild horse out of control. Wang Shuai trembled a few times, then spat out a cloud of black smoke, half kneeling on the ground, looking severely injured. Yet he still stubbornly held on, unwilling to fall. "Shuai." Seeing this, Xia Yuqing was extremely anxious and immediately exhaled a breath to try to rescue him. However, in the next moment, that breath was ruthlessly torn apart by the thunder, and the current pierced through his body. Xia Yuqing trembled a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. First stage. Lu Mingjue felt the surge of spiritual energy and his expression changed drastically. Beside him, Yi Junshan and Li Mu also furrowed their brows. They understood a bit about Su Feng's strength, so they hadn't been overly worried before. But now, Mingyu had actually broken through to the first stage. This was an absolute suppression in terms of strength, and even if the 5 of them joined forces, it would be difficult to match. Not to mention that the other team members were watching closely from the side. For Su Feng and the others, winning was almost impossible now. Do you really think that being able to temporarily hold your ground against us gives you a chance to win? You underestimate the strength of the Ming family too much. Mingyu is an elite cultivated with all our family's efforts. He broke through to the first stage 3 days ago. To witness this strike with your own eyes is already a great honor for you. Mingjing sneered as she dialed a phone number. How is the situation progressing? A deep voice like an abyss came from the other end of the line, as if it could swallow all light. Mingjing quickly put on a smile and respectfully replied, "Rest assured, everything has been arranged." "Yes, that's right, there was never much suspense." She paused and added, "It's just that a small interference factor emerged midway." I understand." Mingjing responded and then hung up the phone. When she caught sight of Lu Mingjue's ugly expression, a sinister smile crept onto her lips. "Inspector Lu, in my opinion, there's no need to continue this match." Mingjing's voice was laced with obvious provocation and mockery. Choosing to concede would at least preserve some face. It's much better than being completely wiped out in the end. Facing Mingjing's cold sarcasm, Lu Mingjue's expression returned to calm as he retorted, "Advisor Ming, there are some things you may not understand. After experiencing the void crack that nearly destroyed Jiangnan City 10 years ago, resilience is etched deep into our bones. The word surrender does not exist in our dictionary." After saying this, he ignored Mingjing and turned his gaze back to the arena. "Shout. Keep shouting. Why aren't you shouting anymore?" Mingyu sneered, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. He raised his arm again, and a sharp lightning whip quickly formed, mercilessly striking at the already incapacitated Wang Shuai. Mu Xingting hurriedly raised her hand, conjuring a water shield to block the attack for Wang Shuai. However, the chain current generated by the intertwining of lightning and water flowed up Mu Xingting's arm like countless tiny venomous snakes, causing her hand to tremble uncontrollably. Su Feng's pupils suddenly constricted, and a chilling killing intent erupted from his eyes. It was a terrifying gaze that truly belonged to a hunter. "Listen to me, everyone get down." Although Su Feng's voice was soft, anyone could feel the coldness and determination contained within. "What will you do alone?" Mi Xiaoyu asked anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. "Don't worry, leave this to me." Su Feng's tone was calm and resolute. "Trust me, we won't lose." As he spoke, he gave the others a reassuring look. Despite still feeling anxious, Mi Xiaoyu, Mu Xingting, and Xie Yuqing chose to trust him and helped Wang Shuai down from the competition stage. "What's going on? Why is everyone coming down? So embarrassing. Is this a directed mission of defeat? Only Su Feng is left on stage. What does he want to do? Is he trying to plead for mercy from the opponent? I really can't believe it. Just a few minutes ago I thought we had a chance to turn things around." Sigh. "Now, it seems we've completely lost face for Jiangnan City." In the stands, many spectators sighed and shook their heads, clearly having lost all hope for the outcome of the match. "Lu Xuanxia, is this what you call the resilience of Jiangnan City?" Mingjing's sharp and sarcastic face was filled with mockery. "In my opinion, it would be more accurate to call it self-serving." Hearing this, Lu Mingjue's arms, hidden under his suit sleeves, bulged with veins, and his knuckles cracked from clenching his fists tightly. His expression darkened like a storm cloud. Even if winning was impossible, they couldn't just exit the stage like this, could they? Mingyu looked at Su Feng, who was standing alone, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Su Feng, are you trying to preserve the last bit of face for Jiangnan City?" His voice was filled with mockery. "Unfortunately, I won't give you that chance. The 5-minute deadline is almost up. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Will you voluntarily admit defeat? Or will I knock you off the stage? Choose one." Facing Mingyu's arrogant provocation, Su Feng replied, "I choose the third option, to knock you all off the stage, and we win." As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Mingyu's pupils constrict, the people in the stands were also wide-eyed, doubting their own hearing. What did he say? He wants to knock everyone off? This guy must have eaten some bad mushrooms and is hallucinating? Hurry up and get off the stage, don't embarrass Jiangnan City any further. Exactly, he hasn't contributed anything from start to finish, and now he's trying to be a hero. Get down, down, down. The shouts of the audience rose and fell like surging waves, crashing against the entire training ground. If it weren't for the military guards blocking them, someone might have already started throwing water bottles, soda cans, and other debris. Su Feng. Mi Xiaoyu was anxious, instinctively clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, her worry evident. Mu Xingting's brows were tightly knitted, almost twisted into a lock. She simply couldn't understand how Su Feng, relying solely on his spatial teleportation ability, could win against 5 people. Su Feng, did you hear? Even the audience can't stand it anymore. Choosing to admit defeat now might still save some face for Jiangnan City. Mingyu mocked, if I personally knock you off the stage, then the dignity of the entire Jiangnan City will be completely lost because of you. However, Su Feng merely smiled coldly at this, even if he was pointed at by 1,000 people, so what? He didn't care. Once the dust settled, they would realize how wrong they were. You talk too much, come on. Su Feng slightly beckoned. What is this kid doing? Yi Junshan looked at the scene on the stage, frowning and sighing. He didn't understand why the usually clever Su Feng didn't know when to stop at such a critical moment. In his view, admitting defeat was far better than completely losing face. Lu Mingjue couldn't help but rub his forehead upon hearing these words. He had already sensed that once this matter spread, Jiangnan City would undoubtedly become a topic of gossip and ridicule in other regions, discussed over tea and meals. On the competition stage, Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, then the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing an uncontrollable smile. His teammates behind him also began to laugh. At this point, still provoking recklessly was simply absurd. Since you refuse to listen to advice, I'll grant your wish. Mingyu clapped his hands sharply, and the surrounding power of lightning quickly converged. It coalesced into a dazzling beam of light between his palms, resembling an electromagnetic cannon charged with 100,000 volts of energy. The air itself twisted briefly in its wake. Many girls instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear to witness the potentially brutal scene that might unfold next. However, just 2 seconds later, the previously noisy stand suddenly fell into a dead silence. Whether it was students, teachers, the staff maintaining order, or the guests in the audience, there were over 1,000 people. It was as if they had all been choked, unable to make a sound. In an instant, the entire venue was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This situation lasted for about 7 or 8 seconds. With a series of gasps echoing from all directions, the silence was finally broken. On the stage, Su Feng's tall figure still stood proudly, like an immovable chasm that could not be shaken. In contrast, the 5 opponents had all been thrown off the stage, with only Chou Luo, who had retreated early, still conscious. The others had lost their senses. At this moment, Chou Luo stared blankly at Su Feng, still unable to recover from the shock. How is this possible? I can't be seeing things, right? No way, it can't be. I must be dreaming. A boy who had previously accused Su Feng of bringing shame to Jiangnan slapped himself in disbelief. After confirming the real pain, his mouth gaped wide enough to fit a light bulb. The video he recorded was replaying that decisive moment over and over. Just as the lightning power was condensing into a beam in Mingyu's hands, Su Feng's lips curled slightly, his palm slowly opened, and he gently pressed against the void before him. Though it seemed he exerted little effort, that motion was filled with a sense of power. At the moment the lightning was about to pierce through the air, a mysterious purple door suddenly opened before Su Feng, swallowing the raging thunderous power entirely. Immediately after, the door opened and closed. The absorbed lightning power surged forth like 1,000 galloping horses. The electric light overwhelmed the opponent's territory in an instant. By the time the current dissipated, the 5 opponents were all lying outside the ring without exception. Gulp! Gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva echoed continuously. As more and more people gradually accepted the reality before them, their gazes refocused on the tall figure in the center of the arena. The emotions in their eyes shifted continuously, from disbelief to astonishment, then to admiration, and finally, regret. With one's own strength, to turn the tide and support a collapsing building. I actually doubted him, how could I? That bastard who led the charge to get Su Feng down, don't let me catch you, or I'll slap you silly. The audience's emotions seemed to ignite in an instant, cheering and rallying for Su Feng. Can we announce the result of the match now? Su Feng remained calm and composed, showing no emotion other than tranquility. He turned to the referee and inquired in a steady and powerful tone. The referee, having regained his senses from the shock, displayed a strong look of astonishment on his face. He originally thought that Su Feng was about to be defeated and was preparing to rush in for a rescue, but he did not expect the situation to change dramatically in an instant. By the time he realized he needed to help Mingyu and the others, it was already too late. Good kid, really giving our Jiangnan city some face. The man laughed heartily, sizing up Su Feng before loudly declaring, I announce that the winner of this match is Jiangnan. The applause surged like a tidal wave, echoing throughout the training hall, while Su Feng's name resonated in the air. Su Feng remained unfazed by praise or humiliation. He nodded to the referee, then turned his gaze to Lu Mingjue, Li Mu, and Yi Junshan in the guest seats. After exchanging glances with each of them, he walked steadily down from the stage. Clearing out a few arrogant young masters was nothing to be proud of. Ha, this show is much more exciting than I expected. Looking around, I never thought the one with the most to say and the most drama would be a supporting character. Ming, you really worked hard. Li Mu teased, not forgetting to bow to Ming Jing. Upon hearing this, Ming Jing clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, as if he wanted to crush the air in his hands. Lu Mingjue's expression shifted from a previous gloom to a bright sunshine, barely suppressing a smile as he said to Ming Jing, Ming, thank you for showing mercy. With so many witnesses, I believe there won't be any tricks. We'll take those 3 direct slots without hesitation. No need to be polite. Ming Jing replied almost word by word. His chest heaved violently, each breath heavy with unwillingness and anger. His gaze was locked tightly on Su Feng, with killing intent surging in his eyes. Chen Ge, you were simply amazing just now. After a treatment, Wang Shuai's condition had improved somewhat. Su Feng, how did you do it? Teleporting energy. Or rather, energy as violent as lightning. I remember that other spatial abilities require at least level 7 to achieve that. Mu Xinting said while sizing up Su Feng, trying to see through him. Yeah, Chen Ge, how did you do it? Jie Yuqing, looking much better, curiously asked. Su Feng waved his hand, you misunderstood. That wasn't teleportation. Not teleportation? The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily unable to understand Su Feng's meaning. Su Feng had anticipated their questions and had prepared his explanation early. If it were teleportation, I still couldn't do it. What you saw was just me temporarily storing energy in a space. Wow! The spatial system really is a high-level attribute. It can be played like this. Listening to Su Feng's explanation, Wang Shuai couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, the announcement sounded, revealing the results of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, the results of the match have been announced, and now we will disclose the final allocation of slots. The 3 special recruitment slots for assistants go to Su Feng, Mi Xiaoyu, and Sun Sun. Sun Sun? Wang Shuai was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized, oh, that's the one who ranked behind Wu Yuan. He paused for a moment, then said with schadenfreude, Wu Yuan got pushed out, truly self-inflicted, he didn't listen to my advice just now. Now he'll be more honest. The announcement continued, the 5 winners of the martial arts talent competition are Mu Xinting, Jie Yuqing, Wang Shuai, Xin Yao, and Feng Tang. Wow! I also got a slot, Wang Shuai laughed excitedly, then seemed to remember something and rushed towards Su Feng in excitement. Adoptive father, please allow me to bow to you. Hearing this, Su Feng was left with a head full of question marks. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and lightly kicked Wang Shuai's but, laughing and scolding, get lost. Ha ha ha. Mi Xiaoyu and Mu Xinting covered their faces and laughed, both amused to the point of doubling over by Wang Shuai's unexpected comedic act. The atmosphere on site was filled with a relaxed and joyful vibe. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the arena, Ming Jing was nervously on the phone. The voice on the other end was cold and piercing, as if it could freeze the air around. What on earth is going on? It's Su Feng. Ming Jing hurriedly responded, trying to explain the current situation. Didn't you say before that he was just an insignificant minor character? The other party's voice revealed displeasure and doubt. Ming Jing was about to defend himself but was ruthlessly interrupted. A chilling, deep voice came from the other end. Alright, we'll talk about this later. The person is called Su Feng, right? He dares to block our Ming family's path. Then let him completely disappear from this world. In a taxi, Su Feng's gaze passed through the wet glass window. He stared at the raindrops falling like pearl curtains and the hurried, anxious pedestrians on the street. He couldn't help but recall a saying he had heard somewhere, excitement and glory are always temporary, while loneliness and ordinariness are the main tones of a person's life. He somewhat agreed with this, considering that as a transmigrator, he was destined to be lonely in this life. But it wasn't a big deal, enjoying solitude and embracing greatness was also quite good. After pondering for a while, he set his wet umbrella aside and examined the silver medal card in his hand. A few minutes ago, after parting ways with everyone, he had taken a taxi alone from the Xuanwu training ground. His goal had been achieved, and there was no need to linger there. Just before leaving, Lu Mingjue personally approached him and handed him this card. He claimed it contained a resource quota of 4 million, which could be withdrawn from the military at any time. As for why it was 4 million, it was 3 million that Lu Mingjue had promised earlier, plus a reward of 1 million for being the top in the auxiliary special recruitment. Speaking of which, if he were to liquidate all the resources he currently had, it would almost reach 8 digits. A smile crept onto his lips. In the mundane and dull world of his past life, he would have exchanged it for cash to travel the world, living peacefully and joyfully, just coasting through life. But in this extraordinary world, his past wishes hadn't changed, yet he wanted to see this more magnificent world properly. So, He wouldn't exchange a single cent of these resources for cash. Su Feng examined the card back and forth before tucking it into his pocket. He zipped up his pants pocket and couldn't help but think of the concept of spatial storage. Now that I've stepped into the first tier, with a significant increase in mental power and spiritual energy, I should be able to try pseudo-spatial storage again. If this step can be realized, true spatial storage won't be far off. He pondered silently when suddenly his phone rang. Looking at the screen, he saw Lu Qi's WeChat profile picture with sunglasses, and a smirk appeared on Su Feng's lips as he pressed the answer button. Brother Chen, I heard you made those people in Magic City roll over in fear, so cool. My admiration for you right now is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, just like. As soon as the call connected, Lu Qi's cheeky voice came through. Alright, stop flattering me and get to the point, Su Feng said, speechless. He. Lu Qi changed his tone. I also heard that quite a few girls have stars in their eyes and have added you on WeChat. I know Brother Chen, you're a master of time management, but let's be real, there are only 24 hours in a day. If you're too busy, can you spare me a little, so your adopted son can help share the burden? Upon hearing this, a black line appeared on Su Feng's forehead. Get lost. Don't, adoptive father, let's discuss this further, Lu Qi continued. Do you have anything else? If not, hang up. For Lu Qi, Su Feng was already at a loss for words. No wonder even Li Mu couldn't do anything about him. A chatterbox with an abnormal thought process, he was truly a peculiar character. Of course there's something. Speaking of which, that bounty. Hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, having anticipated that Lu Qi would bring it up. Didn't we agree before that it's all yours? Consider it your reward for helping me look into Ming Yu's information. Yes. Long live my adoptive father. I told you, don't call me that again. Su Feng's expression darkened. Why did every guy want to recognize him as their adoptive father? Got it. I won't say it again. I'm off to have some fun now. I'll send you a few of the latest updates from Jiangnan City later, just as a gift. After saying this, Lu Qi hung up the phone, and soon Su Feng received a folder. He glanced through it and couldn't help but shake his head and complain. It really is a gift, not even categorized, just dumped on me like this. Opening the file, he quickly skimmed through the content on the screen, and suddenly let out a soft huh, flipping back a few pages. It was a notice about an auction. Xuanwu Group. Zhulong Blood Serum? Looking at the content on the poster, Su Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. The Zhulong, which had once torn through space and nearly destroyed the Great Xia, was ultimately killed by the combined efforts of several powerful figures from the current major factions along with experts from the military and the Night Watch. The blood of the Zhulong was then divided among the major factions for research. It was said that the Zhulong possessed spatial attributes, which was why so many strong individuals had to join forces to eliminate it back then. Zhulong, spatial system. Su Feng murmured to himself, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. If I use it, could my spatial gate achieve a breakthrough? With this thought, he immediately began searching for information. However, Zhulong blood was extremely rare. Even if someone acquired it, they wouldn't easily disclose information, so there were no concrete answers online. As for past auction prices, the dizzying figures reaching 10 digits made Su Feng hesitate. Such prices made Su Feng stop in his tracks. Forget it, I can only look at this for now, I really can't afford it. Su Feng shook his head, dismissing the thought. He continued scrolling through the screen, browsing the information, but the remaining content failed to pique his interest, so he didn't spend much more time on it. Checking the time and the remaining distance, he realized that due to the rain, traffic in the city was congested, and with it being rush hour, it would take a while to get home. Su Feng simply closed his eyes, beginning to visualize that human gate in his mind. However, just as he had barely closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a probing gaze. He frowned, immediately opening his eyes and scanning his surroundings. Is it an illusion? He thought to himself, as that feeling had already vanished. No, it's definitely not an illusion. Having activated the human gate, his perception ability far exceeded that of hunters at the same level, so he trusted his instincts. With the rain, all 4 windows were tightly shut, and reflective glass was used, so it couldn't have come from outside. That left only the driver in front wearing a black duckbill cap. Su Feng's pupils constricted as he scrutinized the man. He was sitting in the right rear of the car, and from this angle, he couldn't see the driver's face clearly, only a side profile. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a scar behind his ear. Su Feng narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before speaking. Driver, do you remember when the rain started? The driver glanced at Su Feng through the rearview mirror and replied, around 6 o'clock, I think. It's been raining for a while. In Jiangnan, rain is quite common in this season. Alright, I got it. You just focus on driving. Su Feng closed his eyes again after speaking, secretly thinking, from the accent, they should be locals from Jiangnan, but I wonder what their purpose is. What are the odds of hailing a cab like this? Doubts arose in his heart, but he did not show it, leaning back in his seat and waiting until he got out of the car. Master, could you please wait for me a moment before taking me to another place? Su Feng said, holding up his umbrella. Not a problem, the driver said, quickly waving his hand while opening the car door. After watching Su Feng gradually walk away, he took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. He quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message. Su Feng, holding the umbrella, walked lightly across the bluestone road filled with puddles until he reached the entrance of the residential building. A car approached, and he nimbly sidestepped, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the scene in the small square. He saw a group of elderly men and women enthusiastically playing cards in the rain, their heads sheltered under gray umbrellas commonly used by vendors. What's going on here? Su Feng frowned slightly, knowing that these elderly folks had a strong penchant for cards. However, he had never seen anyone play cards in the rain before. What was happening today? Unable to understand, he decided to walk over and ask. An elderly man holding a fan made of palm leaves smiled and explained, the transformer box malfunctioned, and we can't watch TV at home, so we came out to find some fun. The transformer box burned out? Su Feng asked. Indeed. This residential area's transformer box has long been aging, and somehow the rainwater seeped in today and caused it to burn. As a result, these several buildings are without power. The old man pointed to a nearby chessboard as he spoke. Young man, you don't seem to be in a hurry. Why not play a game with me before you go? Su Feng's mouth twitched, politely declining the old man's invitation. Let's skip it today. I'll come back another day to learn from you. After saying that, he walked into the building, pondering as he climbed the stairs. I still don't know what that person in the back of the car wants to do. Since the power is out at home, he thought, it might be better to sleep at a hotel tonight. I want to see who is keeping an eye on me. After making up his mind, he sent the power outage news to Jiang Zishu and Chen Duo, letting them arrange things on their own. Then he quickly took a shower, changed into clean clothes, opened his umbrella again, and got into that taxi. Driver, take me to Yunding Hotel, Su Feng stated his destination. That was the restaurant he had booked for lunch, which also had accommodation. He then logged into a travel app on his phone, found the hotel front desk's contact information, and called directly. Yes, online payment, suite. The reason for choosing a suite was simple. It was usually located on the higher floors of the hotel, with a lower density of guests. If someone really wanted to harm him, this would minimize the impact on those around him. Okay, Suite 13, I got it. Su Feng did not lower his voice, just so the driver could hear. If this person or their employer truly had ulterior motives, they surely wouldn't miss this opportunity. After about 10 minutes, Su Feng paid the fare and got out, slowly walking towards the hotel entrance with his umbrella. After turning the car around, the driver stopped and typed out an address, Yunding Hotel, Presidential Suite 13. Then, the car disappeared into the night. Su Feng glanced back at the receding headlights, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed the fish had taken the bait. He wanted to see who was plotting against him. As for safety, even if he couldn't fight back, escaping was the easiest thing to do. What kind of weather forecast is this? Didn't they say it wouldn't rain today? It ruined all my plans. He heard two passers-by complaining nearby. Su Feng withdrew his thoughts, moved the umbrella aside, and looked up at the sky. The dark clouds were dense, and the low air pressure made it somewhat difficult to breathe. It seems like the rain won't be small later, he murmured to himself, then stepped into the hotel. In the next few hours, as Jie Yuqing and others arrived, the atmosphere in the private room became lively. Glasses clinked, and drinks were down one after another. Before long, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Brother Chen, you lied to me. Didn't you say you couldn't hold your liquor? How come you seem fine now? Wang Shuai, already quite tipsy, slurred his words and then collapsed into the car, falling into a deep sleep. Beside him, Jie Yuqing was also a bit unsteady, stumbling into the car and echoing Wang Shuai. Yeah, Brother Chen, you're not being fair. I thought I could at least drink you under the table, but how come you're not drunk at all? Su Feng smiled helplessly. He wasn't lying to Wang Shuai. According to the original owner's memories, this body really wasn't good with alcohol, but whether it was due to opening the human door or something else, after a few drinks, he felt completely fine. The hangover remedy he had prepared seemed unnecessary now. Take care of yourselves. Mu Xinting opened the car door and got in. Su Feng watched the car's lights disappear around the corner, listening to the rustling of the leaves, and his gaze unconsciously shifted upward. In the sky, the dark clouds resembled a massive net, tightly covering the horizon, as if ready to swallow the entire world. It seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to erupt. Let's go. Don't you have something to do tomorrow? I'll help you sort out your abilities later, Sufeng said while reaching out to catch a swirling falling leaf. Here? Ni Xiaoyu, standing beside him, was taken aback. What are you thinking? I booked a suite here, come up with me. The hotel. Booked a room? Ni Xiaoyu's fair skin, like freshly peeled lychee, flushed with a hint of red, her head lowered, and her toes tightly closed. She swayed slightly, as if tipsy. Could it be that Su Feng wanted to? Thinking of what Su Feng had said earlier in the day, her face turned even redder. Seeing this, Su Feng was about to tell Ni Xiaoyu not to overthink it. Suddenly, a flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes, and he instinctively covered his heart, turning to gaze toward the east. A gaze that seemed to come from the abyss emanated from the east, making his heart skip a beat in that instant. Su Feng covered his heart and looked in the direction of that feeling. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Is it an illusion? He muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. It shouldn't be. What's wrong? Ni Xiaoyu asked. Su Feng shook his head, relaxing his brow. It's nothing, let's go inside. Oh, okay. Ni Xiaoyu nodded dazedly, following Su Feng into the elevator to the suite on the 19th floor. Inserting the room card, the entire room lit up. Sit. Su Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and opened the curtains. In the distance, the dazzling neon city unfolded before his eyes. If one only looked at this prosperity, it was hard to imagine that it had been rebuilt in just 10 years from ruins. I just wonder how long this prosperity can last, he thought to himself, glancing toward the east. At this height, there were finally no obstructions to his view. The outline of a pitch-black city wall loomed like a giant dragon stretching across the dark expanse. This should be the Dragon Bone Trench. It truly deserves to be the entity surrounding Jiangnan City. This kind of project was something we wouldn't even dare to imagine in my past life. Su Feng couldn't help but sigh. To fend off the strange beasts from entering the city and to prevent the beasts within the city from escaping, the Great Xia initiated the Heavenly Moat project 30 years ago. They built towering city walls outside the base city. To this day, the city walls of various Great Xia cities are still being reinforced, guarded by troops dispatched from the military. As for when this project will stop, as long as the rift of the strange beast does not disappear, there will never be a day to halt. He thought to himself, subconsciously opening his palm and pressing it against the floor-to-ceiling window, leaving a handprint. Su Feng, this isn't good. Ni Xiaoyu watched as Su Feng pulled back the curtain and pressed his hand against the glass, her face turning even redder. Her ears were almost burning. What's not good? Su Feng paused, looking at the way Ni Xiaoyu was gazing at him. The corner of his mouth twitched, and then he thought of something indescribable. Sure enough, he understood in a strange way. He quickly cleared his throat, looking at Ni Xiaoyu's face, which was pale yet flushed. Only then did he realize something was off. It seemed like it was also in a hotel last time, and this time it was at night, which made it even more inappropriate. He was fine, but Ni Xiaoyu was a girl after all. Thinking this, Su Feng rubbed his nose and coughed lightly. How about we just forget it? It could lead to misunderstandings. We can talk when you have time. As soon as he finished speaking, before Mi Xiaoyu could respond, there was a knock at the door. Su Feng immediately became alert. He regretted bringing Mi Xiaoyu along. If something happened, how would he explain it to Comrade Old Yi? Knock knock knock, the knocking continued. Aren't you going to open the door? Mi Xiaoyu was about to step forward to open it. Su Feng quickly stopped her, signaling, let me handle it. Saying this, Su Feng glanced at the surveillance outside the door, and upon seeing it was a woman, he furrowed his brows and slowly opened the door. There stood a woman, tall and slender, with twin ponytails, wearing a body-hugging skirt and white stockings that reached just above her knees. Sir, I'm the 073 you ordered. My name is Xiao Na. Su Feng's mouth twitched, a series of question marks rising in his mind. What do you mean I ordered? Miss, this is slanderous. Miss, you must have the wrong person, Su Feng quickly said. The woman glanced at the number plate, awkwardly replying, I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong room number. At that moment, the nearby door opened, revealing a bald man. Here, can't you read the numbers? Making me wait so long. Kid, what are you staring at? It's none of your business, the man said, pulling the woman in and slamming the door shut. Su Feng, under Mi Xiaoyu's gaze, quickly cleared his throat. Don't look at me, I have nothing to do with this. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Mi Xiaoyu pouted, her face turning even redder. What kind of nonsense is this? Su Feng shook his head helplessly. By the way, this suite should have good soundproofing, otherwise later. Forget it, let's hurry and get Mi Xiaoyu out of here. He made up his mind, just as Mi Xiaoyu's phone rang. Seeing a flash of panic on her face, she hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Dad, I'm almost done, are you coming to pick me up? I didn't. Oh. Mi Xiaoyu nodded blankly and handed the phone to Su Feng. It's my dad's call, he wants you to answer. Su Feng's mouth twitched at this. He seriously suspected that Yi Junshan had another ability similar to clairvoyance. President Yi. Su Feng, tomorrow Xiaoyu and I will leave Jiangnan City to pay respects to her mother. Please help her sort out her abilities. Yi Junshan's deep and powerful voice came from the other end. Pay respects? Su Feng frowned slightly, quickly scanning Mi Xiaoyu with his eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. So, she is also a person with a hard life. President Yi, don't worry. Okay. Come on, the sooner it's done, the sooner you can go back. Your dad is very worried about you. Su Feng returned the phone and then spoke. Okay. Mi Xiaoyu nodded, calming her emotions, and connected her white energy to Su Feng. Su Feng immediately mobilized his mental energy to continue reinforcing the portal. Just as he was about to finish, he suddenly heard a series of intermittent, indescribable sounds coming from the wall. Su Feng's face turned green. What kind of shoddy project is this? How can they charge so much with such poor soundproofing? He complained inwardly, glancing at Mi Xiaoyu, who was too embarrassed to look up. He quickly focused his mental energy to complete the final reinforcement. Well, I'll be leaving now. Mi Xiaoyu felt her face burning, her mind a complete mess, and she hurriedly ran out around the corner. She took the stairs down to the first floor and brushed past someone as she exited. After walking a short distance, she seemed to realize something and quickly turned back, her brows furrowing together as she muttered to herself, that person just now seemed to be one of the 3 girls from Magic City. I think her name was Xiao Luo? What is she doing here? Inside the suite, the warm orange-yellow light reflected off the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting the shadow of a person standing. Inspector Liu, I just finished eating. Su Feng frowned, gazing through the glass at the neatly arranged lights on the eastern side. Those were the lights illuminating the city wall. The military's training camp? You want me to participate? Alright, I agree, I have nothing to do at home anyway. Okay, I'll go to the military tomorrow. Su Feng hung up the phone and tucked his mobile into his pocket. He took a gentle sip of soda, then tightened the bottle cap and set it aside. The call he just received was from Lu Mingjue. He wanted him to be a contestant representing the Jiangnan City military in this year's training camp. He had heard Mu Xinting mention during dinner that this training camp was a channel for the military to cultivate talent. Many of the current commanders and inspectors from various base cities were outstanding participants from years past, who would receive rapid promotions. However, he wasn't interested in such power. The reason he agreed was that Lu Mingjue said, rankings correspond to resources, and the higher the rank, the more resources one would have. Since he had already resigned from his job, having resources to take advantage of and going out to see the world would be quite nice. He considered it a trip. As for the specific procedures, Lu Mingjue would handle everything for him. He just needed to go to the military once tomorrow and sign a document. By the way, he could check if there were any resources he could use in the military's collection. With his mind made up, Su Feng's gaze gradually focused. Outside the window, flashes of lightning tore through the pitch-black night sky. Raindrops pounded against the glass, creating a rapid and continuous knocking sound. Su Feng looked far away, quietly observing the slightly distorted neon lights in the rain and mist. This seems to be my first time looking down at the entire Jiangnan city from this height. In just 10 short years, it has risen from ruins to this point. It truly hasn't been easy. From planning blueprints to every brick and tile, it embodies the hard work and sweat of countless people, yet it only takes a few hours to destroy it all. Murmuring, fragments of memories drifted through his mind, memories belonging to the original owner. 10 years ago, a void crack appeared in Jiangnan City, unleashing various strange beasts that nearly wiped the city out. Buildings tilted, and blood and cries were everywhere. Perhaps, this is the price of the extraordinary world. Ding-dling. The phone rang, pulling Su Feng's thoughts back from the distant haze. He answered the call. It was the hotel front desk. Sir, do you still need to change rooms? It's fine now, no need. Alright, sir, have a pleasant stay. After Mi Xiaoyu left, he complained to the front desk, and soon after, the indescribable sounds from next door disappeared. However, what puzzled him was that it ended with a man's voice. I have to say, city folks really know how to have fun. A slight smile crept onto Su Feng's lips as he prepared to take a shower and rest. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was about to take off his shirt, a chaotic knocking sound pierced through the rain, breaking the tranquility inside the room. Su Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows. He hadn't forgotten why he was here. Could it be they've come for me? He thought to himself, bending down to press his palm against the ground, leaving a spatial mark. Only then did he slowly walk towards the door, looking at the screen, which showed nothing but darkness. It seemed something was blocking the view. Su Feng's footsteps halted in front of the door as he grasped the cold doorknob and slowly turned it. With a slight creak of the door hinge, the gap widened, revealing the figure standing outside. You? Su Feng's pupils constricted. He never expected it to be Chiu Luo standing outside. Dressed in a JK uniform, raindrops slid down her hair. The damp fabric clung to her body, faintly revealing her fair skin and the contours of some black fabric. Beneath her short skirt, a pair of long, alluring legs clad in sheer stockings. Su Feng, being a normal man, instinctively glanced. He had to admit, they were round and long, and the hint of white through the black stockings was even more tempting. But he only took a glance before retracting his gaze. What do you want? Isn't it obvious? Chiu Luo provocatively licked her red lips and said, wet body temptation, do you like it? How do you know I'm here? I have my channels, why don't you take a guess? Chiu Luo tossed her hair, making herself appear even more enchanting. Su Feng's expression tightened, immediately recalling that taxi driver. Is it that driver? Bingo, you got it right. Chiu Luo snapped her fingers and then licked her red lips. Let me think about how to reward you. How about later on, up there? Ha, you overestimate yourself. I'm not interested in you, so you can leave. Su Feng mercilessly issued an eviction order. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, he never expected this to be a misunderstanding. This woman really had too much free time. He had no time to mess around with her. I told you, the things I have my eyes on are not things I can't have. Tonight, I'm set on you. Saying this, Chiu Luo directly reached for the buttons of her shirt, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Watching this scene, the corners of Su Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily. No way. Is this woman insane? Previously, he thought she was just teasing him out of a strong desire to win in this regard. But now it seemed she was serious? He reached out to close the door, but unexpectedly, Chiu Luo suddenly stiffened, as if losing her support, and leaned forward. What are you doing? Su Feng instinctively reached out to support her. But at the moment of contact, he saw a strange glimmer in Chiu Luo's eyes, a bewitching pink hue. Under the light, it appeared particularly eerie, like a vortex drawing in attention. Not good, another charm. Su Feng thought, quickly diverting his gaze. But his consciousness flickered as if disturbed. In his ears, a buzzing sound rang. However, it was just for a moment. The appearance of the gate of the mind acted like a stabilizing needle, dispersing this strange ability, solidifying his mind, and eliminating the influence of the charm. Su Feng quickly regained his clarity, but the scene before him made his pupils tremble violently. He saw Chiu Luo's lips suddenly curl into a cruel smile, and in her hand appeared a sharp dagger. The cold gleam flashed as it aimed straight for his heart. Su Feng's reaction was extremely quick. He shifted his feet and sidestepped to avoid it. The dagger, glimmering with a strange dark light, grazed past his chest. Missing its target, Chiu Luo swiftly closed the door, rushed into the room, and launched another attack on Su Feng. Su Feng dodged and weaved, the dagger slashing against the nearby potted plant stand. The strange glow pulsating on the blade made the originally sturdy wooden frame seem as if it had suffered a millennium of erosion. In an instant, it shattered into countless tiny wood chips, scattering across the floor. This knife is problematic. Su Feng immediately sensed something was off. No, it's not just the knife that's problematic. Chiu Luo's condition is also unusual. Su Feng furrowed his brow. Looking at the current situation, his previous concerns were indeed not overly cautious. This was aimed at him. Judging by the scene before him, it seemed Chiu Luo was being controlled by some kind of mental ability. He just didn't know what specific ability it was. The situation was critical, and he had no time to think too much. He saw a pink arc of light rising from Chiu Luo, initiating her beast transformation, with a fox phantom appearing behind her. The black blade of the dagger sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, once again lunging towards Su Feng. It seems this battle is unavoidable, Su Feng murmured softly, his mind shifting as he activated the human gate, instantly enhancing the vitality of his cells. His agility and reaction speed leaped to a new realm. With this surge of power, Su Feng's form became incredibly light, like a feather. He moved freely within the room, weaving and dodging. Although Chiu Luo's attacks were fierce, to Su Feng, they appeared as if in slow motion. Every trajectory of her blade was crystal clear to him. Chiu Luo launched several consecutive attacks, trying to force Su Feng into a corner. However, no matter how fierce her strikes were, Su Feng always managed to evade them at incredible angles and speeds. It was as if an invisible barrier separated him from the blade. Su Feng wasn't afraid of Chiu Luo, rather, it was the strange dagger in her hand that held too much mystery. The wooden stand, once scratched, turned to dust and scattered with the wind. What would happen if it cut flesh and blood? Moreover, he had to consider Chiu Luo, with several factors combined. He had to treat this situation with caution. Almost there. After several exchanges, Su Feng had roughly grasped Xiao Luo's attack rhythm. He noticed that whenever Xiao Luo exerted too much force, there would be a brief pause, a moment for her to adjust her breathing and regain her strength. This was an opportunity. When Xiao Luo struck with all her might again, Su Feng accurately caught that fleeting pause. Like a hunting leopard, he exploded forward with astonishing speed, taking a quick step towards her. Before Xiao Luo could react, Su Feng was already close to her. His right hand shot out like lightning, precisely grasping her wrist that held the dagger. With a forceful twist, he seized the dagger. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Feng immediately slapped his palm against Xiao Luo's shoulder, pushing her away from him. Xiao Luo stumbled back a few steps, yet the black glow on the dagger seemed to come alive, winding up Su Feng's wrist. Su Feng's heart sank, and he couldn't help but curse, "What the hell is this thing?" Not daring to be careless, he shook his wrist and hurled the dagger away with force. The sharp blade cut through the air, leaving a cold glimmer, easily embedding itself into the hard wall as if slicing through tofu. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The wall began to melt rapidly, as if it had encountered the high temperature of a candle, and in an instant, a large hole was eroded out. Wisps of green smoke rose from the edges. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo, who had been filled with hatred, suddenly deflated like a punctured ball, all her strength seemingly drained in an instant. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed weakly to the ground, falling into a state of unconsciousness. Immediately, a pink vortex escaped from her mouth and nose, floating in the air. It then burst like fragile foam, emitting a faint and eerie popping sound. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Su Feng stared at the scene before him, filled with confusion and vigilance. This is by no means an ordinary event, whether it is that strange dagger or the transformation happening to Xiao Luo. All indicate that someone hidden in the shadows has set their sights on him. Everything that happened tonight may have just begun. Failed, huh? In another room separated by a wall, a woman with twin ponytails slowly withdrew her hand from the wall. She glanced down at the bloodied, barely breathing bald man at her feet. A cruel and cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth. The game is over, it's time to meet the king of hell. As she spoke, she calmly pulled the blood-soaked short blade from the man. Her eyes revealed a fervor for death. Then, she swung the black short blade, effortlessly carving a perfect triangular notch in the wall. With a kick, she shattered that section of the wall and leaped into the room where Su Feng was, as light as a ghost. The short blade in her hand reflected a cold glint, aimed directly at Su Feng's vital point, his throat. Is there someone else? Su Feng's heart tightened. Relying on his keen intuition and swift reaction, he dodged just in time. In an instant, he stepped into the space gate and returned to the location where he had previously left a spatial coordinate. Creating distance, he looked up at the woman. When he saw her face clearly, his pupils involuntarily contracted. It's you? This was none other than the one who had just claimed to be on-call service, number 073, Shauna. It seems that the previous visit wasn't a mistake, it was intentional to confirm that I was indeed in this room. Su Feng suddenly understood many things. Such a young and beautiful prey delivered right to your doorstep, and you don't even eat it. TSK, you really have some restraint. The woman held the knife in reverse, first glancing at the unconscious Xiao Luo, then sweeping a suggestive and mocking gaze over Su Feng's lower body. She paused, as if suddenly remembering something, and a hint of confusion crept into her tone. Wait, I clearly remember adding some special seasoning, how come you're unharmed? Seasoning? You used too little, remember to add more next time. Su Feng smiled slightly, feigning ease as he adjusted his collar, his heartbeat gradually stabilizing. When this person was lurking in the shadows, he might have felt it was tricky. But now, since the opponent had already revealed themselves, there was nothing to fear. Although he was still unclear about the opponent's exact abilities, he could roughly judge that it was a type of mental attack similar to seduction. If it were another type of threat, he might still have some reservations. However, his door possessed a conceptual-level defense mechanism. As long as he did not actively open this door, any mental attack would be ineffective against him. Even a high-level presence at the 7th or 8th rank would be helpless against him. Little guy, you're quite interesting. If it weren't for the task at hand, I would really like to have a deep conversation with you. I find it disgusting. Su Feng replied coldly. There was no need to be polite with someone who wanted to kill him. Seeking death, the woman said, twirling the blade in her hand into a butterfly flourish. But then, as if she thought of something, her figure suddenly froze, revealing a charming smile. What are you doing? Su Feng's body tensed, he had been ready to strike, but he didn't expect the woman to suddenly stop. I've changed my mind, you will be my next masterpiece. Enjoy it. From now on, the dream will be controlled by me. The woman smiled wickedly, her long, chopstick-like fingers extended as she snapped her fingers. As the sound resonated, it seemed to stir a faint ripple in the air. The pupil of her right eye dissipated like an ice cube placed in hot water. It transformed into a pure white eye, exuding an eerie. Immediately after, a ghostly white shadow emerged from within, extending an arm like a specter, pressing against both sides of Su Feng's head. A cold sensation rose from the depths of his heart. Su Feng felt the scene before him twist for a moment. Then, there was nothing more. Only the pink gate of the mind that he could see appeared, standing guard like a barrier before the portal of his soul. Unshakable. The woman's attack just now was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to budge it in the slightest before the gate of the mind. It seems she used a mental attack on me again just now. But, it doesn't seem to be seduction. Su Feng analyzed quietly, just as the woman's ghostly voice echoed. Now, you are in an abandoned factory, with rats gnawing at your broken arm. The woman continued speaking as if issuing commands. Now, the escape route is right behind you, break through it, and you can survive. Go on, go on. Watching the woman's frenzied demeanor, Su Feng's heart was already filled with murderous intent. Behind him was a floor-to-ceiling window, over 60 meters above the ground. Once he fell, there would be no chance of survival. From the description, this woman's ability should be to trap people in illusions and manipulate the changes within the illusion to achieve psychological collapse. This excited demeanor suggested she had likely used this trick to torture others before. Perhaps she thought he was already trapped in the illusion, a puppet at her mercy. Unfortunately, this trick was useless against him, but he had no intention of exposing it. From the attack just now, it was clear that this woman was physically strong. If they continued to fight here, she would probably slice through this level like cutting a cake. It would likely affect many people. The reason he chose this place was partly to avoid dragging Chen Duo and Jiang Zishu into it, and partly to minimize the impact on ordinary people. In that case, let her think I'm deeply trapped in the illusion. Later, I'll drag her down with me and let her taste the thrill of free fall. A cold smile crept across Su Feng's lips. In a competition, one must be fair and square, but in a life and death struggle, as long as he could minimize losses, he didn't care about being noble or not. If someone was trying to kill you, why pretend to be a gentleman? What a sick mind. Resolute, he pretended to move stiffly as he bent down to lift the heavy marble table in front of him. Then, without hesitation, he smashed it toward the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Crash! The glass shattered with a crisp sound under the heavy blow. Fragments flew like ice crystals in the air, eventually scattering all over the ground. A strong gust of wind and rain rushed into the room, carrying the scent of earth and rainwater. It swept through every corner of the room, lifting the curtains high. Very good, just like that. Ahead. The path to survival is right in front. The woman's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could hardly wait to see the curtain fall on her self-directed drama. Su Feng's muscles tensed, ready to act. But just then, he heard the woman suddenly shout, "Wait!" Immediately after, a rough voice rang out, "Sister, how long are you going to take to deal with a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet? Don't forget, the boss wants to see us today." Hearing this, Su Feng's tense muscles relaxed slightly, and he frowned. So, this woman belongs to an organization? If I only deal with her today, her backers will definitely come looking for me again. Who knows when these sewer rats will jump out and bite me? I don't have time to be on guard all the time. In that case, let's deal with them all at once. On a dark and windy night, it's the time for killing and arson. A resolute look flashed in Su Feng's eyes. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but he would show no mercy to any existence that threatened his life. That was his principle. Got it. I'll be right there. The woman impatiently hung up the communication, continuing to manipulate the eerie, ghost-like white shadow. Yes, the exit is right ahead, take that step, she urged. Su Feng curled his lips into a cold smile and stepped forward without hesitation. Falling from a height was not a first for him. He had already observed that due to the rain and mist, his figure would disappear from sight at about the 13th floor. 1, 2. He calculated the time precisely, and the space gate he had prepared instantly took shape. It enveloped him, shortening the actual distance of his fall. Then, after a few seconds of delay, he deliberately let his body crash heavily onto the roof of a car below, the alarm blaring and lights flashing incessantly. The yellow alarm lights, cutting through the rain and mist, were fully visible to the woman standing at the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window. Mission accomplished. The woman took a photo at the right angle with her phone, seemingly wanting to commemorate her masterpiece. Then she wiped the eerie short knife clean and stuffed it into Chiu Luo's hand. Casually, she pushed open a door from another room and took the elevator out of the hotel. Outside the hotel, Su Feng felt the pain in his back and, after a brief wait, slowly sat up. He sensed that the spatial coordinates marked on the woman were moving rapidly. If he guessed correctly, she should be driving towards their organization's location. Letting the rain pound against his face, Su Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Now, I'm in the dark, and you are in the light. The roles of attack and defense should be reversed. The night was pouring with rain. The entire world seemed to be wrapped in a heavy curtain of water, engulfed in a haze. Fortunately, some people like to hide their keys under the car seat. Otherwise, once the spatial mark I placed on the nun expires, I really wouldn't be able to locate them again. Su Feng focused intently on the spatial mark attached to the target, suddenly twisting the throttle. The roar of the engine resonated with the thunder in the sky, and the motorcycle surged forward like a nimble black panther. The wheels sliced through the dense rain, leaving a trail of splashing water on the asphalt road. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the motorcycle gradually slowed down, and Su Feng stared at the weathered green-painted door of the abandoned factory, confirming the exact location of the mark once more. The mark is right here. The so-called spatial mark is essentially a clever application of spatial coordinates. It was an inspiration that sparked unexpectedly while he was attempting pseudo-space storage, allowing him to grasp the spatial position of the marked object in real time. In short, it was an invisible positioning device that only he could observe. Su Feng gently lowered his foot peg, securely placing the motorcycle aside. His gaze swept the surroundings with the sharpness of a hawk. Fresh tire tracks still remained at the factory entrance, not yet completely washed away by the rain. The door was tightly shut, with a heavy lock hanging from a rusted iron chain. Quite cautious, knowing to lock it from the outside, Su Feng's lips curled slightly as he pressed his palm against the closed door, activating his ability. The space twisted at his fingertips, forming a vacuum area, causing even the slanting rain to seem to sense it and automatically avoid him. He stepped in, and when he reappeared, he was already inside the factory. At his feet lay heaps of rotting garbage, emitting an even stronger stench under the soaking rain. He could see quite a few squeaking rats crawling over the trash. They scattered at his arrival. TSK. This environment could practically serve as material for a suspense investigation livestream, Su Feng sneered inwardly. But it does fit the style of these unseen rats. Holding his breath, he followed the tire tracks extending into the distance. After walking a few dozen meters, he saw a parked, unlicensed jeep. As he circled around the jeep and looked ahead, he spotted a dilapidated shed with a roof made of iron sheets. Through the yellowed transparent door curtain, a faint light could be seen emanating from inside. There was also a waft of barbecue aroma carried by the wind. Found you. Su Feng's lips curled slightly, but he did not rush to act. He extended his palm and gently pressed, causing ripples to spread through the air, and then his figure vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he had silently descended onto the iron roof of the crumbling shed. The heavy rain relentlessly pounded on the roof, creating a continuous clattering sound. Considering the downpour and the harsh environmental factors surrounding him, even a beast-type ability user with extraordinary senses would find it difficult to detect his presence in such conditions. It was precisely for this reason that Su Feng dared to act so boldly. He leaned down and peered through a rusted hole. Inside, he saw 3 men and 1 woman gathered around a stainless steel square table in the center of the shed. The only woman among them was the one he had previously encountered, known by the codename Nun, with her twin ponytails. Under the flickering firelight, her smile appeared even more enchanting. Nun, it's just a little brat, why did it take you so long? A burly man with a full beard leered at the freshly dressed nun. What's it to you? The nun coldly snorted, responding without courtesy. The man grabbed a bottle of beer, bit off the cap with his teeth, and leered at her tall figure, teasingly saying, I see. You must have had your fun with that kid before you killed him. If you're really that thirsty, you can come to me, I guarantee to fill you up, the nun retorted with a cold snort. Butcher, if you can't speak properly, it's best to keep your mouth shut. Ha, I like saying it this way, what are you going to do about it? The butcher laughed heartily, downing half a bottle of beer in one go, then slammed the bottle down on the table. The nun let out a dissatisfied huff, and the short blade in her hand was instantly thrown out. It arced through the air, heading straight for the burly man's heart. Save it, your attack is just a tickle to me. The butcher disdainfully waved his hand, a dark golden glow appearing on the back of his hand, easily deflecting the flying dagger. He then toyed with it in his hand, saying, Nun, how many times have you tried to kill me now? Still not learning your lesson? My skin reinforcement ability is not just for show. Even if the boss specially reinforced this dagger for you, you won't break through my defense. After saying this, he tossed the dagger back to the nun. The nun caught the dagger, coldly snorted, and ignored him, sitting down to continue enjoying the barbecue. The man known as the butcher laughed loudly, tilting his head back to finish the beer. Witnessing all this, Su Feng's pupils involuntarily constricted. Just a moment ago, the burst of psychic energy had reached at least the 3rd tier level. This was not good. Once a confrontation occurred, this person would face significant obstacles. He had to think of a way to deal with this person first. Old Black, my barbecue has gone out. Add some fire, will you? After chewing a few bites of food, the nun said to the curly-haired man beside her. And add some fire over here too. I still have plenty of kidneys and chives waiting to be grilled. The butcher casually threw the empty beer bottle towards the distant wall, and with a crisp shattering sound, green glass shards flew everywhere. The man called Old Black had hair as messy as a bird's nest. He lazily glanced at the two's positions, raised his hand, and a ball of flame split into two in the air. The barbecue grill in front of the two was struck, instantly igniting the charcoal. Nature system, fire control? Su Feng held his breath, focusing intently as he quietly observed their movements, rapidly plotting his next action in his mind. At that moment, he resembled a hunter concealed in the dark night, patiently waiting for the best opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Damn! Old Black! Steady your hand, you almost set my beard on fire! The butcher shouted angrily. The man referred to as Old Black continued to leisurely sip his beer. The third person nearby remained indifferent, fully engrossed in operating a somewhat outdated computer. This computer was placed on a food delivery cart, and once powered on, he said, the boss wants to video call us, stop messing around and be serious. As soon as these words were spoken, the butcher immediately became displeased. You little brat, you've only been here a few days and you dare to give me orders? What are you going to do if I don't listen? Saying this, he pulled out a cigarette but from his pocket, leaned closer to the charcoal to light it, and took a deep drag, as if he were swallowing clouds and exhaling mist. Butcher, what did you just say? At that moment, a figure appeared on the screen, accompanied by a grim voice. The butcher was about to curse, but upon seeing the figure on the screen, he quickly swallowed the rest of his words. He swiftly extinguished the cigarette but with his palm, tossed it aside, and respectfully said, Boss, you're here. Su Feng watched the scene, narrowing his eyes. To make such an arrogant person display this attitude, it seemed the leader of this organization was definitely not simple. However, from this angle, he couldn't see the person's face clearly. Moreover, the voice didn't sound entirely human, it had a mechanical tone, likely altered by a voice changer. Sister, how did the mission go? The sister nodded proudly. It went smoothly. That person's head must be smashed to bits like a watermelon, dead beyond dead. What a pity, if it weren't for the butcher saying you were coming, I would have gone to see my masterpiece myself. What? You didn't see him die with your own eyes? The person's tone suddenly rose, revealing a hint of anger. The sister waved her hand dismissively. Boss, he fell from the 19th floor under my nightmare curse. There's no way he could have survived. However, the shadow hesitated for a moment before angrily shouting, Shut up! Isn't the information about that kid's abilities from the Ming family clear enough? Spatial power is one of the top-tier abilities, not to mention that person's abilities are exceptionally strange. If he isn't dead, how am I supposed to explain this to the Ming family? The Ming family? Hearing this name, Su Feng couldn't help but clench his fists. He had thought this might be Smiley's test of him, but unexpectedly, it was the Ming family. They actually dared to do this. Good job, Ming family, I will remember you. One day, I will make the Ming family pay for what happened today. A glint of cold light and determination flashed in Su Feng's eyes. Yes, boss, it was my oversight. I will check back right away. The sister's voice clearly trembled with fear. Foolish. What are you going to do at this time? You don't need to worry about this matter. I will send someone to verify. If there's a next time, you should understand the consequences. The mechanical voice carried a chill. Yes, boss, there definitely won't be a next time. The sister nodded quickly as if she had escaped a calamity, then said, By the way, are we really going to cooperate with that group of lunatics, Smiley? Smiley? Hearing this name, Su Feng's pupils constricted. He truly hadn't expected to hear this name here. Before he could react, he heard the leader let out a cold laugh. If there's profit to be made, why not cooperate? This time, they are targeting the Zhulong blood serum. They eat the meat, and we can have the soup, which isn't bad. Zhulong blood serum? Su Feng gently stroked his chin, recalling the auction poster among the messages brought by Lu Qi. However, such high-level items would surely be closely guarded by powerful individuals. What capability does the Smiley Face organization have to get their hands on it? As he pondered, he heard the man continue, However, it's impossible for us Black Crows to be cannon fodder. You just need to show your faces when the time comes. If something really happens, just handle it casually. Haha, the boss is still brilliant, the butcher quickly flattered. Su Feng listened carefully. So this organization's name is actually Black Crows. It seems that after this is over, I need to have Lucci help me investigate the background of this Black Crows to see if we can uncover anything. If he really wiped out the Ming family in the future, he could at least present some evidence if anyone asked. Of course, by the time he had the strength to eliminate the Ming family, there shouldn't be many people left who could pose a threat to him. It would just be a formality. As he thought about this, he looked down through the hole again. 7 Tails. Did you receive the invitation from Smiley Face? The mechanical voice continued. The tall, thin man nodded, opened a folder, and took out a card printed with black and white smiley faces. An invitation? Looking at the card, Su Feng thought of the items he had previously obtained from the old electrical box. He had exchanged them with the night watch, but there had been no leads. He didn't expect to find a clue about this item here, and it came without any effort. Now, he could set up a trap for Smiley Face in advance. Boss, I've received it, so? Are you coming to Jiangnan City? The man called 7 Tails asked. No, I won't go. 7 Tails, you go in my place. Boss, why not me? The butcher said discontentedly. 7 Tails is more stable than you, let him handle this. You focus on your own tasks. That's it, I'm hanging up. As the voice fell, the somewhat old computer screen fell silent. The gloomy-faced butcher almost immediately reached out his strong arm and grabbed the collar of the man codenamed 7 Tails. Damn it! You really think you're something, huh? You just joined not long ago and already dare to compete with me for a position? 7 Tails did not back down, shoving the butcher away and pointing to the ground continuously washed by the rain outside. Stop using your age to pressure me, the truth will be revealed under the fists. If you have the guts, let's go outside and fight. Whoever wins gets to say what goes. Come on. Whoever doesn't dare is a coward. Today, I'll let you know that if you want to ride on my back and take a dump, you're still too green. As the butcher spoke, he raised his head and downed a bottle of liquor in one go. He slammed it to the ground and strode out. He was covered in a layer of dark golden plating, giving him a visual effect reminiscent of a golden Buddha statue. 7 Tails was equally unyielding, a deep blue bubble rising in his hand, swirling like a watermark in his palm. Watching this scene, Su Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This ability seems similar to my phoenix feather triggered form. If you don't examine it closely, you can hardly tell the difference. With this thought, a plan surged in Su Feng's mind. Since there were internal conflicts among these people, why not go with the flow? Let the two fight to the death while he reaps the benefits? The rain poured down in torrents. It was as if the sky had torn open, and endless droplets gathered into a grand curtain of rain. The heavy rain pounded against the old iron shed like a hammer, creating a series of deep echoes. Has it started? Su Feng stood alone atop the shed, his gaze piercing through the fine rain, firmly locked onto the fierce battle below. The clash between the butcher and 7 Stripes was like fire meeting oil, each collision of strength sending ripples of water splashing outward. The butcher's skin was as hard as metal, making him appear like an unshakable iron tower in the rain. Meanwhile, 7 Stripes skillfully manipulated compressed air, triggering a series of explosions that turned the battlefield into a dangerous minefield. Judging by 7 Stripes' psychic fluctuations, he should also be at the second-tier upper level. Perhaps due to the differences in ability tiers, he was surprisingly on par with the third-tier butcher. For a moment, it was impossible to determine a victor. TSK. If this keeps up, it seems neither can do anything to the other. Then how can I sit back and reap the benefits? Su Feng muttered with a cold smile, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. From the tone just now, it was clear these people regarded human life as worthless, and who knows how many souls had already perished under their hands. Death was of no concern. This is getting boring, let me spice things up for you. Su Feng gently rotated his palm, and it quietly formed. With his will, it shot out instantly. It pierced through the rain curtain, silently following 7 Stripes' energy blast, and struck the butcher. Bang! The power of 3 spatial folds was released in an instant. The dark golden skin layer of the butcher was torn open, blood gushing out. You're looking for death. The butcher roared, a splash of blood instantly spreading across his eyes, muscles swelling as he lunged towards 7 Stripes. A punch was thrown, roaring like a freight train, solidly crashing into 7 Stripes' chest. 7 Stripes' body flew out like a plane with broken wings, carving a trench several meters long in the muddy ground. Butcher, are you crazy? 7 Stripes stood up straight again, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Stop pretending. That last move was aimed at killing me. I won't let you off today. The butcher tore off his shirt and charged at 7 Stripes once more. The splashes of water from their psychic clashes grew larger. The show has finally begun. Su Feng sat steadily like a fisherman, watching the changes unfold. The greater their consumption, the more advantageous it was for him. Ideally, they would both suffer heavy losses, allowing him to easily step in and reap the rewards. However, he also knew this idea was unrealistic. Given that mysterious figure had entrusted the matter to Seven Stripes, it was clear the opponent was not a fool. They would likely notice something unusual soon. But that was already enough. After his slight provocation just now, the combat power of both had been reduced by at least 20%. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. Wait, that wasn't my power. After being beaten to the point of spitting blood again, Seven Stripes finally realized something was off. There are other people here. As soon as he spoke, the nun and Old Black, who had been watching the show under the shed, immediately changed their expressions and began to scan the surroundings. But, in this torrential rain, where could there be anyone else? Up there. Seven Stripes was the first to react. Following that, 2 energy blasts shot out, completely tearing open the top of the shed. Not bad, you finally reacted. Su Feng opened a spatial door and stepped out, landing on the ground. It's you? With the flash of lightning, the nun recognized Su Feng. Her pupils constricted sharply, and she exclaimed in shock, "You're not dead? How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible, I'm not dead from that height." Su Feng replied calmly. "You are Su Feng, the target of this mission?" The butcher stepped forward a few paces, a cold smile on his face. "I heard you're the top of the support class. Didn't think you'd be so brainless, not dead yet, still not hiding well. You even came to my door, good. I'm in a bad mood right now. Just right to kill you and vent my anger. Butcher, when you kill him later, be careful not to break his arm. I'm still missing a limb for my stitched toy." Lao He brushed his hair back from his brow and chuckled, revealing a hint of mad excitement. He looked completely different from before. "Lao He, you're still as twisted as ever. All right, I'll leave his arm intact for you." The butcher revealed a sinister smile. "Looks like you've given me another reason to kill you." Su Feng sneered. This guy called Lao He always seemed like an honest person, making him think there was some hardship in joining Black Crow. But now it seemed he was just a first-rate scum. So when he killed him later, he wouldn't feel guilty at all. Something's off, this kid's emotional state is unusually stable. Seven Stripes sensed something was wrong and instinctively looked around. Could it be that this kid called the Night Watch? The butcher quickly glanced around as well. "Stop looking, it's just me. I'm in a hurry, you all can come at me together," Su Feng said calmly. Although he was only at the first level, even when he was still at the quasi-level, he had no fear facing Zhou Bao, who was at the second level. Now that he had risen to the first level, what was there to fear against 3 second levels and 1 third level? Damn it, I thought I was wild enough, but I didn't expect this little brat, who hasn't even grown all his hair, to be even more arrogant than me. Just wait until I break your spine, then we'll see if you're still so cocky. As the words fell, the butcher had already moved, splashing a huge amount of water as he charged towards Su Feng like a cannonball. Watching the figure grow larger before him, Su Feng simply raised his hand lightly. A light blue portal appeared, and Su Feng's figure flickered, as if merging into ink and water, gracefully passing through the light gate. Almost simultaneously, the butcher's heavy strike missed, the immense force causing mud to splash everywhere. In that instant, Su Feng had already appeared behind the butcher, and in his palm, the purple gate of thunder suddenly opened. Hundreds of arcs of lightning twisted together under his mental power, forming a silver flash of electricity. The moment this flash appeared, everything around seemed to be illuminated as if it were daytime, even the lightning in the sky dimmed. Like an arrow shot at high speed, it pierced through the dark golden coating with destructive power. The terrifying force of destruction surged through the butcher's chest. The butcher's body shook violently under the impact, disbelief filling his eyes, and then, his body seemed to lose support, heavily leaning forward, and finally crashed down into a puddle of mud with a loud thud. Silence. In that moment, the entire factory fell into a deathly silence. Only Su Feng's calm voice echoed. Next, next. Su Feng's voice reverberated in the air. Though not loud, it was filled with an indescribable dominance. It was as if his voice itself was a form of intimidation, a command. The closest Seven Stripes instinctively took a step back, his eyes filled with fear and confusion as he stared at Su Feng, as if trying to unravel a mystery. Why? According to the Ming family's information, Su Feng was just a recent high school graduate, yet to step into society, let alone someone who hadn't even broken through to the quasi-level. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous person had, in an instant, killed the butcher, who was the highest ranked among them, having already reached the 3rd level. Moreover, wasn't Su Feng supposed to be a space-type support ability user? That terrifying lightning just now. What was that force that could almost tear everything apart? How is this possible? The nun stared blankly at the scene. Her slender calves, clad in sheer black stockings, trembled slightly as she took a step back. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Was this person still the same young man she had manipulated in the hotel room? That overwhelming, disdainful aura. That confidence that seemed capable of controlling everything. For a moment, she felt as if she were facing the leader of their Black Crow organization. The old black, who had looked half asleep before, now widened his eyes in shock. His lazy body tensed up instantly, retreating several steps. He looked at Su Feng, a wave of unprecedented fear surging in his heart. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him, he had sensed it from others before. But never had he felt it from someone as young as Su Feng. It was too bizarre. Could such power truly belong to someone so young? Doubt and unease crept into his mind. Next, who is it? Su Feng's voice rang out again as he stood firm. He glanced at the lifeless butcher before shifting his gaze to the other three. The heart and lungs had been shattered by the power of lightning, and the current had nearly cooked the internal organs. There was no way to survive. His strategy from the beginning had been to eliminate the butcher first. Capture the leader to catch the thieves. With the butcher's rank, taking him down would naturally instill fear in the other three. His previous tactic of watching the butcher fight had diminished the latter's combat power, but after all, the third-tier strength was genuine. If it came down to a life-or-death struggle, dealing with him amidst the four would pose far greater risks than now. Thus, he had used all his strength right from the start. With a thunderous force, he had slain the butcher to prevent any unforeseen changes. Now that the butcher was dead, the remaining ones no longer posed a significant threat to him. Old Black, help me. If we don't kill him today, none of us will escape. The urgency and determination in Seven Tails' voice were evident. He knew that probing into the source of Su Feng's abilities was meaningless at this point. Today, it was destined that only one side could survive between them and Su Feng. As his words fell, his fingers danced like playing a symphony of death, launching a barrage of explosive air bubbles. Each one contained destructive power, as if each carried his anger and fear. In response, Su Feng's reaction was simple. He pressed his palm and vanished into space, reappearing from another direction. The explosions kicked up mud and water, making it impossible to get within 3 meters of him. It was as if his body had merged with space, making it difficult for any attack to reach him. Seven Tails witnessed this scene, his throat involuntarily rolling, shocked to the point of swallowing repeatedly. It was hard to believe that such exquisite spatial manipulation skills could come from someone so young. This was not just a skill, it was a profound understanding and control of space. Daydreaming is not a good habit. A voice rang right beside him, and Seven Tails' pupils instantly contracted. He hurriedly activated the air bubble, exploding from his feet to propel himself a distance away using the blast's airflow. He barely avoided a fatal blow, but his left arm was still rendered useless, the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet he knew this was not the time to fall. This ability can be played like this? Interesting. Su Feng's voice echoed again as he pursued relentlessly, giving Seven Tails no chance to catch his breath. In a fight to the death, there was no room for mercy. Old Black, save me. Seven Tails' terrified voice echoed in the deep night sky, filled with unprecedented panic and despair, like the wailing of a lost soul. This was the first time in his life that he felt so vividly the shadow of death closing in like a ghost. It was as if, in the next second, it would completely swallow him whole. The murderous intent locked onto him was not so intense that it was suffocating. However, it was incredibly pure and piercing. It gave him a sense of suffocating pressure, as if he could hardly catch his breath. It felt like an invisible, enormous hand was gripping his throat tightly, making it difficult for him to break free. A brutally cruel thought, yet one he had to accept, suddenly struck him like a thunderbolt in his mind. Su Feng was too strong enough to easily crush him. Even though Su Feng's psychic energy was only at the first-tier lower level, he could still toy with him, a second-tier upper level, as if he were an ant. The vast disparity in power left him utterly bewildered. And now, in this extremely perilous situation, he had no time to ponder the reasons behind it. I'm coming. The deep voice of Old Black suddenly rang out in the night, like a flash of lightning in the darkness, attempting to take advantage of the moment. His hands were ablaze with fierce flames, and the fireball in his palm surged forth like a volcanic eruption. It carried a scorching heat capable of burning everything and a destructive force of immense power. It rushed toward Su Feng like a violent wind, as if it aimed to turn everything in front of it to ashes. However, Su Feng merely seemed to casually open the gate of humanity. With his agile movements, he effortlessly dodged all the attacks. His actions flowed smoothly and naturally, like water flowing in a stream. It was as if he perfectly merged with the surrounding air, making it impossible for anyone to catch sight of him. Then, he swiftly threw a punch, striking Old Black hard on the shoulder. Old Black felt a sudden numbness in his shoulder, and his entire left arm lost sensation in an instant. He was violently thrown away by that tremendous force, rolling helplessly on the ground several times before barely managing to stop. Why? How can he, a psychic type, have such heavy punching power? This strength. Even I, a second tier, cannot withstand it. Seven Stripes was filled with disbelief, staring blankly at Su Feng, his heart filled with extreme shock and deep confusion. How could they be suppressed in a one-on-two fight? This was impossible. Too weak. Since that's the case, let's end the probing here. Su Feng's voice carried a chilling indifference. He opened the gate of space again. In an instant, he appeared in front of Old Black, swiftly kicking him in the abdomen. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. That terrifying power poured onto Old Black like a flood beast. Old Black, with a body as sturdy as a door, flew out like a ball, crashing heavily into the muddy water. Cough, cough, cough. He was caught off guard and choked on several mouthfuls of water, utterly embarrassed. He coughed violently, as if he were about to cough out his lungs. Su Che's lips curled slightly. After entering the first tier, his psychic energy had expanded to more than 3 times its original amount. As the most basic gate ability, the Gate of Space had its consumption reduced by 20%. This was enough for him to use the Gate of Space to shift positions multiple times in a short period. It would not be an exaggeration to say he possessed an unselectable blink ability. This was the power of conceptual level space abilities. Old Black. Seven Stripes quickly shot out a dozen energy blasts, trying to block Su Feng's path. However, a cold glint flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he condensed a ghostly blue light point in his hand. Phoenix Feather. The arc of light was instantly thrown out, and the powerful force of four-dimensional spacefolding caused the air in its wake to twist and distort violently. It was as if a star had captured a meteorite, devouring all those dozen energy blasts. With a finger pointed into the air, a massive stone door carved with the image of a demon suddenly crashed down, forcing Qiqiao to hastily evade. What on earth is this ability? He asked, his heart still racing as he glanced at the incredibly heavy stone door. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw a ghostly blue light. It came rushing towards him like a butterfly dancing in the air, blooming with breathtaking beauty in the darkness. But he had no time to appreciate it. An instinctive sense of extreme danger surged through him, causing his heart to stop for a moment. In the next instant, a violent spatial explosion erupted. The energy field radiated a terrifying aura of destruction. It spun like a merciless meat grinder, obliterating everything within it, including the pouring rain, the muddy earth, the surrounding air, and Qiqiao's body. Not even a trace of ash was left, completely dissipating in the rain. The second one. Su Feng looked at the rain that had fallen again, his expression indifferent as he uttered those 3 words, his cold voice echoing in the night sky. It carried an indescribable sense of determination and ruthlessness. What kind of unfathomable power is this? The nun widened her eyes. She stared fixedly at the scene where Qiqiao had instantly vanished amidst the surging energy ripples. She seemed to be under a spell, frozen in shock, her mind blank. It was a true sense of utter annihilation. Qiqiao had left not even the slightest trace, not even a speck of dust remained. If the butcher's death was due to his carelessness, then, at this moment, the two of them were attacking with all their might, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of Su Feng's clothes. Not only that, but they were also forcefully countered by Su Feng. All of this was enough to fully prove the terrifying strength that Su Feng possessed. Was this really the person mentioned in the Ming family's records, who had just participated in the special recruitment for the auxiliary system today? In terms of rank, even those prodigies, carefully nurtured by the deep-rooted great families with heavy investments, who could successfully step into the first rank before the martial arts examination, would probably seem insignificant like dust in front of this unfathomable Su Feng. None, stop standing there foolishly, control him. Old Hay shouted hoarsely, then focused all his energy to gather strength. He could be seen with a layer of scorching flames rising from his skin. There were even bubbles that looked like boiling magma, appearing breathtakingly intense. So, you plan to fight to the death, making a final struggle? Su Feng slightly curled his lips, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. Unfortunately, from the moment that initial butcher met his unfortunate end, the outcome of this battle had already been determined. Among the 4, only 2 remained now. No matter how hard they struggled, they were ultimately like fish stranded on the beach. Merely a futile resistance. Okay. The nun's voice trembled like leaves falling in the wind, and she hurriedly responded. Her trembling hand reached out, her eyes taking on a strange whiteness. A ghostly energy body floated out from her, pouncing towards Su Feng like a hungry tiger. Old Hay, hurry! I've got him under control. Die! A dazzling light, like boiling magma, surged from Old Hay's right fist, crashing towards Su Feng's heart with the force of thunder. However, At that critical moment, the fierce expression on his face suddenly transformed into deep fear. A kind of indescribable terror, originating from the depths of his soul, surged over him like a tidal wave. In the blinding flash of lightning, he clearly saw the confident and enigmatic smile curling at the corner of Su Feng's mouth. Just before his vision was completely engulfed in darkness, he heard Su Feng's low, chilling words. In the next life, be a good person. A strong, acrid smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Immediately after, Old Black's body trembled violently a few times, as if struck by electricity. He collapsed to the ground, his head hitting the floor heavily, producing a dull and heart-stopping sound. A few small splashes of water flew up. The third one. Su Feng's expression was as indifferent as water, coldly stating, the mysterious gate of thunder in his hand quietly closed, and then he walked with firm steps directly towards the nun, who was still trying to control herself. How could it be? Why are you not under my control at all? The nun desperately unleashed her powers. However, when she saw Su Feng's relentless and fearless figure closing in, her face had already lost all color, pale as paper. At this moment, her heart was filled with endless regret, truly regretting it was too late. Regretting that she should never have provoked such a cold-blooded killing god. If time could rewind, she would rather defy the organization, even if it meant facing endless pursuit, than confront this man who resembled a demon. From the initial 4 tightly encircled, to now only her left alone. It had only been less than 3 minutes. No, don't kill me. I'm willing, any position, I'm willing. The nun said, hurriedly and flusteredly taking off her outer garment, revealing the black lace lingerie underneath. Her hands trembled as she began to unfasten the straps, her eyes filled with fear and pleading. Su Feng remained silent, merely walking past her with an expressionless indifference, his steps never pausing for a moment. I knew it. I knew you couldn't bear to kill me. Later, let's find a place, you can play however you want, I'll satisfy you. The nun's words were not yet finished. Hundreds of dazzling arcs of electricity shot through her body like sharp arrows, crackling with sparks. Accompanied by a dull roar, her curvaceous body fell heavily to the ground. After struggling for a while, she fell into complete silence. I just didn't want to see that nauseating expression of yours anymore, Su Feng said calmly. He didn't even look back. He walked straight into the greenhouse filled with a strong metallic rust and dampness. He pulled out a card from the folder on the table, which bore a frosted smiley face. It was quite similar to the one he had obtained earlier, but this one was evidently of higher quality, seemingly representing a more advanced invitation. Next to the card was a note with a string of addresses written on it. After noting down the coordinates, Su Feng unhesitatingly tossed the note into the fire where meat skewers were roasting. The note instantly turned to white ash. This address cannot be delivered to the night watch, otherwise, I won't be able to explain where I got it from. Su Feng stared blankly at the roaring flames in the furnace, his thoughts racing through his mind like lightning. It seems I can only rely on that person I fabricated. With an idea in mind, his pupils gradually focused. He turned to the smartphone on the table, reached out, and tentatively unlocked the screen. To his surprise, it unlocked successfully in one go. Didn't set a password? Su Feng couldn't help but feel astonished. That means this should be the phone they use to accept missions. Inside, there should be what I need. Take it, take it. He felt increasingly adept and experienced at such things. Then he continued to carefully inspect the surroundings, trying to see if he could find anything else. After all, this place, as their base for the 4 of them, couldn't possibly have only these items. Sure enough, after a thorough search, he quickly discovered a dozen white spirit crystals of varying sizes stuffed in a camouflage bag nearby, along with 7 bottles of spirit refining liquid. What caught his eye the most was a white diamond-shaped metal. It's actually this thing. Yen silver. Su Feng held it in his hand, examining it closely, a smile of delight involuntarily appearing on his lips. This item was a special metal produced from the mysterious void fissures. It had a unique effect of absorbing and fixing elemental powers. If guided with spiritual energy, it could enhance corresponding elemental attacks. For nature-type hunters, this was undoubtedly the most direct and effective means to boost actual combat power. Just like an inkstone that produces ink with water. Hence, it had this unique name. Since it was first discovered and named by the strong of the Great Xia, even in the Blue Star Alliance, this name was still used. The color is whitish? If I remember correctly, it's filled with a universal element compatible with all nature types. It's also the rarest type among all yen silver, the universal yen silver. I wonder if it can amplify my abilities. Saying this, he placed one piece in his left hand. The gate of thunder appeared instantly, and he immediately felt a strange energy surge into his palm. In an instant, the electric light bursting from the portal became increasingly violent, producing a series of crackling sounds in the air. It really works! And the power has increased by more than 50%. Sufong slightly curled his lips, his face filled with surprise. This was completely an unexpected gain. I remember, the original owner's memory had its price. It was when I browsed a learning website to study foreign languages, I saw the price on a black market acquisition advertisement. It seems just this piece of metal has a starting acquisition price in the 7 figures. Now that the elemental power inside is still there, its value will only be higher. If one piece is worth 1.5 million, then 2 pieces would be 3 million. Plus the spiritual energy stones and spirit refining liquid in the bag, these items are worth at least 5 million. Thinking of this, even with his experience from 2 lifetimes, he found it hard to remain calm for a moment. So, it turns out that my efforts during the day to turn the tide were not as profitable as this night outing. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Indeed, one cannot become rich without unexpected windfalls. In just one day, he had nearly 10 million in resources coming in. At this point, the total value of the resources he possessed officially broke into 8 figures. In his past life, that unattainable small goal was unexpectedly achieved so easily at this very moment. This made Su Feng feel a sense of ease. He glanced at the communication watch equipped by the Night Patrol Division, which was now approaching 1 a.m. He infused a bit of mental energy into it again to maintain the spacegate he had constructed on this watch core. The corresponding coordinate point was not far from the Cloudtop Hotel. What happened tonight? With Chiu Luo around, the Night Patrol Division would definitely intervene. Because the room was registered under Su Feng's information, he would definitely be questioned. So, before leaving the hotel, he deliberately constructed a spacegate, wrapping his communication watch within it. The purpose was to ensure that the positioning on the Night Patrol's back-end terminal would always show him as being around the hotel, making it so that the events here had no connection to him. I've been gone for quite a while, the Yunding Hotel must be in chaos by now. It's about time I head back. With these thoughts in mind, he put away the black, short blade that was on the table and placed it in his bag. If he guessed correctly, this item should be a special weapon crafted by someone with refining abilities. That's why it had a kind of extinguishing effect. Generally speaking, such special weapons are very expensive. Even if he didn't need it, he could sell it for a good price. Naturally, he wouldn't leave behind anything that could be converted into daxia currency. This rain will wash away all traces of my visit. No matter how they investigate, they won't find me. Su Feng, carrying a camouflage bag, walked straight toward the entrance he had come through, stepping on the muddy ground. The door opened and then closed. He was already outside the factory, opening the stand and sitting down on the motorcycle seat. Looking back at the green-painted door, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Black Crow Organization. This is just a warning. If you dare to have designs on me again, I won't hesitate to eradicate you completely. As for the Ming family, I have noted this debt. In due time, I will repay it in full. After saying this, he raised his hand to put on his helmet. At that moment, a breathtaking and shocking spectacle suddenly entered Su Feng's view. Countless white trails, like the silver shuttles used by the weaving maiden in the clouds, drew clear and discernible trajectories across the darkened sky. These brilliant lights soared from all directions of the city, targeting a distant place beyond the western city wall. Just a few seconds later, a deafening roar echoed in the air, as if 10,000 thunders had exploded in his ears. A strong sense of vibration shook every corner of the earth. Even the solid ground trembled slightly under the powerful shockwave of the missile. Missile salvo. What on earth is happening? Su Feng's brows furrowed tightly, a strong sense of unease suddenly surging in his heart. Then, he saw 2 red flares in the distance, shooting up into the sky like arrows released from a bow, piercing the tranquility of the night. This is a level 3 alert? A current of alertness quickly spread throughout his body. Just as the words left his mouth, another red flare shot up, causing Su Feng to be so surprised he almost lost his voice. Level 2 alert? In daxia, regardless of age or gender, everyone learns about early warning knowledge from a young age, just like air defense drills in the previous life. The 3 signal flares represented something. Everyone knew it well. Alarm! Alarm! A void crack has appeared outside the western city wall. All combat-ready personnel, please gather at the western city wall. Repeat, repeat. All combat-ready personnel, please gather at the western city wall. The alarm echoed in Su Feng's ears, causing his pupils to suddenly constrict. Void crack? But just for that moment of panic, he quickly calmed down. With the hard dragon bone city wall in place, even if strange beasts swarm out of the void crack like a tide, it shouldn't endanger the safety of the people inside the city. Moreover, considering the combat power and firepower equipped in Jiangnan City, there shouldn't be too much of a problem in dealing with it. Su Feng gently shook his head, temporarily setting aside the shocking scene of missiles being launched simultaneously. He put on his helmet, started the motorcycle's engine, and after the wheels crossed a line of water, he sped straight out. However, as the wheels rolled forward, an indescribable, nameless unease gradually took root in his heart. This feeling of unease grew stronger, like a surging tide. This sense of discomfort did not stem from beyond the western city walls. Instead, it originated from the east. In the very center of the military operations room, a massive screen stood tall. It resembled a silent giant, quietly bearing the real-time images transmitted back from drones outside the city. On the screen, a crack about 6 shan high appeared menacingly. Its outer ring was surrounded by thorn-like halos, resembling a mysterious portal to an unknown world. Black, monstrous beasts surged forth like a raging flood from that crack. Their deafening roars echoed continuously on the screen, as if they could tear the screen apart at any moment and descend into the real world. Lu Mingjue and Feng Ruyu sat at the closest position to the screen, their expressions grave. Their gazes were tightly locked onto the figures that danced restlessly on the screen. The other officers around them took their positions, their faces filled with intense focus. They quietly awaited the next command. The results are in. At that moment, a soldier in crisp military uniform strode in. His voice instantly shattered the original silence of the operations room. With a swift swipe of his tablet, relevant data was quickly projected onto the large screen. According to the psychic energy fluctuation response, this void crack is classified as level D. It is expected to unleash 40,000 monstrous beasts. Currently, 2 rounds of hot weapon bombardment have been successfully completed, and the combat personnel are on their way. Based on the combat power allocation, this void crack will not pose any threat to Jiangnan City. Upon hearing this news, the tension on Lu Mingjue's face finally showed a hint of relief. Feng Ruyu beside him also let out a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Lu Mingjue and then said to the soldier, "Well, good job. Continue to monitor closely, and report immediately if any abnormalities are detected." "Yes." The soldier saluted and quickly returned to his position. Then, Feng Ruyu turned her gaze to the others. "Does anyone have anything else to say?" "Deputy Feng, could the abnormal energy fluctuations detected at noon today be related to the appearance of the void crack?" An officer from the combat department raised his question. Another person shook his head, dismissing the speculation. "Unlikely. Although there are quite a few similar cases in the Blue Star Alliance's database, those are all from 30 or 40 years ago. Since our scientists in Daxia revolutionized the ability energy positioning technology, after the member countries of the Blue Star Alliance eliminated the old methods of the United States, such cases have not occurred again. So it shouldn't be. But there might be some connection between the two." Lu Mingjue nodded. "I will have someone investigate this matter afterward." "Inspector Lu, I think." The group engaged in a heated discussion around this topic. Time passed, and 15 minutes had already gone by since the alarm sounded. Lu Mingjue gently cleared his throat and decisively reached a conclusion. "Go release the relevant information. Let everyone rest assured and sleep peacefully. There will absolutely be no issues regarding safety." However, before his words had fully left his lips, suddenly, as if touched by something, his brows furrowed tightly. His previously open palms clenched together with force. An invisible, powerful force surged, instantly spreading out. The documents on the table floated up in unison at that moment. Even the edges of the paper seemed to tighten like metal, becoming incredibly sharp. "Lu Xuancha, what's wrong?" The crowd felt the pressure and couldn't help but change their expressions. Once they regained their senses, they eagerly began to inquire. "Don't you feel it?" Lu Mingjue covered his head and slowly sat down, murmuring, "Is it an illusion? What on earth is going on?" "It's nothing." Lu Mingjue waved his hand, but his brows furrowed tighter as he looked through the glass in one direction. That direction was east. At the entrance of the Yunding Hotel, an SUV emblazoned with the night patrol emblem came to a stop under the pouring rain. The car door slowly opened, and a graceful figure stepped out first, quickly entering the hotel lobby. A remaining man and woman followed closely behind. After identifying themselves as night patrollers, they were guided by hotel staff to take the elevator directly to the 19th floor. JK suit, still wet. TSK, these two must be playing some kind of game, right? Upon entering the room, Feng Tang, with a pink headband and a slightly baby-faced appearance, curiously surveyed the scene. Looking at the unconscious Chiu Luo on the floor, she revealed a meaningful smile. "By the way, are the cases we usually investigate this thrilling? I like it. Little Tang, what are you always thinking about in that little head of yours?" Jiang Zishu said with a hint of reproach, then instructed, quickly take a picture of this person's face and send it back to the night patrol. Fengtang playfully stuck out her pink tongue and replied, got it, cousin. Zhang Yuan was carefully observing the cutting marks on the walls of the room. Gently stroking the smooth concrete surface, he muttered to himself, this is definitely not something an ordinary blade could cause. Could it be a metal-type ability user? The three of them were on duty tonight and had rushed over after receiving a call from the hotel. It shouldn't be that, but this knife. Jiang Zishu pointed to the blade in Qiu Luo's hand, which shimmered with a strange black light. A knife? How could it possibly cut through the wall? Fengtang questioned. Jiang Zishu shook his head and explained, this is not an ordinary knife. You should know that the types of super abilities are vast, and if subdivided, there are several major categories. One of those categories is the enchantment ability, which can bestow special powers on ordinary objects. Just like the artifact smiths in the mythological stories you often read, but this type of ability is extremely rare in reality. By the way, have the images been sent? Jiang Zishu asked. Fengtang nodded in response, they've been sent back to the night patrol, and we should have results in about a minute. Here are the room registration details you requested. A staff member handed over a tablet. As for the surveillance, since we are a chain hotel, accessing the footage requires a key, so we need to wait a while. Thank you. Jiang Zishu politely expressed his gratitude and took the tablet. Fengtang also curiously leaned in, and when she saw the registered identity information, her eyes widened in surprise. Su Feng? Why does this name sound so familiar? Wait, isn't this the person who ranked first in the auxiliary special recruitment? Fengtang exclaimed in delight. It really is him. Cousin, this is the person I told you about. Today at the Xuanwu training ground, he single-handedly turned the situation around and secured the quota for Jiangnan City. Thank goodness for him, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get the direct quota. However, her tone quickly turned puzzled. Wait, why is he here? And there's another woman in the room. Cousin, are you even listening to me? Faced with Jiang Zishu's gloomy expression, Fengtang blinked in confusion. Watching this scene, Zhang Yuan quickly cleared his throat and suggested, Tang, come with me to another room. Fengtang nodded and followed, and a few seconds later, her voice of astonishment rang out, living together? That person is my cousin's husband? No wonder my cousin is unhappy. Jiang Zishu stared at Qiu Luo lying on the ground, biting her red lip with her pearly teeth, feeling a mix of emotions, and a hint of grievance appeared in her eyes. She took out her phone and dialed Su Feng's number. However, the call went unanswered. Jiang Zishu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, as if she had lost something important, her eyes dimming. But looking at the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, she quickly realized something was wrong, shifting from disappointment to worry. She dialed again, silently praying in her heart, Su Feng, you must not be in trouble. As Jiang Zishu prayed, she tried dialing again. At that moment, the lights in the room began to flicker, as if battling some unseen force. The screen of her phone also went dark, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't restart it. Immediately after, a strange wave of energy stirred the dense rain into ripples, bringing wind and rain into the room. The entire space filled with coldness and chaos. Soon after, the lights went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. And this darkness spread like a line of dominoes, from near to far. The entire eastern part of Jiangnan City fell into complete darkness in just a few seconds. Is this an electromagnetic pulse? Jiang Zishu was stunned, then seemed to think of something, looking towards the source of this power. In the midst of the darkness, 3 red flares shot up from the eastern city wall, piercing the night sky. Does this mean what I think it means? Fengtang, who was continuously trying to restart her phone, swallowed hard, her voice trembling involuntarily. Zhang Yuan nodded blankly, his body tensing up unconsciously. That's exactly what it means. Jiangnan City tonight is in danger. On the road. Su Feng's heart jolted with the shockwave in the air. The roar of the motorcycle's engine suddenly stopped, as if an invisible hand had abruptly snuffed it out. The surrounding streetlights and car lights also went out at the same time, leaving only darkness ahead. Where was the road? What the hell? Su Feng cursed under his breath, immediately squeezing the brake, his movements precise and decisive. The tires screeched against the ground, leaving a long black mark on the damp road. Finally, he brought the motorcycle to a steady stop by the roadside. He twisted the key, trying to restart the motorcycle, but couldn't even get it to ignite. His phone seemed to have turned into a brick, unable to even provide light. He had seen the call from Jiang Zishu earlier, which was why he had rushed back. After all, she wouldn't call him at this time for no reason. She must have found out that he was the one who booked the suite. He had planned to go back and explain. But in the face of what was happening now, that matter had become unimportant. I remember that when some special void rifts appear, they are accompanied by bizarre forces that affect the surrounding space, and electromagnetic pulses are one of them. The source seems to be not from the west, but from outside the eastern city? So, that feeling that made my heart race earlier was my body instinctively warning me? He pondered, piecing it all together. He couldn't help but gaze into the distance, where 3 red flares ascended, and in an instant, a jolt of electricity-like sensation swept through his entire body. Most of the firearms in Jiangnan City are electromagnetically controlled. The electromagnetic pulse has rendered these weapons inoperable for the time being. Moreover, the alarm just now has caused almost all the combat personnel in the city to rush to the western city wall. Even if they were to know the situation here right now and send reinforcements, helicopters, the fastest means of transport, would likely be rendered useless as soon as they approach the electromagnetic pulse area. The eastern and western city walls are separated by more than 70 kilometers. With this weather and no streetlights, they probably won't be able to arrive in a short time. If it were a lower-level void rift, it would be fine, but if it breaks through to level A, the soldiers on the city wall definitely won't be able to hold. Su Feng thought of many things at once. Jiangnan City is in danger. Military operations room. The lights flickered, and the screen that had just been bright went black in an instant. After a few moments of flickering, the light source stabilized. What happened? Lu Mingjue's face changed dramatically. The personnel in the back quickly restarted the computer, and after a dozen seconds, the results were projected onto the giant screen. It was footage captured by the Dasha satellite. Through the obscured clouds, a faint blue barrier appeared like an invisible tsunami, rapidly covering the entire eastern region of Jiangnan City. The city's veins, those usually flickering neon lights, traffic signals, and even the lights of every household, all vanished into thin air as if frozen in time by the impact of the electromagnetic pulse. The source of this energy is less than 600 meters from the eastern city wall. It should be emanating from the void rift. East of the city? Lu Mingjue's face darkened, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. It seems that the feeling just now was not an illusion. I should have thought of this sooner. However, the die is cast. We must first consider how to minimize losses. After a brief moment of excitement, Lu Mingjue calmed down. Someone who has reached this position has certainly weathered storms. After pondering for a moment, he issued orders methodically. The combat power in the western city remains unchanged, and the northern and southern city walls will each allocate 40% of their combat power to provide support. Then, prepare a military helicopter for me. Commander Lu, that might not be possible. The electromagnetic pulse has only weakened but has not completely disappeared, an officer beside him quickly interjected. Once it enters the effective range, the helicopter systems will automatically shut down, and it will crash. Lu Mingjue waved his hand. Do as I say. I feel something is off over there, and I won't be at ease unless I go personally. Understood. Soon, the helicopter was ready, and Lu Mingjue stepped into it, bending slightly as he entered through the rainwater. Commander Lu, the message has been sent, but the closest sections of the northern and southern city walls are still within the electromagnetic pulse coverage, so the support will. It may take some extra time. Lu Mingjue's brow tightened. How long? According to estimates, at least 20 minutes, his subordinate replied. 20 minutes. It seems there's no other way now. Continue to contact the eastern city garrison, Shenlian, and tell them that support is on the way. Let's go. After saying that, the helicopter's rotor whirred, taking off into the wind and rain towards the eastern city. Eastern city wall. A strong light pierced through the rain and mist, illuminating the cracks on the ground outside the city wall. The crack resembled a wound in the earth, its surface covered with strange thorn-like patterns, filled with an ominous aura. It writhed like a twisting intestine. On the city wall, rows of soldiers armed with submachine guns, fully equipped, had their muscles tensed, ready to enter combat at any moment. In the next moment, a horde of dark monsters surged out from within. Each monster was about 30 centimeters in size, just slightly larger than a human hand. Yet, these small, eerie creatures caused Shenlian, the garrison commander of the eastern city, clad in metal armor, to change his expression dramatically. Open fire, we absolutely cannot let them enter the city. Shenlian's tone was resolute, as if he had seen something terrifying. With his command given, the gunfire poured down from above the city walls like a torrential rain. Each bullet sliced through the air with a sharp friction sound, creating dazzling trails of light. Greenish blood splattered like raindrops, staining the ground beneath the city walls red. The air was thick with the strong smell of blood. However, even under such dense and deadly fire, these strange rats did not stop their advance. Their numbers seemed endless, surging in waves like a tide. Each assault left the defending soldiers on the walls feeling alarmed and terrified. Immediately request assistance from headquarters. It's a rat tide, a rat tide. Xin Lian's lips twitched. Even if he couldn't test it now, the level of this crack was definitely above C grade. It might even be B grade. Lord Guardian, due to the electromagnetic pulse, all communications are down. We can't contact headquarters. But headquarters must have noticed something unusual and has definitely sent reinforcements. It's just that. I don't know if we can hold on until then. His subordinate reported to Shun Lian. Time, right now the most important thing is time, but will these strange beasts give us time? Shun Lian shouted in a low, angry voice. The advisor paused at his words, then sighed. Indeed, there was no better way now. All they could do was hold their ground. It seems even you can't do anything now, sigh. As he spoke, a sense of desolation arose in Shun Lian's heart, and then he gritted his teeth and said, issue the absolute sword order. Lord Guardian, are you serious? The subordinate advisor confirmed with a trembling voice. Shun Lian shook his head heavily. I am sure, you may not have seen the terror of these ghostly things. Right now, we have firepower suppressing them. But how long can this firepower last? Once bitten, these beasts won't let go. Compared to these things, army ants are nothing. Wherever they pass, not a shred of flesh will be left. 30 years ago, in Liang City in the western part of the Great Xia, just 10 minutes ago there were countless life signs, and by the time help arrived, Liang City had already become a ghost town, and it was these iron-eating rats that did it. If the absolute sword order is issued, if you can miraculously survive, then you are not considered deserters. As for the rest, just leave it to fate. The advisor looked at Shun Lian with a complex expression and nodded heavily. Yes. Shun Lian looked up at the sky. Tonight's visibility was such that even if the signal flares had strong penetration, their light could not pierce a kilometer. How many could see it? Moreover, due to the battle call in the west of the city, almost all the combat personnel had rushed to the west. Among those who could see it, how many had combat capability? How many could come? Before long, a blood-red sword mark hung above the city walls. Looking at that mark, every soldier knew what it represented, and while their fighting spirit surged, there was also a sense of desolation. Absolute sword, absolute kill, or perhaps absolute despair. Their current task was to hold on until the mark disappeared, for 15 minutes. After that, they could choose to stay or leave. Absolute sword? Su Feng looked at the blurred sword shadow, a layer of goosebumps rising all over his body as if electrified. It seems the situation is worse than I thought. What they need most right now is time, perhaps. I can use my ability to help them delay for a while. He looked at the door on his palm, a hint of determination in his eyes. In fact, he could pretend not to see it, but his conscience wouldn't let him. In this life, he wanted wealth and peace, wanted to experience more magnificent things, and wanted to enjoy the world. But there are always things more important than these. So, he wanted to give it a try. In fact, Su Feng could pretend not to see. After all, even if Jiangnan City fell, it wouldn't affect him. Relying on the spatial gate, he could easily leave in safety and continue his life in another city. But, he felt guilty. If he just left like this, he would look down on himself in the future. Therefore, this was not his impulse, but a sense of duty as a person from the Great Xia, as a citizen of Jiangnan City, to protect his homeland. In the rain, Su Feng was like a small boat racing through the raging waves. Time seemed to be compressed. When he finally stopped, the eastern city wall stood tall before him. Standing at the foot of the wall and looking up at its outline illuminated by lightning, Su Feng couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of insignificance. Even though he was over 1.8 meters tall, he was considered tall among the crowd. But, in front of this massive wall that spanned between heaven and earth, he still felt trivial, like a speck of dust wandering in a giant's world. No wonder it's called dragon bone, it truly resembles a giant dragon coiled up. Feeling the invisible yet real aura of coldness, Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he reached out into the void, pressing down, and a light blue spatial gate opened. He was about to step up onto the city wall to provide support. Just then, a voice as thin as a thread suddenly pierced through the rain curtain and reached his ears. Take Xiao Tang away. The voice carried a sense of determination. Is this Sister Shu's voice? Su Feng's brow tightened suddenly, and he hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. After a moment of hesitation, his body shot out like a gust of wind. After moving about 60 or 70 meters, a cold breath came into view, forming an ice wall that stood before the slender figure. Su Feng's pupils constricted sharply. That figure was undoubtedly Jiang Zishu. In her pure white fox form, surrounded by cold air, she stood out remarkably in the darkness. However, it seemed she was entangled with something. He saw two enormous and bizarre black arms suddenly strike against the newly formed solid ice wall. In an instant, ice shards flew like rain. The hard ice wall couldn't withstand the force of a single blow, shattering like a broken mirror. Jiang Zishu was knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before she could land, another strange black arm, like a frenzied snake, lashed out. The terrifying power even created a brief vacuum around her in the rain. Was she going to die? Jiang Zishu felt a sweetness in her throat, wanting to move but unable to. Her brain, however, was unusually clear due to the rapid secretion of adrenaline. In her pupils, that enormous black arm was rapidly enlarging. Whoosh! With a sound like the breaking of wind, the force came crashing down on Jiang Zishu, kicking up a half-meter high splash of mud and water upon impact. Phew, luckily, I made it. Su Feng rushed out from the spatial gate and caught the collapsing Jiang Zishu. The soft touch of her waist, like mutton fat jade, reached his palm, but he couldn't afford to feel any of that now. Sister Shu, how are you? He asked anxiously. However, Jiang Zishu had already lost consciousness, lying heavily in his arms. The fabric on her chest was torn, faintly revealing the whiteness beneath. There was no time to examine closely. 3 enormous black arms were already striking from 3 directions. Gate, open. Su Feng pressed his palm against the air, pulling Jiang Zishu away to a safe distance. Ziz! Boom! The sky was sliced by streaks of lightning, illuminating the world as if it were daytime. With the brilliance of the light, Su Feng finally saw clearly the 3 arms that resembled ghostly shadows. What exactly they were? They were not arms at all, but the tail of a strange beast. At the edge of the city wall lay a black giant rat over a meter long. No, it couldn't be called a rat, it merely resembled one. More accurately, it was a mass of black mist that flickered like flames. Its torn mouth seemed to be devouring something, and its body was swelling at a visible rate. Are there really such strange beasts? Su Feng furrowed his brow, memories of rodent-like strange beasts flashing in his mind, but none matched the characteristics of this creature before him. Cough, cough. A painful cough came from Jiang Zishu in his arms, as if she had regained consciousness. Su Feng, it's you! Quickly, that forbidden strange beast, we can't let it grow. Jiang Zishu said weakly. Forbidden strange beast? At her words, Su Feng's pupils contracted, and knowledge about forbidden strange beasts surfaced in his mind. A special existence far beyond the same level of strange beasts, possessing bizarre abilities and extraordinary strength. The most famous forbidden strange beast in the Great Xia was the Candle Dragon. Beyond that, he knew little. Even the Blue Star Federation had done little research on this creature. All he knew was that it had a certain probability of appearing with void rifts. Its spiritual energy fluctuations are already close to the 2nd tier, and it seems to be growing rapidly. If it hides in the urban area of Jiangnan City, it would definitely be a bloody disaster. It seems Jiang Zishu and the others might have stumbled upon it, recognized it as a forbidden strange beast, and tried to kill it before it grew. But it looks like they didn't succeed and almost lost their lives. Su Feng's thoughts raced, quickly piecing together the sequence of events. Alright, I understand. You lie down for now. Su Feng gently leaned Jiang Zishu against a nearby tree trunk. In the next moment, activating the Gate of Humanity, Su Feng was suddenly propelled as if by an invisible string. His body traced a Z-shaped trajectory in the air, dodging 3 sharp strikes. The pre-constructed azure phoenix feather was thrown out, carving an arc in midair and crashing straight ahead. A booming sound erupted. A vacuum of air was created. Kusi! The shadow, half its body blown apart yet healing again, let out a roar, and 3 tails lashed out. Su Feng dodged once more. Just as he adjusted back to the center, a black tail, like a blade in the night, sliced toward him. By a hair's breadth, it grazed his neck. Su Feng couldn't help but be startled, exclaiming, "There's actually a 4th one?" Before his words had fully settled, the other 3 tails that had just mistwisted direction infinitely. Like tracking missiles, they followed closely behind, leaving a trail of death in the air. From 3 directions, they locked onto Su Feng. Su Feng raised his hand to open the gate of space, disappearing from his original spot. In the next moment, the 3 tails crashed into the position where Su Feng had just stood. The immense force left 3 deep penetrating craters in the ground. The power was even greater than before. It's gotten stronger. What on earth is going on with this thing? Su Feng's brow furrowed tightly. It seems I can't hold back any longer, otherwise, I might really capsize in the gutter. His left hand spread open, and the gate of thunder opened. Lightning poured out like a flood, and under this thunderous impact, the 4 strange black tentacles snapped one by one. Accompanied by the strange rat's few piercing wails, its figure collapsed there, no longer moving. The black mist on its body began to scatter, and the spiritual energy fluctuations grew weaker. Is it really over just like this? Su Feng felt suspicious, sensing that something was off. In the next moment after this thought arose, a flicker of black light, like a flame, suddenly sliced through the air. It rushed towards him like a meteor. Su Feng's heart tightened, and he released the Gate of Thunder once more, unleashing strands of electric arcs that surged towards the black light. This black light seemed to know how to seek benefits and avoid harm, almost as if it had its own consciousness. It abruptly changed direction in the air and shot straight towards Jiang Zishu, merging into her body. Ning Jiang Zishu let out a painful groan, and the originally pure white beastly glow around her was shrouded in a layer of eerie black light. Her fingertips elongated, beginning to tear at her clothes. Not good, Su Feng thought to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation, something he had not anticipated. He hurried forward to check. Sister Shu, are you okay? Jiang Zishu did not respond but suddenly stood up, leaping onto Su Feng. Her legs wrapped around his waist like chains, and her delicate arms reached out to hook around his neck. What's going on? Feeling the fullness and softness pressing against his chest, Su Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. In the flickering electric light above, Jiang Zishu leaned in close. Her exquisite face, framed by her flowing hair, magnified in Su Feng's eyes, wild and filled with a desire to conquer. In the next moment, a soft touch pressed against him. Those two soft petals felt as tender as freshly opened oysters, with a hint of sweetness. What the? Su Feng's mouth twitched. I'm actually being forced? In the next moment, a wave of fullness and softness pressed against his chest again. Su Feng's throat tightened, and he quickly pushed Jiang Zishu away. But at that moment, Jiang Zishu was like a wild cat, crazily sucking, growing more forceful. Just then, a strange black current, like a mayfly, surged from their point of contact and flowed into him. It traveled along his skin, directly drilling into the gate pattern on his left hand. In an instant, Su Feng felt a daze in his mind, and the scene before him changed. He found himself dragged into a bottomless black pool. Countless black hands reached out from all directions, tightly grasping his limbs, even wrapping around his body, trying to pull him into the deeper darkness. Darkness, coldness, and despair. Various negative emotions permeated the air. Not good. The gate ability is being contaminated. Su Feng's heart trembled, and he struggled to break free. But the more he struggled, the more he sank. His intuition told him that if he were completely swallowed by this black pool, his consciousness would be stripped away, and he would forever lose the right to use this body. It's that forbidden strange beast. It really isn't dead. It even has this kind of ability? Su Feng's heart jolted, but he felt no panic. Instead, a slight smile curled at the corners of his lips. However, if you want to control my consciousness, you're not worthy. Gate of the mind, suppress it for me. With that thought, the gate of the mind appeared at his heart, the symbol representing the mind glowing with a pink light. Like a detergent, it dispelled various negative emotions. The images of the black water prison in his mind vanished. The energies that had been roaming beneath his skin also calmed down, still eroding his body and consciousness, but no longer so violently. As Su Feng regained his composure, he noticed something was off. Why does this thing feel so much like the elemental light points I saw when constructing the Gate of Thunder? He murmured, his brow furrowing as if a thought had been triggered. He quickly mobilized his mental energy to construct a gate in his left hand. About 5 minutes later, Su Feng looked at the black and gray gate in his left hand, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. I actually succeeded. Another elemental gate after the Gate of Thunder. Since it will be in this form, Su Feng whispered, his tone filled with an incredible joy. He was not a natural elementalist and could not see the trajectories of elements. He could only rely on the conceptual gate. The previous Gate of Thunder was felt little by little through the stimulation of electric currents. Being surrounded by the pure and malicious dark energy just now was a considerable stimulus. He immediately realized that such an opportunity was rare, so he quickly tried to construct the Gate of Darkness. With the experience of building the Gate of Thunder and the Gate of the Mind to protect his spirit, he was able to avoid the influence of negative emotions. In a short time, the dark elements that should have dissipated naturally became the foundation for constructing the Gate of Darkness. Of course, this was just a simple version for now and would require a lot of time to stabilize. For the time being, he could not experiment with what abilities this Gate of Darkness had brought him. However, speaking of which, shouldn't the elemental gates be monochromatic? Why? Is this Gate of Darkness multicolored? Could it be that this is not just the Gate of Darkness, but also some other abilities that I have fixed with the gate? Looking at the portal in his hand, he couldn't help but ponder. Ning, a painful groan came from Jiang Zishu in his arms, pulling Su Feng back to the present. Because of the earlier grasp, the torn t-shirt could no longer cover her fullness, directly exposing most of the snowy hemisphere. Cough, cough. Su Feng coughed lightly and quickly shifted his gaze. He took off his own clothes and, tilting his head, fumbled to put them on Jiang Zishu. Looking at the concealed hilly landscape, Su Feng finally let out a long sigh of relief. As he brushed aside the hair that covered his eyes, he couldn't help but recall the scene from just now. That capital was truly substantial. At a rough glance, it would be hard to control with just one hand. Just then, a sudden rustling sound came from his ear. Crack, crack, like the crisp sound of nibbling on a rice cracker. It made Su Feng's heart ripple, and he slowly turned to follow the sound. He saw the 20-meter-high city wall starting to tremble slightly. As time passed, the tremors intensified. Su Feng's heart began to race, an indescribable premonition swirling in his chest. His intuition told him that something terrifying was about to break through this city wall. On top of the city wall, the corpses of the strange rats were scattered like fallen leaves, and blood flowed in winding streams between the stones. Like silent witnesses, they told the tale of the brutal battle that had just ended. Is rescue finally here? Great, it's finally coming to an end. The soldiers guarding the city collectively let out a long sigh of relief. It was as if they had shed a heavy burden, sitting down on the cold stone slabs, exhaustion and relief intermingling on their faces. Something's not right. However, the commander Shenlian frowned deeply, showing no joy at the sudden retreat of the rat tide. Instead, his expression grew darker as he nervously watched below the city wall. On his heroic face, traces of blood that had just been wiped away were faintly visible. Searchlight, pointed down below, Shenlian commanded, his voice firm and powerful. Yes, someone among the soldiers replied, shaking the searchlight to shine down below. This is. The moment he saw the situation below the city, Shenlian's expression changed drastically. He saw those strange rats quickly gathering like receding seawater, surging towards a specific direction in an incredibly organized manner. Damn it! An alarm rang in Shenlian's heart. If these iron-eating rats concentrated their forces to attack a certain area, the current troops would be unable to withstand it. Once the city wall was breached, the iron-eating rats would flood in like a deluge, and there would be nothing left to stop these flesh-eating creatures. By then, the entire Zhengjiangnan city would descend into a hell of blood. All those above the second rank, follow me, Shenlian shouted, leading the soldiers towards the southeast corner of the city wall. With his third-rank strength fully unleashed, Shenlian was like a gust of wind. In less than a minute of sprinting, he had covered over 1,000 meters, precisely reaching the designated target area. Facing the relentless tide of rats, a massive fireball coalesced in his hand. It tore through the sky, crashing down like a meteor into the torrent of cunning rats, exploding among them. Despite the fireball's incredible power, it could only temporarily slow the onslaught of the rat tide, like a fragile dam built against a surging flood. The number of rats seemed endless. They surged forward, astonishingly quick to repair the damage caused by each explosion. Although the city wall was embedded with extremely hard meteorite iron, the name of the iron-eating rat was not given lightly. It could easily tear through steel, penetrating the walls of this area. It was only a matter of time. Shenlian knew clearly that the wall beneath their feet would not hold for long. Watching the absolute sword seal disappear into the air, he shouted, "Everyone, do not make unnecessary sacrifices, get out of here. Hurry! If any of you manage to survive, remember to kill a few more cunning beasts for my revenge." Shenlian bellowed to everyone. But what about you? Someone caught the meaning in Shenlian's words and asked in panic. I won't leave. I am the guardian of this wall, and I will guard it until the last moment. His tone was resolute. He had made up his mind to share the fate of the city. The soldiers were immediately choked with emotion. But no one tried to persuade him further, for they knew Shenlian's determination was set. No amount of persuasion would change that. In that case, let us fight alongside you until the last moment. My wife and children are in the city, I hope. My corpse can block the path of these monsters. Even if it only delays them for 2 seconds, perhaps help will arrive. This fervor to fight until the last moment spread among them. Shenlian's gaze slowly swept over everyone present, a complex and profound sentiment rising in his eyes. Clenching his fists, he ultimately chose silence, refraining from further persuasion. He understood that each soldier fighting alongside him burned with indomitable spirit. They were willing to use their own flesh and blood to build a defense for Jiangnan City. Just as he thought, no matter how much he tried to persuade them, it would only add to the sorrow. Fight for Jiangnan City. Shenlian struck his chest with his right hand, the best form of salute. Willing to die for Jiangnan City. Willing to die for Jiangnan City. The crowd was filled with fervor, doing their utmost to halt the advance of the rat tide. Yet, bravery and willpower could not change the harsh reality before them. Under the assault of the iron-eating rats, more and more cracks began to form in the city wall. Finally, The suddenly intensified wind and rain felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The wall collapsed suddenly at a weak point. Without a point of support, several people near the collapse fell down instantly. Be careful! Shin Lian exerted his arm to grab a soldier. But the wall beneath him was also crumbling, the gap tightly gripping his foot, the resistance causing him to fall to the ground. He was buried under the falling debris. With a clatter, as the sound of falling stones gradually diminished, the breach in the wall resembled a beast's gaping maw, revealing a ferocious appearance. Those who fell into the breach were instantly engulfed by the following tide of rats. Skin and muscle were devoured frantically. A few soldiers, merely stretching out their palms, had already become piles of white bones. Damn it! Still couldn't hold them back. Jiangnan City, over 6 million people, because of my negligence, will fall into deep waters and scorching fire. I am not worthy to be this town's guardian. Shin Lian's bloodied palm kept smashing against the ground, but he couldn't move an inch because his foot was stuck. He hated that he wasn't strong enough. He could only watch helplessly as the tide of beasts surged into the city like a flood breaking its dam. Is Jiangnan City really going to endure another purgatory? Shin Lian gritted his teeth, straining to pull his trapped foot, even if it meant tearing flesh and blood. Just then, he suddenly saw a tall figure walking straight towards the gap from within the city, going against the current. Compared to the tens of thousands of iron-eating rats, this figure seemed incredibly small. Standing there, it slowly raised its hand. What is he going to do? Could it be he wants to stop this tide of rats by himself? He's crazy. How is that possible? You can't stop them. Run, run! Shen Lian shouted hoarsely. But, before his voice could travel far, it was drowned out by the chilling squeaking sound made by the thousands of rats. Shen Lian could no longer bear to look. He could already imagine that figure being gnawed to bones by the rat tide. Run! I didn't expect that this time the void crack would bring a tide of rats. Facing the surging tide of rats, Su Feng stood firm at the gap, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The incident in Liangcheng had been taught in high school. The images on the teacher's PPT were still vividly etched in the original owner's memory. This beast tide, while not as terrifying as that in Liangcheng, would turn Jiangnan City into a blood-soaked hell if it entered. Therefore, they absolutely could not let them through. Come on! Su Feng murmured, his left palm open, as the purple gate of thunder slowly opened. At this moment, he stood here not to be a hero, but to do his part for Jiangnan City, to seek a clear conscience. With his palm facing outward, he pressed down hard against the rapidly advancing tide of rats. In an instant, invisible air currents surged. The electric arcs bursting forth were like countless threads folding and leaping, continuously gathering under his mental guidance. They intertwined into a dense electric net, ready to unleash its power. 30 meters, 20 meters. When the tide of rats was only 10 meters away from him, Su Feng suddenly grasped. The silver-purple current burst forth instantly, like an electromagnetic cannon at maximum power, roaring out. The current pierced through the darkness, instantly illuminating the area, as if daylight had arrived. Where the current passed, tens of thousands of iron-eating rats vanished without a trace under the baptism of thunder. A vacuum zone was blasted out in the tide of rats. Even with the speed of these iron-eating rats, they couldn't fill it for a moment. How is this possible? Watching this scene, even Shin Lian, with his steady temperament, couldn't help but show a look of shock. The other soldiers, witnessing this astonishing sight, were equally stunned, their mouths agape, but no sound could escape their throats. A feeling like an electric shock rose in everyone's hearts, making their skin crawl. Excitement, fear, awe. A mix of emotions surged within them. After swallowing hard a few times, their gazes shifted, their pupils involuntarily focusing on Su Feng. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. That figure, clearly so small in front of the tide of beasts, seemed like a lone boat that could capsize at any moment. Yet, all alone, he managed to hold back the tide of rats, even if it was just a delay of a few seconds. But this was something that all of them combined couldn't achieve. A single strike with such power? This person's strength is at least above the 4th tier. Lightning ability, above the 4th tier. In the entire Jiangnan City, the only one who might surpass him is the 5th tier Inspector Liu, right? The voices of the few trembled, filled with excitement and pride. Looking at Su Feng, who stood there like a stabilizing anchor, the despair that had just surged within them rekindled hope. Squeak, 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 the iron-eating mouse had low intelligence and was now driven by its instinct to kill, so it did not know fear. It quickly replenished the vacuum cup. Once again, like a flood, it surged toward the gap. Has the support not arrived yet? A hint of sorrow appeared on Shin Lian's face as he clenched his fists tightly. Is there really no way to change the outcome of the city's fall? Wait, what is that person doing? Why isn't he leaving? Someone asked in surprise, their gaze fixed on Su Feng. As Su Feng slowly raised his hand, everyone's heartbeats involuntarily quickened. Look, he's raising his hand again. Could it be that the last strike wasn't his full power? Confusion and anticipation intertwined. Hearing this, Xinlian quickly looked up, his hopeful gaze shifting to Su Feng. But the next moment, as he watched the lightning dissipate, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. With a bitter smile, he said, as expected, that last strike was already his full strength. But even so, I, Xinlian, am very grateful for any help that comes. At that moment, a subtle dark blue caught everyone's attention. Wait, what is that dark blue thing? Someone with sharp eyes asked, pointing at the faint glow. With the reminder, others also focused their gazes on the dark blue light. That thing is just a flying insect, right? Someone speculated, but was quickly rebutted. Impossible, I saw it with my own eyes. It was thrown out by that person. Definitely not an insect. What if it's not an insect? With such weak spiritual energy fluctuations, can it really block the mouse tide again? Just as everyone was discussing, Xinlian finally melted the boulder with flames and struggled to pull out his trapped leg. A fiery glow surged around him as he stood on one leg, struggling to rise. Everyone, I will go ahead. Jiangnan City depends on you. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their faces revealing a sense of determination. We are also willing to fight for Jiangnan City until the last moment. We are willing to die for Jiangnan City. Listening to the soaring vows, Su Feng was moved by this bloodshed. This is what soldiers are. Soldiers of the Great Xia. In the face of danger, they are always trustworthy. I thank you all on behalf of everyone in Jiangnan City. But right now, I'm not at the point of exhaustion yet. Let me contribute my meager strength. Su Feng murmured, slowly closing his open palm. The movement was not exaggerated, yet it was filled with power. An invisible wave quietly spread, like ripples gently undulating on a calm lake. The two dark blue butterflies, under the guidance of his mental power, collided with each other, like the collision of two stars. In an instant, it stirred up a heart-pounding energy vortex. With an unimaginable sense of oppression, it felt as if even space trembled. Thousands of iron-eating mice, at this moment, under the power of the vortex, were like leaves falling in an autumn wind, instantly shredded to pieces. They turned to ashes, dissipating with the vortex. Only silence and emptiness remained, as if nothing had ever happened. This scene caused the few who were ready to fight to change their expressions drastically. In mid-air, Lu Mingjue was controlling his body to fly with telekinesis. From a distance, he saw the circular energy vortex and couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is making a move?" Even from so far away, the transmitted energy fluctuations still made his heart race. Hurry up and accelerate the mental force, rushing towards the gap like a rocket. This. More than a dozen people were so shocked they couldn't speak. Remembering what was said earlier about that strike being full power, they couldn't help but show embarrassment. They didn't even understand how the attack was executed. How could they have the right to evaluate it? So strong, who is this person? Xinlian swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Su Feng, his eyes shining with excitement, as he suddenly felt that this figure before him really might be able to handle the rat tide alone. It was truly possible for one person to save Jiangnan City. This power is impressive. Staring at the surging tide of energy, Su Feng's lips curled into a satisfied arc. Earlier, he had been troubled by the lack of a place to test the power of the 4x spatial folding phoenix feather. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally had to give it a try. To ensure everything was foolproof, he folded 2 gates of space at once. It seemed that the power indeed increased exponentially. He didn't feel regret for consuming nearly twice the mental energy compared to 3 folds. This feeling. Su Feng's thoughts jolted, a strange sensation surged in his heart. Instinctively lowering his head, he focused his gaze on the gate of darkness flickering in his left hand. Strange, why does this gate feel like it has been activated, constantly trying to replace the gate of thunder as the dominant one? He muttered to himself, frowning, a hint of confusion flashing through his mind. Could it be due to the unstable initial construction? Without time to think further, Su Feng quickly gathered his mental energy, pouring it in like a gentle stream. He was afraid that this gate of darkness would collapse before his eyes. Darkness is a high-level element in the natural system, and he had high expectations for the abilities of the gate of darkness. Naturally, he didn't want to see it deconstruct. Su Feng's pupils constricted. As the mental energy was injected, the scene before him suddenly changed. The door, originally interwoven with black and gray colors, miraculously split into 2, transforming into 2 independent portals. One black and one gray, each with its own characteristics. The black door condensed deep dark energy. The gray portal, however, made Su Feng feel an unusual aura, an aura of death. But it was not a lifeless aura, rather, it was a breath of death filled with vitality and energy, strange and unique. This description felt odd, but it was his most genuine feeling. As the gray portal pulsed, in an instant, it was as if a layer of gray filter suddenly covered his left eye. In his vision, gray light spots in the air gathered as if summoned, gradually condensing into the form of the iron-eating rat. Diving into the gray portal felt like traversing between two completely different worlds. Su Feng's heart tightened, feeling that this door seemed to connect to another unique space. As long as he wished, he could easily push it open and step in. Wow! His throat tightened, and his whole body was instantly pierced by a current-like sensation, his heart pounding like a drum. Could this be the power of the undead? He murmured. No wonder this door is mixed in color, which means, not only have I opened the gate of darkness, but I've also unexpectedly touched the realm of the power of the undead, opening the gate of the undead. If this door is a passage for collecting the dead spirits, then on the other side of the door, could it be my undead army obeying my command? Understanding all this, even with his temperament, he couldn't help but feel tense for a moment. Does this mean that in the novels and comics of my past life, the things that the undead lord could do, I might also be able to do in the future? The abilities of the conceptual system are truly full of infinite possibilities. He slowly closed his left eye, while the world in his right eye remained pitch black, unchanged from before. It seems that this power can only be glimpsed through my left eye, so from now on, I need not deliberately conceal it when absorbing the power of the dead. He thought to himself. But what exactly is the criterion for determining this power of the dead? Is it that as long as I open the gate of the dead, all the spirits on the battlefield will belong to me? Or is it limited only to the lives I have personally ended that can be brought under my command? Su Feng's thoughts surged amidst this series of discoveries, filled with both anticipation and confusion. However, the current situation no longer allowed him to continue pondering deeply. The vacuum area cleared by the explosion was quickly filled again by the swarm of iron-eating rats, surging towards him like a tide. Come again, Su Feng whispered, his right hand tightly gripping the universal inkstone silver, as elemental power flowed like a stream, pouring into the gate of thunder. That last strike had nearly drained half of the elemental energy from the inkstone silver. It was equivalent to over 500,000, instantly evaporating from his bank card balance. However, in the face of the 6 million lives of Jiangnan City behind him, these losses were hardly worth mentioning. Boom! Thunder roared again, like a dragon's breath, creating a new vacuum zone. The air was filled with the smell of scorched earth and the crackling of electricity, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Can he still hold on? Looking at this scene, the soldiers on the city wall widened their eyes again. Could it be that he really intends to face this beast tide alone? Shen Lian was even more excited, as if he were a child who had just received a beloved toy, a flush appearing on his rough face. His fists were tightly clenched, unable to contain his strength, and he could no longer speak. From despair to hope, it was all because of the tall figure before him that remained elusive. The rat tide continued to surge, constantly filling the gaps, rushing towards the breach. Just then, a skyward flare lit up from afar, and the long silent front line erupted once more. Reinforcements had finally arrived at this moment. Senior, I'm here to assist you. A loud voice rang out, and in the next moment, Lu Mingjue was floating in midair above the breach. A vast wave of spiritual energy stirred the air, crashing down like a drill from the sky, striking the iron-eating rats rushing towards the breach, raising a cloud of blood mist. Senior? Comrade Old Lu, that's a bit offensive. Su Feng thought, slightly curling his lips, and flicked the dark blue energy in his hand away. Seeing that the iron-eating rats killed by Lu Mingjue did not produce soul points, Su Feng also roughly understood the conditions for their emergence. Turning around, he picked up Jiang Zishu and vanished into the darkness behind him. The goal of delaying time had been achieved. Since reinforcements had arrived, he no longer needed to stay here. Inspector Lu, it's Inspector Lu who has arrived. Great, Jiangnan City is saved. The crowd looked at Lu Mingjue in midair and couldn't help but cheer. Shen Lian's gaze shifted upward, his calloused hands trembling slightly, and his tense body finally relaxed at this moment. Ha! The person guarding has disappeared. After a brief moment of excitement, the soldiers began to search for the position where Su Feng had just stood, but they could no longer find it. Shen Lian quickly turned his gaze, looking at that familiar spot, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seems that the senior who should be in seclusion in Jiangnan City does not want to show himself, fearing that we would disturb his peace. Senior's righteousness. After saying this, Shen Lian's expression became serious, placing his right hand over his heart, bowing deeply in the highest form of respect towards the position where Su Feng had once stood. His straight back, illuminated by the flare, appeared particularly solemn. Thank you, Senior. For your assistance, I, Shinlian, will remember your kindness. Senior's righteousness. The many soldiers behind him also shouted with gratitude, "Thank you, Senior, for guarding the city for us." Then, he bowed at a 90-degree angle to the spot where Su Feng had just stood. Although it only delayed things for a little over a minute, everyone present understood that this brief moment had likely saved countless lives in Jiangnan City. This bow was a heartfelt expression of respect and gratitude. At this moment, their senior was racing through the rain, holding a soft, full body in his arms. The person in his embrace curled up in pain, letting out faint groans. Her hands instinctively tightened around Su Feng's waist. The rain soaked Jiang Zishu's clothes, clinging tightly to her skin, outlining her curves. Due to the jostling from running, their upper bodies kept brushing against each other. The unintentional friction between skin and fabric made Su Feng involuntarily smile wryly. But he had no mind to savor that soft touch right now. Just moments ago, he had discovered a serious problem. He was completely unfamiliar with this area. It was pitch black all around, with no streetlights to guide him, and his phone couldn't even turn on, let alone check maps or navigation. Searching for a hospital in this unfamiliar environment was akin to a headless fly bumping around. Amidst this chaotic thought process, a clear landmark emerged in his mind: Yunding Hotel. It was almost the only coordinate he was familiar with in this area. There should be a first aid kit there. I can treat her wounds first, Su Feng silently thought, quickly mapping out the route to the hotel in his mind. Using the occasional flash of lightning that cut through the night sky, he barely discerned the road ahead, holding Jiang Zishu as he rushed toward his destination. Soon, the familiar entrance of Yunding Hotel came into view, and Su Feng dashed inside without hesitation. The sudden intrusion left several staff members stunned. When they recognized Su Feng's face in the dim candlelight, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Is there a first aid kit?" he asked directly. Seeing the visibly injured Jiang Zishu in his arms, the beautiful receptionist quickly nodded. She rummaged under the counter by candlelight and finally handed a first aid kit to Su Feng. After confirming that no one around had any medical knowledge, Su Feng took a deep breath. He knew that this matter ultimately depended on himself. Recalling his teenage years in his previous life, he had a fondness for spy movies, feeling that the scenes of self-stitching were particularly cool. Because of this, he had specifically learned basic wound treatment and stitching techniques. Although he wasn't a professional, it was better than having no knowledge at all. "Tell me, which room is empty?" Su Feng took a few candles and then asked. "No, the rooms are all keycard access. Even if I give you a room card, it won't work," the woman replied. "It's fine, just tell me which room is empty," Su Feng said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "The closest one is 306. The woman quickly checked and reported a room number. "Thanks." Su Feng expressed his gratitude and headed straight for the third floor. After confirming the room number, he extended his hand. The most basic ability of door, to open doors on any object. As the light blue portal opened on the door, Su Feng stepped straight inside. He laid Jiang Zishu flat on the bed, lit a few candles, and secured them with wax on the sides. The warm glow dispelled the darkness, illuminating the room. Upon seeing the room's decor, Su Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Pink decor, a projection screen, and a heart-shaped double bed. It was clearly a love hotel room. What the hell, how did I end up in this kind of room? Forget it, it'll have to do. He shook his head, took a deep breath, and used the surgical scissors from the first aid kit to cut away Jiang Zishu's blood-soaked clothes. With each suppressed groan of pain, Su Feng began his busy work. About half an hour later, he gently patted his sore lower back and slowly stood up. "The bed is too low, and the position is simply uncomfortable, leaving my waist sore. But thankfully, it's finally done." Looking at Jiang Zishu, who has fallen into a deep sleep, Su Feng wipes the fine sweat from his forehead and lets out a long sigh. A sense of indescribable relief wells up in his heart. He twists open a bottle of mineral water provided by the hotel and drinks it all in one go. Only then does his sticky throat feel a bit better. He takes off his already soaked clothes, quickly takes a hot shower, and changes into a dry bathrobe. Remembering the quartz clock he glimpsed in the hotel lobby, it had already pointed to 2 o'clock then. After all this commotion, it should be past 3 now. He blows out the excess candles, leaving just one that casts a faint light. Sitting on the sofa, he gazes through the window at the night sky, where lightning intertwines, and a wave of emotion rises within him. Speaking of which, tonight has been quite thrilling. First, the Black Crow organization attempted to take his life, followed by an electromagnetic pulse triggered by a void rift. Then came the appearance of the forbidden strange beasts, and the rat tide that nearly broke through the city wall defenses, invading Jiangnan City. This series of events came crashing down like a tide, hardly giving him a moment to breathe. Even with his energy, he couldn't help but feel a bit fatigued. Su Feng has now gained a deep understanding of the hidden dangers in this world. Every shadow may conceal an unknown threat. Perhaps this is the unique price of the extraordinary world, where power and danger coexist, like two sides of a coin, inseparable. Having gone through this storm has made his heart more resolute. A strong desire surges within him. Only by continuously growing stronger can he stand firm in a world fraught with crises and protect everything he cherishes. Actually, it's quite fast, Su Feng murmurs softly to himself, his thoughts gradually settling. With this conceptual ability in hand, improving my strength will not be a problem. If I calculate carefully, I've only been in this world for about a week, and my strength has already reached the threshold of the first tier lower level. He begins to calmly assess his current situation, a rational light flickering in his eyes. As for the first tier middle level, based on the current progress, it shouldn't be too far off. It seems that the goal I set to reach the second tier before entering university can probably be achieved ahead of schedule. The threat of the strange beasts can be set aside for now. The two major problems he currently faces are the Smiley Face Organization and the Ming family. As for the Smiley Face Organization, I have the assistance of the Night Patrol. Moreover, they are still unaware that the one who acted in the mall was me, so they probably won't take action against me in the short term. He thinks to himself, but the hidden danger remains. If not resolved, it will eventually become a problem. Fortunately, when I killed those 4 assassins from the Black Crow organization today, I obtained clues about the Smiley Face Organization. Tomorrow, I will anonymously send the information to the Night Patrol and see if I can take this opportunity to eliminate the Smiley Face. As for the Ming family, mentioning the Ming family, a glint of coldness suddenly flashes in Su Feng's eyes. Given their ability to contend with Lu Mingjue, the Ming family is clearly a force not to be underestimated. With my current strength, I am not their opponent. So, regarding the Black Crow assassins, it's better for me to pretend I don't know for now, to avoid drawing the hatred of the Black Crow organization. However, he certainly won't let this matter rest. Ha! Ming family, just wait. For attacking me, I will make you pay back 100-fold. As for the mastermind behind this, cherish your last moments well. For now, that's all there is to the situation. Su Feng reaches for the green bowl provided by the hotel and takes a small sip from the pull tab. Feeling the unique taste of the functional drink, he leans back against the sofa and gazes at the ceiling, letting out a long sigh. Next, if nothing unexpected happens, he will leave Jiangnan City in a few days. He will rush to the Magic City to represent Jiangnan City in the military trials. He promised Lu Mingjue about this over the phone today, and tomorrow. He still needs to go to the Jiangnan military headquarters to sign. I just don't know if, after tonight's series of disturbances, the military will have time to handle my matter. But this matter is already set in stone. He briefly cleared his mind, and after a moment, he suddenly leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Jiang Zishu lying on the bed, rubbing his brow. It seems I've forgotten another troublesome issue. Last night, the incident in his room still hasn't been resolved. I estimate that the Night Patrol will have to invite me for another tea tomorrow. However, I have already thought of a way to respond. I'll just say that I fell from upstairs and fainted in the greenbelt, and later woke up in the grass due to the stimulation of the electromagnetic pulse. With this explanation, it will make sense why he didn't answer Jiang Zishu's call and how he managed to arrive in time to save Jiang Zishu. As for who can prove it, naturally, it would be the Night Patrol bracelet on his wrist. When dealing with the Black Crow Organization assassins, he could always use the spatial gate to wrap around the bracelet. The Night Patrol's back-end positioning, under his deliberate manipulation, always showed around the Cloudtop Hotel. With this positioning, the Night Patrol shouldn't delve too deeply. As for the rest, worrying is pointless. Just clear the road when encountering mountains, and build bridges when meeting water. The energy drink has taken effect, and I should get down to business. Su Feng muttered to himself, sitting up straight and moving his neck, tilting his head back to finish the remaining green bowl in one go. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he gathered his spirits and began to stabilize the Gate of Darkness and the Gate of the Undead. Previously, the gates were merely prototypes, with unstable energy structures. Even though he was full of curiosity about the abilities behind the gates, he had to suppress this desire for now. He certainly wouldn't do something as foolish as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. After more than 2 hours of effort, as the sound of rain outside gradually subsided, Su Feng slowly opened his vertical eye. There was a hint of fatigue in his gaze, but more was excitement. Finally, reinforcement complete. He got up from the sofa, shook his neck, producing a crisp sound. Glancing at the candle beside him that had already burned out, he realized that quite some time must have passed. He tried to insert the card into the slot but found that the power had not been restored. I forgot, this world is not like the electricians of my previous life. the power probably won't be restored until daytime. He murmured softly, glancing at the sleeping Jiang Zishu before gently pressing into the void. The gate of space opened, and with a step, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the greenery outside. The rain had lessened, and the slanted moon quietly peeked through the heavy clouds, casting mottled silver light. Everything seemed so beautiful and tranquil. Tomorrow should be a good day. Looking at this scene, Su Feng sighed softly. As his left hand slowly rose, the gate of darkness quietly emerged. This door seemed deeper than the surrounding night, like an endless abyss, absorbing all faint light. Open! He lightly grasped, and the door's crack slowly opened. Unlike the invisible and traceless lightning, a heavy, mercury-like black liquid slowly poured out from the door's seam, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Its form was quite similar to the 4 black tails of the forbidden beast seen under the city wall, capable of stretching and changing at will. Is this the ability of the Gate of Darkness? Su Feng could deeply feel that this power had a subtle yet strong bond with him. With just a slight thought, he could control it at will. Chop, stab, sweep. As his thoughts flowed, the black liquid began to dance with agility and speed. The sense of control was as if it were a natural extension of his body, without any hesitation. It made him involuntarily smile. I suppose it was worth my staying up late, enduring fatigue, to help you solidify your energy structure. It's just a pity. Your current form is too cumbersome. Let me help you adjust it. Su Feng grasped with his palm, shaping the black liquid like clay. After a few minutes, Su Feng looked at the black liquid, now resembling a demon's scythe, more fierce and beautiful, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. This form looks much more pleasing. As he spoke, his gaze turned to the distance. There stood a thick tree trunk with a diameter of over half a meter. His fingertip moved slightly, and the sharp tip of the scythe traced an elegant arc. Whoosh, the sound of wind breaking erupted as the trunk was smoothly split in two. It crashed to the ground, splashing mud and water everywhere. Truly worthy of the dark attribute, it is indeed suited for silent killings. Su Feng murmured, his mind stirring as he retracted the black liquid. Like a loyal serpent pet, it coiled around his arm. Since you are in this form, symbolizing the reaper from the depths of the underworld, wielding a scythe to harvest all life, he pondered, it's a pity that at my current level, I can only wield this underworld scythe. But as my level increases, this number should grow. Let's test it here. It's time to see what the Gate of the Undead is all about. Compared to the Gate of Darkness, you are the one I am more curious about. He withdrew the dark silhouette of the underworld scythe. Su Feng rotated the door on his left hand like a wheel, allowing the great Gate of the Undead to take the lead. Right now, my level is too low. I can't open both doors simultaneously. But that's fine, at least it allows me to see a tangible target to pursue. If he could control all doors to open at once. Just imagining that scene sent waves of excitement through him. Surrounded by the light of various portals. Thunder, darkness, hurricane, flames. Various natural elements intertwined. Enough to allow him, to some extent, to rival the gods. On the city wall of East City, a thick smell of blood permeated the air. It's finally over. We won. Yes, this battle was too difficult. The city guards, as if drained of their last ounce of strength, collapsed helplessly onto the hard bluestone ground, leaning against the wall. I've truly witnessed the terror of the rat tide. The city wall has been breached. Fortunately, that mysterious strongman blocked the gap alone. Otherwise, if those bloodthirsty iron-eating rats had entered the city, who knows what would have happened to Jiangnan City by now. Indeed. But I wonder, who exactly is that senior? At the breach in the city wall, Lu Mingjue handed Xinlian a cigarette, using telekinesis to separate the rainwater, ensuring the cigarette but wouldn't get wet. He lit it for Xinlian, his voice carrying a hint of respect. Guardian Xin, you've worked hard. Xinlian exhaled a puff of smoke, shaking his head slightly. It's my duty, there's no talk of hardship. He paused and continued, moreover, my role in holding this gap was minimal. The one we should be most grateful to is that senior who came to our aid. If it weren't for that senior's timely assistance, Jiangnan City would have likely been in ruins by now. Lu Mingjue nodded in agreement, gratitude flashing in his eyes. This great kindness, whether that senior cares or not, I will personally go to express my thanks on behalf of the Jiangnan City military. Go in person? A hint of confusion crossed Xinlian's face. That senior did not reveal their identity. Could it be? You know them? Lu Mingjue shook his head. I don't know them, but the list of strong individuals in Jiangnan City is under the military's statistics. Even if one can hide their identity, their abilities are an unchangeable mark. The explosion caused by compressed air, combined with that high magnification enchanted weapon, makes it easy to track down the person. Inspector Lu, let me interject, Xinlian interrupted, that is not an electromagnetic cannon, but the ability of that senior. Not an electromagnetic cannon? Lu Mingjue frowned at the words, instinctively shaking his head. That's impossible. How could one person possibly master two completely unrelated and immensely powerful abilities at the same time? Shin Guardian, are you sure you're not mistaken? Hiss. I shouldn't be. Hearing Lu Mingjue say this, Shin Lian couldn't help but doubt as well. I saw it very clearly at the time, that terrifying lightning was definitely the ability of that senior. Perhaps. That energy vortex is the enchanted weapon after all. Lu Mingjue took a deep drag from his cigarette butt, a look of contemplation in his eyes. In that case, let's compare according to these two directions. I estimate we will have results by early today. In the forest, Su Feng looked at the gate of the undead before him, flickering with a gray light, slowly opening. He could clearly feel a strange pulling force coming from another dimension. However, the expected iron-eating mouse undead did not appear. In fact, there was not a single sign of undead fluctuations. Strange. Su Feng frowned and tried again, but still, there was no response. Could it be? This is a one-way door? With doubts in mind, Su Feng hesitated for a moment before resolutely stepping inside. The next moment, he felt as if the surrounding spacetime twisted a few times, and a sense of weightlessness followed. After a brief moment of blurred vision, everything returned to clarity. What came into view was a desolate plain, devoid of any color other than gray. It gave a sense of oppression. Is this the alternate space spoken of by the undead ability users? Su Feng wondered. Just as his feet touched the ground, thousands of iron-eating mice lying in the distance quickly gathered before him. Each one raised its little head, as if crowding around their king. Watching this scene, a special feeling arose in Su Feng's heart. Attempting to issue a command with his mind, these usually ferocious iron-eating mice actually began to raise their front paws, bowing like obedient pets. Interesting. It's like a large dance party, and they're quite orderly. Su Feng joked, then quickly focused his mind, his expression serious. This number, roughly estimated, there should be over 1,000. He observed, realizing that the concentration of undead souls into undead creatures existed in a ratio. At that time, he had killed around 30 to 40,000 iron-eating mice, yet now there were only a little over 1,000 undead. The conversion ratio was quite clear. About 30 to 1, or possibly even lower. But for him, there was no significant investment to begin with, so a lower conversion ratio was understandable. Moreover, he had a premonition. This ratio was not fixed, it would increase with his level and the tier of the beasts he killed. Go! Su Feng gently waved his hand, authoritative yet calm, signaling the group of undead iron-eating mice to disperse. Then he turned around, gazing at the place he had just stepped from, a ripple of thought rising in his heart. As expected, my previous doubts were not wrong. This door is merely a one-way passage, responsible only for absorbing, but refusing to release. To leave, I need to open another reverse door. However, at this moment, his mental energy was nearly exhausted. The remaining energy was only enough for him to open a door that would allow him to leave. It seems that verifying the power of these iron-eating mouse undead will have to wait until tomorrow. Su Feng whispered, creating a portal just wide enough for his body to pass through. After a twist in space, he found himself standing on the damp, muddy ground, back in the real world. As he gazed at the vanishing gray portal, inspiration struck him like lightning, piercing through the lake of his heart. He gently stroked his chin, furrowing his brow, lost in deep thought. If there really is an alternate space behind this door, then no matter how strong the person he faces in the future, he won't be afraid anymore. The spatial coordinates aren't even in this world. How can one just charge in headfirst? But I wonder, if I enter, will a portal like this be left behind? If it does, then it's better not to. That would be equivalent to leaving a live target for the other side. But now he couldn't be sure, he needed to test it. This matter concerned his abilities, the greatest secret he held besides being a traveler. It absolutely couldn't be revealed to anyone. It seems. I'll have to test it with a camera. As he contemplated, he felt his thoughts growing sluggish, his eyelids becoming heavy, and drowsiness washed over him. Looks like the effect of the energy drink has worn off. Forget it, sleep is more important, everything else can wait. Whispering to himself, he returned to his room using the spatial coordinates he had left in room 306. This time, the teleportation drained the last remnants of his mental energy. Exhausted, Su Feng lay on the sofa, finding a comfortable position and falling into a deep sleep. About 4 or 5 hours later, a crisp snap broke the silence, and the light suddenly brightened. The blinding white light jolted Su Feng awake, and he quickly opened his eyes. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to check the time, but after fiddling with it, he found the screen completely dark, suddenly recalling everything from last night. Oh no! Sleeping on the sofa. Really uncomfortable. Su Feng rubbed his neck and walked into the bathroom to wash off with cold water, finally waking up completely. He took off his bathrobe and put on the pants that had dried from the blow dryer. Bare-chested, he stood in front of the full-length mirror, staring at himself, and it seemed he had grown a few inches taller. Su Feng? Just then, a shy and charming voice rang out. Su Feng instinctively turned around to see Jiang Zishu, like a startled plush cat, cautiously examining him with her amber eyes. You. Jiang Zishu's eyes widened, clearly seeing the well-defined muscles up close. Coupled with the strong masculine aura that Su Feng exuded upon waking, her already slightly flushed face turned as red as an apple in that moment. Sister Shu, you're awake? Su Feng said softly, the towel in his hand brushing against his skin, wiping away the remaining droplets of water. Have some water. He twisted off the cap and handed a bottle of mineral water to Jiang Zishu. Seeing her staring blankly at him, she waved her hand in front of him. Jiang Zishu paused, a bit flustered as she took the bottle and sipped a small mouthful, nervously saying, Where am I? In a hotel room. Oh, a hotel? Jiang Zishu first nodded in a daze, then suddenly realized, her face instantly flushed with 2 shades of red, especially after glancing around and seeing the room's decor and the little umbrella on the bedside table. She became even more flustered, her fair neck slightly reddening. Noticing her misunderstanding, Su Feng cleared his throat and spoke, Last night, your injuries were quite serious. I'm not familiar with this area and didn't know where there was a hospital. The only place I knew had a first aid kit was this hotel. So I carried you here and used the hotel's first aid kit to treat your wounds. You helped me bandage my wounds? Jiang Zishu froze, her gaze falling on her chest wrapped in bandages, her lips pressed together, her face completely flushed, resembling a ripe peach. It seemed she thought of something and hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself. Lowering her head to avoid making eye contact with Su Feng, she said, See, can you go out first? I want to change clothes. Sure, I'll wait for you outside. Feeling the slightly awkward atmosphere, Su Feng nodded and walked straight out the door. Inside, Jiang Zishu gently touched her chest, confirming there was no longer that layer of fabric, her cheeks burning like fire. In her mind, the image of her hooking her arm around Su Feng's neck involuntarily surfaced. Suddenly, she felt her heart race, a sensation she had never experienced before rippling through her. After being dazed for a few seconds, she seemed to wake from a dream, gently patting her cheeks and muttering to herself, Jiang Zishu, what are you thinking? He's younger than you. In the corridor, Su Feng leaned against the wall, deep in thought about what he had heard last night. The Black Crow and Smiley Face organizations were teaming up to target the Julong blood serum of the Xuanwu group. He was torn about whether to issue a warning. Forget it. It's still necessary to remind them. With those lunatics from Smiley Face, if they really make a move, they might even dare to blow up the Xuanwu group's building. Who knows how many ordinary people would be affected? He wasn't a savior, nor a god, unable to save so many people. But it was always good to avoid unnecessary casualties. As for how to deliver this message, definitely can't use emails or text messages. From what I know, there are some ability users who can read electromagnetic wave information within range. It's not foolproof just because of some techniques from my past life. What method should I use to remind them? He pondered and couldn't help but think of the iron-eating mouse in the spirit space, using a spirit creature to deliver the message. His eyelids twitched, and a slight smile appeared. This way, even if someone wanted to trace the source of the message, they would have no way to do so. If feasible, I can also use this method to pass information about Smiley Face to the night patrol. He made up his mind. Just then, the communication wristband from the night patrol lit up. As expected of the specially modified equipment from the night patrol, it's resistant to electromagnetic interference. My phone has turned into a brick, and this thing is completely fine. Su Feng sighed as he glanced at the display, which showed 0101, indicating it was Li Mu's number from the night patrol in Jiangnan City. The call was from Li Mu. Hello, Captain Li. You're asking about Sister Shu? Don't worry, she's with me. I'll explain when I get to the night patrol. After hanging up, Su Feng shook his head. Looks like breakfast will have to be at the night patrol. A few minutes later, in the hotel lobby. Cousin, so you've been here all along. Feng Tang looked at Jiang Zishu, who was safe and sound, and smiled, almost crying from grievance. You told me and Brother Yuan to go first, saying you'd come find us later, but we waited and waited, and you have no idea how worried I was. As soon as the wristband function was restored, I called you, but you didn't answer. It was Brother Zhang who had the experience to call Captain Li. Not long after, Captain Li said you were here, so we turned back. Jiang Zishu was taken aback and looked at her wristband. But my wristband was broken by that forbidden beast. How did you? She paused and turned to look at Su Feng. Seeing his gaze, Su Feng could only shrug and say, Captain Lee called me, and I told him we were together. Cousin, this is your husband? Ha? Su Feng's mouth twitched at the comment. What was that about? Meanwhile, a hint of shyness crossed Jiang Zishu's face. No, wait. Feng Tang quickly corrected herself. You are Su Feng? You know me? Su Feng asked, puzzled. Feng Tang nodded like a little fangirl. Of course, I was able to enter the night patrol department thanks to you. If it weren't for you taking down those arrogant guys in Magic City, who looked down on everyone, I wouldn't have been able to secure a direct entry spot, and I wouldn't be able to join the night patrol as an intern right now. Hearing her say this, Su Feng remembered. Among the 5 direct entry spots for the martial arts talent competition, the only one he didn't know was Feng Tang, who turned out to be the person in front of him. Let's go, Brother Zhang is still waiting in the car. After Feng Tang said this, she led the way ahead. Su Feng followed closely behind. In the car, besides Zhang Yuan, there was another figure who had been lazily leaning back and dozing off. But upon seeing Su Feng sit down, the person immediately leaned over. Brother Su, you made me feel so much pain last night. Hearing this, the others were taken aback. Especially Jiang Zishu, who showed clear displeasure, gripping her hand tightly and slamming the car door shut. Leaning back in her seat, a chilling aura radiated from her. Qiu Luo glanced at Jiang Zishu with a mischievous smile, then playfully rubbed against Su Feng again. Such solid muscles, no wonder you're so strong, you knocked me out. Of course. You almost killed me, didn't I have to fight back? Looking at the mischievous Qiu Luo, Su Feng felt quite speechless. This woman not only had issues, but she was also a drama queen. Fighting back is good, I like being hit. Let's find a place tonight where no one will disturb us, and we can have a good fight. Qiu Luo's hand continued to slide down towards Su Feng. Su Feng, take care of your little girlfriend, it's not just the two of you here. Jiang Zishu said coldly, crossing her arms. Sister Shu, I'm wronged. Su Feng said helplessly. What are you explaining to me? Jiang Zishu snorted coldly and turned her head away. What's going on? Su Feng rubbed his hair. Jiang Zishu was usually quite stable. What was going on today? Sister, I'm not younger than you. Saying this, Qiu Luo puffed out her chest. Hearing this, Su Feng coughed awkwardly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan and Feng Tang in the front seats had expressions that changed like a color palette, clearly enjoying the show. Humph. Jiang Zishu snorted again, and the temperature in the car noticeably dropped a few degrees. She shot a cold glance at Su Feng and turned her head away. What is this all about? Su Feng thought to himself, looking at the mischievous Qiu Luo, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. It was wise to choose silence. If he engaged with her, who knew what kind of trouble would follow? Leaning back in his seat, a hint of laziness appeared in his half-closed eyes, outlining the second human gate in his right brain. Seeing that Su Feng no longer paid her any attention, Qiu Luo also refrained from making a fool of herself and seized the opportunity to withdraw her actions. The atmosphere in the car gradually calmed down. The streets after the rain were washed clean, the black asphalt road extending beneath the wheels, the vehicle steadily heading towards the night patrol department. Everything felt particularly tranquil. More than an hour later, Su Feng stepped out of the night patrol department's main door, looking up at the azure sky washed by the rain, stretching his neck. He felt that if he came here 1 or 2 more times, it would feel just like home. This matter is finally settled. However, there are still many trivial tasks waiting for me. He sighed lightly, already listing a long string of to-dos in his mind. First, my phone has been magnetized into a brick, I need to buy a new one. After lunch, I need to take a nap. In the afternoon, I also have to go to the military department to sign the agreement for Jiangnan City to participate in the military training camp. Su Feng's thoughts flowed like a stream, one task after another flashing through his mind. Every day, there really are a lot of things to do. He shook his head lightly, his fingers gently brushing through his hair, a hint of helplessness mixed with a sense of relief. At the moment when his thoughts were drifting, a familiar figure came into view, walking directly towards him. The instant Su Feng recognized the silhouette, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Sharp and secretive, like the tip of a glacier. Qiu Luo was involved in the hunter's criminal case, and Ming Jing, as the team leader, had to step forward to bail her out. He hadn't expected to run into her right after she got out. What a narrow path for enemies. Su Feng did not stop his steps, brushing past Ming Jing as if they were two unrelated winds, briefly intersecting before continuing on their separate ways. However, just as Su Feng was about to walk away, Ming Jing, dressed in black and white administrative attire, with the sound of her high heels clicking lightly, suddenly halted. Her cold voice, like a winter wind, slowly escaped her throat. One person has ruined my entire plan. You're quite impressive. Su Feng felt an even greater chill in his heart upon hearing this. Ming Jing was definitely involved in the Black Crow organization matter. But at this moment, he knew he couldn't easily reveal what he knew. Thus, the gloomy expression on his face vanished in an instant as he turned to face Ming Jing, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I can't accept the praise from Chief Ming. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Kid, don't be too happy too soon. I may not know what price you paid to achieve the transfer of energy, but I think the cost must be significant. Ming Jing's voice carried a hint of mockery. I wonder what benefits Lu Mingjue gave you that are worth you wasting your future potential like this. Oh, I forgot. Your E-level ability has no potential to begin with. My potential is none of Chief Ming's concern, Su Feng replied coldly. It's not about concern, it's just that I, as a person, enjoy kicking someone when they're down. Just now, I sent your information to the 4 major universities. I specifically mentioned that you have almost exhausted your future potential. Guess which one of them will take you in? And guess what level of resources they will grant you? Is it C level with 500,000 resources a year, or D level with 200,000 a year, or even no resources at all? At this point, a smirk appeared on Ming Jing's high cheekbones. Ha, is that so? Ming Jing's brows furrowed. What are you laughing at? Su Feng slightly curled his lips, but the amusement didn't reach his eyes. I'm laughing that my position is quite significant, and it troubles Chief Ming to go through the effort of sending my resume to the 4 major universities. Ming Jing sneered, is that so? It's good that you can think that way, I thought you would hate me. Not at all, I'm not that petty. By the way, instead of worrying about me, Chief Ming might as well clarify for your team member why she has ties with someone who wants to kill me. She said she was being used. Speaking of which, Chief Ming, do you believe her? I certainly don't. Su Feng shook his head. What a coincidence that someone just happened to know she would be there and knocked on my door. What are you trying to say? Ming Jing's expression changed slightly. Nothing, I'm just reminding Chief Ming not to be used by some scheming individuals. Su Feng smiled slightly. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I'm sure we will meet again in the future. With that, he turned away, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Hatred? Ha! Hatred is too low level. Between the two, there could only be a fight to the death. Watching Su Feng's figure disappear around the corner, Ming Jing snorted coldly, blue-purple scales appearing on her skin. She suddenly reached out to grab the nearby granite. The hard stone instantly melted like wax meeting fire, silently turning into a pool of stagnant water, rising with waves of distorted mist. This time you were lucky to escape death. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. She murmured to herself, her voice filled with unmasked threat. Meanwhile, in the military's combat conference room, the atmosphere was solemn and tense as Lu Mingjue sat with 4 city defenders, having just heard the latest report on battle losses from his subordinates. The situation was not severe. Jiangnan City had not been affected by the void fissures. Olchen, you really did well this time, holding off the sea-level iron-eating rat tide for a full 17 minutes. Even with the city walls breached, you didn't let a single iron-eating rat step into our territory. The North City defender, Xuelai, patted Xinlian's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Hearing Xuelai's words, Xinlian waved his hand dismissively. Get out of here, do you think I can't see through your little thoughts? Spare me the flattery. Are you mocking me? Xuelai laughed heartily. I'm genuinely praising you. Of course, I've heard about that mysterious powerhouse too. By the way, was that breach really held by him alone? At Xuelai's question, a clear displeasure flashed across Xinlian's face. His voice turned serious and solemn. If that were false, Jiangnan City would not be as peaceful as it is now. As he spoke, the tall and upright figure in his mind became increasingly clear, as if he were once again experiencing the shocking scene from last night. His words were filled with deep respect. By the way, how's the investigation I asked you to do? Lu Mingjue turned his gaze to his assistant. The assistant immediately responded, Inspector Lu, as per your request, there are only 2 individuals who meet the criteria. One is Lu Xian, responsible for building security at the Xuanwu Group, possessing lightning-type abilities, and is at the mid-level of the 4th tier. However, Lu Xian was on duty at the Xuanwu Group last night for the Zhulong blood serum security work and did not leave, so he can be ruled out. The other person is over 80 years old, and the injuries he sustained in battle during his youth have never healed. Standing has become a problem for him now. After hearing this, Lu Mingjue furrowed his brows tightly. Are you sure you've checked all personnel lists? The assistant nodded firmly. I am sure, and I have pushed the timeline back 5 years beyond the 10-year basis you specified. In other words, I have carefully screened all the powerhouses that have appeared in Jiangnan City in the last 15 years. It seems, among all the known powerhouses in Jiangnan City, we cannot find any trace of this person. Then who could he possibly be? Lu Mingjue's brows remained tightly knit. Could it be someone who came from elsewhere due to the Xuanwu Group's auction? By the roadside, Su Feng stood tall, gazing at the pristine road surface, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitching slightly. In his eyes, Ming Jing was already a dying man. He never sought trouble, but if anyone touched his bottom line, he would definitely show no mercy. Who? Su Feng let out a long breath, the coldness in his eyes dissipating. He raised his hand to hail a taxi, heading straight for a mobile phone store. After getting a new phone, he inserted the newly changed SIM card into it. He sent a message to Lu Qi, asking him to help find information related to the Black Crow organization and transferred the money over. Before long, Lu Qi's WeChat call came through. "Morning, bro, hello. Lu Qi's voice, just waking up, came from the other end of the line. "You didn't just wake up, did you?" Su Feng asked. "No, I was lying down scrolling through my phone. I drank too much last night. I just found out that our Jiangnan city encountered void fissures last night, and I'm scrolling through Weibo now. If you ask me, whenever something happens on your side, all sorts of monsters and demons come crawling out. Just now, I even saw someone claiming to have witnessed a person single-handedly blocking the breach in the East City wall. This kind of traffic-seeking thing is obviously fake," Lu Qi said. Upon hearing this, Su Feng furrowed his brows. Could it be that his figure at that time was recorded by someone? It shouldn't be. All electronic devices had briefly malfunctioned due to the electromagnetic pulse. Then, what on earth was going on? "It seems necessary to take a look later." He suppressed this thought for now and asked, "Did you see the message I sent you?" I glanced at it. "Why are you being so polite?" "We're brothers, no need for money," Lu Qi said boldly. "Why don't you check what I asked you to look into first, then say that?" Su Feng replied. "What is it? Isn't it just black?" Lu Qi's tone suddenly halted, followed by a moment of silence. "Brother Chen, why are you looking into this? Don't waste time. Remember not to tell anyone about this. If you need more money, just let me know," Su Feng said. "Also, help me sell something. I'll send you the pictures later, and the price will depend on your ability. After it's done, I'll give you 10%. Brother Chen, you're underestimating me. No need for a commission, just consider it me treating you to a meal." Su Feng's lips curled slightly. "Alright, you said it. I didn't expect you to be so indifferent to money, not even batting an eye at over 100,000. How much?" Lu Qi suddenly raised his voice on the other end of the line. He instantly woke up from his previous drowsiness. Brother Chen, you're really my brother, my true brother. Then, you can trust me to sell the items. If the price in Jiangnan City isn't suitable, I'll just take your things and make a trip to the Magic City. Okay, I'll send you the pictures first. You can ask about the price, and you can come pick up the items later." After Su Feng finished speaking, he continued to inquire about the Xuanwu Group's auction and then hung up the phone. He thought for a moment, since there was still some time before lunch, he might as well head to the military department. Once everything was settled, he could focus on improving his strength in the afternoon. "Master, turn around, we're going to the military department." "Alright, hold on tight," the driver said as he turned the car around, heading towards the military department. On the way, Su Feng opened Weibo to browse local discussions in Jiangnan City. It was filled with people fervently discussing the invasion of the two city walls by the Void Fissure yesterday. The post with the most comments had a title that read, "Shocking! A breach appeared in the East City wall last night. If it weren't for a mysterious person defending the city for 1 minute and 23 seconds, Jiangnan City could have fallen into hell." Below was a hand-drawn image by the poster. There were also the latest updates, showing a bird's-eye view of the breach in the city wall, likely taken with a high-definition camera. One could also see the corpses of the iron-eating rats being cleared away in large numbers. Poster, stop joking, this photo is edited, right? If what your picture says is true, there was a rat tied outside the East City wall last night. Yeah, those are iron-eating rats. The culprits of the tragedy in Liang City back then. If the city wall really had a breach, how could Jiangnan City be completely fine? And someone blocked it? That's impossible even if you think about it. The comments were filled with skepticism. In front of the screen, watching the continuously updating comments, Su Feng's lips slightly curled up. He had been a bit worried that this matter would be leaked, and someone might dig deeper to find him. But seeing the uniform skepticism now, he felt completely at ease. As he pondered, just as he was about to swipe the screen to close the page, the latest refreshed comments suddenly changed. Wow, did the Jiangnan City military department like this? What? No way. No rumors, and they even liked it? Oh my goodness. The blogger can't be telling the truth, right? In an instant, a tide of comments surged in. The hand-drawn image posted by this blogger shot up to the headlines of Jiangnan City at an astonishing speed. Originally a few thousand comments, in just a few minutes it became over 20,000. I can't believe it. It really was one person blocking the gap in the city wall. So, last night's situation was so perilous, and now we can sit here safely because someone took the fatal danger for us. I was still skeptical just now, really underestimated the noble intentions of others. No other words, just one Mr. Noble. Mr. Noble. Below, all were fist-bumping emojis. Watching this scene, Su Feng's lips curled slightly, sketching a faint smile. A hero. He had never desired to be one. But no one wants their actions to be completely ignored. This feeling isn't so bad. A total of 43 yuan. The driver handed over the payment code. Driver, it's passed. Su Feng quickly scanned the code to pay, then gently closed the car door. He raised his eyes to the rather vintage military building in front of him, an invisible sense of solemnity spreading in his heart, as if countless heroic souls were guarding it. Soldiers always have the courage and will to wrap their bodies in horsehide, worthy of everyone's respect. After a moment of reflection at the entrance, Su Feng stepped inside without hesitation. Who are you looking for? In the spacious hall, Su Feng's casual attire formed a stark contrast with the formally dressed people around him, making him appear particularly out of place. Perhaps because of this, as soon as he entered, a woman with a ponytail dressed in a professional black military uniform approached to inquire. I'm looking for Inspector Liu. He asked me to come sign the agreement representing Jiangnan City for the military training camp. Su Feng's voice was not loud, but as soon as he spoke, the previously slightly noisy surroundings fell silent. Hello, may I ask if you are? The woman asked again. Su Feng. He answered straightforwardly, there was nothing to hide about a name. Wow. As soon as these two words came out, the hall, which had been slightly noisy just moments ago, became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone who had been busy stopped what they were doing and turned to look this way. They kept sizing up Su Feng from head to toe. You must be Mr. Su, right? If the woman had shown a standard professional smile earlier, now her face was beaming with genuine warmth. Inspector Liu specifically instructed me about this matter. Please follow me. Is this the Su Feng who helped us regain our spot? That's him, single-handedly turning the tide. Successfully preserved our Jiangnan City's face. Otherwise, other regions of Daxia would have no idea how they would mock us. Not only is he impressive, but he's also quite handsome. Although I usually don't like younger types if it's him. I could make an exception this once. Hearing the whispers behind him, Su Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Speaking of which, has he become so famous in the military in such a short time? It had only been 12 hours since yesterday afternoon's competition, right? The news spread too quickly. Mr. Su, I specially brewed jasmine honey tea for you. Please wait here for a moment. Inspector Liu is in a meeting. Okay, I understand. Su Feng took the teacup and nodded gently. He pulled out his phone, opened the browser, and began searching for information related to the forbidden strange beasts. Although he had inexplicably gained two powerful portals, the lack of clarity about the reasons always made it hard for him to feel at ease. However, the search results left him somewhat disappointed. Just like a certain search engine from his previous life, it read entry ominous, already recorded, you can seek help from others or. Looks like the information on the forbidden strange beasts can't be found at night. Later, I'll ask Comrade Liu, see how much he knows. With an idea in mind, Su Feng took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Then he closed his eyes again, channeling his mental energy to depict the human gait in his right brain. He didn't want to waste a single second on improving his strength. About 45 minutes later, the woman from earlier came to find him. Mr. Su, Commissioner Liu has finished the meeting, please follow me. Okay. Su Feng nodded and downed the water in his cup. After tossing the cup into the trash can, he followed her. From a distance, he saw Lu Mingjue holding a stack of documents, conversing with two people. Commissioner Liu, Mr. Su has arrived. Su Feng, you're here. Lu Mingjue hurriedly stepped forward. Do you have anything planned for the afternoon? If not, let's have lunch together. Lunch? Shenlian and Shuilai looked at this scene, both showing expressions of surprise. It should be noted that Lu Mingjue was the commissioner of Jiangnan City, and in the absence of a commander, he was the authority in this area. Not to mention, he was a solid mid-tier 5th-level powerhouse. He was the strongest person in all of Jiangnan City. But now, Lu Mingjue actually took the initiative to greet him, even placing himself in a subordinate position in his words. How could this not astonish them? Alright, but I have something to do in the afternoon, so I won't drink. Lu Mingjue smiled slightly. I have work in the afternoon too, let's just have a simple meal. Commissioner Liu, this is. Shui Lai's deep voice rang out. This is Su Feng, nice to meet you both, guardians. Before Lu Mingjue could speak, Su Feng responded first. He had never felt that helping Jiangnan City regain its quota was something to be proud of. In fact, compared to their lives spent guarding Jiangnan's peace, it seemed even more trivial. You know us? Shui Lai asked, astonished. I was fortunate to have seen photos of the two guardians and vowed at that time to become a hero like you. Seeing you today, I realize you are even more extraordinary than in the photos, Su Feng said. There was a hint of flattery in his words. There was no helping it, some habits from his previous life still lingered. But there was also genuine sincerity. Ha, I like this kid, Shui Lai laughed heartily. Commissioner Liu, is this your nephew? Nephew? I wish I had such an outstanding junior. Lu Mingjue shook his head. Let me introduce, the first special recruit of the support system, Su Feng. So you are that Su Feng? Shui Lai smiled, well done. Damn, I wasn't there at the time, otherwise, I really wanted to see the expressions on those guys from the Magic City. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xin Lian shook his head, unable to fathom how such an absurd thought could arise. How old was Su Feng? Even with terrifying talent, even if he were a prodigy, it was impossible for someone his age to possess such terrifying power. Moreover, his abilities leaned towards spatial transfer in the support system. How could he simultaneously have powers like lightning and air compression? Looks like I was overthinking it. Shen Lian shook his head. Su Feng also noticed Shen Lian's gaze, but seeing that Shen Lian said nothing, he pretended not to see. He followed Lu Mingjue to his office. The office was entirely decorated in solid wood, simple yet stylish. Try the freshest Westlake Longjing first tea. Lu Mingjue brewed the tea and poured it for the three of them. Su Feng took a sip. The aroma of the tea was indeed enticing, but he soon set down the cup and asked, Lu Inspector, do you know about the forbidden beasts? Lu Mingjue raised an eyebrow. Forbidden beasts? Why do you ask about that? Oh, I saw one by the East City wall yesterday, so I wanted to ask what exactly it is. Su Feng spoke honestly. What? Before he could finish, Xin Lian's cup trembled in his hand as he stood up. When did you see it? Last night. Su Feng hadn't expected Xin Lian to react so strongly. What time last night? Be specific, Xin Lian ordered anxiously. Seeing this, Su Feng had a rough idea of just how terrifying the forbidden beast was. Xingard, don't worry, that thing is already dead, Su Feng added, turned to ashes. Xin Lian was taken aback and instinctively asked, dead? Did you kill it? Ha, Xingard, you really think highly of me. That thing was close to the second tier. I only had the chance to run for my life. At that time, my friend and I were almost chased to death, but an old man intervened just in time. He unleashed a few arcs of lightning, smashing that thing to pieces, not even leaving a trace behind, Su Feng described vividly. Of course, all of it was fabricated. An old man? Xin Lian murmured, instinctively looking at Lu Mingjue. Did you see what that old man looked like? His appearance. It was very dark at the time, I could barely make out his figure in the flashes of lightning. As for the specifics, seeing that even Shui Lai and the others were looking at him with anticipation, Su Feng felt a bit embarrassed about his own fabrication. However, having started the deception, he was determined to see it through. He did this to solidify the shadow he had created. The Night Patrol Bureau was already convinced that there was a mysterious powerhouse controlling lightning in Jiangnan City, and the military couldn't fall behind. Once this identity was fully established, he could connect the shadow to himself. In any world, one must have a background. He didn't have one, so he created one, allowing the shadow that lived in people's whispers to become his support. If the Ming family were to set their sights on him, they would have to think twice. This was also the purpose of his visit. I remember. Su Feng pretended to struggle with his memory. Yes, he had a circle of white beard, but I really can't recall his exact appearance. Forget it, if you can't remember, then so be it, Xin Lian said, shaking his head slightly in disappointment. Lu Mingjue, who had been holding his hand in the air, picked up his tea again. As for the forbidden beasts, I don't know much either, because even the Blue Star Alliance's research on them is less than 10 pages. Su Feng nodded. The Blue Star Alliance's research essentially included academic papers from various countries' ability universities, including Daxia, somewhat akin to papers from his previous life. Research on a subject typically spans thousands of pages, yet this one only had 10, indicating that humanity's understanding of it was indeed limited. Forbidden beasts, like us humans, are categorized into natural, beast-like, and superpower types. The candle dragon from back then was a beast-like forbidden beast, you should know that. A more famous one is the Goora from Sakura country, which is much weaker than the candle dragon but almost wiped out Sakura country. Lu Mingjue shared everything he knew. After listening, Su Feng couldn't help but think, from the form of the forbidden beast I encountered. It should be of the natural type, but why does it possess necromantic abilities? Could it be that there are forbidden beasts with dual abilities? This is complicated, the information is too scarce, and I have no leads. He shook his head. It seems that for the time being, I won't be able to find out the exact reason why I opened two portals at the same time. After that, Su Feng had some tea and signed the agreement when it was brought to him. Then he had lunch with Lu Mingjue. He went to the local jewelry market and bought several nice jade rings, spending nearly 20,000 yuan. He was determined to try the spatial storage again today. He had summarized the reasons for his previous failure. The Bodhi seed had a curved surface, making it difficult for the spatial door to fit perfectly. So, he made a painful decision and bought 4 smooth rectangular jade rings, as this shape was quite similar to the shape of his ability door. This should help avoid some difficulties. He also bought an oversized storage box from a 10 yuan shop downstairs in his apartment complex. By the time he got home, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Su Feng took a shower, stirred his black coffee, and drank it down. After calming his emotions, he began to attempt the path of pseudo-spatial storage. He mobilized his mental energy and started to separate the same spatial door. Su Feng had prepared himself for several failures, which was why he had bought so many jade rings. As a result, he succeeded on the first try. Indeed, after a significant enhancement of my mental energy, constructing these 2 doors that can move freely with objects has become much simpler. Su Feng thought to himself, continuing to output spiritual energy and mental power to solidify the 2 spatial doors completely. To Su Feng's surprise, solidifying the spatial doors consumed far more than he had imagined. After using up 2 whole bottles of essence of spirit, the 2 spatial doors were barely fixed. Once successfully fixed, Su Feng, not feeling overly excited, quickly fixed one side of the spatial door onto the surface of the jade ring. The other side was attached to the lid of the large storage box. He tried it out. Su Feng still had considerable control over the solidified spatial door. He could control its opening and closing, size, or even its existence at any time. As long as he wanted, he could exchange materials with the storage box through the jade ring. I hope it's not just a surface-level success, Su Feng murmured to himself, gently placing the energy stone into the storage ring. His heart was filled with anticipation and excitement at that moment. This meant he was about to have a vast space he could carry with him. Yes. He couldn't help but clench his fist, and the next step was to retrieve it. As long as the retrieval process went smoothly, it would prove that this thing had no issues. Su Feng's mind moved slightly, and he carefully reached out to grab it, then slowly opened his palm. In his view, the energy stone lay quietly in the center of his hand. It worked! Su Feng was overjoyed. Although it still had to be called pseudo, its function was not much different from that of a real small spatial ring. More importantly, there was the issue of consumption. Maintaining this spatial door would no longer consume any of Su Feng's energy. Even if there was some consumption due to control, it was extremely minimal. The large storage box he purchased was enormous, with a capacity about 6 times that of a backpack. This meant that from now on, he would no longer have to carry a heavy backpack, he only needed to carry a ring. He could have a storage area 6 times larger than a backpack. Thus, this pseudo-spatial ring was a great success. I personally created a spatial ring with endless uses, a true artifact. This feeling is truly indescribable. Next, it's time to research how to create a real spatial ring, creating an independent space that can also attach to objects. This is still too difficult for me at the moment. Maybe I can try again when I reach the 2nd tier. He murmured to himself and glanced at the time. It was just 3 in the afternoon, so he hadn't wasted too much time. That saying is indeed true, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting firewood. After the rank upgrade, things that were difficult before can now be easily handled. He sighed, noting that there was still some time before he could sneak out at night to retrieve the buried backpack and give a warning to the Xuanwu group. He took out the spirit-quenching liquid, took a deep breath, and began to reinforce the human gate in his right brain. He estimated it would take 3 days to complete the drawing of the gate and fully integrate it. He was filled with anticipation for the abilities that would come after the integration. After all, the first human gate had brought him an all-around enhancement, and the boost from the second gate would surely not be less than the first. The time on the wristband ticked away quietly, second by second. Vehicles flowed endlessly outside the window, the light from their headlights constantly illuminating the curtains by the window. And Su Feng sat cross-legged on the bed like a statue. The noise and chaos of the outside world had nothing to do with him. When Su Feng opened his eyes again, the outside was already shrouded in deep night. Unknowingly, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. I didn't expect it to be this late. There should still be some food in the fridge. I'll make do with a bite first. After I finish my tasks, I'll have a good late-night snack tonight. Su Feng murmured softly, took his phone, and pushed open the door, confirming that Chen Duo and Jiang Zishu had not returned. He opened the fridge and took out some chocolate cookies, eating them with orange juice. Strange, Chen Duo should have been back by now. Could it be because of what was said last time, that she got a big order and has been busy? He shook his head, twisted the cap of the orange juice bottle, and tossed it into the trash can. Pressing his palm, he opened the gate of the undead in the room and stepped inside. Tonight, he was going to take advantage of the cover of night to give a warning to the Xuanwu group. By the way, he would also test his control over undead creatures to see how far he could go. The fresh air outside is so pleasant. After disappearing for nearly an hour, Su Feng returned to his room. On his shoulder stood a ghostly iron eater with a broken tail. Its appearance was terrifying, but its eyes held a grey calmness. Interesting, this is the ability of the undead, huh? I can actually control one with my mental power, and even connect to its vision. This world has truly surprised me a lot. Su Feng smiled slightly, he was quite fond of this colorful world. Moreover, it made him even more eager to see what kind of abilities the concept gate could bring him. Let's go, first get the loot, then send a letter to the Xuanwu group. Outside, a light rain pattered down as Su Feng opened his umbrella and stepped onto the main road. He raised his hand to hail a taxi, heading towards the eastern part of the city. Soon, Su Feng paid and got out of the car. Moonlight spilled over the quiet street as he followed his memory, entering the bushes to arrive at a large tree marked with a triangular fresh imprint. Last night, he had buried the loot he obtained from the Black Crow assassins here, and he had made a mark. After all, it would be hard to explain if these things were discovered. His hands slowly reached out, activating his ability. He opened a 1-meter deep gate in the ground and retrieved the backpack buried deep beneath. The backpack was not heavy. He grabbed the handle and shook off the dirt on top. Carefully, he unzipped it and took out the 4 phones used by the Black Crow assassins for their tasks. His fingers slid across the screen, opening the messages from that unknown number. The number had sent 2 text messages in total. The first message scolded the group for their incompetence in not killing him. He looked at the text message, a surge of anger rising within him. He knew all too well that these people would not let him off easily. The second message was to cancel his erasure and focus on helping Smiley create opportunities to obtain the Julong serum tonight. As he read this message, a wave of tension washed over him. He understood that this game had only just begun. Action starts at 1 in the morning, and the current time is 10:30. He glanced at his watch, anxiety creeping into his heart. He knew he had little time left. In the greenery behind the Xuanwu group, he released Iron-Eating Mouse No. 1. That was the name he had given this creature, simple and practical. As his left eye turned gray, his mental power transformed into invisible threads connecting them. Before his left eye, the perspective switched to that of the Iron-Eating Mouse. Go! With a slight movement of his mind, Iron-Eating Mouse No. 1 spread its 4 claws and darted into the bushes like a gray arrow. However, just after it was released, he felt the surrounding environment suddenly twist. A chilling sensation surged abruptly from the depths of his heart. It seemed that something was altering everything around him. Su Feng looked around warily. It was a terrifying feeling as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake. In the next moment, several figures suddenly elongated and appeared around him, their icy gazes fixed on him. Friend, you've come at the wrong time. A voice devoid of any emotion rang out, and Su Feng felt a sharp sensation on his skin as if it were being scratched by sharp glass. It was not an illusion, a special energy brushed against the surface of his skin. He was certain. Sound wave-type abilities? Su Feng thought to himself, scanning the few people around him. The blatant malice they exuded indicated one thing: he was already a fish in a barrel, a bird in a cage. These people would definitely not let him leave. He. Su Feng curved his lips into a smile and took a step forward. By the way, does your Smiley have such great malice towards partners? As soon as he said this, the previously dangerous atmosphere softened considerably. Who are you? A person wrapped in gray mist stepped forward. Judging by the reactions of the others, this person seemed to be the leader. Black Crow, 7 Stripes, the boss specifically sent me to scout the area. Su Feng maintained a calm demeanor. His identity outside was self-assigned, and as long as his tone remained steady, these people would be less likely to suspect him. Black Crow? He. You really are as cautious as ever. The figure's tone was laced with amusement and mockery. We're just being cautious with each other, Su Feng replied expressionlessly. Based on the behavior of Black Crow and his people last night, they all had some peculiar preferences to varying degrees. It was better for him to act a bit eccentric to avoid suspicion. By the way, can I stay? Leaving at this moment would definitely raise suspicion, so it was best to stay openly. You can stay, but just don't hold us back later. Of course not. After saying this, Sufong crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze directed at the gaps between the leaves towards the Xuanwu building. With a thought, the mental link connected to iron-eating mouse No. 1 foot completed its response. For a moment, Sufong felt as if he were holding a remote control, directing iron-eating mouse No. 1 foot towards the entrance of the Xuanwu group. Sending a warning would likely be dismissed as a prank, but if the invasion by the undead creatures failed, that would be different. Without him needing to say much, the Xuanwu group would immediately raise their security level to the highest. Is there a more effective warning than this? And the result was just as he had imagined. As iron-eating mouse No. 1 foot charged in, the alarm bells in the Xuanwu building rang out. At that moment, Sufong also severed his connection with iron-eating mouse No. 1 foot. Watching the Xuanwu building blaring with alarms, a slight smirk appeared on his lips as he turned to the few people beside him and teased, "Hey, I say, what is your smiling face organization up to? How could this be discovered?" The others were clearly taken aback by the alarm, exchanging glances. "What's going on? A security team is coming our way. My visual and taste deception is about to be uncovered. Let's go." A grating voice sounded, and then a figure that almost blended in with the trees quietly appeared. "Go!" The leading figure showed no hesitation, signaling everyone to retreat. "You, come with us," the figure ordered Sufong. "TCH. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?" Sufong feigned disdain and then darted off in another direction. After putting some distance between them, he turned back to look at the Xuanwu group's building. With a smirk, he opened a portal and vanished from the spot. He had already given the warning, no matter what happened next, he would not get involved again. After all, this matter had little to do with him. It was just that he had a kind heart and didn't want to see innocent people get caught up, which was why he had come to give a heads up. By the time he got home, it was nearly midnight. Upon opening the door, he found Chen Duo and Jiang Zishu still awake, sitting on the sofa, one applying a face mask, the other reading a book. "Stand still!" Chen Duo exclaimed as she saw him enter, quickly putting down the mirror and coming over to scrutinize him from head to toe. "Duojia, we've only been apart for 2 days. Why are you looking at me like that?" Sufong felt uneasy under her gaze. "Well, you little rascal, you've been up to no good. I heard about what happened yesterday. Special recruitment for the auxiliary department? You're quite capable. No wonder they said you suddenly had to participate in the special recruitment. Turns out you've been hiding your talents all along. I was still worried about you," Chen Duo said, displeased. "Duojia, this isn't my fault." Sufong chuckled awkwardly, mainly. "Even if I had said it before, would you have believed me?" Hearing this, Chen Duo adjusted the face mask on her face. "That's true. By the way, what's up with your ability? Weren't you saying it was E-rank? How could that performance be something an E-rank could achieve?" Looking at Chen Duo, he knew her gossip-loving nature had awakened again. Sufong quickly explained, "Duojie, with our relationship, could I really deceive you? It is indeed E-rank, but my ability is a bit strange. Like this." Chen Duo scrutinized Sufong. "Do you think I would believe you?" Su Feng's mouth twitched. In this world, how could telling the truth still not earn anyone's trust? "Forget it, this is your secret. It's normal not to say." Chen Duo waved her hand and then changed the subject. "You've made it to the Four Divine Beasts University. You can't skip treating us to a meal. I know a fantastic restaurant. I'll make the reservation, you pay." "So, you were just waiting for me here?" Sufong smiled helplessly at her words but nodded. "All right, I'll pay." Chen Duo was initially delighted but seemed to realize something immediately, scrutinizing Sufong again. "You're acting strange. You agreed without even asking the price. Honestly, have you struck it rich?" Sufong smiled helplessly. Aside from gossip, she really loved money. "Duojia, don't tease me. I'm just using my little savings to buy a scratch-off ticket. Who knows, I might win and treat you." Chen Duo covered her mouth and giggled. "You little rascal, I didn't see this coming. You're getting more slick with your words. By the way, have you decided which of the Four Divine Beasts universities you want to attend?" Sufong shook his head. "I haven't considered it for now. I'll go wherever the resources are more abundant." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Zishu, who had been silent beside him, closed her book and said softly, "Tomorrow is the annual martial arts exam, and after it's over, recruitment teachers from various universities will be coming. Each university will evaluate your information and provide a corresponding resource agreement. So, the resources offered shouldn't differ too much. You'd better understand a bit more. The strengths of each university vary. For example, Qinglong University is strong in the natural and beast transformation departments, but the superpower department isn't as good as Baihu University. I see. Su Feng nodded, recalling Mingjing's words. If there really is a resource rating, then with what Mingjing has done, his resource rating would definitely be the lowest. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't need anyone's acknowledgement. Others don't have the right to acknowledge or deny him. Buzz, Su Feng felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out and saw a message from Lu Qi. There was news about the investigation. Duo Jia, don't forget to send me the address. I'm heading back to my room first. After saying this, Su Feng pushed the door and walked into his room. He opened the folder and frowned slightly at the messages inside. According to Lu Qi's information, Black Crow is indeed a notorious assassin organization, a gathering of pathological hunters. But that's as far as it goes. Lu Qi couldn't find anything deeper. Chen Gu, you know that such shadowy organizations are not even well understood by the night patrol. Su Feng replied, it's fine, it's expected. By the way, how's the price inquiry for the Universal Inkstone going? Someone offered 1.3 million, but just now, someone from Modu offered a higher price. Lu Qi quickly replied, I'll come find you tomorrow. I need to take something to Modu and discuss it in person. Here's my address, times. Just come find me. Su Feng sent the address over. The conversation ended. Su Feng opened the backpack that had been transmitted through the fake storage ring and counted his spoils. He instinctively wanted to put the energy stones into the drawer, only to realize that the drawer specifically for energy stones was already full. Not bad, these will last me for a while. After organizing his spoils, he glanced at the phone he had taken from the 4 members of Black Crow, confirming there were no new messages. He set a new password and tossed it into the storage box. Due to the existence of the spatial gate, tracking was useless, so he dared to toss it in without worry. Then he began to meditate. Meanwhile, in another room just 2 walls away, Jiang Zishu, lying in bed, tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind filled with the scene of that night when she had wrapped her arms around Su Feng's neck. It made her face flush, and she couldn't help but tighten her legs around the pillow. A night without conversation. At 9 in the morning, Su Feng pulled back the curtains, poured heated milk into a cup, and leaned against the window with the cup in hand. Watching the flow of people outside, he emptied his mind and quietly felt the warmth of the sunlight. Just as he was about to finish half the cup, he heard Chen Duo's voice from outside. Su Feng, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me this early? Not many know I live here. Su Feng frowned slightly, put down the cup, and walked out. Chen Gu, good morning. Lu Qi quickly greeted him outside the door. You came so early? Su Feng hadn't expected it to be Lu Qi. Looking at Chen Duo, he suddenly remembered the terms of the rental agreement. No outsiders allowed, regardless of gender. Wait for me a moment, I'll change clothes, and we can go down and chat over breakfast. Oh, okay. Lu Qi nodded blankly. Soon, the 2 of them walked down the stairs together and exited the building. Lu Qi looked up and gave Su Feng a thumbs up. Morning bro, you really are my brother, living with a beauty. By the way, you shouldn't be short on money, right? Living in such a simple place, oh. I get it, proximity to water means you get the moon first, huh? Seeing Lu Qi's mischievous grin, Su Feng felt like giving him a slap. Get lost, I was already co-renting, that's my half-landlord. Landlord? He. I get it, I saw this kind of plot last night. Forget it, I shouldn't have explained. Su Feng was speechless by the time he got home. Speaking of which, does this unlucky kid have anything in his head besides yellow nonsense? After eating and drinking enough, Su Feng handed the universal inkstone silver that he had drained of elemental power to Lu Qi. So heavy. Lu Qi kept weighing it. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? It's over 1 million in cash, how can it not be heavy? Alright, you unlucky kid, just keep talking. I've handed it over to you, don't lose it. Su Feng wiped his mouth and scanned to pay. Don't worry, this thing is more important than my life now, even if I get thrown away, it won't get lost. Lu Qi stuffed it into his pocket, then glanced at his phone and handed it to Su Feng. Morning bro, the latest news is from a friend in my intel circle, you might be interested. Su Feng took a look and saw a huge crack appearing on the wall of the Xuanwu building, stretching all the way to the top. This is. His pupils constricted. According to Xuanwu Group, it was a test failure that led to a massive explosion, Lu Qi said, but I think things aren't that simple. There was never a problem before, but as soon as the Zhulong blood serum and thunderstone arrived, an explosion happened. How could it be such a coincidence? But I can't guess the specifics. It can't be that someone is risking their life to steal from the Xuanwu Group, right? Hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, thinking, there really are a bunch of reckless lunatics. but he only went through it in his mind and didn't say it out loud. Such matters are best kept to oneself to avoid attracting trouble. Morning bro, my train ticket time is coming up, I have to go. Trust me, with my silver tongue and your goods, this thing is worth at least 1.5 million. Take care of yourself. Su Feng nodded and watched Lu Qi leave. Back home, he took out that phone from the storage box. Sure enough, as he had guessed, the boss mentioned by the 4 killers sent another order. The content was, well done, stay silent. Su Feng looked at the short message, his pupils suddenly constricting. It seems the thing was indeed taken by Smiley. The wall of the Xuanwu building is made of super-strength concrete. If it can explode like that outside, the intensity of the battle inside must be beyond imagination. This matter is not something I can stop alone, I've given the warning. Just seeking a clear conscience is enough. He shook his head, tossed the phone back into the storage box, and continued to sketch the human gate in his mind. Time flew by. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qinglong University, admissions office. A slightly plump middle-aged man held the documents and said to Su Qing again, Su Qing, the admissions for Jiangnan are up to you. You heard the discussion earlier. This guy named Su Feng has already had his potential squeezed dry. We don't want him at Qinglong University. Even if he chooses us voluntarily, the level of resources offered can only be the lowest E-level. 11 o'clock at night. In the room, Su Feng went to the window, feeling the cool breeze mixed with the smell of barbecue outside, and let out a long breath. Looking in his mind at the human gate radiating a dark golden glow, a sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. The progress of the sketching is ahead of schedule. Such a tedious task, it's hard to imagine others sitting here from morning until night. But Su Feng finds it far from boring. The joy of enhancing his abilities is unmatched by anything else. With 70% of the progress, I should be able to finish the sketching before tomorrow afternoon. I really look forward to what this second human gate will bring me. Murmuring to himself, Su Feng picked up the empty potion bottles and put them into a trash bag. In just one day, he had consumed 2 bottles of spirit refining liquid, costing over 500,000. Even he felt a bit of pain at that expense. But the delightful part was, his mental energy was depleted and then replenished. This cyclical process unexpectedly increased his mental capacity. Moreover, once this second human gate was completed, based on previous experiences, his mental capacity would surely reach a new level. It was expected to exceed 600 Hz, achieving the mental capacity typical of the 3rd tier. Changing into a comfortable black t-shirt and shorts, Su Feng opened a portal and quietly appeared in a secluded corner of the community. This location's spatial coordinates were deliberately left by him. During the day or night, hardly anyone came here, so there was no worry about being discovered. He hopped on a shared bicycle and pedaled slowly, watching the men and women under the night sky, relaxing his tense spirit from the day. Of course, he had another purpose. Clack! Su Feng propped up the shared bicycle stand, returned the bike, and looked up at the distant night patrol bureau building. A smirk appeared on his lips as he headed towards the dark thicket. Using the cover of night, he opened the gate of the undead. His mental energy linked with iron-eating mouse No. 1, directing it to climb onto his wrist and stuff a note into its mouth. The A4 paper was ink-printed, without any fingerprints. Even the Night Patrol Bureau couldn't trace its origin. What was recorded on it was the address from the invitation he received. He handed it over to the Night Patrol Bureau, hoping it would help eliminate the smiley face. A few minutes later, Su Feng waved his hand to close the gate of the undead, as if nothing had happened, and continued to ride back home. A night without conversation. The next morning, Su Feng woke up as usual and continued the task he hadn't completed yesterday. Today, he aimed to finish the depiction of the human gate. With a clear goal, his sketching speed became increasingly smooth. Only 5% left. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a dull knocking sound echoed. Su Feng frowned, opened his eyes, and saw it was 11:30 in the morning. At this time, Jiang Zishu and Chen Duo usually wouldn't be back. Who could it be? Could it be Lu Qi? He muttered to himself as he went to open the door. The door opened. Outside stood a tall woman in white casual wear. With orange sunglasses and long brown wavy hair, her fair skin glowed like delicate egg white. Hello, who are you looking for? Su Feng asked politely. I'm looking for Jiang Zishu. Does she live here? Su Feng was taken aback and nodded. Sister Shu does live here, but at this time, she's still at the Night Patrol Bureau. You are? Oh, I'm her aunt. I have some free time today in Jiangnan City, so I came to see her. Aunt? Su Feng raised an eyebrow. So this family is all so beautiful. Please come in, I'll message Sister Shu. Little friend, you speak quite well, Su Qing said, taking off her sunglasses and sizing up Su Feng. That kind of gaze. Like a mother-in-law assessing her future son-in-law. Then she walked in, looking around the living room. Sister Shu will be back soon. There's yogurt and drinks, help yourself, Sufeng said, placing the yogurt and drinks on the table. Then he returned to his room to continue his progress. After sketching out 2% of the progress, Sufeng heard the sound of a key turning in the lock through the door. Even though the second human gate had not yet been fully completed, his perception had already improved. He could clearly catch even the faintest sound of the door opening. This made him even more eager to see what level his perception would reach when the human gate was finally completed. Auntie, what brings you here? He heard Jiang Zishu's voice. What, you don't want to see your aunt? No, it's not that. Auntie, please don't disturb my roommate. Let's go out and find a restaurant to chat properly. Roommate? Oh, is it really just a simple roommate? Auntie, what nonsense are you talking about? Let's go. Click. The sound of the door closing echoed, and Sufeng shook his head to gather his thoughts, beginning to complete the final climb. Meanwhile, in the night patrol division, Limu looked at the A4 paper sealed in a transparent folder, his brow furrowed into a twist. Zhao, are you saying that this is not some summoning object, but a necromantic creature? Is that possible? As far as I know, most necromantic creatures are low-level skeleton minions and the like. To leave something at the front desk so accurately without anyone noticing, this person's level must be on par with mine. Zhao Xian, who was continuously operating in front of the computer, nodded. Indeed, to control necromantic creatures like that, the ability user behind it must have learned the special skill spirit chain related to necromancy. And to learn this ability, according to all known records of the Blue Star Alliance, one must reach at least the 4th tier. Moreover, there's something you might not know. Last night, before the Xuanwu group was attacked, necromantic mice also appeared, looking exactly like those captured on yesterday's surveillance. As he spoke, he turned the computer screen around, showing photos from the Xuanwu group's surveillance. Li Mu's brow tightened. So you're saying, the person who sent us the message also appeared at the Xuanwu group that day? Wasn't it said that the incident that night was basically confirmed to be done by Smiley? Then why would this person still tell us about Smiley? Zhao Xian turned the computer screen back, picked up a cup of strong tea beside him, and took a sip. I think this person is trying to warn the Xuanwu group. Because of the appearance of this necromantic mouse, the researchers at the Xuanwu group who were still working had to evacuate urgently. Less than 2 hours later, they were attacked. If it weren't for this necromantic mouse, who knows how many people would have been affected by the battle that could shatter the building's outer wall. Limu nodded in a daze. If we think this way, it makes sense. He is one of us. The mysterious person Sufeng mentioned last time hasn't been identified yet, and now another one has appeared. Could it be that there is another organization in Jiangnan City that we don't know about? Inside a barbecue hot pot buffet restaurant, Jiang Zishu and Su Qing sat across from each other, the aroma of the hot pot and steam filling the air. Auntie, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Su Qing smiled playfully. If I had told you in advance, would I still get to see your mysterious little boyfriend? I'm your aunt after all, don't you want to introduce me? Jiang Zishu blushed and defended. Auntie, stop talking nonsense. He's just my roommate, we've only known each other for less than 10 days. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Of course. Jiang Zishu stammered in confirmation. Then why are you blushing? I'm not. It's just the steam from the hot pot. Jiang Zishu quickly explained. I didn't expect our little phoenix to be so shy one day. Su Qing teased. This really makes me more and more curious about who that guy is. Don't say that. Then I can only have someone investigate. If this gets out to my sister, you can't blame me. Jiang Zishu hurriedly moved to sit beside Su Qing on the other side of the sofa, pleading. Please, Aunt, don't let my mom know about this for now. Su Qing smiled but remained silent. Jiang Zishu quickly picked up a few slices of lamb for Su Qing. Aunt, I said it's not a problem. His name is Su Feng. You mean, his name is Su Feng? Su Qing put down her chopsticks, her expression changing noticeably as she pressed. Isn't he the top recruit from the auxiliary department in Jiangnan City? Jiang Zishu was surprised. Aunt, even you know about him? I came here representing the admissions office of Qinglong University, so I naturally know all about your little boyfriend's situation. Su Qing paused, her tone becoming slightly heavy. Listen to your aunt, you two are not suitable. Jiang Zishu was taken aback, the words slipping out. Why? Although he is the top recruit of the auxiliary department, he is ultimately E-rank. The strength he has now comes at the cost of sacrificing future potential. The chances of further improvement are basically hopeless. He might even struggle to reach the 2nd tier. Someone like that cannot grow alongside you. Su Qing knew this was harsh, but she had to say it. I came here representing the admissions office of Qinglong University. You should know that the seniors in the school's Ability Research Institute have never made mistakes, and their evaluation of Su Feng is completely unanimous. This ability has no future at all. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Zishu became anxious, and, believe me, I've seen his comprehension and potential with my own eyes. He learned a complex fighting technique in less than an hour and was able to integrate his own thoughts into it. It's not at all like what people say outside. Also, Su Feng's abilities are definitely not as simple as you all see. I estimate that even if I went all out against him, I might not win. Su Cheng frowned. You can't even beat him? You aren't trying to make me give him a chance by fabricating stories, are you? Jiang Zishu shook her head. Really? There are some things I can't say. She had seen Su Feng teleport even the terrifying energy in the mall. Moreover, that night when the void crack appeared, she had vaguely seen Su Feng annihilate the emergency monster that had almost killed her. Su Qing listened to her tone. It didn't seem like she was lying. But after a moment of thought, she still shook her head. I can't help you with this matter. The rules cannot be broken. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. In a room of about 10 square meters, an invisible vortex gathered around Su Feng. It was not visible, but the energy it carried caused the air to ripple slightly. Just 2% more. Su Feng took a deep breath, completely isolating himself from the noise and chaos of the outside world. Deep in his consciousness, strands of mental power gathered into a stream, bypassing numerous obstacles, and finally converging in front of the unfinished human door. He was like a meticulous painter, using invisible strokes to outline that ethereal portal. In the room, only his heavy breathing remained. Fine beads of sweat trickled down his chiseled, handsome face. Only 1% left. Su Feng clenched his back teeth. Right now, he felt as if he were climbing a high-altitude snow mountain. Although victory was in sight, with every inch he pushed forward, the wind and snow grew stronger. The intense prickling sensation made sweat soak his back. It felt similar to the sensation when the first human door opened, but the pain was at least 10 times greater. His consciousness was becoming a bit hazy. Just a few more strokes to go. Su Feng gritted his teeth, the outline of the human gate gradually becoming clearer under the depiction of his mental power. It was not just a door, but more like a connection, a bridge linking Su Feng's inner potential with the infinite possibilities of the outside world. 3 strokes left. 2 strokes left. As the final stroke was completed, Su Feng felt as if his mental power was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, rejuvenating with life. It was as if a spring of life had appeared within him, and a refreshing vitality instantly spread throughout his body. All the fatigue, whether physical exhaustion or mental tension, seemed to be brushed away by a gentle breeze, dissipating into thin air. Finally, it's done. A smile crept onto his lips, and the tense muscles finally relaxed at that moment. Buzz! Before his words could finish, a sound like the thunder of a sword erupted from within him. The newly formed dark golden human gate resonated with the bright golden door in his left brain. An invisible cyclone suddenly spread out from Su Feng's body. The air seemed to be infused with an indescribable vitality, every molecule leaping in response to this force. It echoed the newly generated, surging potential within Su Feng. The 2 doors slowly drew closer in the depths of Su Feng's consciousness, ultimately merging into one. It formed a more magnificent ancient portal. This door not only blended the colors of both, transitioning from bright gold to dark gold, with a shimmering luster, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. What was even more striking was that it seemed to possess a supernatural texture, as if ancient and mysterious divine patterns were engraved upon it. At this moment, Su Feng felt as if he had reached a certain resonance with the entire universe. A surge of indescribable shock and joy welled up in Su Feng's heart. This feeling, my previous guess was indeed correct. He took a deep breath, feeling the powerful force surging within him, his heart filled with affirmation. This is the true human gate. The merged human gate seemed to possess life. Dark gold and bright gold intertwined and transformed, as if engaging in a profound breath. During this process, Su Feng felt as if all the acupoints in his body were being opened one by one. A surging power condensed from every muscle, ultimately converging in his tightly clenched fist. Whoosh! A punch was thrown, and the sound of breaking air echoed. Even from more than 2 meters away, the force of the wind generated by that punch lifted the half-drawn curtains high, as if swept up by a gale. The power had increased at least threefold. It was previously 800 pounds, which meant now it was at least nearly 2,000 pounds. 2,000 pounds. This was already the limit for many second-tier beast transformation ability users. And all of this was just a casual punch he threw. With such an increase in power, the speed shouldn't be far behind. Su Feng muttered to himself, just about to get up to test it. But at that moment, the human gate in his mind began to change. a slight rhythm, as if something was brewing. What is this? Su Feng quickly dismissed the idea of getting up, retracting his mental power, and focusing entirely on observing everything. Moments later, Su Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. It was a portal as pure as crystal, quietly suspended in the depths of his consciousness, like a smooth, flawless mirror. As for why he said that, because he actually saw his own figure reflected on it. This scene was reminiscent of what Taoists referred to as the inner self in previous lives. Hoo-ha-hoo, his breathing quickened involuntarily due to excitement, and the figure in the crystal gate seemed to synchronize with his own body, mimicking the act of breathing. Is this a brand new portal? Su Feng murmured, attempting to push it open. The moment a gap appeared, a cool sensation emerged from his forehead. Immediately, everything around him began to look different in his eyes. He glanced left and right, his pupils involuntarily dilating. Everything around him no longer appeared superficial. Even through obstacles, he could detect any object within a 10-meter radius. He could even see the structure of the concrete walls clearly. This feeling, how wonderful! Su Feng whispered, feeling as if he had activated a perspective cheat in a game. Within a 10-meter radius, every detail was visible. Could this crystal-like portal be the gateway to the mind? Su Feng speculated, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't expected there to be an additional bonus. This ability, if applied in combat, would allow him to anticipate his opponent's moves. Every subtle change in their muscles, pupils, and angles of attack could be seen clearly by him. Moreover, his mental power seemed no longer ethereal. I seem to be able to control this power, turning it into tangible offensive strength, he murmured, attaching his mental power to the surface of his body. He swung his fist again, and this time the sound of the wind was much quieter, but Su Feng smiled instead. It felt as if he had smeared a layer of lubricant on his skin, reducing air resistance. It could even generate thrust. The power of this strike was estimated to exceed 2,500 pounds, comparable to that of a mid-tier beast transformation ability user at the 3rd level. I remember that thought-based ability users can retrieve objects from a distance. I wonder if I can do that. Su Feng whispered, reaching out his hand to grab the cup of water from the table. There was no pressure at all. He continued to try, lifting the table without any effort. It was only when he attempted to lift the storage box in the corner that he felt slightly fatigued. Now, the weight I can lift is probably around 20 pounds. Although the effectiveness of this ability seemed limited for now, Su Feng knew that this was just the beginning, and there was still significant room for improvement in the future. Now, he could be considered to possess a telekinetic ability. This undoubtedly added new possibilities to his combat style. Is this what a conceptual level ability is? Relying on the door to break through the limits of my power. Su Feng felt the sensation of having the air around him under control, revealing a hint of an expectant smile. Gulyulu, at that moment, his stomach let out an untimely growl. Previously tense, he now relaxed, feeling the pangs of hunger. Just from the amount of sweat, one could see how much energy he had expended. He needed to replenish it well. Su Feng curled his hand, retrieving his phone from a distance and turning off flight mode. With a few vibrations, the red dot on the WeChat cursor immediately changed to 99+. But he first opened a food delivery app, ordered a few meat dishes, and selected expedited delivery. Only then did he check the specific messages on WeChat. Lu Qi, Mi Xiaoyu, and Jie Yuqing had all sent him messages. What surprised him the most was that Qin Yao wanted to send him something to thank him for the martial arts talent competition. Su Feng chose to decline. The price for helping Jiangnan City regain its quota had already been paid by Lu Mingjue. All he needed to do was reclaim the quota. As for who the quota belonged to, it was none of his business. Although he loved money, he hadn't reached the point of accepting even this kind of payment. Su Feng, are we going to the hotel this time? If so, I'll book the room. Mi Xiaoyu's direct question left Su Feng both amused and exasperated. If someone unaware of the truth saw this, they might think that the woman had to pay for the hotel room. No need, let's go to your house this time, Su Feng replied. Mi Xiaoyu sent a rabbit emoji followed by an address. They agreed to meet in the afternoon for the specifics. Wang Shui and Jie Yuqing also informed Su Feng that the teachers from the Four Divine Beasts University had already arrived in Jiangnan City. They would likely meet them soon. For this matter, Su Feng was not particularly interested. Whether he met them or not was irrelevant. With his conceptual level abilities, any university would be the same for him. All he needed was a platform that could expose him to a larger world. A knock sounded at the door, and the delivery guy brought the food. Su Feng swiftly devoured the 3 portions of food in a whirlwind. After a quick rinse and changing into clean clothes, he headed out to the address Mi Xiaoyu had given him. The The residence where Mi Xiaoyu lived was one of the most luxurious neighborhoods in Jiangnan City, located in the highest area in the northern part of the city. All the units were over 300 square meters. At that moment, Su Feng stood in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the scenery of Jiangnan City, with the sun shining just right. Behind him was Mi Xiaoyu, dressed in home attire, squatting in front of the refrigerator searching for something. There was a sense of tranquility in the air. After the gate of the human body merged into one, Su Feng's mental strength had increased. His understanding of Mi Xiaoyu's abilities became much smoother. What originally would have taken over half an hour was compressed to just 10 minutes. "Oh gee, quite wealthy, huh? Maybe I could get a place like this in the future," Su Feng muttered to himself. As soon as he said it, he was taken aback. In the past, he would have estimated the value of the house based on the local land prices. He would never have said something like that. What was going on? Su Feng pondered for a moment and quickly found the reason. It was a change in mindset. As his strength grew and his financial resources became substantial, his original mindset was quietly transforming. Many things no longer required his contemplation or weighing, because he knew that no matter how expensive this house was, he would be able to afford it in the future. It was like a person earning 10 million a year dining at a hotel, regardless of the hotel star rating or how luxurious the decor was. Sitting there and looking at the menu wouldn't make him anxious, because he knew he could afford it all. This was the mentality of a strong person. Su Feng was surprised to find that, in a days, he had grown to such a height. He was a completely different person from the one who had struggled at the bottom in his past life. No wonder people say that money is the best skincare product. With money, the troubles of mundane life disappear. And in this world, to live according to one's own wishes, one also needed strength. With conceptual level abilities in hand, Su Feng had nothing to worry about. "Su Feng, what are you thinking about?" Mi Xiaoyu came over with a few boxes of ice cream, a lingering pink hue still on her face. Although it wasn't the first time, that comfortable feeling still made her involuntarily moan. After Su Feng said it was okay, she hurried to get the ice cream, hoping to ease the awkwardness. "Nothing, just feeling a bit sentimental all of a sudden." "Oh, here, this is for you, the matcha flavor you wanted." Mi Xiaoyu handed over the ice cream. "Thank you." Su Feng accepted it. Mi Xiaoyu opened the packaging, and after taking a bite, the flush on her face finally faded. Only then did she dare to face Su Feng and said, "By the way, I forgot to ask you, which university are you planning to apply to?" "Don't misunderstand, I'm just asking casually," Mi Xiaoyu added, awkwardly touching her nose. "As for me, I'll see which school offers more resources. What about you?" I haven't decided yet," Mi Xiaoyu replied, but a smile like the first bloom of spring appeared at the corners of her mouth. She had long decided that wherever Su Feng went, she would go too. No matter what conditions the four major universities offered, she wouldn't agree immediately. She wanted to wait for Su Feng's decision. Buzz! Su Feng's phone vibrated, and he pulled it out of his pocket. Looking at the message, he shook his head helplessly. "Looks like there's no time to enjoy this ice cream slowly." It was a message from Lu Mingjue. The recruitment teachers from the four major universities had arrived, and he needed to go to the military department right away. Just a few seconds later, Mi Xiaoyu also received the message. "Let's go together, I'll call a car," Su Feng suggested. Mi Xiaoyu nodded. "Okay, but I need to change my clothes first." Su Feng glanced at Mi Xiaoyu's long, smooth, fair legs beneath her denim shorts. Indeed, this outfit was not suitable for that formal occasion. After waiting for about a few minutes, Mi Xiaoyu changed into a pair of casual long pants, and the two of them took a car to the military headquarters. By the time they arrived, Mu Xinting and the others were already in the conference room. Shangu! Su Feng! The few people who had been busy on their phones just moments ago put their devices down to greet Su Feng as he entered. Just then, Su Qing, who had stepped out to make a phone call, looked at this scene with slight astonishment. The people who came this time all had direct access slots. In other words, they were the most talented individuals among the eligible youth in Jiangnan City this year. Each person who could attend held their own pride. Especially at this passionate age, they were all quite competitive. But the scene before her completely overturned her understanding. The top geniuses of Jiangnan City were actually showing such respect to Su Feng? With her keen eye for people, she could tell this was not mere formality, but came from the heart. It's strange, what charm does Su Feng possess that makes these people act this way? Is it just because Su Feng single-handedly turned the tide in the martial arts genius competition? No, that alone is far from enough. Su Qing looked through the frosted glass again, feeling that the atmosphere was completely different from when she passed by earlier. The crowd was chatting and laughing. The ice had been broken by Su Feng's arrival. That kind of cohesion was something beyond words. It made her somewhat believe what Jiang Zishu had said. But her phone was still vibrating in her hand, and she had no time to think further, so she quickly pushed open an empty conference room and walked in. "Director, you said, I'm listening. Okay, I'll do my best." Soon, Su Ching stepped out, letting out a soft sigh. For the major competition that determines university rankings every 5 years, the other 3 universities are really putting in a lot of effort. Getting 2 A-level recruits is tough. She glanced again at the conference room where Su Feng was, and suddenly a strange thought crossed her mind. Could she recruit these people into Qing University through Su Feng? But as soon as the thought appeared, she shook her head to dismiss it. Such a thing was simply impossible. Those who could make it into the top 5 of the martial arts genius competition all had their own ideas. Sometimes, even their parents couldn't sway their decisions, let alone an outsider. She adjusted her fitted blue Qinglong University teacher's outfit and pushed the door into the largest conference room. She sat down at the seat marked with the Qinglong University sign. Glancing to her left and right, the other 3 recruitment teachers were older than her, and from their confident expressions, they must have been seasoned in recruitment. Thinking about the new task the director had just given her over the phone, she couldn't help but feel nervous. "Chenggu, you go first," Wang Shui said with a grin. Su Feng nodded and pushed open the door. Under the gaze of the 4, he sat down across the conference table, his eyes as calm as a deep ancient well without a ripple. Only when he saw Su Ching did his pupils momentarily constrict. Representing Qinglong University? So that's it, he was taking this opportunity to visit Jiang Zishu? Please introduce yourself. A middle-aged man with a square face and a serious expression held a neutral pen and looked at Su Feng. Su Feng, Super Ability Level 1, Ability E Level, Gate. As soon as he said this, he could clearly see a fleeting smile vanish from the faces of the others, a kind of sneer. Su Feng didn't care about this. These people were not qualified to judge him. So, for these gazes, he chose to ignore them outright. "Classmate Su Feng, we should have a general understanding of your situation. Do you have anything to explain regarding the claim that you have drained your future potential in exchange for a temporary boost?" the man asked. Others also turned their attention back to him. Su Feng was completely unconcerned. These people were simply not qualified to evaluate him. Therefore, he chose to ignore these scornful or questioning looks. "Classmate Su Feng, we should have a general understanding of your situation. Do you have anything to explain regarding the claim that you have drained your future potential in exchange for a temporary boost?" the man asked again. The gazes of others focused on him once more. "Yeah, go ahead, don't try to dodge the question. With just your E-level ability, how could you possibly transfer energy?" A woman sitting in the Zhuke University seat said, looking at the list in her hands, her expression as if she were interrogating a criminal. "Yes, I also want to know this. If possible, our Xuanwu University is willing to pay a hefty sum for your insights. After all, an E-level ability is still a first in the Great Xia, and we are very willing to study the consumption of potential by this ability, as well as your subsequent data," the middle-aged man with square glasses said. "Ha! Are they treating me like a lab rat?" A deep chill flashed in Su Feng's eyes. He no longer had any good impression of these recruiters. Just because I possess an E-level ability, do they have to humiliate me like this? The chill in Su Feng's pupils intensified. "There's nothing to explain. I can only say, that rank does not represent everything. As for draining future potential, that's even more absurd. Are you sure you don't want to explain further?" The middle-aged woman from Zhuke University clicked her tongue, her thick foundation on her face enough to plaster a wall. "We hold the resources that can be allocated to you after you enroll. Your handling of this is rather disrespectful to us, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Respect is given mutually. Since you all look down on me from the bottom of your hearts, why should I waste my breath?" Hearing this, Su Qing's pupils suddenly constricted. She truly did not expect Su Feng to be so bold as to confront the admissions teachers. It should be known that the E-level resource agreement and the D-level resource agreement are entirely at the discretion of the admissions teachers. Although it was just one level apart, the numerical difference was a full 300,000 Great Xia coins. Su Qing was naturally aware of Su Feng's family background, having grown up in a welfare home in Jiangnan City. After reaching adulthood, the Great Xia government no longer provided any assistance. As long as he pleased these teachers a bit, obtaining D-level resources would not be difficult. But now, Su Feng's choice far exceeded her expectations. This left Su Qing momentarily unsure whether to commend Su Feng for his backbone or to call him foolish. "Young man, your tone is quite arrogant. But some people have the capital to be arrogant, and what about you? An E-level ability user, just stop deceiving yourself. At Baihu University, based on your information, our evaluation of you is only E-level. The middle-aged man said, shaking the pen in his hand and marking a big times on the list. The woman and the young man with square glasses also coldly smiled and gave their ratings. Sorry, but Zhuke University also gives you an E-level. Xuanwu University, E-level. After saying this, the three of them turned their gazes towards Su Qing. Su Feng hesitated slightly and also gave an E-level. The school had stated that Su Feng's abilities had no potential and could only be rated as E-level. Moreover, she actually had her own selfish motives. As Jiang Zishu's aunt, she wanted to use reality to make her realize that there was no future with Su Feng. E-level, I really have a deep connection with this letter E. Su Feng mocked himself with a smile in his heart, then slowly stood up. E-level was just E-level. His future could not be defined by anyone. And precisely because of that, he was even more eager to see the expressions on these people's faces when he, as an E-level, surpassed the S-level in the future. Would they regret their arrogant actions today? It seems I can leave now, Su Feng said calmly, then slowly stood up and glanced at a few people. Without a trace of hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked straight out. Su Qing was slightly taken aback. Just in that moment, what she felt was the aura of the wind. This kid, surprisingly, was not pretending to be calm. He really seemed to not care about the resource level at all. Did he not understand that resources were an extremely important part of the early training for ability users? Or was it that he already knew his future potential was exhausted and had given up on himself? When I saw him come in earlier, I thought he was a promising talent, but I didn't expect him to be so arrogant and rude. I want to see when this false strength, built on consuming future potential, fades away, whether he can still be so arrogant. The other three enrollment teachers shook their heads indifferently. It was as if they could already clearly see Su Feng's miserable appearance a few months later. Call the next person in. Su Feng pushed the door open and walked out, just as his phone rang. It was a call from Lu Qi. Hello, Brother Chen, the stuff has been sold. Magic City truly lives up to its name. The prices here are simply like a dream. Two tech companies were competing on site to bid for this universal inkstone silver. Guess how much it sold for in the end? 2,150,000. Ah, I was almost laughing out loud next to it. This is simply a pie falling from the sky. Listening to Lu Qi's excited voice, Su Feng could already imagine him grinning from ear to ear over there. It was likely that as soon as the money hit his bank account, he couldn't wait to share the good news with him. Brother Chen, I'll transfer it to you right now. The 10% we talked about before was too high. Just give me a little something. After saying that, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Soon, a bank transfer notification popped up. 15 million received. This kid, pulling this on me, Su Feng's lips curled slightly. He then directly sent a 220,000 red envelope to Lu Qi via WeChat. Brother Chen, wow, you really did it. Lu Qi's surprised cheers came from the other end. What was promised won't change. The extra 5,000 is your round-trip travel and accommodation expenses. Brother Chen, from now on, I'll stick with you. Mua, I bow to you, my adoptive father. Get lost. Su Feng scolded him in annoyance, then chatted for a bit before hanging up. Looking at the seven-figure amount in his bank account, Su Feng smiled slightly. Although the resources he possessed had long exceeded 10 million, the number of assets and cash were not the same thing. The feeling of holding several million in cash was quite wonderful. It felt as if the whole world suddenly became a bit broader, and as for the ratings given by those people earlier, he sneered. He took out the military resource card and walked towards the exchange area. Since he was here, he might as well see if there was anything that suited his fancy. He heard that the military's resource vault is like the treasure trove of the Dragon King of the East Sea, where anything one desires can be found. Moreover, even if something is not available, it can be delivered across regions. Of course, this is under the condition that your exchange amount is sufficient. In the conference room for the recruitment of the 4 major universities, Wang Shui looked at the resource levels of several people, rubbing his slightly plump cheeks with his hand, deep in thought. All 4 of them had B-level resource agreements, with no distinction in resource quality. There was no way to determine superiority based on this, so the recruitment teachers had to resort to emotional appeals. Classmate, at Zhuke University, the male-to-female ratio is 3:7, so it's very easy to find a partner. The middle-aged woman with arched eyebrows spoke first. Upon hearing this, the other 2 were momentarily taken aback. Oh, so this is the kind of trick you're playing. Classmate, at Baihu University, we have the most outstanding. At Xuanwu University, we have. In an instant, they all began to boast about their school's advantages, leaving Su Qing, who was standing by, utterly speechless. This is what it means to compete for students. Thinking back to the earlier situation, wait, don't argue, I just have one question, Wang Shui interrupted. Which one did my brother Chen choose? Wherever my brother Chen goes, I will go. Brother Chen? What brother Chen? The three were taken aback, then exchanged strange glances. Are you talking about Su Feng? Wang Shui nodded. Yeah, wasn't he the first one to come in? Well, the middle-aged man with a square face paused. It's like this, Su Feng said he needs to think about it some more. You should come to Baihu. Hey, uncle, do I look that easy to fool? If brother Chen is thinking about it, then I will think about it too. Right. For such matters, it's better to calm down and think it over. With that, Wang Shui pushed the door open and walked out, leaving the four, including Su Qing, completely confused. It seems this little fatty must have known Su Feng for a long time. Forget it, I'll talk to him later. Next, the square-faced man lightly tapped the list with his pen. Mi Xiaoyu. A few minutes later, Mi Xiaoyu pushed the door open. I'm following Su Feng. Wherever Su Feng goes, I will go, so don't try to persuade me. With that, she closed the door. The four were left dumbfounded in the conference room. Hey, I don't believe it. Next. Over an hour later, the four watched as Feng Tang stood up, thinking she had made her choice. Sorry, teachers, the conditions you offered are great, but I still need to think about it some more. By the way, can I ask which one Su Feng chose? As soon as this sentence was out, the others were completely stunned. Why is everyone asking where Su Feng chose first? What on earth is going on? Meanwhile, Su Qing seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out her phone and walked out. Hey, Zishu, can you talk to Su Feng? As long as he comes to our Qinglong University, we are willing to change his resources to D-level. Right, okay, I'll wait for your call. Su Feng was in the military's resource area, focused on the list. Suddenly, Jiang Zishu's phone rang. Sister Shu, D-level? To be honest, I don't care, but your aunt just offered me an E-level. Your aunt's first-year task, asking me to help? Su Feng fell silent upon hearing this. Oh, Su Feng, anyway, it doesn't matter where you go, just consider it helping my aunt. Count it as me owing you a favor, Jiang Zishu said. Alright then, I'll choose Qinglong University, but I don't want D-level resources, I want to talk to your aunt myself. A few minutes later, Su Qing sat across from Su Feng, no longer displaying her previous demeanor. Su Feng, earlier. Su Chang wanted to explain but was interrupted by Su Feng waving his hand. I don't care about what happened before. You should listen to my conditions first. Su Feng paused for a moment and continued, I don't want any D-level resources, nor do I want E-level resources. Then what do you want? Su Qing was filled with suspicion. I've heard that both Qinglong University and Baihu University have a special agreement. You mean? Su Qing's pupils involuntarily contracted. Yes, it's that freshman competition ranking agreement. As long as you can place in the top 3, you can get an S+ level agreement with triple resources of the Super S level. I shouldn't be mistaken. Su Cheng nodded. This hidden agreement does exist. It was established to make the equal level agreements fairer. Are you saying you want to? Yes, I want to sign that agreement. After confirming that Su Feng wasn't joking, Su Qing looked him up and down. Do you know what it means to place in the top 3 at Qinglong University? Moreover, if you fail, the school won't provide you with any fallback agreement. Su Feng nodded. Of course, I specifically checked that just now. I feel like it's quite suitable for me. Do you know what you're saying? That's a one-on-one competition, your ability is. Su Qing wanted to persuade him further. I know everything, just tell me if I can sign. This. Su Qing's mind raced. The director only mentioned the ordinary agreement before coming and didn't mention this S+ level agreement. There was no rule against signing it, so it should be possible. Moreover, it doesn't violate the rule against Su Feng signing agreements above E-level. Plus, she could recruit Mi Xiaoyu, an A-level student. For her, it was simply beneficial with no harm. As for placing in the top 3, she never thought it was a possibility. Anyone who could enter Qinglong University was a talented prodigy. And in past years, the top 3 in the freshman competition were all A-level and A+ level students. Even if Su Feng had exhausted his potential, after these few months of improvement, he still couldn't compare to those people. Alright, since you're so persistent, then let's sign. Su Feng gripped the special neutral pen that would never fade, the tip close to the paper, ready to sign his name on that special agreement. Just as he understood, this was a special agreement independent of ordinary resources. The freshman competition a month after the school started, if he placed in the top 3, this agreement would take effect. Otherwise, during his time at the university, the school wouldn't provide him with any resources. I'll ask you one last time, are you really sure? Su Qing's jade-like hand, slender like green onions, pressed on the paper. That statement still stands. As long as you choose to come to Qinglong University, I can apply for a D-level resource agreement for you. Su Feng shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I've made up my mind. He didn't need this kind of pitying charity, nor did he care for the annual resources worth 400,000. As for this S+ level resource agreement, he had specifically searched for it online after learning about Mingjing's methods. This agreement only existed at Qinglong University and Baihu University. So originally, his expectation was to choose one of the two universities. Now that Zhang Zishu had spoken, it was just right to do a favor. An A+ level ability user's favor wasn't something that came by often. Besides, this matter had no impact on his interests at all. For others, getting into the top 3 might require a combination of luck and hard work. But for him, achieving a top 3 position only needed him to slightly reveal a corner of his abilities. Since that's the case, I won't say much more, Su Qing said, removing her hand from the agreement. Su Feng tightened his grip on the pen and signed his name. You can still write your name like this? Su Qing took the agreement and looked at the elegantly signed name on his fair face with a hint of surprise. Su Feng nodded. When he signed just now, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. That was the anti-counterfeiting signature he had specially designed in his previous life. Having only arrived in this world for a little over 10 days, everything from his past life was still vivid in his mind. Every morning when he woke up, he felt a sense of disorientation. This feeling of unreality might take a long time to smooth out. The agreement is signed. I hope you can inform your little friends about this. Su Qing subconsciously used the term little friends. In her view, such blind behavior of following friends to the same school was something that only elementary school students would do. Any thoughtful adult would not act this way. But is it really like that? Don't worry, I will, Su Feng said with a smile, then turned and left. The moment she saw that smile, Su Qing's sixth sense told her that she might have been led by the nose. But logically, she didn't know where she had been deceived. Watching Su Feng's retreating figure, her eyes narrowed slightly. The person she had once thought was somewhat foolish and impulsive, at this moment, for some reason, suddenly felt a bit inscrutable. Su Feng lightly waved the agreement and pushed open the conference room door, which was covered with frosted paper. Brother Chen, how's it going? Seeing Wang Shui engrossed in a game video, he quickly paused the screen and stood up when Su Feng entered. Signed, Qinglong University, S+ level agreement. Su Feng spread out the agreement. Thank you all, you can go sign agreements with the teachers from your desired schools now. Wang Shui quickly waved his hand. Brother Chen, if anyone should be thanking anyone, it should be us thanking you. Just like you thought, those enrollment teachers just sent us a message. They said they are willing to raise our level by half a grade based on the original assessment. I'm now at B+ level resources. Yeah, Brother Chen, I've also been raised to a level. Jie Yuqing waved her phone, her eyes sparkling with joy. Su Feng nodded. No matter what, I still want to thank everyone. Without your help, this play wouldn't go on. I'll treat you all tonight. Upon hearing that Su Feng would treat them, Wang Shui and Jie Yuqing exchanged glances, as if recalling something unpleasant. Brother Chen, you don't have to treat us. After the last time I drank, I feel like throwing up just seeing alcohol now. What? Feng Tang's eyes twinkled like grapes, wearing a curious expression. Wang Shui cleared his throat and whispered, nothing. He didn't want so many people to know about his embarrassing moment. Oh, I know about that. Mu Xinting, who had been silent, smiled slightly. Last time you got drunk, you threw up in the middle of the road on someone's car. That driver turned green, and later he blocked you, making you wash the car. Sister Mu, why are you bringing up my embarrassing moment? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh heartily. The guide watching this scene squinted and focused on Su Feng for a moment, revealing a subtle expression. To be able to use these talented individuals for oneself, even if it was for their own interests. He had never heard of such a thing in all his years as a guide. It made him think of Lu Mingjue's evaluation of Su Feng, an extremely calm and meticulous leader-type genius. Previously, he had thought Lu Mingjue's evaluation was too high, but now it seemed he had underestimated Su Feng. Just now, those enrollment teachers who looked down on Su Feng were completely at his mercy, completely unaware. Who is the fool, after all? 40 minutes later, Su Feng stood in the military resource library, gazing at the dark red object in the shape of a door encased in glass before him. An interesting thought crossed his mind. Mr. Su, this portal appeared 10 years ago along with the Void Fisher. Although we still haven't figured out what exactly this is, it's definitely worth this price. And your ability is Spacegate, right? Look how big and square it is. Perhaps it can create a chemical reaction with your ability. Su Feng pretended to be intrigued, and couldn't help but smile at the price of 300,000. He was just wealthy, but not foolish. The military had certainly done extensive research on this thing. If so many of them couldn't understand it, how could they think they could fool him now? No way. 300,000, firm price, are you selling or not? Ha! The man who had been talking nonstop just now was suddenly at a loss for words. Speaking of which, those bargaining jokes were only halfway through. But now, he had cut it down to 1/10. However, considering the order from above was to clear the inventory, he couldn't make up his mind for a moment. After all, this thing had been sitting here for 9 years after being studied for a year. It was hard to come by someone willing to make an offer. Mr. Su, please wait a moment, I need to consult with my superiors. Alright, as soon as possible. Su Feng nodded, pulling out his vibrating phone. Seeing Jiang Zishu's name on the caller ID, he smirked and answered the call. On the other end, Jiang Zishu's slightly exasperated voice came through. Hello, Su Feng, are you trying to trick my aunt? Hearing the angry tone from the phone, Su Feng smiled slightly. Sister Shu, where is this coming from? How am I tricking your aunt? You can't wrongfully accuse a good person. Humph, you still say that. Now there are only 3 people signing with Qinglong University, and one of them is my cousin. And you say it's not tricking my aunt? Jiang Zishu's voice was as clear as spring water. Oh, Sister Shu, you can't say that. Su Feng's lips curled up. How people choose is their own right. I can't force others, can I? Besides, signing an S+ level agreement with me doesn't violate Qinglong University's rules, right? You clearly. Humph, anyway, you always have a point. Jiang Zishu's tone carried a hint of playful anger, but she didn't say more. Changing the subject, she said, don't forget about dinner with Duo tonight. Got it, Sister Shu. Even if I forget something, I wouldn't dare forget dinner with Sister Duo. To be honest, Su Feng could already imagine how Chen Duo would look if he forgot about it, not that he was afraid of her, but out of gratitude. She had helped him pay rent when he was broke, preventing him from ending up on the streets. So, no matter when, Chen Duo was like an older sister in his heart. Zishu, the boss is calling for you. Zhang Yuan's voice came from the other end. I have something to do, let's talk tonight. Jiang Zishu hung up after saying that. Su Feng shook his head and put his phone back in his pocket. Just then, the soldier from earlier walked over. Mr. Su, I've just consulted with my superiors. The price you gave me is really too low. This thing is worth at least. Before he could finish, Su Feng spoke. 500,000, no bargaining. A flicker of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, perhaps not expecting Su Feng to be so direct, followed by a glimmer of delight. Although it was fleeting, Su Feng caught it. The 2 human gates merged into one, and his perception ability had already reached a new level. There are no numerical measurements in this regard, but according to his speculation, the perceptual acuity he possesses should not be lower than that of a 3rd-tier mind-type hunter. Sure. The man maintained his composure as much as possible, allowing him to exceed the task requirements. Su Feng smirked, saying nothing more, and headed straight for the special materials area. Standing in front of the specially made tempered glass that reflected his figure, Su Feng's gaze passed through the glass, resting on the bronze door that flickered with a dark red sheen. In fact, he was also curious whether this thing could resonate with his abilities. Concept-level abilities, as long as one dares to think, are not impossible. But definitely not here. Can this thing be delivered? Su Feng suddenly remembered an important question and turned to look at the man. Of course, but Mr. Su, don't you want to try and see if it can resonate with you in some special way? After all, your ability is door. The man said, unconsciously glancing at the surveillance camera above. That's true. Su Feng pretended not to see and nodded in agreement. Maybe I can pick up something useful, just don't come asking for it back later. Haha, Mr. Su is joking. The man laughed and placed his hand on the specially made tempered glass. As the palm scan completed, the glass descended, and a strange aura emanated from above, a scent of swamp and entanglement. What a bizarre and dark aura. What exactly was this thing before? Su Feng thought silently, glancing at the surveillance camera above. Sure enough, was this the military's directive? It was likely that, at this moment, people from the military were watching him on the monitor screen. It seems the military has some doubts about my abilities. It's not hard to understand, a power classified as E-level can achieve what only a 6th-tier spatial type can do in terms of energy transport. Even if it consumes potential in advance, it's still too incredible. If it weren't for the Void Rift incident, the military would have come to investigate me long ago. Su Feng mused, gently raising his palm. Since you want to investigate, then go ahead. With the current research, even if I open my abilities, you might not be able to fully understand them, let alone if I slightly conceal my abilities. In the palm of his left hand, the door pattern appeared, and then, silence. Not even a ripple was stirred. That bizarre metal door seemed to have existed since time immemorial. The muscles at the corner of Su Feng's eye twitched, then returned to normal. In that brief moment, he felt the portals within him flickering, since there was a tendency to release them all at once. What on earth is this? Although Su Feng's heart was tumultuous, his face remained as calm as a still pond. Meanwhile, behind the surveillance, Feng Ruyu gently stroked her chin, her eyes slightly squinting. She removed the cap from her pen and drew a cross on the item labeled source flow door in front of her. Then she signed her name. Although this is something he once controlled, it seems to have been damaged in battle. Or perhaps, we humans simply cannot control this power. Let's sell it to him. After Feng Ruyu finished speaking, she handed a booklet to her subordinate, and just as she took a few steps, she paused. By the way, which university did Su Feng sign with? Qinglong University, the subordinate replied after receiving the item booklet. What level of resource agreement? S. The subordinate seemed to have not reacted in time and momentarily stumbled over his words. S level? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? The muscles in Feng Ruyu's face, which had relaxed slightly, tightened noticeably, a look of astonishment crossing her eyes. Did those old stubborns at Qinglong University notice something? No, the subordinate quickly shook his head, finishing his unfinished sentence. It's S+ level. S+ level? Feng Ruyu's voice noticeably rose a few notches. In the freshman competition, those who place in the top 3 receive multiple rewards, or they will have no resources for 3 years. This is no different from a gamble. As far as I know, since the establishment of the rules, only one person has achieved this. That person is now guarding the Wuchang Rift at the northern border of the cold region, an absolute standout among peers. And Su Feng has surprisingly chosen the S+ level. Interesting, truly interesting. It seems our hero has many secrets. So, should we continue? A subordinate inquired. Feng Ruyu shook her head. No, everyone has their secrets. There's no need for us to dig deeper. Understood, the subordinate nodded blankly. You don't have to look at me like that. Even if Lu Sun doesn't say anything, I won't investigate him. Not to mention he is from Jiangnan City. If another top-tier powerhouse can be born, it would be significant for our great Xia. Chief of Staff, do you mean? The woman in military uniform slightly parted her red lips, revealing a look of surprise. Feng Ruyu nodded. You are not mistaken. In my view, Su Feng possesses all the qualities to become a top powerhouse. Composed, indifferent, responsible, adept at seizing opportunities, and an almost extreme calmness. If his abilities don't hold him back, within 10 years, our great Xia will surely gain another star general. Looking at the dark red bronze door in front of him, Su Feng squinted slightly. That feeling was indescribably strange, but this was not the time to ponder it deeply. It seems I have no fate with him after all. Su Feng sighed lightly, making a regretful expression. The person in front of him, for some reason, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and smiled. Mr. Su, perhaps it's just that your current level is insufficient. Maybe in the future, it will be possible. Su Feng nodded with a smile. I hope it will be as you say. By the way, can I change my mind now? That won't do, it's already been opened for you. Then I'll buy it. He turned to the side and pointed to the green reagent not far away. And that primary energy agent, let's bundle it together. Mr. Su, please sign for receipt. A middle-aged man with military logistics insignia handed Su Feng a delivery slip. Su Feng signed his name on it and watched the delivery truck leave. Looking around, he found himself in a dilapidated factory. Above him was a shed made of foam composite panels, which had developed many rust spots over the years. The mottled afternoon sunlight penetrated through, leaving various sized round holes on the oil-stained floor. This used to be a repair shop, later converted into a warehouse. The owner was still someone who continued to operate a cash turnover business, renting the usage rights for 3 months at half the market price. This time was enough for him to use until school started. Speaking of which, Lucci truly lives up to the title of Jiangnan Baixiaoxing, finding the warehouse I needed in such a short time. Su Feng shook his head, sending a grateful expression to Lucci. He then stepped forward and pulled the electric rolling door. Clang! As the sound of the rolling door descending echoed, the warehouse instantly became dim. With the buzzing sound of electricity, gas lamps were lit, casting warm light. After breaking the seal marked with military insignia, the dark red bronze door appeared before him. The source flow door? This was the name he saw on the delivery slip. The 2 characters source flow piqued his curiosity. It must have significant origins to be named this way. No matter who you belonged to before, from now on, you only belong to me. As the words fell, a glint flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he pressed his left hand against it once more. The previously dim bronze door suddenly seemed to be activated, emitting a deep, coral-like glow. the desolate aura instantly became more solid. Su Feng felt the light and shadow around him folding and changing, as if he were in a dark green pool. A thick, suffocating sensation enveloped him. A massive figure surged out from the viscous water like a lurking specter, raising its terrifying head to bite at Su Feng. The scene before Su Feng suddenly doubled in vision. His senses vanished. This is... Su Feng's heart momentarily stopped. In the next moment, the creature resembling a salamander was just inches above his head. Its pitch-black mouth seemed to contain another space. It was going to swallow him. At that moment, Su Feng felt a jolt at his heart, and a massive pink portal appeared in front of him. The door of the mind. The giant figure crashed into it, creating ripples. Mind shadow? Su Feng immediately realized. The door of the mind was similar to his passive skill, specifically targeting mental attacks. Since it was a mental attack, he had nothing to fear. The muscles that had been tense moments ago relaxed, and he stood still, watching the towering figure, 7 or 8 meters high, like ink. Its head resembled a salamander, while its body writhed like the roots of a tree. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. In the Blue Star Federation's catalog of strange beasts, it seems, there is no record of this creature. Su Feng's thoughts flowed rapidly, merging the silhouettes of strange beasts he remembered with this one. But none matched. It seems this thing is sealed inside, likely similar to a mental imprint. Watching the illusory figure dissipate like smoke after several collisions, Su Feng speculated. Everything around him returned to normal. The warehouse looked exactly the same as it had half a minute ago. Interesting. A smirk appeared at the corner of Su Feng's mouth. It seemed this creature was indeed significant. He raised his hand again, and this thing surprisingly established a mental connection with him. To put it better, it could be said to have recognized its master. Strange beasts with little intelligence wouldn't use this. Could it be? At this thought, he couldn't help but recall an article from the Blue Star Federation's publication. It contained a hypothesis suggesting that strange beasts and the void fissures had level restrictions, including some terrifying creatures. Their intelligence was on par with that of humans. Su Feng had always been skeptical about this. After all, the advantage of humanity lies in intelligence. If these massive, powerful creatures also possessed intelligence comparable to humans, could humanity have survived to this day? But at this moment, looking at the object in his hand, he felt a bit dazed. It seemed this world was more complex than he had imagined. These matters probably can't be found online. I'll have to wait until I get to Qinglong University to investigate thoroughly. Su Feng temporarily set this aside, looking at the bronze door in his hand. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He had a rough guess about the function of this object through the feedback from the mental connection and the resonance with the portal within him. He raised his left hand, and the door of thunder appeared. Electric currents pierced the air like threads, and under his deliberate control, they passed through the source flow door. The arc, as thick as chopsticks, seemed to pass through an invisible plane, transforming into a finger-thick stream that crackled against the ground. It cut several irregular marks into the cement floor. Watching this scene, the muscles at the corner of Su Feng's eye twitched involuntarily. Indeed, he had not guessed wrong. The function of this source flow door was amplification, amplifying all power. It could enhance the original power by 30 to 40%. This enhancement was already quite considerable. Moreover, what delighted him even more was not this. However, this source gate can provide a reasonable cover for his powers. In the future, when he enters Qinglong University, it will be nearly impossible to avoid exposing his abilities while also aiming for a top 3 finish in the freshman competition. He had been worried about this before. Once his abilities were revealed, he would definitely attract covetous eyes. There was even a chance he could be dissected for research. But now, with this source gate, all the unreasonable aspects could be attributed to it. The Thunder Gate and Dark Gate could be used openly. He wouldn't have to hide any further abilities. Looking at the source gate before him, Su Feng retracted his hand with satisfaction. However, the joy on his face didn't last long before a very practical problem made him frown. How was he supposed to carry something so large? He couldn't just tell his opponent to wait while he went to lug this thing over during a fight. By then, the opportunity would be gone. No. Su Feng shook his head, and in a flash of thought, he remembered some magical artifacts from mythological stories in his past life, which could usually change size at will. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he immediately focused his mental energy into the source gate, but it only lit up for a moment, and then nothing happened. Unfortunately, it didn't work. What am I supposed to do now? Su Feng rubbed his forehead with his fingertip, his brows unconsciously knitting together. Then I can only create a sufficiently large spatial teleportation portal. When using it, I can teleport. but from the observer's perspective, it would be no different from pulling it out of thin air. Maintaining an air of mystery would keep others guessing. This way, they would be convinced that he had indeed merged with this gate. Even if the military came to demand it later, he could refuse to return it by claiming it was fused with his own ability totem. Of course, he believed the military's authority wouldn't stoop to such tactics. For nearly the next hour, he constructed a permanently effective spatial portal just like the method he used on the storage box in his room. Hu Sufeng wiped the sweat from his nose with the back of his finger, looking at the solid light blue portal. The door was 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. It was the largest gate he had constructed so far, and his mental energy was nearly drained. After confirming there were no issues, he quickly opened the roll-up door and stepped outside. Staying in there any longer made him feel like a big hairy crab about to be steamed. Dark clouds pressed low in the sky, with only a sliver of brightness remaining in the northeast corner. It looks like there will be a heavy rain soon. A few hours later, Sufeng sat with Chen Duo and Jiang Zishu, holding a wine glass. The table in front of them was filled with seafood like lobsters and salmon. Chen Duo declared she would slaughter him, but the reservation was only for a 299 yuan per person seafood buffet. Pour the wine, pour the wine. Sufeng, your alcohol tolerance is terrible. You've only had a few drinks, and you're already swaying. Chen Duo, with a slightly flushed neck, wobbled as she set down her glass. Hearing this, Sufeng exchanged a smile with Jiang Zishu and turned to look through the tempered glass at the lightning and thunder outside. A yellow warning for heavy rain accompanied by a level 6 wind had already blurred his vision. Excuse me, can I get your contact information? From just now. A bespectacled, refined-looking boy approached Jiang Zishu. Jiang Zishu flicked her hair, her delicate, fair chin strikingly attractive as she glanced at Sufeng. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Sufeng instinctively twitched his mouth at her words, noticing the boy's gaze shift toward him as he adjusted his light green t-shirt. Bro, nice taste. As soon as he said this, the boy looked Sufeng up and down, his eyes revealing a mix of disappointment and deep envy and jealousy. He was probably thinking about how someone who looked like a second-rate punk on the street could possibly be worthy of such a stunning and captivating Jiang Zishu. Cough, cough. Sister Shu, how many is this now? Sufeng couldn't help but rub his forehead, having seen no less than 6 people come over asking for Jiang Zishu's WeChat. Each time, Jiang Zishu pushed him away. So that earlier action of tugging at the collar was so smooth. There's no helping it, my charm has nowhere to go. Jiang Zishu smiled brightly, shaking her wine glass. You're not losing out either. Didn't you see the envious looks when they passed by just now? Come on, Sufeng scoffed, it's as if they have a vendetta against me. If looks could kill, I'd be a civ by now. Buzz, buzz. Chen Duo's phone, resting on the table, vibrated. Who is it? Chen Duo groggily picked it up, her dazed expression clearing up instantly as she recognized the name on the screen. Hello, this is. At this time? Chen Duo listened to the voice on the other end, her slightly tipsy face suddenly stiffening. Okay, I'll deliver it to you right away. What's wrong? Jiang Zishu asked. Chen Duo waved her hand and pulled out something wrapped in cowhide from her bag. Sigh, working people, always on standby. Chen Duo twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Didn't I say I got a big order? They just called to say they want it delivered tomorrow. But now, who knows what got into this person's head, wanting me to deliver everything I've gathered these past few days right now. As she spoke, she stood up but stumbled, nearly falling. Duo, in your state. Can't it wait until tomorrow? Chen Duo waved her hand, sighing, you don't understand, the customer is king. Sufeng glanced at the weather outside and spread his hands. Sister Duo, just give me the stuff and the address, I'll deliver it for you. In this weather, plus you're a girl, we can't be at ease. Chen Duo shook her head, that won't do. Hearing this, Sufeng was at a loss. Although Chen Duo was usually carefree, being alone in Jiangnan City, she was fundamentally the type who wouldn't easily hand her matters over to others. Helpless, Sufeng could only exchange glances with Jiang Zishu. Jiang Zishu immediately understood. Duo, just let Sufeng deliver it. His abilities can get it done faster. Abilities? Right, Sufeng is spatial type. Then, Chen Duo hesitated slightly, glancing at the two before nodding. She handed the cowhide-wrapped item to Sufeng. Then I'll trouble you. I'll treat you to milk tea later. Sufeng smiled at this, sensing that Chen Duo didn't want to owe anyone a favor. If he said it wasn't necessary, she'd probably try to take the item back. Alright, but I'll pick something expensive. Sufeng tucked the item into his coat, waved his hand, and headed towards the elevator. He casually hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading to the destination Chen Duo had sent. Clack! The car door opened, and Su Feng's foot landed on the water's surface, splashing a small spray. He watched as the vehicle turned a corner and disappeared into the night. Holding an umbrella, Su Feng's gaze followed the narrow alley's extension. In the dim light, the dilapidated brick houses were unevenly scattered, like old people abandoned by time. Only the neon lights of a foot massage parlor provided a rare splash of color in this dark neighborhood. In the distance, in an abandoned old building with no windows, a tall, thin figure in black stood on the edge of a concrete platform, a glowing cigarette but clenched between his lips, holding binoculars. Wasn't it said that a woman was coming? Why is there a man instead? The voice was hoarse, like a knife scraping against rubble, inducing a visceral discomfort. Forget it, my task is just to record the experimental data of the lab rat, and by the way, turn this place into a sea of flames. As he spoke, the man extended his bony hand and tapped 3 numbers into his phone. Then, he casually tossed the phone, crushing it underfoot, the pink bear charm shattering into pieces. Watching Su Feng below take out his phone and flash a sinister smile. 308? Su Feng looked at the room number sent by Chen Duo, slightly taken aback. It felt like a secret agent rendezvous. Moreover, this place looked anything but legitimate. Su Feng thought as he approached the door. Normally, he would never come to a place like this. But then again, a promise made to someone must be kept, no matter how difficult. He had to brave the tiger's den. In the lobby, a dozen women in shorts lounged on the sofa, engrossed in their phones. Upon seeing Su Feng enter, they straightened up as if jolted by electricity after a casual glance. An indescribable sparkle flashed in their eyes. What a handsome guy! Compared to those middle-aged men with potbellies and balding heads, he had looks and a great physique. Judging by his aura and attire, he was probably a rich second generation. If he took a liking to her, even if she got dumped a few days later, it wouldn't be a loss. Almost everyone had similar thoughts racing through their minds in an instant. A few women draped in coats pulled them aside, revealing their curves, and moved closer to Su Feng. Hey handsome, massage or companionship? Feeling the dozen unabashed, aggressive gazes, Su Feng's lips twitched. He had the illusion that he would be devoured in the next second. However, having lived 2 lives, he had seen bigger waves than this. Testing him with this? They were underestimating him. I'm here to find someone, we can talk later. He ignored the hills and valleys before him and walked straight towards the stairs. Humph, acting all high and mighty? A few of them huffed in annoyance and returned to the sofa, but a couple still seemed eager to make a move. Su Feng paid no mind and ascended to the 3rd floor. Those who frequented such places knew they often had hotel-like features, with some private resting rooms. As for what happened inside, well, it varied from person to person. With the pink ambient lights illuminating the corridor, Su Feng walked a distance before confirming the door number 308 and raised his hand to knock. Click! The door opened, and a cold breeze rushed in. The air conditioning inside seemed to be set very low. It appeared the door had only been ajar moments ago. Inside, there was a faint, strange fragrance that made him furrow his brow. This scent was quite familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had encountered it before. Muffled moans came from within, the sound not loud but undeniably present. It wasn't the kind of release. Rather, it was filled with pain and resentment, as if something was being suppressed. His intuition told him that something terrifying was transforming behind that door. After a moment of hesitation, Su Feng pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to see a double bed in the center of the small room. A woman lay there completely naked, her long, white legs twisted like a braid. The painful, low sounds were emanating from her throat. The strange fragrance, the painful struggle. Su Feng's pupils instantly froze, memories flooding back. A bizarre species. An activated bizarre species. The woman before him was clearly entering an irreversible beastification. Becoming a bizarre demon was just a matter of time. Is it a coincidence? Or was she waiting for someone to deliver something? Su Feng couldn't help but think. Room 308, the agreed-upon matter suddenly moved forward. This could no longer be described as a coincidence. Didn't Sister Duo just run a little detective agency, usually looking for lost pets or catching cheating partners? How could this be related to such matters? This was clearly aimed at Chen Duo, but he didn't know why. After a brief moment of distraction, Su Feng's unfocused pupils sharpened due to the woman's low growl on the bed. Large strands of white hair began to grow like spider silk, covering her naked body. Her arms and back started to swell like rice cakes frying in oil. A strange expansion. With a piercing wail filled with sorrow, she forcefully stood up from the bed. It swayed like a wild bear, its head obscured and unrecognizable. Is this the bizarre form of the morning owl? The muscles at the corner of Su Feng's eye twitched, but his lips soon relaxed. A newly transformed bizarre form could be dealt with before it reached the first tier, let alone now. Speaking of which, this was his first time observing the process of a human transforming into a bizarre form up close. It is said that the higher the level of the bizarre beast species, the more the form of the bizarre form resembles the bizarre beast from which it was derived. Looking at the current situation, it really was the case. According to the textbooks, the Blue Star Alliance classifies the mourning owl among the avian bizarre beasts. Although classified as an avian bizarre beast, this creature couldn't fly at all. After all, no matter how you think about it, those scythe-like bone wings couldn't possibly take to the air. Today's luck is really explosive. Usually, I can't even encounter one. I wonder if killing it will yield any soul points. Su Feng moved his neck with interest. There was no possibility of reversing the genetic mutation. Even if he didn't kill the Night Watch personnel, they would still take action. Moreover, given the way the bizarre form turned its head to stare at him, it was unrealistic to think he could leave safely without taking action. Hiss! Accompanied by a spine-chilling cry. The creature, over 2 meters tall, leaped high, its back crashing through the ceiling's light fixture. Shattered glass fragments, along with its bone wings, came crashing down towards Su Feng. Not even counting down from 3 to 1, no martial ethics, Su Feng smirked, teasing as he calmly stepped back half a pace, precisely avoiding the fierce attack. The bizarre form's momentum was unyielding, crashing into the adjacent bathroom, shattering the glass door instantly, scattering like an artwork. The faucet broke upon impact, water splashing everywhere, turning the bathroom into a vast ocean in an instant. TSK, quite the temper, huh? Su Feng grasped with his palm, swiftly storing the leather bag he held into his pseudo-storage ring, his movements neat. With a gentle press of his left hand, the space seemed to tear apart, revealing a pitch-black dark door. The grim side shot out like black lightning from the door, transforming into a sharp black streak. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, the grim scythe pulled the bizarre form out through the window, glass shards raining down like raindrops. Let's go outside. It's better than being surrounded and having to explain later. Su Feng murmured, his steps light as he walked over the glass shards, producing crisp sounds. He leaped and landed steadily. Tap tap tap. The creature was too fast for anyone to focus their gaze. The sound of rushing water echoed. That ghostly thing was already swinging its bone wings, closing in. Like a giant siege crossbow. A sense of pressure followed. Whoosh, the sound of breaking air rang out. The bone wings slashed down like a cleaver, cutting through the air. Even the raindrops were temporarily isolated, creating a brief vacuum. Su Feng moved like a swimming fish, dodging the strike with minimal movement. Clang! The tip of the bone wing landed on a van in the corner, slicing through it effortlessly like a paper cutter. Parts scattered everywhere. Seeing it miss, the bizarre form let out a sharp shriek. As the bone wings retracted, another deformed hand reached out, tracing a rounded arc in the air. The white-furred claw clenched into a fist, like a 1,000-pound hammer, smashing straight down towards Su Feng's back. At the moment the claw was about to strike down, the grim scythe wrapped around his arm and met it head-on. The white-furred claw was easily swatted away upon contact with his arm. The immense force dissipated in an instant. Before the bizarre form could react, Su Feng slammed his hand down on the back of its head. With a powerful force backing him, the bizarre form crashed to the ground, its face sinking into the shattered tiles. This is where it ends. Su Feng gripped its arm and raised his foot high. Just as Su Feng was about to stomp down on the bizarre form's spine, a violent pillar of fire suddenly erupted from beneath his foot. The scorching flames shot up into the sky. Su Feng had no choice but to maneuver and retreat, stabilizing his stance. He turned to look at the thin, straw-like figure walking out from the other side. A mocking voice followed. My experimental little mouse is not something you trash at the first level can handle. Experimental little mouse? Su Feng shook his hand, watching the figure approach him step by step. So, you released this thing? The eerie figure stepped through the raindrops, its bony wings sweeping against the wall, carving out a gap. The bloated form crashed into it. Want to run? Su Feng moved like the wind, chasing after it. But just a few meters into his movement, boom! Fiery flames shot up to the sky, 3 pillars of fire blocking his path. Kid, my little mouse is starving. Don't disturb its meal, or how am I supposed to collect data? The figure chuckled awkwardly, inching closer. By the way, I remember that woman said she would deliver it personally. What's your relationship with her? She's my boss. After saying this, Su Feng's heart sank, and he immediately realized something, the muscles at the corner of his eye twitching slightly. Was it you who called back then? So, that was a voice changer? You're not stupid, but unfortunately, you're about to die. Why? Su Feng turned his body, his gaze sharp as a knife. Why did you target her? Who are you referring to as her? The figure asked disdainfully. If she's the experimental little mouse, then I can only say she's a love-struck fool, deceived for her looks and implanted with a strange seed. However, I must say she is indeed a beauty, no wonder that person took a liking to her. I just tried it out, and it was quite disappointing. If she hadn't sought her own death by commissioning an investigation, perhaps she could have lived a little longer. At these words, Su Feng's mind conjured the image of the white figure in the room. The red marks on her body from the whip were still vivid in his memory. What a scumbag! Su Feng coldly scanned the figure before him, a murderous intent spreading in his eyes. Such a person deserves to die. But before he could extract the answers he wanted, he suppressed his anger. I don't care about your business with her. What I'm asking is about my boss. Ah, so she's your boss. I thought you two were a couple. The figure seemed to recall something, letting out two cold laughs. If you want to blame someone, blame her bad luck for taking on this woman's commission and uncovering things she shouldn't have known. At this, Su Feng thought of that sealed document. It must have been when Chen Duo was helping this woman investigate the commission that she inadvertently stumbled upon something. Perhaps even Chen Duo didn't realize it. She had touched a secret that couldn't be exposed to the light of day. While he was pondering, the person continued to speak leisurely. Once you're dead, it'll be her turn. From the photos, she has some looks. Just don't know how her figure is. I'll have to measure it properly then. Crack! Su Feng's fists cracked, a chilling cold flashing in his eyes. Chen Duo was one of the few friends he had in this world, and to have designs on her was to touch his bottom line. In his eyes, this person was already a corpse. You smiling faces really are a bunch of shameless scum. Ha! How do you know? The figure was taken aback for a moment, then a ball of flame was hurled out. You're seeking death. Facing the fiery line, Su Feng dodged to the side. The roaring flames carved a deep, charred trench into the ground, quickly buried by the surrounding rainwater. Nature's system, scorching flames. Kid, obediently accept your death, and I can make it a bit more painless for you. The person shaped their fingers like a gun, continuously shooting at Su Feng. The compressed fire lines erupted like bullets, creating a series of piercing sounds. You can't escape. I'm at the 3rd level. If I let a 1st-level punk run away from me, where would I put my face? Su Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he swayed back and forth amidst the oncoming lines of fire. Each line was clearly only a few centimeters away, yet not even the corner of his clothing could be grazed. 3rd stage, is it really that strong? After a seemingly casual dodge, he nodded slightly. His unusually calm demeanor made the shadow tense up. Instinctively, it scanned the surroundings, seemingly thinking that Su Feng had backup. Otherwise, it couldn't fathom how Su Feng could remain so composed while facing death. Don't look around, it's just me. But that's enough to kill you. A cold glint flashed in Su Feng's eyes as he raised his arm. The Reaper's scythe swept across like the Grim Reaper's tool. In the blink of an eye, it struck the shadow hard. Whoosh! The shadow was slammed into the wall, red bricks crumbling away. Dust flew everywhere. Kid, you've angered me. A few seconds later, a searing heat transformed into a storm, howling out from the wall and rushing towards Su Feng. The intense temperature vaporized the raindrops in the vicinity. This alley will be your grave today. As the hood fell away, illuminated by the flickering firelight, Su Feng clearly saw the person's face. A gaunt visage, sunken cheeks, a long and large nose, and a pair of dead fish eyes that barely showed any pupils. Sleazy and despicable, it was utterly disgusting. It really is true that one's appearance reflects their inner character. Su Feng thought to himself, curling his fingers as the Reaper's scythe accompanied him. This seemed to provoke the shadow, which unleashed a torrent of flames towards Su Feng. However, once Su Feng made a move, he would not hold back. The gate of space opened, and he stepped inside, concealed by the flames. The fire raged, shattering the tiles where he had just stood. The surrounding walls cracked to varying degrees. The ground formed a pit over 2 meters in radius and more than a meter deep. Water began to pour into it. The art of explosion. Truly, perfect. The man reveled in his masterpiece. In his view, this strike would cover the entire alley, leaving no chance for Su Feng to evade. He believed there would be nothing left of him, not even bones. But before his words could finish, a chill suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. Just as he was about to turn, a cold hand appeared without warning on the back of his neck, like a ghost. The bone-chilling cold instantly permeated his entire body. Even with the surrounding flames blazing, he could not find warmth, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. And no! A trembling voice escaped his throat. Die! A cold voice rang out, as if a judge from the underworld had mercilessly pronounced his death sentence. And no! Put! That was the sound of a blade piercing flesh. The inky Reaper's scythe entered through his back, piercing through his chest, hanging him in midair like a skewer of meat. The flames that had wrapped around his body seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water. After a feeble flicker, they extinguished completely. His dead fish eyes turned back in disbelief, staring at Su Feng. He wanted to say something, but he lacked the strength to even speak, his body drooping helplessly. Sliding off the Reaper's scythe, he fell weakly, splashing water everywhere. After a few convulsions, he was utterly dead. From the moment you set your sights on Sister Duo, you were already dead. Su Feng, neither sad nor happy, sheathed the Reaper's scythe. Switching to the Gate of the Undead, he pressed down on the man's corpse. As the Gate of Darkness swung wide open, a green soul point was extracted. Just as it transformed into a stream of light, about to collide with the portal, a hand suddenly appeared. It seemed as if an invisible vortex pulled the soul point back, trapping it in the palm. Su Feng leaned in closer, watching the gently swirling soul point, the visible green glow continuously evaporating. It was estimated that if he held on a little longer, it would completely dissipate into the world. As he released his grip, it spun like a freed fish, diving into the Gate of the Undead. It vanished without a trace. Indeed, regardless of the race, a soul point appears after death. The higher the rank, the stronger the absorbed soul point. This ability could certainly be called a war machine, growing stronger with each battle. But in his hands, the Gate of the Undead would only be a blade of protection. He would never actively cause slaughter for the sake of power. That was his bottom line. Otherwise, he would rather willingly disperse the Gate of the Undead. In a fleeting thought, Su Feng listened to the intermittent screams in the rain, casting a cold glance at the corpse on the ground. His palm reached out into the air, and the space around the jade ring on his finger slightly twisted. A clown mask was grasped in his hand. Putting on the mask, only his two eyes remained visible, his tall figure swaying slightly at the shoulders as he took a step forward. The metal door frame in the hall twisted irregularly, glass shards scattered everywhere. Inside was already in chaos. On the coffee table, tea bowls and mugs were overturned haphazardly, water still dripping slowly from the surface. Several women curled up, watching the strange species eat cruelly. Their faces were pale, trembling in fear. They tried to get up but lacked the strength to stand, retreating in terror on hands and feet. Seeing the strange species straighten up again, they all scrambled and crawled towards the stairs. Two of them had their slippers stuck around their ankles, but they had no mind to care. Barefoot, they frantically climbed up. The woman in front, wearing shorts and heavy makeup, perhaps due to nerves, missed her step. Her shin bone struck heavily against the edge of the stairs, and she tumbled down. The others, witnessing this, quickly dodged, and the woman at the back even showed a hint of glee. She took a big step over the fallen woman. Just as the smirk at the corner of her mouth was about to fully unfold, a pair of manicured hands grabbed her calf. A downward force struck her. The woman lost her balance instantly, her face hitting the stairs as she tumbled down. The red-haired woman, watching the approaching white-haired figure, flashed a moment of ferocity. She raised her leg and kicked at the woman who had rolled to her feet. Seeing her roll down a few more steps, she desperately climbed up. "You filthy bitch, just wait for me." The woman glared fiercely up the stairs, picking up a ceramic ornament that had fallen to the ground and throwing it up with all her might. With a loud bang, the ceramic piece landed squarely on the red-haired woman's head, shattering into countless pieces. The woman let out a muffled groan and fainted. "Ha ha!" The woman in the tight outfit laughed triumphantly. But the next second, her voice cut off abruptly, her trembling gaze darting behind her. The breath of a beast amplified in her ears. The smell of blood overwhelmed her, making her forget to breathe for a moment. She froze there, even the pain from the wound on her knee was overshadowed by fear. In her eyes, enhanced by colored contacts, the reflection of sharp, blood-stained teeth grew larger. Despair. It made her tightly shut her eyes. Just then, a gust of wind rushed in, accompanied by a cold voice. "Get away!" The woman instinctively opened her eyes and saw a monster towering over 2 meters in his gaze, like a toy made of clay. Its body flew out, smashing the coffee table to pieces before crashing against the wall. To the left of her vision, a tall figure had appeared. "If you can move, put your clothes on and go upstairs to hide." Su Feng's voice was devoid of any emotion. This woman had been obsequious when he entered, but upon hearing that he wouldn't consume her, the disdain in her eyes was almost overflowing. Saving her was merely out of humanitarianism. There was no goodwill involved. Oh. Hearing this, the woman finally noticed that her tight-fitting outfit had ridden up due to the friction with the stairs. There was no way to hide the 2 soft mounds anymore. The edges were already revealing her outline. Instinctively, she reached out to cover herself, but suddenly, she seemed to think of something and leaned towards Su Feng's pants. "Oh, I'm sorry, esteemed ability user, my leg is injured. Can you carry me up?" As she spoke, the woman pretended to casually push her chest out. From her voice, she judged that the person in front of her was quite young. She had heard that hunters were usually busy improving their strength and were often inexperienced in relationships. Such an opportunity was rare and must be seized. Even if the face behind the mask was that of a pig, with this figure, she wouldn't be at a loss. To be able to be with a hunter, even if they broke up in a few months, the benefits she could gain would be worth more than what she could earn in several more years. Moreover, she believed that with her experience navigating through gunfire, it would be easy to handle a hunter. Still trying to play tricks at this time. This place really isn't what you think. Su Feng sneered, pulling his leg away. Leave if you want. Smack. As Su Feng withdrew his leg, the woman who had been completely hanging on him stumbled and fell to the ground. The coldness of the floor surprised her. This was not what she had imagined. Wouldn't he eat the meat that was delivered to him? But when she saw Su Feng's indifferent gaze, she felt as if she had been seen through. Her thoughts had probably been completely exposed. It was a mix of mockery and disgust. Perhaps she wasn't enough to provoke more emotions in Su Feng. He couldn't be bothered to consider what this woman was thinking. He lightly stepped, and the broken wooden stick from the display case rolled up. Grabbing it in his hand, he swung it in a half arc, shattering the flickering light above. TSK. It had been hurting his eyes since he walked in. This was much more comfortable. Su Feng turned on his toes, watching the strange transformation woman who had just stood up, shaking off the tea water from her body. A complex expression flickered in his eyes. This woman was also a pitiful person. But the strange transformation was unidirectional and irreversible. Her genes had been altered by the strange species implanted within her. The version of her that had humanity was already dead. Standing here was only a bloodthirsty beast, and he had no need to hold back. The strange transformation took the initiative, its bony wings flapping violently as it raised its head. The completely deformed and twisted jaw opened like a corpse, emitting a shrill, ultrasonic screech. Squeak, squeak, the air rippled, as if mourning. The woman struggling to climb the steps clutched her head in pain, banging it against the railing. Bloodshot eyes were entangled like vines, fingertips scraping against her scalp, nails stained with bloodied hair. The screech of the owl was disorienting. Once caught in its grasp, the head would feel as if someone were prying it open with an iron shovel, causing a tearing pain. This was also why the military's combat code emphasized that if one encountered a screeching owl outside the cracks, upon discovering that its level was higher than yours, the only option was to run. If you couldn't escape, you could only rely on yourself. Buzz, at the heart, a pink door of the mind appeared, resonating with a chant like a sacred sound. It neutralized the sound waves. Mind-type attacks, regardless of their type, Su Feng was immune to all. This was the power of the conceptual play door. Had he already entered the second stage? Su Feng's lips moved slightly, and then his eyelids twitched. The strange transformation shot out like lightning, instantly closing in on Su Feng. Its menacing bony wings exuded a chilling aura. A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. It even knows how to connect skills. Its growth rate exceeded my expectations. But it just means I'll have to put in a bit more effort. At the moment when the phantom slash was about to strike, Su Feng's figure flickered like a ghost, evading the fierce blow. The phantom slash missed and had yet to stabilize its form. Instead of using the gate of space, he relied on his agility to close the distance instantly, appearing at its side. The dark attribute Reaper's scythe surrounding him trembled slightly, and a powerful dark force surged forth in an instant. Whoosh! The Reaper's scythe slashed out a crescent, the scythe blade shimmering with ghostly light, as if it could devour all brightness. The phantom slash hurriedly flapped its bony wings to defend. Clang! The Reaper's scythe struck like a mountain axe, leaving a notch on the bone wings harder than steel. Its nearly 3-meter body was forced back by the tremendous force. However, Su Feng would not give it a chance to breathe. He swung the Reaper's scythe again, launching a relentless barrage of attacks like a storm. The phantom slash was caught off guard, gradually falling into a desperate situation. It's over, Su Feng whispered, the dark power surging on the scythe blade. He struck down with all his might. With a scream, the arm formed of bone wings was severed from the shoulder. Then, he changed direction, piercing through its chest from the back. Thick blood dripped from the tip of the Reaper's scythe. Afterward, he pulled it out. Bang! The phantom slash fell heavily to the ground, crushing the broken teacup beneath it, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The smell of blood filled the air, causing those peeking in to instinctively cover their mouths, trying to calm their churning stomachs. So powerful. Watching Su Feng's tall figure, several women had stars in their eyes. Su Feng merely glanced at them sideways. With a light press of his left hand, the gate of the undead opened, collecting the souls. Then, he heard a series of exclamations from behind. You little bitch, I treated you like a best friend, and you actually want me dead. Aren't you the same, stepping over me? Watch me not scratch your face. You dare pull my hair. Jiang Zhou glanced sideways and found the woman from earlier, disheveled, grappling with another woman. The insults were filthy, rich in vulgarity. He was not like Mentor Lu, uninterested in women's fights. After a quick glance, he turned back and walked towards the door. Now, he was only concerned about what was in that cowhide envelope from Chun Duo that had drawn such a deadly pursuit. As Su Feng left, the women who had been watching the fight suddenly panicked. For a moment, they were at a loss. Call the night patrol. Yes, quickly call the night patrol. They hurriedly fished out their phones. Meanwhile, Su Feng paused in the darkness and dialed Jiang Zishu's number, informing her of the situation here. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Bring Duo Jie over, don't let her be alone, Su Feng added. Then he hung up, grasped the mask through the pseudospace ring, and returned it to its place. He took hold of the cowhide envelope again. This place had surveillance. Soon, the night patrol would arrive. If he left quietly, it would instead raise suspicions of having something to hide. It was better to make a scene and let the night patrol investigate. Before long, a night patrol vehicle arrived, flashing its lights through the rain. Zheng Yuan and Tang Tang got out of the car and walked into the club. No more than 30 seconds later, a taxi followed closely behind. Parking by the muddy roadside, two graceful figures emerged from the car, holding umbrellas. Su Feng, who had been lurking in the shadows, slowly stepped out. Su Feng, what exactly is going on? Chen Duo seemed to have sobered up. Things are a bit troublesome, let's go inside first. As he spoke, Su Feng raised his hand to draw a space door, teleporting them to the front of the club. Brother Su Feng, is this your ability? No wonder you can. Jiang Zishu slightly lowered her brows, involuntarily recalling the vague fragments of that night when Su Feng saved her. These fragments had not faded with time. Instead, it kept appearing in her dreams, becoming more profound. Cousin? Jiang Zishu came back to her senses. What are you thinking about? Tang Tang waved her small hand in front of her. Nothing, how's the situation? Tang Tang craned her neck, a second-tier mid-level monster. The species comes from the screech owl. It's the fifth one this month aside from that incident. The incident she mentioned, as far as she knew, Su Feng and the others were also witnesses. So there was no need to hide it. Upon hearing this, Su Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that besides the lizard-type monster he encountered, there were others. What exactly did the Smile organization want? Were they raising puppets? And what was that flavoring agent used to control transformation? What else? Jiang Zishu continued to ask, who took action to kill it? To deal with a second-tier mid-level, the opponent's strength must be at least third-tier. Tang Tang shook her head. What these people said is very vague. They only mentioned that the opponent wore a mask, dressed in black, and had a huge black scythe as their ability. They are not ability users, so they could only describe it roughly. What about the surveillance? Still under investigation. Su Feng, you were there, what was the situation? Su Feng nodded and roughly recounted the situation. Are you saying this monster is a client who commissioned me to investigate? Chen Duo was so frightened that she instinctively covered her gaping mouth. But what she asked me to check was just whether her fiancé was cheating. What the hell? Su Feng's eyelid twitched. What kind of cliché development was this? Could it be that the Smile organization got it wrong? On a rooftop in the distance, two people hid in the darkness, quietly watching the only lit hotel through binoculars. Looks like the fireman's mission failed? Tisk tsk, what a waste. A charming yet cold voice rang out, a figure in a tight-fitting outfit accentuating her curves. He squatted deep for a whole night, and now you've planted blackberries on him. His mind is full of that kind of stuff. How much strength can a third tier have? The man leaning against the wall glanced at the text on his phone, tugged at the brim of his hat, and replied coldly. The woman, however, was unfazed, somewhat sickly, as she caressed her soft curves. Now this is troublesome. I originally wanted to relax and find a couple of young ones, but who knew this place doesn't have a full business? Only doing seafood business. Is the steel wool making too little money? What to do now? The night is long. How about, you play with me? Humph, you? The man's voice remained emotionless. Forget it. I like blood, on the neck, blood. He. You really are as devoid of humanity as ever, the woman said coldly. The man ignored her and continued, a couple of boys from the night patrol, aren't there two guys? That should be enough for you to handle for a night. The woman rested her hand on her slim waist, licking her lips. I'm just hungry, not desperate. Only that later guy fits my taste. Just take it easy later, don't scratch his face. Of course, wearing a mahjong mask would be even more exciting. Ha ha ha. So what now? Are we waiting for that person's news? Or just go straight in? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The man lowered his hat's brim, a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth, shaking his phone. He said, he owes us a favor. Heh, who cares? What I follow is the joy of slaughter. In the hall, the lights above flickered. Su Feng looked at the sealed document in his hand, his thoughts racing. Could it be that the Smile organization got it wrong? No. Perhaps it was precisely because of this twist of fate that Chen Duo discovered something. To mobilize a third tier indicates that this person is very likely a high-ranking member of Smiling Face. As the saying goes, great talents hide in the marketplace. During the time Smiling Face has been silent, this person has probably been living under this identity. If it weren't for this matter, they would likely still be lurking beneath the depths, manipulating everything in the shadows. They might even be involved in various affairs of the strange species. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. The phrase record experimental subject data that person said. Jiang Zishu's beautiful eyes flickered, exchanging a glance with Su Feng. With her icy intelligence, she likely understood the reasoning behind it. Sister Duo, what does that person do? Chen Duo wiped the cold sweat from her nose and organized her thoughts. That person is the director of the Life Sciences Department of the Xuanwu Group and one of the 5 round-table seats of Jiangnan Xuanwu Group, Wang Wang. Wang Wang? Su Feng's brow furrowed, but there was no time to mock the name. What concerned him more was the term Xuanwu Group, and one of the 5 round-table seats. The round-table seat is equivalent to a board of directors. If such a person is from Smiling Face, then the previous incident of the Zhulong serum being stolen becomes understandable. What's even more alarming is, this person also controls the Biological Sciences Department. With the technology of the Xuanwu Group, cultivating and modifying strange species would become incredibly simple. Once this point became clear, everything made sense. I'll report this matter right away. Tang Tang opened her communication wristband, just about to speak. Bang! A curved dark blade slashed down, grazing Tang Tang's neck. Blood seeped from her skin, as white as sheep fat jade. Tang Tang touched her neck in shock, then came to her senses. Brother Su, thank you. Just now. If it weren't for Su Feng pulling her aside in time, she might have been separated from her body. Su Feng nodded, his gaze shifting to the 2 figures at the door. His pupils slightly contracted. This fluctuation far exceeded the 3rd tier. Kid, you've got some skills. The dark figure stepped in golden oversized shoes, holding a dark golden umbrella. With each step, ripples spread in the puddles around him. Everyone felt an invisible aura crushing down. Sharp, cold, and chilling. It gave the illusion that their skin was being sliced open and frozen by ice. Who are you? Zheng Yuan instantly transformed, orange patterns spreading across his body, a huge leopard cattail swaying. He stood in front of Tang Tang. TSK, you. The man pointed at Zheng Yuan, rubbing his forehead. I seem to have seen your information on my desk. You're from the Night Patrol's first team, right? Sorry, you're too weak for me to remember your name. As the words fell, Zheng Yuan and Jiang Zishu's expressions changed simultaneously. Such words, devoid of any provocation, instead made them feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Only someone with absolute strength would dare to speak like this. Tonight's situation is troublesome. Zheng Yuan felt the pressure from the two, his expression slightly changing, and discreetly placed his hand behind his back, pressing a hidden button on his wristband. This was an emergency notification. The Night Patrol, upon receiving the message, would naturally know they might be in a dire situation and would immediately send someone to rescue them. Calling for help is one thing, but hiding it is too much. The man chuckled, his palm reaching out, embedding the dark blade over 30 centimeters into the ground, which then spun back after a buzzing sound. The floor tiles shattered, carving a deep cut into the ground. Draven? Su Feng couldn't help but think. Tell that guy Li Mu that I'm here waiting for him. Just in time to see how much he has improved over the years. Is his crimson edge stronger, or is my dark blade superior? Dark blade. Zheng Yuan mumbled, as if recalling something. He suddenly looked up, the face before him overlapping with the wanted poster image in his mind, and he involuntarily took a step back. You are one of the Smiling Face 4 evil spirits, the Ace of Spades? 4 evil spirits. What a title. Su Feng was puzzled. Don't call us evil spirits, we just have some peculiar preferences. The man grinned, revealing his blackened, smoke-stained teeth. He grasped the dark blade in his hand, casually kneading it a couple of times, as it flowed like molten iron towards the umbrella, forming the ribs of the umbrella. This display made Chen Duo's eyes widen in astonishment, as if she had just seen something extraordinary. To this, Su Feng could only say, as expected of my sister Duo. Meanwhile, Jiang Zishu and Zheng Yuan both calmed down simultaneously. Can he control metal? Has he already reached the 5th level? Even if not, he at least touched the threshold. All they could do was escape. Su Feng, we'll hold him off. You take Duo away, Jiang Zishu said seriously. Jiang Jiang. Chen Duo also realized the gravity of the situation. Alright, I'll take Sister Duo away first, you all be careful. Su Feng thought clearly, with Chen Duo present, they would have to split their focus on protection. The best plan was to take Chen Duo to a safe place first and then come back to help. Oh, where to go? For me, anyone can leave, but you can't. A lazy, alluring voice rang out, and hundreds of purple poison bees formed a seat. They carried a figure slowly descending from the air. She raised her shapely thigh, leisurely took out lipstick, and applied it to herself. She scanned the group, finally landing her gaze on Su Feng. I knew my taste couldn't be wrong. I like this figure. Sister can hardly wait. Hearing this, Su Feng almost spat out the food he had just eaten. TSK. Is this woman a hopeless yandere? Jiang Zishu tilted his head, giving him a slightly annoyed glare. Su Feng's mouth twitched. What's going on? Making me look like some kind of villain. Poison bees, lustful desires. You are one of the 4 evil spirits, the king of hearts? Zheng Yuan looked at the woman, his voice trembling slightly. Oh, I've been gone for so long, I didn't expect to be recognized at a glance. My charm is indeed great. However, little brother, your face doesn't catch my eye, so I can only kill you, but I can give you a quick end. As for these 3 women, they all have decent looks, old A, you can handle other parts later. Leave the faces to me. The man coldly shouted, his voice sharp as a knife. I already promised you not to kill this pretty boy. This is the second condition. This scene of division terrified Tang Tang, turning her face pale. Chen Duo also involuntarily shivered. Right in front of you, discussing how to allocate your posthumous fate. This terrifying feeling can only be truly understood through experience. Stop talking nonsense, don't forget who helped you survive back when you were being hunted down. The man's gaze turned cold, a smile creeping onto his face, revealing his gums. Principles cannot change. How about this, let's play a game. Do you see that woman's corpse? The man beckoned, pointing to the corpse of Guisha. Starting from the ground at the door, I say it will fly out 5 meters. Interesting. The woman curled her fiery red lips, then I bet it will land within 5 meters. As her words fell, Jiang Zhou felt a violent wave of spiritual energy surge. Like blooming chrysanthemums, 7 or 8 dark golden petals flew out. However, the edges of the petals glimmered with a cold light, spinning out like a wheel. It stirred up a chilling wind that made one's scalp tingle. They struck the Guisha corpse, sending it flying like a rag doll. Blood splattered. The woman raised her hand, and most of the bees beneath her flew out. They transformed into a barbed spear, reeling back the corpse that was about to hit the ground. As it was about to hit the ground, the dark golden blade transformed into a swirling golden chrysanthemum, like a gathering of heroes. Like a chainsaw, it split the body in 2. 2/3 fell 5 meters away, while 1/3 landed within 5 meters. Blood stained a large area, glowing with a bizarre sheen under the changing neon lights of the hotel. Ugh, Chen Duo, witnessing this scene, felt her stomach churn. She turned away and began to vomit. Tang Tang's face was equally pale, her throat rolling as she suppressed her nausea. It seems I win, the man said with a smug smile, spreading the blood on the dark blade and returning it to the umbrella's ribs. Alright, then I won't take it. Let's finish this quickly. I don't want to waste this rainy night on this. I still want to have a good, in-depth conversation with this handsome guy. The man licked his lips. That sounds just right to me. I hope when Li Mu comes over later, he will like the gift I bring after so many years. Duo Jia, are you alright? Su Feng approached to support Chen Duo. His hand, however, subtly wrapped around her waist. His gaze fell on Jiang Zishu's fingers counting down behind his back. The moment the last finger was retracted, Su Feng pressed forward with his left hand, and a spatial portal instantly formed. He took a step with Chen Duo and vanished from the spot. Spatial system? The pupils of the 2 narrowed suddenly, a vast spiritual energy sweeping out. Poison Bee and Dark Ghost looked at the disappearing Jiang Zhou, their faces showing undeniable astonishment. That kid, with a low rank, shouldn't be able to teleport far with someone. Dark Ghost, smooth things over here, I'll go bring them back. After Poison Bee finished speaking, she controlled the purple swarm to carry her body into the air. The swarm began to scout in all directions. Make your move. Jiang Zishu shouted, his figure instantly becoming taller as he entered beast transformation state. His black hair fluttered in the wind, gradually frosting over. He exhaled a breath of cold air, transforming it into an icy spear that whistled as it stabbed towards Dark Ghost. In the form of a leopard cat, Zheng Yuan condensed armor and sharp blades, his body like lightning, charging towards Dark Ghost with a fierce momentum. Child's play. Dark Ghost maintained a blank expression as he held the umbrella, gently rotating it, causing several metallic blades to sprout from the ribs. As they collided with the icy spear, a crisp sound rang out, and ice shards flew everywhere. The blade spun, leaving a shallow line of blood on Zhang Zishu's shoulder, quickly frozen by the ice crystals. Several other blades landed on Zhang Yuan's condensed armor, the immense force lifting him off the ground. His body was swept past the stairs, crashing heavily onto the steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was no match at all. Too weak. If it weren't for Li Mu, you wouldn't even pique my interest. Is that so? Zhang Zishu gathered his strength again, countless ice particles rubbing and spinning in the air, carving out a cold gleam like blades. As she thrust her arms forward, these ice particles, comparable to blades, shot out like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Naive. Dark Ghost snorted, the umbrella held horizontally in front of him, golden liquid flowing over it. The ice particles made a crackling sound upon hitting it, sparks flying. Is this it? Too weak. Dark Ghost sneered, moving the umbrella aside. At the moment the view was completely revealed, the smile on his face froze. Break 1,000 pounds. Tang Tang shouted, her small face tense. She raised a giant hammer over 5 meters long, sweeping towards Dark Ghost with a whistling wind. The hammer's handle bent, the head enlarged, creating a fan-shaped wave of air. Dark Ghost let out a muffled grunt, and the air in front of him exploded, his body blasted away like a cannonball. He plowed a deep watermark into the ground before finally stopping. Run! Zhang Zishu's figure flashed as he sprinted in one direction. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan carried the exhausted Tang Tang and hurried off in another direction. From the beginning, they had no intention of engaging in a hard fight. They only wanted to lower the Dark Ghost's guard, buying time for Tang Tang, who was gathering strength in secret. The swirling ice crystals were also meant to guide the Dark Ghost to actively obscure its vision. It was all for this one strike. Poof! The Dark Ghost spat out a mouthful of blood foam. TSK, now this is interesting. I love the feeling of chasing prey. When I catch up to you, I will definitely use a sharp blade to slice your throats, letting your blood fill your lungs. Bit by bit. Suffocating to death. As he spoke, a manic gleam filled his pockmarked face. Bang! The leather shoes beneath him suddenly exerted force, creating a huge ripple in the water as he shot forward, chasing after Zhang Yuan. As long as he pursued these two, that woman would not sit idly by. The three of them could not escape his grasp. I've got you. The poison bee stepped onto a swarm of bees, blocking Su Feng's path with a smirk. Little handsome, I won't eat you, so why are you running? If you don't chase, why would I run? Su Feng replied, his gaze indifferent as he straightened his posture. Alright, then don't run. If I leave, you definitely won't lose out. As she spoke, she took a step forward, her shapely calves wrapped in black stockings peeking out from the slit of her chipao. Let me see how brave you are. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Hee, if you say that, it makes me even happier. The poison bee lowered her gaze, eagerly licking her black lips. I hope you won't disappoint me. I will definitely make it unforgettable for you, Su Feng grinned, revealing his white teeth. That's great, but before that, hand over that woman. The woman's tone shifted. Guess. Hee, my little cuties can track sense. She can't escape. Is that so? Then what if I do this? Su Feng pulled out a bottle of perfume from behind his back and sprayed it into the air without restraint. Then, feeling it wasn't enough, he twisted off the cap and sprinkled it around him. Kid, don't think just because I like your face, I won't dare to kill you. The woman's forehead muscles tightened, and as she grasped the nearby wall, it visibly began to dissolve at an alarming rate, releasing a thick purple smoke. I'll ask you one last time, where is that woman? Su Feng smirked. Guess. Looking for death. The woman grasped her hand, and several bees shot out like bullets. With a casual wave, Su Feng distorted the space slightly. The trajectories of the bees instantly changed, landing on the ground at his feet. Hissing purple bubbles appeared around the pit, corroding the ground like sulfuric acid. Space type, really annoying. But you're just a first tier. What do you have to fight me with? The woman commanded, hand over that woman. I don't want my food to be ruined before I've had a taste. But unfortunately, you make me feel disgusted. Source flow. Su Feng grasped his hand, and a deep blue portal opened. The source flow gate, over 2 meters tall and intricately carved, appeared behind him. He slowly raised his left hand and pressed it against it. You have a little summoning beast. Do you think I don't have one? As he spoke, the gray door-shaped mark belonging to the Gate of the Undead appeared within the source flow gate. It was the shadow of a goat with inverted double horns. From the depths of the undead abyss. Buzz. A strong ripple spread through the air. The wave of energy expanded, causing the gathered swarm of bees to sway slightly. The woman standing atop them staggered, her tattooed black brows furrowing tightly as she stared intently at the crack of the open door. The breath of death. She sensed a rich aura of death, along with something else. It was as if something was awakening. In the next moment, her eyes suddenly narrowed, commanding the swarm to distance itself from Su Feng. Tap, tap, tap. The army of iron-eating mice surged forth like a tide, creating countless ripples in the puddles. The squeaking sounds echoed throughout the street. From above, it resembled a gray stream, ready to surge forward and crush everything in its path. As Su Feng slightly raised his hand, the iron-eating mice all fell silent, lifting their front limbs to stand as if waiting for the general to sound the charge. The air was thick with the scent of death and slaughter, spreading through the 3-meter-wide alley. You're not of the space system, how? The poison bee widened her pupils, pausing abruptly, her voice filled with uncertainty. You are dual system, how? How is this possible? I told you, today will be unforgettable for you, Su Feng said coldly, grinning. He raised his hand and pressed it down again. The gray pattern vanished, replaced by a pitch-black salamander design, its triangular tail resembling a sharp blade. Gate of darkness, open, Su Feng whispered. Within the 2-meter-tall bronze door, a pitch-black eye seemed to appear. Dark, formless tentacles spread out chaotically for 3 to 4 meters, moving without wind. Gulp! The poison bee swallowed hard, retracting the foot she had just stepped forward with. Su Feng's tall figure reflected in her pupils made her involuntarily shrink back slightly. This man before her exceeded her understanding. The unknown is always the most terrifying. Moreover, her instincts, honed through countless brushes with death, warned her. If she acted, she would most likely die. And Su Feng's calm gaze confirmed her judgment. Do you want to continue? My dear sister, Su Feng said indifferently, lifting his head slightly. Upon hearing this, the poison bee's pupils shrank to pinpricks, feeling an invisible pressure wash over her. It made her brows furrow involuntarily as she stared at the indifferent Su Feng. Why do I feel so alarmed when he doesn't even emit any spiritual energy? What exactly? Never mind, what does that person have to do with me? It's getting late, sister needs to go back and get some beauty sleep, so I won't play with you anymore. However, you have successfully piqued my interest, and I won't just wave you off. After saying this, the woman elegantly raised her finger, commanding the bees to depart. Su Feng remained silent, simply standing calmly with his hands at his sides, watching the woman disappear from view. Ha! As the gate of darkness dissipated behind him, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The empty city strategy was indeed not easy to pull off. Fortunately, he had managed to bluff the woman away with sheer momentum. Now it was time to find Sister Shu and the others. Hopefully, he wasn't too late. He reached into the void and put on the wristband given by the night patrol, contacting them. Hello. After successfully requesting a shared location, several red dots indeed appeared on the projection. 2 of the dots were stationary, while another was moving rapidly, closing in on the location of the 2 dots. I hope I'm not too late. With that, Su Feng's figure suddenly leaped out like a cheetah, splashing water everywhere. Cough. Su Yuan, lying in the puddle, struggled to stand up, his cough mixed with pain. Not far away, a man holding an umbrella greedily eyed Tang Tang, whom he had grabbed by the neck. A lewd smile appeared on his crater-like face. Well, although her figure is lacking, she makes up for it with youth, those pink knees. The taste should be good. Old man, let go of me. Zheng Yuan roared, fully transforming into his leopard cat form. The orange-yellow patterns erupted on his body. The beast armor exclusive to beast-type hunters enveloped him, and the metallic sheen of his leopard claws sliced through the raindrops. He drew a frosty light in the air, striking towards the man. The man's response was simply to lift his foot, the liquid rolling on the golden Chelsea shoes, coalescing into a giant axe on his calf. One kick. He struck that orange texture, and the surrounding raindrops twisted at that moment. It was as if a silent sound of glass shattering echoed. The beast armor shattered, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Su Yuan's arm snapped, his entire body was kicked away like a cannonball, carving a blood trail 3 to 4 meters long on the ground. Cough! Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose simultaneously. Ugh! Tang Tang's bloodshot eyes twisted madly, trying to escape the grip of that large hand. But no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from that grasp. That expression is quite fitting, despair and rage, wanting to tear me to pieces but unable to do so. The man leaned closer, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, smiling cruelly. The feeling is coming, let's start from here. Remember, scream a little louder later. The airborne metal flowed like vines, supporting the parachute in midair. The freed hand then pulled towards Tang Tang's chest. Whoosh! Just as the palm was about to grab, an irregular ice spear, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, shot towards him. The man had to raise his hand, glancing at the enlarged figure, revealing a mocking smile. Great, for me, one is not interesting. A symphony of ups and downs is much more fun. Jiang Zishu suddenly turned his body, dodging the diamond-shaped metal blade that was slicing towards him. The cold air swirling around him blew, his high ponytail fluttering in the wind, and wherever he stepped, ice crystal footprints formed. Let go of Tang Tang. Jiang Zishu's shout was like a blade in the cold wind, his palm grasping at the void in front of him. An ice spear rose from the ground, which he yanked and broke, holding it in his hand. The white cold air enveloped him, turning the falling raindrops into ice needles that smashed onto the ground. Heh, quite the temper, this is good. To my taste. The man licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. He casually tossed aside Tang Tang, who was about to faint from lack of oxygen. The moment she hit the ground, he commanded 2 steel thorns to pierce through Tang Tang's wrist and ankle rings like poisonous stingers. Blood seeped out, merging with the rainwater. The pain made Tang Tang tremble all over, but the choking in her throat prevented her from making a sound. You die for me. Jiang Zishu's ice spear suddenly accelerated, transforming into a cold light, piercing straight for the man's heart. Too slow. The man casually raised his hand, and a diamond-shaped metal blade broke free from the umbrella's ribs. It traced a perfect arc in the air, easily splitting the ice spear in two. So strong. Jiang Zishu was startled, but she did not back down. Her figure, reflected in the ice crystal footprints, floated like a ghost, each movement accompanied by biting cold. The white mist in her hand enveloped the raindrops around her, turning them into ice spikes. Dense as snowflakes, they swept towards the man. From the psychic wave, you're only second tier, yet you can launch an attack of this scale? A hint of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, then he laughed even more recklessly. You must be a genius among your peers with A-level abilities. Being a snail in the Jiangnan Night Patrol, that's too much of a waste of talent. Oh, I see. You're here for an internship. I haven't tried a genius with A-level abilities yet. I think it must taste very delicious. The man sickly licked his tongue, his fingers waving slightly like a conductor's baton. The umbrella's surface split into more metal blades, dancing like the wind, shattering the incoming ice crystals one by one. Now's the time. But Jiang Zishu's goal was not to harm the enemy, but to create chaos, providing an opportunity to rescue Tang Tang. In the moment when the metal blade clashed with the icy edge, Jiang Zishu crouched low, pouncing towards the man behind him like a cheetah, trying to reclaim Tang Tang. The man reacted swiftly, his figure like a shadow instantly blocking Jiang Zishu's path. Jiang Zishu's pupils shrank to pinpricks, her beastly transformation fully activated, as her hard bone claws struck out towards the man. The two engaged in close combat, the sounds of ice and metal colliding echoing incessantly, the air thick with the mingling of cold and sparks. Each of Jiang Zishu's attacks was made with all her strength. Yet the man didn't even sway, a sinister glint suddenly appearing in his eyes. I'm not playing with you anymore. With a flip of his palm, he grabbed Jiang Zishu by the neck, as if seizing a helpless chick, lifting her into the air. Jiang Zishu struggled, but the man's grip was like a vice, nearly choking her. You can't possibly think that you can agree to my terms, can you? Jiang Zishu gasped heavily, staring intently at the man. Yes, keep that look in your eyes for later, remember to look back and see it, that's what gives a sense of conquest. Since you hate me so much, let's start with you. After the man finished speaking, he greedily licked his fingers, saliva stretching between his fingers as he reached towards Jiang Zishu. Just then, a sudden clear voice rang out beside his ear. Hey, I say, how old are you to still be sucking your fingers? Aren't you embarrassed? Hearing the unexpected clear voice, the man's arm stiffened, and his pinprick pupils darted towards Su Feng, who stood with his hands at his sides. What are you doing here? Where's the poison bee? He asked, turning his neck to look around. Stop looking. That woman said she was tired and went back to sleep. Su Feng stepped on a puddle, watching the ripples spread as he spoke. You don't look that young anymore, why not let them go and go back to sleep instead? Better than getting beaten here. Ha! The man's lips curled into a sinister smile, revealing his yellowed teeth stained with smoke, his arm muscles tensing. What about you? No matter how many ants there are, can they really kill a god? Su Chen, go! Jiang Zishu rasped painfully, signaling him to leave quickly. Leave? Where to? The man snorted coldly, his umbrella spinning. Since you're here, you might as well stay. I really want to see how Li Mu will react when he arrives and finds his subordinates killed by me. Su Feng grinned. You must be mistaken. I'm not with the night patrol. Doesn't matter. You're all going to die anyway. If you don't resist, I can make your death a bit more painless. You talk too much. Su Feng waved his wrist. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, go back to your mom and let her lull you to sleep. Upon hearing this, Dark Blade instantly felt his pupils about to burst. Kid, you're looking for death. With that, 3 diamond-shaped metal blades spun out, attacking Jiang Zhou from different angles in a converging manner. Is that all? Su Feng pressed with his left hand, instantly teleporting out through a spatial door. Dark Blade's pupils constricted as a fist suddenly loomed large before him. Bang! The dull sound of flesh colliding echoed, the immense force causing the man to instinctively loosen his grip, his feet leaving the ground as he flew back a distance. Sister Shu. Su Feng wrapped his arm around Jiang Zishu's slender waist, preventing her from falling to the ground. His arm immediately conveyed a soft touch, as if wrapped around a piece of fragrant, soft jade. Cough, cough. Jiang Zishu took a few deep breaths, signaling that she was fine. Tang Tang. Tang Tang is still by his feet. Saying this, she looked towards Tang Tang's position, her beautiful eyes widening involuntarily. She saw a group of mice with blue flames in their eye sockets surrounding the unconscious Tang Tang, who lay on the ground in pain, moving her away. This undead creature? Jiang Zishu was greatly shocked. How could there be undead creatures, and they seemed to be friendly? Well done, come back. In the midst of her swirling thoughts, she saw Su Feng snap his fingers and, with a swift motion of his hand, a bronze door over 2 meters high appeared before them. A gray halo flickered above it. The undead mice, as if receiving a command from their supreme leader, surged orderly towards the bronze door, ultimately disappearing from sight. Su Feng, you. Jiang Zishu couldn't help but open her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. You can actually control undead creatures? Su Feng nodded, as if it were as mundane as drinking plain water. Yeah, you should be able to master this after practicing a few times. Practice? The corner of Jiang Zishu's mouth twitched. Her sharp intellect immediately realized this must involve Su Feng's secret. She chose not to press further. Space system, undead system? You actually have two completely different abilities? How is that possible? The man stared at Su Feng as if entranced. Nothing is impossible. Let me ask you again, are you going home to sleep, or are you staying to get beaten? A fifth-tier powerhouse must have some hidden means. Killing him would only be possible in a dream. But to hold this person back, Su Feng was confident he still had that strength. Sleep. The secret of your dual abilities is right in front of me. I need to be able to sleep too. The man greedily licked his lips, his gaze towards Su Feng filled with a possessive desire akin to that of a lustful beast. Tell me, how can I have dual abilities? I can guarantee I won't harm you in the slightest. Do you mean what you say? Su Feng asked. Of course, as long as you tell me, I'll let you go. Alright, listen carefully, the secret is. Su Feng cleared his throat. Stop having unrealistic dreams. Put. Jiang Zishu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. A fifth-tier powerhouse was actually being toyed with to this extent by Su Feng. Hearing this, the man's chest heaved violently, his inner fury threatening to erupt like a volcano. Kid, I'm determined to know this secret. I've already given you the opportunity, you chose to refuse. Don't blame me for being rude. Just wait until I break your teeth. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn. In the heavy rain, in the dark alley, Su Feng stood with his hands at his sides, his gaze lowered. Behind him, Jiang Zishu clenched her fists nervously, her throat dry. Su Feng, you are too reckless. Even if you can control the undead, you are ultimately a first tier, he is a fifth tier. Even the three of us together couldn't inflict substantial harm on him. What do you have to stop him? Shu Jia, trust me. Su Feng turned around, a grin revealing his white teeth. Jiang Zishu's heart trembled, and she instinctively nodded, somewhat dazed. Hopefully, a miracle can really happen. Woman, you like this kid, don't you? The scarred face of Dark Blade flashed with mockery. Tell me, if I break his arms and legs, making him lie on the ground while you crawl under me like a dog, what will he do? Jiang Zishu, who had shown little fear of death, shivered slowly, a strong sense of disgust and fear rising within her. She turned sharply to look at Su Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. If it really came to that, she would rather die. Ha, you really do like him, how interesting, truly fascinating. The man's eyes grew increasingly deranged with a sickly mockery, converging into madness. I can't wait to see that scene. The broken blade spun in the air, cutting through the raindrops as it swiftly attacked Su Feng. Watching the 6 blades, Jiang Zishu's face changed dramatically. With such speed and force, even he wouldn't be able to defend against it. How could Su Feng block it? But in the next moment, she saw the answer. A massive stone door over 2 meters high descended, carved with fierce demonic figures, resembling the guardian arhats at the entrance of a mountain god temple. With a tremendous force, it crushed the 6 blades beneath it. What is this? The stone element condensed. The man's expression showed a hint of astonishment. But soon he reacted, the metal ribs flowed, once again metal blades. Spinning rapidly, they emitted a buzzing clang. Su Feng stood quietly in place, the gate of source flow behind him, with a pattern representing thunder flickering. The violent power began to charge like an energy cannon. The chaotic blue lightning illuminated the dark alley as if it were daylight, and the terrifying thunder elements made the ground sizzle and crackle with arcs of electricity. This The man stared blankly at the young man standing with his hands at his sides. That terrifying voltage made him feel the current crawling all over his body, even from a distance. For a moment, he was in a daze. Space, undead, stone, lightning. In just a few minutes, 4 different abilities had been displayed. It shattered his deeply rooted worldview into pieces. Jiang Zishu looked as if she had seen a ghost, her mouth agape, staring blankly at the scene. Illuminated by the electric light, her beautiful cheeks seemed to glow, filled with intense shock. Go! Su Feng gently raised his hand and pointed at the man. It was as if he could command the thunder, and the surging lightning burst forth like a fierce python. Wherever it passed, the water on the ground and the rain in the air instantly turned into vapor. The man felt his scalp tingle and hurriedly condensed the metal umbrella, trying to channel the overwhelming current into the ground. But even so, he was still like a kite with a broken string, his feet leaving the ground and flying backward. On the ground covered with sand and gravel, he plowed a deep trench half a meter long and over 10 meters wide with his back. Silence. It was as if the air in that space had been shattered by the current, becoming a vacuum. It wasn't until Jiang Zishu finally swallowed that lump in her throat that sound returned. Her eyelids twitched wildly as she stared at Su Feng in a daze. Is he really a first tier? Is he really F grade?